story begins in the province of Guangzhou, where hundreds and thousands of great mountains rise. On these rocky and majestic peaks was established the cult of Guanmyo. They possessed corrupt demonic arts and mysterious rituals of demon worship. At the center of this cult stood their leader, ready to punish anyone who opposed them. He was the strongest master of martial arts, all because this young ruler had already mastered the highest art of the Lord of Demons. Thanks to this art, he could defeat any outsider on his territory. This organization was usually called the demonic cult. If they had moved to the Central Plains, the world would have plunged into an abyss of unprecedented misfortunes. But Yang Chachuk, the eldest son of the head of the Murim Union, managed to guide these people onto the true path. And all because he was a young lord to them. First, Yang Chachuk was a young star and a prodigy. He was given this nickname for his ability to withstand any martial technique within 10 exchanges of blows. Such a talented warrior began to boast the title of the most masterful martial arts master. At that time, the political situation inside the Murim cult resembled the calm before the storm. The desire of people to take the place of the next leader fueled internal conflicts and spun endless conspiracies. And beyond these upheavals, there was a unification of cults that had deviated from the accepted doctrine and began to call themselves the Union of Renegades. Unfortunately, Yan was involved in this wave of political turmoil. Because of this, he was poisoned. He did not even live to see 30 years. After his poisoning, he unexpectedly came to his senses in an unknown place. Sweat was running down his forehead. The man was breathing heavily and trying to recover. The last thing he remembered was dying from the effect of the poison. Obviously, the young warrior decided that all this was just some kind of dream. Soon he felt pain in his own body such that clearly proved the opposite. He was sure that he would definitely die after the poisoning, and now he thought that he might have been kidnapped. He was at least glad that he was alive. After that, he decided to look around and find a way out of this place. He saw the glowing layers that decorated the walls. Most likely, he was kidnapped by a rather wealthy and influential organization that could afford such decoration. He suspected the Jiggle clan or the Hua Mountain clan here, or even the Union of Renegades. The circle of suspects was quite broad. Perhaps the kidnappers could not even be counted on all the fingers of the hands. It was not surprising Murim generally conducted politics chaotically, so it was not surprising that someone wanted to harm him, the first son of the head of the Union Murim. Soon he noticed the exit, but it was completely blocked. However, a bright sunbeam was breaking through it. Looking around for loopholes, he noticed a strange sack. It was filled to the brim with grain pellets. There were probably enough of them to last several years of food. Moreover, he realized the kidnappers had no intention of killing him, and enough air passed through the cracks in the stone walls. If this is so, he should have been released on time, so now he needs to focus on recovery. He decided to begin meditation focused on the circulation of his own internal energy. Also that in the future he could make those who attempted to take his life regret that he survived. No matter how long his meditation lasted, no visible effects appeared. Perhaps it was still a consequence of the poison. There was a strange sensation in the body, but for now he decided to deal with his thirst, which was preventing him from concentrating. Strangely, there was even a fountain here with water suitable for drinking. He approached it and decided to wash his face as well. Then he pulled off his hood and in a moment saw his reflection in the water's surface. His face was not at all the face of that very Chachuk. He even thought it was some kind of tricksterying to confuse the water's surface. No matter what he did, nothing helped. This vision did not recede. His face no longer belonged to him. Before him was an unknown man. It was even difficult to understand whether he was a man or a woman because of his pretty face. This thought frightened him, so he immediately checked his assumptions. Looking at himself without clothes, he realized that he was still a man. Calming down, he finally understood he was in the wrong body, and also his inner energy was too impure. He did not feel any trace of his own art, and he was curious whose body he had taken. However, no matter how much he thought, he realized he would not get an answer now. Although he considered himself balanced, he was still a skilled martial arts master and had never been in such a state of confusion. But he understood he definitely needed to pull himself together. Even if the energy in his body was corrupt, there was still some energy in his body. Moreover, since he was not shaken, the mind had entered the body of someone who was currently undergoing solitary practice. So he decided to look for a clue. For this, he began to wander around the cave, rummaging in search of some traces. Finally, he found the first drawing on the walls. Later, he noticed many other images on the walls with various combat techniques. It seemed these drawings were carved more than a century ago, yet he could still make out what was depicted there. They showed the art that the owner of this body had learned. Seeing it, Yan Chachak understood it was truly a vicious and strange technique. The fighter did not know who invented this technique, but decided to repeat the movements he saw. First, he assumed that this art belonged to Dharma. However, soon I realized it was too vicious for this teaching. Yet despite its dark nature, throughout his life the traveler had never encountered such a magnificent martial art. Next, the master came across a plaque, Death Rebirth. It indicated that a mortal could become stronger only by knowing danger. This was a message the owner of the body left at the end. Probably that poor soul fell dead from an excess of internal energy. Releasing life flows through the wrong channels of the body. The young heir of the clan needed to go to the source, take it under control before the energy took root in the body. Training only by the images, the talented warrior interpreted everything relying solely on common sense. The previous owner was mistaken. This art sought the destruction of all existence. Even though it was a corrupt doctrine, it truly deserved to be called the art that challenges the heavens. The boy tried to test the energy in his new body. It simply overflowed the vessels. It seemed that the chi was already ready to break free from the flesh and seep through the clothes. Eventually, Yan focused on continuing the training until the number of grains eaten began to decrease. Then the martial arts master realized that probably at least several years of his diligent training had passed. During this time, the gifted student managed to learn absolutely everything that was carved on the rocks. Unfortunately, the drawings ended at the pose of the 10th star, so the clan heir could not fully master this mysterious art. However, having studied all these writings, Chachak had already surpassed the power of his past life. He reached an irreversible transition to a new stage. Moreover, the fighter gained energy equivalent to 240 years of practice. Imprisonment in this place became a truly useful gift for the exile. The student understood that for such gifts he must express his respect. A grateful follower of the doctrine bowed to the writings for the wisdom they conveyed and promised not to stray from the path of justice with this knowledge. Recalling his father, the heir remembered. He ruled the world of Murim but was confident he could have achieved even more. The same could be said by the talented fighter about the art of the elder monks. But this unknown art is something the great warrior could not grasp, having devoted his entire past life to exercises. So Chachak promised to serve the one who created this art hundreds of years ago as his only true master. As a person who walks the path of justice, even if the heavens tremble and the earth parts, the young lord's decision will never change. The master gave his oath, and with that, all her promises ended, as did the gratitude. Therefore, the heir of the great clan turned around and headed for the exit. There was still no hint that anyone was going to open this door. So the determined warrior decided to settle everything himself. The young master gathered internal energy for a devastating strike. He no longer had reasons to stay in the place of confinement. His current power made him almost invincible. Even if one of the 10 strongest Murim practitioners stood in his way, the outcome of the battle would be unequivocal. Eventually, the talented fighter's guesses were confirmed, and he managed to break the restraining doors. Soon after many years of imprisonment, Chachak saw the first sunlight. Obviously, it blinded him after long years of meditation, but soon the freed prisoner felt true pleasure from the fresh air and the sounds of flying birds nearby. The student of ancient art also noticed the man. Approaching the sleeper, the freed prisoner woke him up to ask a question. But as soon as the lone stranger saw him, the sleep vanished as if by a hand. Frightened, he looked around at the man before him and screamed. Seeing such a reaction, Chachak even suspected that the man was mute. To the heir of the clan, it seemed an incredible misfortune. The very first person encountered could not even help. In the end, the fighter decided to find out after all whether the man could speak. And he, crying, fell to his knees, asking forgiveness for his unforgivable sin and pleading earnestly for mercy. The master concluded that the stranger had taken him for a bandit, because the exile really looked no better after a long imprisonment. Therefore, he asked the frightened man to calm down, but the latter apparently decided Chachak was going to drive him into the corridors of 10,000 demons. Banging his forehead on the ground in a bow, he begged, better kill him. Calming the trembling stranger, Yan Chachak made it clear that he should not behave that way. But even the master's grasp on the shoulder turned out to be so strong that the poor man fainted. Chachak was amazed at how timidly this person behaved. He would have to leave the traveler he met because the warrior had to go further. Soon the heir was already making his way through the bamboo forest. Still, he froze in amazement, seeing the city spread out before him. To begin with, the martial arts master proceeded further along the paved road. As the traveler came across, warriors looked at him suspiciously. Yan immediately felt that a very strong energy was coming from them. It was surprising that such powerful guards held the entrance. Chachak was eager to find out what kind of place this was. But at that very moment, two of them moved towards him, approaching. Great warrior understood that most likely he would have to fight. Contrary to expectations, the guards as one bowed, greeting the young master. They congratulated Yan on completing his studies, and at that very moment the air froze in confusion. He could not believe that he had become the ruler of these people. After that, the master, looking around in amazement, caught sight of a plaque that gave understanding about the cult. He had fallen into the Gwamyeong cult. Not just fallen, and he became its leader. It was a place hidden among many centuries-old and majestic mountains, a place that cannot be simply left once you step onto its territory. Outsiders called it the demonic cult, and the warriors who showed respect called Yan the young lord. The heir of the clan found it an incredible paradox that the son of the head of the Murim Union, who was supposed to strive for justice, had now become the young lord of the demonic cult. Despite the warriors, the puzzled master moved closer to the cult's abode. The realization that the techniques he studied in the cave belonged to sworn enemies made his heart beat faster. Guards immediately decided to ask the master, who had just returned, whether he had mastered the supreme art of the Lord of Demons. This further stunned the talented warrior, because it was not just the enemy's technique. He was studying the technique of the Lord of Demons himself. Moreover, it was the same man whom Chachak mourned and swore to serve as a true master. The shocked heir could not believe that this person belonged to the demonic cult. Grabbing one of his soldiers, the confused warrior tearfully explained that this could not be true. In a moment after the shock, he lost consciousness, never coming to terms with having mastered the art of the enemy clan. Moreover, after rebirth, he found himself in the body of a young nobleman of the enemies. A little later, the talented master had already come to in an unknown room. He was dressed in clean clothes. Looking around, Yan saw the luxurious decoration of the room. The warrior, still cautious from youth, decided that it was all just a dream, so he went to wash up. However, after washing his face with cool water, he fully woke up and decided to look for a mirror. And the reflection the heir saw proved it was not a dream. Falling into the water to drown in despair, the lost traveler wanted to find out why he had received such punishment. The story is transferred to the 7 palaces of the cult of men, specifically to the Eastern Palace. There, the princess of the Dark Palace, the second daughter of Dan Chonghak, named Dan Yenhua, sat very nervously and worried incessantly. The maid asked the lady to calm down, but she did not understand how she could keep her composure when that arrogant scoundrel had returned. It had already been 3 years since he left, and the young beauty did not understand why he decided to come back. He actually wanted that insolent youth to perish there. The faithful servant asked Dan Yenhua not to speak of such things because someone might hear. The fiery princess sighed indifferently. She really wished the insolent one would simply disappear from her life. The maid, however, knew the proud mistress was to become his future wife, so she should not speak like that. The old nanny was even glad that the boy had returned and that her ward would not end her life alone. And then Dan Yenhua remembered that her future husband had gone to study the higher art of demons, something even the leader could not master. She also heard how he cried and fell into darkness. The maid asked the willful heiress to try to understand the man, despite other rumors. However, the rebellious girl believed that the scoundrel gave her no reason for sympathy. He simply used his status as a young master to amuse himself with other women. Despite everything, the faithful nanny reminded her how handsome he was. He even thought that Dan Yeva could forgive him everything, looking at such a face. The princess herself could not believe that she thought exactly the same a couple of years ago. Her naive fantasies were dispelled during the very first meeting. And she, still very young, sneaked in to meet the boy. He was sitting alone in his gazebo and apparently was pondering something. And the embarrassed lady decided to approach him. She bowed in a bow and introduced herself. The man, upon learning that she was his fiancée, sarcastically said she looked not as bad as he had suspected. After that, the cheeky young man demanded that the girl massage his feet. He looked at him in complete astonishment. Then the man realized his proposal might have disappointed the beauty. But he asked her not to worry, saying he would massage her in return, and decided to unite their bodies. The one who spoke such obscenities at that moment, he was 15 years old and she was only 14. So now the proud princess considered that his intention to master the higher art of the Lord of Demons was just a joke. Because many masters gave their own lives trying to master it, she even wanted to clap when he left. And his warriors hated their lord so much that even if he died, they still would not have stopped. If the brat had sworn to master the art, he would have had to part with life if he failed. And she did not understand why the carefree boy fell out of the cave in tears after 3 years. Dan Yevu, who was also called the Only Flower, did not understand why she should marry such a fool, thinking it better to die right now. One gray-haired nanny understood. It was a long time for the girl to move to another palace, yet she still hoped that these 3 years had changed the young master. But the willful beauty could not believe this and accept her fate. Somewhere at this time, the main hero himself was sitting in the small palace. He was very thoughtful as always. 4 days had passed since he regained consciousness, and only a few people had come to visit the warrior. But during this time, he did manage to learn something. The owner of this body was the small head of the cult named Chinso. The behavior of his predecessor was not the best as Yan Chachuk himself would have said. The previous owner was simply restless. The locals called him the petty lustful spirit. He was madly drawn to entertainments with women, and he also used his status to remain unpunished. To act like a petty evil spirit is the most accurate phrase to describe the former owner. Yan Chachuk hardly hoped for much since it was a demonic cult, but on second thought, he got the worst version of reincarnation. The heir could not understand why Hanso remained untouched despite all the lawlessness he committed. His father was the head of the demonic cult, one of those higher beings who surpassed even the 10 great masters of the earth. His name was Demon Ma Tepian. The heir did not know whether to be happy or not. The strongest man on earth was his current father. Thirdly, the confused warrior learned that he was the only son of the head. And having such a high status, the previous owner was just an empty shell. It is unknown whether Hanso was indifferent to everything or simply a fool, but he lived his whole life without putting in a drop of effort. Although the former owner of the body studied martial techniques, he was not strong in them, and his social skills could hardly be called anything but worthless. The small palace was the only thing he had. During the conversation of the maids passing by, Yan Chachuk only barely smiled. The girls believed that since the young master failed to fully master the higher art of the Lord of Demons, then the head would not leave him alone when he returned, and they assumed it would be better if someone else became the next small head. Soon they fell silent, worried that someone might hear them, but the skilled martial arts master had already heard enough. But he shouldn't blame these girls too much. These words should have been heard by the owner of this body. They thought that Chinso was a kite without a string, and that perfectly described him. The talented warrior understood. Even if the former owner had not been ruined by an excess of chi, he still would not have had long to live. Now, looking at himself, he understood this fate could catch up with him too. The only thing that supported hope at this moment, the boy was only 19 years old, and only 3 years had passed since the death of Yang Chachuk. Puzzled heir even thought about fleeing to the Murim alliance. But he understood, unlikely. One only had to look at him, and hardly anyone would dare to greet him. It would be extremely strange to manage to preserve one's own life story. After all, the martial arts master no longer had the strength even to be angry. He simply spent his last days like a madman, trying to find a way out. For the umpteenth time, he decided to wash his face to pull himself together. The talented warrior understood that it was not at all fitting for him to worry about what had already happened. Now he simply had to accept the new story, and that from now on he was called Ma Chinso. He did not care how the previous owner lived, because he would live his own way as his own heart would tell him. But at that very moment, the conditional figure of the owner of this body suggested to the young heir to try. He reminded that he still remained in the demonic cult, and he was the young lord of this cult. Hanso was curious how long Yan Chachuk could hold out in this place if he did not follow its rules. The ghost decided to allow him to do whatever he wanted and just watch him. At that moment, the dispelled nightmare, Danyewa, suddenly appeared. She opened the door. However, the frightened Yan Chachuk, looking at the beautiful guest, asked who she was. This even more upset the young beauty. He could not understand how the groom could forget the one he was engaged to. However, carefully looking at this girl, the talented warrior blushed from her unearthly beauty. He understood he probably should not have spoken so rudely while in this body, but it was hard to get rid of old habits. Therefore, the master, confused, repeated his question, making it a bit ruder, and this upset Danyewa even more. Chinso demanded explanations how he could forget her face. At that moment, the heir realized the owner of this body and this girl were well acquainted. This explained why she was able to enter the young master's chambers so easily. Analyzing her appearance, Chachuk saw the girl wore ordinary clothes and comfortable shoes. Since she was a young girl who could enter the small palace, he decided that she was probably his servant. The talented warrior admitted that he was deeply thoughtful. After that, he asked the girl to start her work. The beauty clearly did not understand what this arrogant youth was talking about at all. Yan Chachuk was struck that a simple servant questioned him so boldly, either not from a timid sort or simply foolish. He explained that she was wrong in her rudeness. Therefore, he ordered her to leave and go away. He reminded her that this was her job. The enraged princess lost her composure because Chingso had just called her a mere servant. The talented warrior himself did not understand what exactly he had done wrong. He knew that he should not treat people based solely on their work. However, he tried to behave as a true Chingso would. Therefore, the surprised heir calmly made the girl understand. He did not understand what his mistake was. As the master, he only asked the girl to fulfill her duties and decided to remind her she had no choice. However, turning around, he saw the beautiful stranger was already shedding bitter tears of offense. And Yan Chachak thought that maybe he had been too harsh. But he did not have time to say anything. Dan Yewa turned around and left. Moreover, she loudly and demonstratively slammed the door. The girl considered Chingso a scoundrel and did not understand how she would have to marry someone like him. He was certain it was better to die than to live such a life. The young master still did not understand his mistake. He only thought that the servants of the demonic cult were also too impulsive. He even thought that he had let her go too easily. Perhaps he should have given a specific order. But suddenly he forgot about this situation and decided to first clarify all the circumstances. After all, the talented warrior went out into the street to look around. He realized that, judging by everything, Hanso was almost the only one living in this entire small palace. Yan Chachak set out to search for the servants and finally came across one of the rooms. There was a man who was surprised. He did not expect to see the young master so early. He introduced himself as Yultak. He served at the court of the small palace. Yan Chachak understood that he was Hanso's servant and the only person who had visited him in the last 4 days. Now only the two of them lived in this den. Yultak was surprised that today the master called him by name, suspecting his memories had begun to return. Yultak admitted that he was very worried about Hanso, because when the young master returned, he looked gloomy. Perhaps he still lacked negative energy. Therefore, the helpful servant even suggested to the boy to book a place in a brothel. Yan Chachak, seeing such behavior, understood trash always attracts trash, but he was still shocked that Yultak could be so depraved. He asked the man to stop talking such nonsense. The talented warrior wanted to ask him a few questions because his memory had not yet fully returned. Stunned by such behavior of the nobility, Yultak frowned. After that, I even placed my hand on the young heir's head, trying to find out if he had a fever. However, no elevated temperature was detected. The loyal servant was simply amazed that Chinso spoke as if he were a person from a traditional cult. This greatly frightened the talented master because he realized his lie could be exposed. Therefore, Chachak immediately began to protest. This was complete nonsense. But he was still surprised that Yultak noticed it so quickly. He did not know what to do or whether he should kill the faithful servant. And at that very moment, Yultak laughed, watching as the clan heir froze in surprise. He was actually amused that the gentleman had now decided to become a good guy. His behavior really was different from before. Eventually, Hanso gave him several slaps and then invited the young master to his dwelling to answer his questions, despite his busyness. The talented warrior did not understand how one could call a servant sleeping in broad daylight being busy. To these accusations, Yultak decided only to find out what exactly the man wanted to ask him. But Yan Chachak was more interested in the fact that Yultak, it turned out, cared for and grew flowers. The loyal servant decided maybe the master wanted to tease and provoke him again. However, he demanded that Hanso not touch the flowers. He was afraid that he would break them. Surprisingly, the young heir did not destroy them at all. He only marveled at how beautiful they were, as if nature itself was greeting him. This made Yultak realize that something was clearly wrong with the master. He even guessed perhaps he accidentally hit his head. And then the talented warrior became interested in how Hanso had spoken about flowers before. Trying to recall the words of the previous owner of the body, Yultak quoted Hanso's usual behavior: constant swearing and threats. Yan Chachak could not even believe it. Carefully observing the assistant's actions, the noble master understood that Hanso was one of the worst representatives of the cult. Although, as the servant noted, this was quite normal, the envoys of the demonic cult usually spoke very harshly. Then the heir of the clan decided to find out how the cult was generally organized. At that moment, his stomach loudly growled. Yultak, falling to the floor with laughter, suggested he have a snack and then start talking over the food. He reminded him of one of the restaurants where they served dishes made from meat with white garlic, pork cut into pieces and processed in a special way. After which they could eat a portion of rice soup with an egg yolk and corn. Enticed by these tempting descriptions, the battle-hungry warrior immediately pushed Yultak towards the exit. He ordered them to go have dinner, since the servant had described it so appetizingly. But he promised that this was the first and last time. When they reached the exit, Yultak remembered that the restaurant was closed today. So he suggested to Chinso to eat somewhere else. The reason was that today there would be a meeting of the cult heirs. All the children of significant clan representatives were supposed to gather there. He even advised the young lord not to enter there. This surprised the talented warrior. He had a completely different opinion on the matter. Later they went out to the street, where Yan Chachak was able to enjoy the wonderful weather. However, Yultek did not look as happy. He decided to ask the master again whether he really wanted to appear at the meeting and reminded him. He advised not to go there for no reason. But the young heir asked the servant not to worry and just to tell how the demonic cult was organized. As it turned out, the cult has 9 palaces. They are divided into 2 main palaces and 7 peripheral ones. The 2 Mayan palaces are the Guanmyeon Palace, where the head of the cult lived, and the small palace where Chingso settled. And the 7 peripheral palaces were additional resource forces, but Yultek reminded that they posed a threat to the Guanmyeon Palace. Yan Chachak did not understand why this happened, but the servant explained. It was all because of the absence of the head. This is why rumors spread about the need to elect a new head of the cult. The talented warrior understood. When Ma Tipyun disappeared, he left only one note, a request not to look for him. For wolves, it is quite natural to try to become kings of the territory when the leader is gone. But he reminded that the young master was still in place. Although Yultak's words were shocking, he continued to speak frankly. No one saw Chingso as the next head. He was incredibly weak, not smart, and his actions were disgraceful. There was nothing beautiful in him except his cute features. Even Yultak would not choose Chingso for the next head. After all, if any dog from the street were taken in his place, what would happen to the demonic cult? Everything would turn into a dog cult. Yan Chachak could not disagree with this, although it was uncomfortable to hear it from others. He even noticed that Yultak was terribly frank. Laughing, the loyal servant explained that others talked about this. He himself was a devoted servant of Hanso. And in any case, he had heard, the young heir could lose everything if he could not master the higher art of the Lord of Demons. Remembering this, Yan Chachak realized that he could not so easily renounce his own words, so he decided to continue considering the Lord his master. But he must not resort to these techniques without a real need. Moreover, the talented warrior decided to find out from Yultak how many people were part of the Mayan cults. Pretending to be a servant, he named the number 10,000 people. If you count ordinary followers and ardent fans on the Central Plains, the cult numbered millions of participants. It is no wonder that under such circumstances the emperor was flustered. Hanso had hardly seen the government persecute the Murim Union or the Defectors Association. They simply supported the Mayan cult and declared its members enemies of the country. Recalling this, Yan Chachak realized, no emperor ever declared any cult enemies whether it adhered to traditional teachings or not. Moreover, millions of followers equaled an entire small country. Suddenly, the clan heir understood that this was not just a group of martial arts masters. He guessed that the 7 palaces took on the role of 3 ministries and 6 ministers. The mute servant confirmed this. And if Yultek says that 2.5 years have passed since the day the leader disappeared, that time is enough to organize a rebellion. But the assistant judged otherwise. Not all palaces were on the same side. The more obedient and those who stayed within the cult could not ignore the instructions of the elders who stood above them in the hierarchy. Yan Chachak realized, it turns out, 2 palaces, 7 outsider palaces, and the Council of Elders tries to maintain balance between them, and the right to choose the next leader is divided among all. And Yultek explained that for this reason they waited for the Heaven Festival of the cult, which is held once every 2 years. But the appearance of the heir in the place of the head could have turned everything upside down. Yet Yan Chachak never understood why only 2 remained in the small palace and where the rest had disappeared. But as it turned out, the previous owner himself took and threw them out the door, some because of their ugly appearance and others because of too many questions, and they will never return even if Hanso were to beg. The talented warrior did not understand how the former master could have been so short-sighted. Now he understood more. Many of those who sought to become rulers were everywhere. The situation at that moment looked peaceful, everything was balanced, but this balance was dangerous. If suddenly something tips the scales, a great war will begin, and after that the spears might be directed at the Central Plains. The servant reminded Hanso will gain nothing in the union, but the determined heir demanded to be taken to the meeting. Yan Chachak perfectly understood that the servant was worried he would be looked down upon, but the talented master was glad that this man at least had a soft spot for his master. Yet the young warrior was always taught to face troubles head-on, think concisely, and act quickly. If he got stuck in a dead end, only one thing remained: to change direction or destroy all barriers. And he will do this not as a cult member, but as a person who walks the path of justice. And Yan Chachuk also understood. He and the rest of the court members were probably about the same age, so there was really no reason to expect problems. Yultek tried to explain that everything was not as the Lord thought. But the young leader understood. Now that he had left his palace, he had to finish what he had started. Somewhere around this time, the events shift to the restaurant Myeonchun. The gathered people did not understand why they were not allowed to enter and have lunch at the establishment, but they were driven away, being told that all the tables were occupied. Everyone grumbled discontentedly. They could see that there were free seats, but the guard reminded them that these seats had been reserved. Eventually, acquaintances suggested to the men not to quarrel. After all, this restaurant was under the control of the palaces. Even the security was staffed by strong martial arts masters, and for rude words one could lose their head. At that moment, the security greeted Fortune of the East, the second son of the Poisonous Palace, leader of the Venom Squadron. Bowing, the guard opened the door for the man, and it became clear to everyone that today was the day of choosing the heir of the cult. After that, all influential figures began to gather at the walls of the restaurant, and the chefs tried in every way to please their honored guests with culinary tricks. At that moment, the second daughter of the Palace of Swords appeared, Ice Flower, Dan Yewa. Everyone immediately whispered, for this young beauty was the most beautiful among all cults and associations. No one understood what she had forgotten here, as such events were alien to her. But at that very moment, the girl herself appeared, and with her regal step she drew the gaze of many. Men understood the rumors were not lying, and she really was beautiful. In fact, Dan Yewa came here understanding that the young master was not the only man in the cult. Therefore, she decided to break off this marriage. She could not allow herself to be engaged to someone like Chung So. However, the proud beauty, looking at the men in the hall, was impressed. One had a face that was too elongated. Second simply looked like some kind of monster. And the third made her feel uncomfortable. So she decided to go up to the second floor and stay there. There, the princess noticed men talking at a table. The first suitor immediately stood up upon noticing the Ice Flower. Predicting that she had come to meet the heirs, he explained, today they are celebrating the great day of heir selection, and those who did not appear will soon regret it. The second son of the head of the trading house even suggested that luck might smile upon him tonight in the face of the beautiful Dan Yewa. The proud beauty, ignoring his words, simply sat at the neighboring table. The embarrassed young man was still trying to court the girl, not sparing compliments. The refined beauty clearly saw this flattering suitor was just trying to please her. At least this seeker of favor looked the most prestigious of all. It was a gathering of cult heirs, but she saw neither representatives from foreign palaces nor anyone from the Council of Elders. Anyeva hoped that at least Yuljin would eventually appear. At the same time, the confident Goldfinch decided to find out what brought the Icy Flower to them. He also smugly assumed that Dan Yewa suspected he would be here too, so she simply wanted to meet. These words simply wounded the proud princess. Understood. This pompous dandy clearly does not bother to think before saying something. Besides, she did not understand why he looked as if he were a predatory shark that had scented prey. She felt uncomfortable next to him, so she just wanted to slip away unnoticed. And at that very moment, the arrival of the only son of the cult leader Chung So, head of the small palace, was solemnly announced. The refined audience was stunned. No one expected him to appear on that very day. People, as if frozen with amazement, did not understand how this insolent scoundrel dared to appear here. Turning back 10 minutes to when they arrived at the restaurant, Yultek became very nervous. He explained to the young gentleman that no matter how you twist it, there is nothing good in this parish. The confused servant suggested Ch Hansu turn back and begged him to turn around. But instead, the determined heir only pushed him closer right to the entrance of the restaurant. In a moment, Yultek was already standing next to the guard. He immediately recognized him. True servant only smiled awkwardly. Vigilant guard assumed that the boy had come to the meeting. However, Yultek hastily explained that this was not the case, and then pointed to the young man standing behind his back. At that moment, when the guard looked at Ch Hanso, his face distorted with fear. Now everyone was recoiling, not understanding that he had come again to cause unpredictable brazen chaos. Many even decided to disperse. They were afraid to have contact with him. Looking at this, the talented master immediately realized. Usually people avoided the demonic cult, considering them all mad. But this idea was formed only because of the behavior of the previous body owner. When Ch Hanso entered the building, everyone immediately stood up from the table to formally greet the young leader. At that moment, Yang Chachak noticed how the girl already familiar to him hurriedly disappeared from sight. He asked Yultek to stay inside while he himself went after her. He saw how the beauty hurriedly disappeared, managing to curse everything in the world, and could not understand at all what the hell Hanso was doing here. He was worried that maybe he had come for her. At that very moment, the young master was already nearby. And she, out of surprise, tried to hit because of such a sudden appearance and fear. But as soon as Dan Yewa lost her balance, the ground almost gave way beneath her feet. She was saved only by Hanso, who ran up in time. Yang Chachak still did not understand the truth. He decided that it did not matter who he was dealing with, a lively boy or a maid here. Absolutely everyone had mastered at least some martial arts. Moreover, the talented warrior realized this person was clearly a very unpredictable girl. But as soon as she assessed the situation, she immediately understood. The boy was still holding her in his arms. Therefore, Vlasno demanded that the impudent one let her go as soon as possible. Even Hanso himself understood that he had been holding the girl's waist for too long, unacceptable, so he let her go. But in the end, Dan Yewa simply fell to the ground. The upset beauty decided that Hanso had completely gone mad after all. He had so rudely taken and thrown her out of his arms. But he calmly explained that he did it by accident. She herself should have understood that. He thought she would fall but still let go of her hand. He decided it would be very rude of him to hold her by the waist for so long. He wanted to do the right thing. At that moment, he noticed that the girl was looking at her injured hand. The young heir immediately dropped to his knees, trying to check if she was all right. But having come to her senses, he thought that perhaps he had been too polite again, so he offered to help her stand up. Jan Chachak explained that if she still wanted to be his servant, she had to take care of her hands, with which she cleaned his room. However, the proud princess thought that he had completely lost his mind. Then the talented master realized, even for the demonic cult, her sharpness in speech was like a wild cat. He needed to try to correct this behavior, otherwise it would be hard for her to survive in such a dangerous place. He explained that she could say whatever she wanted, but despite such a contradictory nature, she could cause trouble anywhere she went. Although he did not object if she behaved like that in the small palace, he asked her not to do it anymore and believed that she should not throw tantrums in such places. The insightful heir understood, this world is a demonic cult shrouded in darkness. Though if the girl stayed in the small palace, at least he could protect her. However, Danyeva felt offended and declared that the young man should worry not about her at all, as if he did not understand what meeting was taking place this evening. But he knew perfectly well, it was a gathering of heirs. Then the proud beauty reminded him that if he did not want to bring even more trouble, he should return to his small palace or just disappear somewhere. But the fearless warrior understood, if a man constantly runs away from problems, he is unlikely to be able to complete any task. He asked Danyeva not to worry about him. These words made her embarrassed. She began to insist fervently that she was not worried about him at all. But the attentive master saw the opposite and explained, everything was fine, she could return home. Obviously, this hit the impulsive beauty even harder, shouted loudly and left. Watching her go, he did not understand. Does this servant always show her emotions so inconsistently, or did she simply lack experience? He was also curious if she was okay, and he hoped that the mysterious girl was not too upset because of him. Moreover, the beauty remembered her brother and promised that she would definitely return to him. As soon as the confused Danyeva couldn't understand why Chung So was speaking and behaving as if he had become a model person. Surely this unbearable, impudent person definitely hit his head. At that moment, she became even more confused when she realized that she really seemed to care about him. Remembering his noble face, she even felt ashamed of her harsh thoughts and words. Trying to dispel this delusion, the proud princess reminded herself that she actually terribly hated this arrogant boy. However, glancing back at the restaurant, she became curious, why did he still go there? It became obvious Chung So probably had something planned. Meanwhile, the young heir returned to his assistant and explained with a clever excuse that he had stepped away to the restroom. Yultek was clearly displeased that the master left so abruptly, leaving him alone, but the talented master, patting him on the shoulder, decided to move on. Very soon, Yan Chachak again saw the same people sitting at the tables. They had already heard that the boy had been to the corridor of 10,000 demons. They were curious whether he had achieved anything in the study of martial arts. One of the guests looked surprised that the master decided to visit such a modest place, but smiling slyly, he explained, if he came for women, then a brothel in the slums would suit him better. Furious beyond measure, the loyal Yultak ordered the impudent man to keep his tongue behind his teeth. But with this poisonous remark, he directly reminded him, the servant still clings to a tattered lifebuoy. That is exactly why his family abandoned him. He couldn't understand how Yultek was not ashamed to disgrace himself in front of strangers. This angered the devoted servant even more. However, he understood he could not argue with such influential persons. But the young heir, innocent of any fault, calmly sat down in a free seat at the table. After which he looked at the dish and realized this was exactly what Yultek had so appetizingly described. It really looked flawless. Its shine pleased the eyes. The devoted servant looked at Chingso with obvious incomprehension. Because of this, the talented warrior decided that maybe he had interrupted someone else's conversation and asked him to continue. Meanwhile, the very same heir was enjoying the exquisite taste of the dish. At that moment, the unpleasant bully did not even know how to react to such a change in behavior. But he sarcastically teased, explained that they clearly needed a doctor, and even advised calling a doctor. Hanso clearly did not understand what it was about, and the bully decided maybe he had indeed spoiled the young master's mood, because such a modest and decent man would hardly say something like that. To Hanso, this Chang Amu simply looked like an arrogant fool. Addressing Yultek, the young heir decided to find out who this man was. The servant introduced him and explained that he was the son of the head of the trading house, although no better than a courtyard dog. Then the observant warrior realized, if this snob was from an important palace, he had to greet him properly. So he, laughing only, sarcastically expressed surprise that even dogs are fed in the restaurant. Obviously, this seriously upset Chang Amu. Later, he even broke the chair he was sitting on from the furious anger raging inside. Zadira was struck by the fact that the young lord did not know what tactfulness was, or had simply completely lost his mind. He recalled that since Chinso went into the cave to master martial arts, many things had changed, and he could not be sure that he could behave the same way here. Yan Chachuk understood that he was right. The former Chinso was hot-tempered and always relied on his father, and now he did not even have that strong support. The fact that this arrogant guy behaved like a provocateur indicated he had prepared in advance for the meeting with him. To begin with, the talented master decided to find out from his assistant what the strength of his current influence was. He asked him to tell everything down to the smallest details. Yultek explained, if we talk about strict rank, Chinso held the second most important position in the cult, and within reason could personally punish others on the spot. He also had the right to use the armed forces of the small palace. From the explanation, the heir realized that he sat in a position between the highest fate and the emperor, but he could not, for example, order someone to be beheaded. Only the emperor had that right. From Yultek's explanations, he understood he had the authority to calmly and without unnecessary movements punish this insolent bully. And the loyal servant reminded him, if the young lord intended to kill the insolent one right on the spot, he would get a lot of problems. But Yan Chachuk explained that he did not intend to kill him, only punish him for insolence. Yultek also believed that such a fool deserved to be dealt with, especially one who had such a big mouth, resembling a hippopotamus's jaw, and wide bulging eyes like a fish. Pulling himself together after anger, Chan Amu decided to punish this bad creature and grabbed the cup of wine. Analyzing the throw, the perceptive descendant immediately realized, judging by the tension in the opponent's muscles and the angle of his arm, he was going to throw the cup to the left of him to scare him. That is, he does not want to seriously harm because he will have to answer for it. So the young master caught Yultek in time, after which the projectile hit the unfortunate servant right in the stomach. The assistant immediately grimaced from sharp pain. This greatly frightened the instigator himself. Yan Chachuk, watching how the devoted servant sprawled on the table, calmly addressed Chan Amu. He decided to find out if the trading palace really intended to bite him. The talented warrior explained that he had just tried to kill him. If his servant had not shielded him with his body, he would definitely have died. Moreover, he even suspected that Chan Amu dared to aim at his honorable place as the young master. He began to hysterically shout that all this was complete nonsense and that it was just a drinking cup. But at that very moment, the cunning heir challenged his words. Addressing his assistant, he decided to theatrically find out how the boy was feeling. Surely, he was in terrible pain. These words made Chang Amu understand that the assistant seemed to be on the brink of death. The evidence was more than enough. Yan Chachuk decided to threaten. He would call and inform the council of elders about this outrageous event, or maybe it would be better for him to visit the head of the trading house right away. Seeing Chang Amu's frightened face, the insightful heir recalled an important truth. Children from prestigious palaces fear not so much the wrath of power as the judgment of society, and especially the displeasure of their high-ranking parents. Yan Chachuk did not know how that former uneducated young lord would react to this situation, but the talented warrior himself was completely different. He turned to the people behind the factory manager to find out if they were in cahoots with Chang Amo, but they immediately disowned their comrade and hastily explained that they had just come to have dinner. And the cunning master mercifully let the boys go, and they immediately wanted to disappear. Addressing the trembling Chang Amo, the clan heir coldly explained, he should not have stood like a pillar if he wanted to kill him, he should have done it more decisively and quickly because this was his last chance. Moreover, he even sarcastically wished luck and success to the second son of the head of the trading house if he dared to try again. At that moment, the weakest bully turned pale and began to draw his blade. However, Chinso was not scared at all, he only stared intently at him with his penetrating gaze. Chang Amo, finally frightened, immediately bowed deeply and began to desperately beg for forgiveness. It seemed he understood that he had clearly crossed a dangerous line. But the noble warrior recalled an old grievance inflicted earlier and made it clear that such superficial apologies were clearly insufficient. Chan Amo continued to defend himself and insisted that everything happened because Yultak used himself as a human shield. But the enraged Yan Chachuk made it clear, the enemy will not be able to hide behind his father's name, he didn't even need to try. Even if thousands of people stood before him, the time would come when his blood and tears would turn into daggers piercing his own corrupt heart. He reminded that this would be his retribution. Chan Amo, finally broken, fell to his knees and begged for mercy, admitting a grave sin and pleaded not to go to his father. Yet the majestic Chinso ordered him to be silent and immediately go to the head of the trading palace and to convey that the young heir would soon visit. Those present decided that the head of the small palace had just declared war on the trading palace. They believed that the young lord used his father's name more than anyone else. But Yan Chachuk's strategic plan was different, to visit each of the 7 palaces and the council of elders one by one. First on his path was one of the 7-sided palaces, the trading house. The head of the trading house was beside himself when his son told him about what had happened. Chan Amu believed that his father should not worry too much after all, the head of the small palace just wanted to scare them. But the wise father was convinced his short-sighted son did not understand what he had done. Chan Amu continued to argue that it was unlikely Ching So could oppose their influence and he could not understand why his father was so worried. But the enraged head ordered him to shut his insolent mouth, because no matter how low and stupid Ching So was, he still remained the ruler of the small palace. Pressed by his father's anger, Chan Amu began to apologize for this unfortunate mistake and explained that he hoped the young lord had lost his combat abilities due to overload. When he saw him, he realized a real tiger had approached him. The father did not want to listen to pitiful excuses and ordered his son to go to the corridors of the demon and not return until he himself allowed it. The boy considered this too harsh and reminded that he had already trained on his own. But the unyielding father insisted on his strict decision, seeking to punish the disobedient heir. When he was leaving, he ordered Chan Amu to also summon Jiang Buren to him. Resting, the experienced head of the trade faction recalled, it had been 2 years since the head of the Ma Tipyung cult disappeared. By decision of the Council of Elders of the 7-side palaces, it was decided to elect a new head at the upcoming festival. The sun was destined to rise during the festival in honor of the Festival of the Heavens. In any case, the young head of the small palace returned after completing his practice. If the issue of choosing a new cult head was not raised, the position would go to him. While his father was absent, the young lord held himself above everyone by his status, despite all his flaws. At that moment, the head of the small palace was like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. They needed more time to observe and take measures, but the restless Chan Amu had already stirred up a hornet's nest. At this moment, the majestic captain of the Golden Guard squad entered the chamber. Bowing in a most respectful manner, he politely asked for what reason the lord had summoned him. The head of the house wanted to know the opinion of his loyal officer. Did the young heir of the small palace really do this, understanding their current political situation? But the experienced fighter, recalling the past, noted, Ch. Hanso had always been a man of capricious nature. It was hard to imagine that he was capable of pursuing such cunning motives. The head of the trade union still found it strange that the young lord managed so easily with his son, and hardly would his descendants seriously call this ignoramus a tiger. Yet the insightful assistant believed the young Lord Chang Amu was known for his love of exaggerations. The young head of the small palace was an ordinary martial arts master and not very successful in his displays. Even if he was not weak, he was not worth worrying about so much. Moreover, the loyal advisor added that he considered this situation a timely opportunity. The head seemed not to understand what his subordinate was hinting at. Still, the latter explained about the open, wonderful opportunity. The lord, confused, did not understand where the assistant got such an optimistic conclusion. The cunning strategist explained, since all other forces are equal, the young Lord Hanso is the decisive grain on the scales. Either he will be on their side or they will be forced to remove him. This was the threshold that would shift the entire political situation. But the cautious head understood. In these troubled times, accusations of conspiracy against the heir could destroy them all. If someone from other rival palaces kills Hanso, they could blame the competitors and those would meet their merciless death. That is why the far-sighted assistant considered this a unique chance. The head of the small palace was impulsive and swift in decisions. If he is well received and generously rewarded, they could earn his valuable trust. The experienced head realized his cunning assistant probably wanted to defend the young lord, believing that this way they would win his favor. This means that the trading house could actually control the cult, influencing Chungso. The leader was comforted by such a strategic proposal from the assistant. They really could control the clan until the real leader returned. After that, he ordered his loyal servant to bring the sacred sword of demonic flame. The servant, frightened by such a bold demand, reminded that it was one of the 5 divine treasures of the clan. The resolute leader understood relics would give them nothing. So he decided to go for the sacred blade himself, because to catch a big fish, they had to take the greatest and most tempting bait. At that time, Yang Chachuk calmly returned to the small palace, where he meditated serenely. He understood his enemies would surely perceive the troubles at the restaurant as an ill-considered move of a reckless young master and would spend time calculating his next actions. If he was destined to live the rest of his life in this body, then the noble warrior would be better off taking the helm of the demonic cult himself and bringing long-awaited peace to the Central Plains. Therefore, the trading palace looked like the perfect first target. Economic support was needed to implement grand plans. The only problem for the talented master was that he lacked strength. He could not topple the mountain alone, so he had to find loyal people who did not belong to any army. The only warrior under the roof of the small palace was the devoted Yultek. At that moment, the frightened servant rushed into the master's room, not understanding how he could sleep so carelessly after everything that had happened. When the heir explained that he was meditating, Yultek could not believe that the master engaged in such things and reminded him that now was not the best time for spiritual practices. After that, the loyal servant insistently warned that Chunso should quickly go to the trading house and explain that it was all just a joke, so that he would not get into serious trouble. But Yan Chachuk was unwavering in his intentions. Yultek warned, for such audacity, the young master could be thrown back into the corridors of 10,000 demons. But he reminded that Chan Amu had injured Yultek, and his master was used to taking care of his people. At first, the faithful assistant rejoiced at the changes in Chunso, but then recalled it was the young master himself who had put him in danger. But Yan Chachuk, despite his words, ordered the assistant to bring the records where the entire hierarchy of the cult was written. Yultek could not believe that Chunso was really asking him for hierarchical documents. He could get them, but did not understand why the young master urgently needed them. The latter explained that he needed to know whom to contact to fill the small palace with the people he needed, after which he demanded that Yultek take him to the library as soon as possible. The curious servant still wanted to know what his master was planning. He patiently explained that he wanted to fill the empty palace. There were as many as 11 unoccupied houses there, not counting Yultek's own residence. He thought that the palace was too empty, even though it was the place where the young lord lived, and Yultek himself was probably lonely and bored. But the servant could not believe that his master would want to engage in such a troublesome matter. He thought it was just a new way for Chunso to throw another tantrum. However, Yan Chachuk made it clear he would prefer the tantrum to be that of his enemies, not his own. Yultek warned the young master for the last time that it was not done so easily. And if influential people got involved, unforeseen troubles could begin near the small palace. 7 external palaces and the Council of Elders would not leave him in peace. It was too risky. After all the futile attempts to calm his master, he did not give up and asked to be reminded who he was. Yultek casually replied that it was not important at all. Yultek sincerely worried that his capricious master wanted to cause a commotion again, but he stubbornly repeated the question, "Who am I?" The despairing servant reminded Chunso that he had once been the head of the small palace. And then the resourceful heir decided to clarify, did he need any special status to make such decisions? Yultek himself realized his master could act independently within his authority, and smiling, Yan Chachuk ordered him to go for the documents. Then the caring Yultek asked the master to change clothes because they did not need to attract unnecessary attention in the city. He suggested wearing a black hat and clothes. Ch Hanso asked why specifically black, and the servant explained. This shade pleased him himself, and then admitted that he often wore similar outfits. Don't argue, the talented warrior put on black clothes. After that, looking at myself in the mirror, I realized that the outfit really looked elegant. Later they went to the market. Yan Chachuk assumed it was a night market. But Yultek explained that these were the very famous hundreds of thousands of great mountains he himself did not count, but there were indeed many peaks. Members of the cult lived only on a few of them. The Gwanmyong Palace and the small palace stood on the highest peak, Pike Salsa, greedily absorbing a good part of the sun's rays. Next are the Moon Peak, Flame Peak, Water Peak, Tree Peak, Steel Peak, and Earth Peak. On Pike Salsa there is everything except what is not there. The head of the cult is satisfied with everything necessary, but for the other palaces everything was much more colorful. Many had to climb to the top for goods in the evening, others at night, and still others in the morning. So the market operated constantly. One could say this trading district was around the clock. Yan Chachuk had no idea that those worshipped as a cult had to go through such difficulties. Probably it was very hard for them, especially for those who did not know martial arts. The heir even felt a spark of curiosity. Have you ever thought that these people might come down from the mountains to buy something in the valleys? But Yultek explained, if the cult members came down, they would be attacked by the Union of Renegades, the Muram Alliance, and the Emperor himself. They could not leave their shelter in the mountains. However, Chingso objected. This would happen because the demonic cult had repeatedly several times in history struck the Central Plains. But the wise Yultek explained, even if the cult members wanted to come down, the emperor had long considered the demonic cult his enemy without any solid justification. They were simply fighting to survive in this harsh world. However, the attentive Yan Chachuk felt that the actions of the cult members were too barbaric to be called mere self-defense. And Yultek objected, saying that the young lord should not speak like that. The whole world had already heard about the disgrace of the little lustful spirit. The servant was curious whose side he was on now. And then Yan Chachuk realized an important truth. Now that he had become the young master of the demonic cult, he really had to side with his new clan. He had forgotten about it, but now he remembered. The nickname that stuck to his new face created a serious problem. Even if he found potential supporters, hardly anyone would dare to follow such a scandalous figure. Meanwhile, within the walls of the library, a gray-haired man was diligently copying ancient manuscripts and creating new ones. After numerous ascents up endless stone stairs, they reached the place they were heading to. Yultek explained to his master that the library is a more interesting place for those who seek to learn the latest gossip. They are no less impressive than the Mystic Palace, he whispered, after which he opened the massive doors and invited the gentleman to enter. In the semi-darkness, they saw a gloomy, clearly dissatisfied gray-haired keeper of knowledge. Yultek politely inquired of the man if there was anything to see today, and the man only gloomily asked where they had come from. The servant did not answer directly, but thoughtfully noted that although there was light in the room, it was very dim and the old man could damage his eyesight if he continued to read under such conditions. At that moment, the librarian carefully looked first at Yultek himself, and then at the mysterious boy who had come with him. The keeper calmly stated that they were unlikely to find what they wanted to see. The young heir was surprised that the men were communicating with each other, as if speaking in code. And in a moment, the librarian unexpectedly closed the main hall and drove the visitors away. The servant was clearly outraged and could not understand why they were thrown out. He shouted that they had come from the Little Radiance, but even this code word did not help. At that time, the librarian opened a secret passage to the basement. There, illuminating the path with an ancient lantern, he descended into the deepest dungeons. Approaching the door, the man reported the arrival of guests from the small palace. He wanted to know how to deal with them. The unknown person behind the door was surprised that they had appeared in person. And the assistant explained that the young master tried to hide in dark clothes, but he failed to conceal his own beauty. That's how they recognized him. The elderly man heard this and put down the quill. He deeply pondered the reasons for the heir's arrival, assuming it was all because of the scandal that broke out in the restaurant. But the librarian noticed his aura was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, it is hard to understand what is going on in the mind of such a man. The unknown person was surprised that it was not someone from the Palace of Commerce or from other palaces who came to him. Moreover, it turned out that he came to take the lists of names. Not just any lists, but the lists of the records of the Mayan cult. This made the elder fall silent and think. Surprisingly, the boy was incredibly difficult to predict. However, this interested him, and he decided to meet the hero himself. The assistant warned anxiously, if this is not dangerous, then at least risky. The old man did not expect trouble from the one whom everyone around considered worthless. And the librarian was most worried that the young leader might recognize his master. The elder thought that this was even for the better. If the young lord turned out to be much more useful than the rumors suggested, he would use it to his advantage. He was curious. Before him would stand the head of the small palace on the verge of rotten death, or his reborn version. Finally, the librarian stood up to study the guests. The servant was outraged. The librarian understood everything from the very beginning, yet still drove him away. But he quickly fell silent as soon as they were led to an unknown basement. They descended to the place where Yultak had been for the first time. The young man was stunned. Such a place was hidden under the library. Finally approaching the door, the man explained that they had arrived. Yan Chachuk found himself in a room completely covered with portraits and some notes. The guests did not understand what it all meant. The gray-haired master in a wheelchair explained that these were the old man's modest works. Lowering himself, he greeted the young master. Ch. Hanso was surprised that he had not yet said anything, but he was already recognized. Yet the experienced master explained, with age he had learned such things. Then the young man decided to find out what had happened to the old man's body. He sadly explained that he could not stand on his own and apologized for greeting in that manner. However, Ch. Hanso was most amazed that the old master had made this chair himself, but the sage said it was a chair on wheels and there was nothing in his skills worthy of praise. The young guest thought otherwise. The old man had built an entire secret room hidden under the so-called library. And the man who called himself an old colleague and master was actually much more magnificent. The warrior was undoubtedly amazed by this. Moreover, he saw that the seemingly feeble man was an excellent artist. Looking around, Ch. Hanso realized, opposite him lay a list, and it was supposed to be a list of the most outstanding fighters of the Orthodox Murim Union connection, the Emperor's force. He had recorded every fighter who had reached the highest stage. The young man was curious about who this man of such a level was, something he could not comprehend. He even spotted on the walls a mysterious monk, 7 disciples, and even the cloud dragon of the void. On one of the portraits, he also recognized his father. Collective immediately realized that Ch. Hanso recognized someone. Although this surprised the elder, since on this side hung portraits of people from the Murim Union. But the hero did not respond. He understood that these were difficult matters to conduct them under the cover of the library. The boy wanted to know who that man was. The gray-haired sage only chuckled and explained that he was an old man who collects and spreads rumors. Ch. Hanso understood this was not something ordinary that an average old man could handle. If this were revealed, bloodshed would be inevitable, but as it turned out, that was exactly why the hermit was hiding here. But the guest was interested. If the old man possessed information and he decided to use it for evil, would he tell about it just as actively? He believed that the master, seasoned by years, should not engage in something like that merely for his own pleasure. Still, the elder was surprised that the young lord worried about the central plane, but he thought he would become an exceptionally good ruler. Yultak felt that the sage wished to die right now. Hardly anyone could talk so freely. But the elder understood he was hardly capable of fearing the loss of life when such things restrained him. Moreover, he understood if he died, no one would be able to escape. As proof, the door slammed shut behind them. Then Chingso noticed that the master's words sounded as if they wanted to kill him so that he would never get out of here. But the old man thought he was hardly capable of that. He only hoped the young warrior would listen to the voice of reason. And the brave guest reminded that he could pretend and return with a bunch of battle warriors to arrest him. But the elder understood, by that time he would no longer be here. Finally, tired of this empty chatter, Chingso decided to find out why the gray-haired sage had called him. After all, he could have simply invited him upstairs. The owner explained that they came alone, and he himself was curious to find out why the young lord needed this. It became obvious this old man was a master at reading people. Unconvincing lies would certainly solve nothing. Therefore, the young man stated that he wanted martial arts masters to live in the small palace. The old recluse, burdened by years, guessed why Chingso ended up in the restaurant, but it seemed he never found capable people there. However, he himself understood they already have cozy homes, so they do not need this. The young lord hoped to gather those who did not belong to any associations. This interested the elder, and he pondered his words, then realized Chungso wanted to strengthen his influence. But the young man explained that he actually just wanted to fill the empty rooms of his palace. At such words, the sage only laughed. Chungso had to perfectly understand what times these were now. He decided that the noble warrior even looked at these upheavals in society from above. That guest explained that he was already suffering indifferent whether he left or stayed in the palace. He had no reason to do nothing. The elder warned that such thoughts could lead him to death. Chungso had a completely different thought. After that, an awkward silence hung. In this silence, the young man decided to find out the name of that man. The host's surname was Tong, but this meant nothing to Chachuk. But soon the elder gave his name Yeagle, and this struck the boy to the depths of his soul. He remembered his past, which tied him to this person. Long ago, that man had offered Chachuk to leave everything in martial arts and go with him to an educational institution. But the young warrior asked the sage not to talk nonsense, but rather to give him the plan of the aquaculture of the Black Dragon. He had to finish the matter here, as the wolf was calling him. Laughing, the elder handed him a scroll and asked that Yang Chachuk, if possible, not kill anyone on his way. This person was from a secret union and was famous as unmatched in intellect. He was nicknamed the reincarnation of the first ancestor, a man who was briefly called the first brain of the central part of the world. After the publication of the White Book of the Secret Murim Union, he became the so-called mentor of Chachuk, the one who cared for him the most when he first joined the Murim Union. For a long time, the friends studied martial arts together. Then the young man noticed a scar on the master's arm. It was exactly the same as that man's. Chachuk could not believe it was this really his mentor. Moreover, he did not understand why that man was in the Millennial Library and in a secret room at that. He could not believe it was true, because if the sage was really that man, he should have been 40 years old. His body looked much older, and then it became clear to the elder the young master knew him. Now he was interested in whether Hanso was really the young master. To hint to the elder, he said that unnecessary questions could cost him his life. This was a phrase the sage once told him. It is unknown whether the old man took the hint, but he apologized for showing disrespect. Hanso decided to find out why the elder lived here. The elder explained no one knows where fate will take whom. He was here because his destiny led him exactly here. Yultek was amazed. The young lord knew this person. The hero pretended as if he could not know this. After all, they met here for the first time. Yultek did not find this strange after all. He saw this person with his own eyes for the first time. He seized the moment. The old man decided to ask Hanso something else. Why did he come here? He surely knew 7 foreign palaces were already watching him, the elders and the palace head. They even declared war on the trading court. The longer he stays here, the more problems arise. Hearing these words, Yan Chachuk understood. The only person who could sit here alone for a long time was definitely his mentor. But the boy explained he himself was watching Hanso's enemies, not they watching him. This made the old man grimace with a smirk. After that, the gray-haired sage tugged at a small ribbon and immediately showed Hanso's gaze a whole poster with portraits. It was a letter from their clan. The hero recognized it immediately. The elder explained that at first the sheet had only 2 words written about the young lord. These words were maniac and psycho and nothing more. Yultek, flashing with anger, wanted to immediately break all the old man's bones. How dare he joke like that in front of the young lord? And at that very moment, the master asked the boy to bring him water, preferably a bucket, because his throat was very dry. The boy snorted discontentedly, set off, until Hanso asked the elder to continue. At that moment, the wise hermit realized, after the visit of the noble warrior, he would have to change something. He began to cross out words on his portrait. He accidentally revealed what he thought. He knew everything about the young leader, but now he understood one cannot sit here for an eternity. He was told that Hanso was stupid and talentless, but he was smart. Although the youth was considered a psycho, before the mentor he appeared a true gentleman. This was obvious. If Hanso now thinks about why he mentioned betrayal in the 7-sided palaces, it was only to protect himself. And regarding the trading palace, it was not because he needed wealth and power. And he guessed the reason why he came here. The heir sought to take the place of the head of the cult, a place that belonged to his father. The young warrior only remained silent about these suspicions. The old man thought it was visible in his eyes this was the real reason why he came. At that moment, the young man could not hold back and smiled. But he explained if he becomes the leader, he will definitely burn this place down. But the sage understood, if Chingso intended to become the leader, he would need help, servants, advice from elders, or just one single old man. The young man believed that he did not need to worry about this. The elder knew perfectly well, having only a high status, Chingso could only dream about it. It was a vain hope, one that even a small pebble could extinguish. The heir became curious. If he shook the old man's hand, would he be able to reach the top? But he explained that in return he would demand 50. However, the young man objected that 50 would not be possible, and most likely he would have to handle everything himself. And the old man knew it would not be worth it. He was talking about harsh reality. The young man laughed and apologized to the old man. But he explained that he never intended to climb to the top. Though the experienced sage guessed, he came to him to save his own life. The young leader explained that the centuries-old mountain looks conquerable, but in reality it is just a small corner in the northwest. Even if you climb to the top, you will only be a tiger on the mountain. The young man wanted to completely rebuild the mountain and therefore the entire clan. The elder clearly did not expect such determination. He thought the boy was unlikely to hold on because this is not done by simply cutting down trees. And that was true. He was still going to climb to the top. Whether with the old man or without him, he saw no difference between the two. So it became obvious to the mentor, wise with years, Chingso is not insane, he is simply a dreamer. A person undoubtedly cannot change the terrain of the cult, because the cult worshipped magic with insignificant powers in martial arts. Still, the elder decided to help Yang Chachak, so he offered to allocate a share to him, and he took responsibility for the boy becoming the leader. It was better than falling into the hands of scoundrels. Victims could be spared. He will truly ease Chingso's path. All he needs to do is give up his rights and then he can live as he wishes. At that moment, the young warrior was seriously disappointed in the mentor. He himself had a great future, but he never took advantage of it. The old man wanted to become a regenta, temporary ruler. One thing troubled Jan Chachak: when and where had the spirit of his mentor gone? He realized if the sage forgot, then who is he? The young man will remind him. He did not understand why the old man was so sure that nothing would work out. And he swore that he would change the dynamics of the cult with his own hands, and he menacingly unleashed its power. And he explained that since the old man fights against empty desires and blocks his way, then he could strangle him with his own hands. And at that very moment, the gray hermit saw the art of the celestial devil in terror. Yan Chachak, unrelenting, reminded the man that he was confined only to this corner, which did not belong to any other place. At the same time, he pondered the world boldly and rudely. Then he broke down the door behind which the old man thought he had locked him in the room. And the wise mentor was seriously concerned and finally bowed down. He realized that Chingso had managed to gain the power of the cult leader, but he did not understand why the young man wanted to change the cult itself. After all, there was an opportunity to ascend to the throne. But the young lord believed that the current magical religion was like madness, where everyone pushes each other. They were created only to pour out pity. Even unable to free themselves, they just try to break the chain of evil. But the gray sage understood the master of the cult would not have said such a thing, because he himself had previously engaged in the same. Ch Hanso explained that for this, he sought to become the heir of the cult leader. At that moment, the old man suddenly laughed so loudly, as if in despair. He found it funny and amusing that the heir who received the heavenly power of the devil was changing this magic. Yang Chachak even thought that the man had lost his mind, or was simply tired of everything that was happening. But the old man asked to be given a chance to survive, so he began begging Chachak for mercy. He had one unfinished business. Still, the young warrior noticed these were the sage's personal problems. Yet the elderly mentor, with years behind him, promised that he would stand before Ch Hanso on his path, and although his body looked like that, he was confident he could give the young man a few truly useful pieces of advice. After that, the gray-bearded sage decided to find out from Ch Hanso whether he knew who the Haemon were. Of course, the heir knew it was a secret organization created by people from the lower classes. Because of this, they lacked solidarity, but in terms of gathering information, as is known, they excelled in their openness. Looking at this man, Yang Chachak did not understand how he was connected to this clan. But the elder showed his golden plaque and explained that he was a Haemonju of the 19th generation. This sign said a lot. The man was definitely not lying. He truly belonged to this organization. However, Chingso indicated that they were all deceived because they lived hiding on the mountain. The sage was certain it was he who quietly watched as the young man step by step gained the power of the heavenly demon. The young warrior understood this man was hinting that they must trust each other. He was curious about what exactly the old man wanted. The hermit asked Jingso to promise him only one thing. In Murem, there is a warrior Yeaglemun. He wanted the heir to later hand this man over to him. Pondering, Yang Chachuk realized, most likely this man had imprisoned his mentor in this very place. He was curious why his teacher had changed so much. What was the reason? If he had a knife under his heart, then most likely he had to be the most terrifying in the Murem Union. Keeping him alive was dangerous. But the elder understood it did not matter what Jingso thought now. It was a pity the plan had changed, but nothing would remain unchanged if the young man was the heir. The only thing the sage wanted to find out, did Jingso want him to be on his side? When the boy warned the old man, he would have to try hard. Yet the gray-haired mentor, seasoned by years, reminded, whoever Jingso was an engineer or a student first, they must be unified. If everything is moved incorrectly, the whole plan will break. Yang Chachuk reminded that the boy was already crazy anyway. He decided to find out, does the man need only this one? The sage explained that, although he was disabled, it would be better if Jingso himself brought him to him. However, the boy thought that this was too complicated for this faction, and the old man noticed the young lord fits Murem more than the demon cult. Then Jingso decided to find out what he should do first. The gray-haired sage asked to be lifted because he was extremely uncomfortable. Yan Chachuk smiled, understanding. His old man would not be silent even then, even if the old man died. After that, he carefully sat him back in the chair. Then the experienced mentor said that the current demon cult was no different from the active volcano. From the 7 palaces to the Council of Elders, they were stronger than ever before. Obviously, there were 2 candidates for the position of ruler of the mountain peak, so the appearance of the young lord became a variable for the cult. If the youth refuses the leader, the power will be taken by the underage heir, while the refusal of the head of the small palace will be a strong blow. The young warrior pondered this, and the old man could see that he was clearly dissatisfied with something. Usually Jingso called the union only the Mayang cult, but now he also thought of it as a demon cult. But it was obvious to Yan Chachuk, it was still too early to reveal his identity. Though ignoring the old man's words, he asked him to continue. The sage explained, even if the young lord has attained the power of the heavenly devil, the demonic spirit can be destroyed, but it cannot be possessed. The gray-haired elder handed him a box and explained that it was originally created to defeat the heart of the leader, but he decided to give it to Jingso. Inside was one of the doctrines, the secret of the cult's secretary. There are several copies of the originals. He asked the young man to trust him, and as soon as he opened the box, he realized there was a mask inside. About the roots of the cult's decline, it is said that the demonic god created an evil dragon, and the god sent a hero who killed the monster. It was the mask of that very hero. Although it is an ordinary mask, if you wear it you will find yourself surrounded by a sea of blood. Moreover, it is made so that no one recognizes the person. In the cult, it was used by 5 gods known from generation to generation as heavenly. They are scattered all over the world. Their exact locations are unknown. It is only known that one of them is here, and it is called the Holy Mask. The old man asked Jingso to descend as deep as he could. When the cult learns that he has tamed the power of the heavenly devil, 30 of the cult or even 50 will come to deal with it themselves. Exactly that much legitimacy was lost in the cult. Even thinking about the 50% Murem union, the leader was already torn apart. But if a monk and 108 Nahitanos meet in a closed place, it will be a battle where both sides lose and there is no way out. But in any case, he advised not to worry too much. Jingso had to convince half of the palaces and the Council of Elders even before the heir elections began. Then he would be able to easily reach the top. The young man had only 4 months for everything. He had to be careful and approach them one by one. The elder warned that there would be those who would get ahead of him. For example, the Huaqua Palace, where the power of information is great and Jingso is not powerful enough. And his reputation was not the best. He knew it himself. Everyone knew him only as a psycho. The old man asked Hanso to show his new self. The young man's strength had grown, and that meant danger threatened the people. They would continue to live under the unfounded pressure of the 7-sided palaces and the Council of Elders, and it only grew. The experienced mentor, having grown wiser over the years, understood this, so he was interested in how to help them. Gray Sage suggested Hanso go outside and look around, then he will see those who can change their lives with small things. Moreover, the elder promised the young master that he would act undercover and asked if he could carry out the plan. Hanso hesitated because he was not confident in his own abilities. However, he soon declared that he would do everything necessary. The old man understood Hanso wanted to increase his power. These people have unusual traits, but they walk around and from afar because they are unable to merge with others. However, the young man only reminded that the small palace rooms at home were empty. There were as many as 10 of them. But the old man recalled, earlier he had claimed there were 11 places. The hero explained that just one place had found its owner. The elder was surprised. Hanso offers such a spacious place like a small palace, and he did not understand how the old man could enjoy such luxury. After that, the gray-haired sage showed him another portrait, Iltesik, the man from whom Hanso decided to start. Hearing this name, Yultak, who appeared, recognized that young man and immediately understood that he was quite a bad person. He had everything good, but then he lost his wife and started drinking. That is why he had a bad reputation. Yultek also knew that in the leader's palace he was the head of the cult leader's security and a former creditor in the palace. Only he was just a cripple, needed by no one. At that moment, Hanso called Yultek after him, realizing that now he had a different goal. Thus he arrived at the Subin market. Here outside the market, under the waterfall, there is a valley where low-class people live. Those waters there resemble the tears of these people, that is why it was called Bairugal. Obviously, someone like this could come here, one who lost his fortune in gambling, one who became an alcoholic due to lack of family, one who had nowhere to go, or one who committed a serious crime or is in hiding. No one paid attention to them, there was nothing to take from them and no way to make them repent. Because of this, their life was devoted to ordinary worries. Their peaceful fate ended as soon as the people gathered all bowed in reverence. The boy was already tired and wanted to get home. However, his mother forbade him, explaining that an important person would come to them, so they needed to wait more patiently. The valley residents did not understand who this person was that had come to them, and thought that he wanted them all to die from the heat, then he would pass over their bodies. But soon the man realized that it was a young gentleman and ordered everyone to kneel if they did not want to die. Finally, in the distance, a boat appeared. Jan Chachak was sailing on it. When he sailed past this place, he saw fields blooming with poppies. Approaching closer, he noticed how many people had gathered. They were kneeling to greet him. One of the residents stepped forward and greeted the young gentleman who had arrived from afar. After which everyone together exclaimed, "Praise to the young master." This surprised Chingso. Such praise was reserved only for kings. This was one of those things that had to be gotten rid of. After that, he noticed that the people were unbearably hot. However, they began to argue, explaining that they felt very good. Yultak suggested to Hanso to follow the man wherever he would lead them. And Yang Chachak, looking at these people, understood. Surely karma had played a cruel, joking role with them. Soon they reached home, and the same man again began to ask Hanso how he got to them and why he decided to visit here. Yultek explained that the young cult leader hardly needed a reason to watch how people live. And the head of the settlement agreed. The assistant was probably right. And he explained that he felt uncomfortable because he had nothing to offer the high guest. While the man was telling something, Hanso gazed at the blooming fields. The young warrior did not know if these flowers had always grown here. Unfortunately, even the head of the settlement said nothing about this. And since Chachak no longer had an assistant with questions, he let him go about his business. Bowing, the head of the settlement asked that the young leader call him at any moment when he would be needed. Finally, left alone, Yultek realized that the valley was very tiny. Surely, Yan Chachak would quickly find the person he needed. But at that very moment, the heir was thinking about the oddities of this place. There was a feeling that something was missing here, but the companion thought the believers looked open and the flowers and the river were beautiful. He did not understand what exactly the young lord was missing. However, Hansu pondered that in places where people live, there must always be agriculture. Then Yultek recalled that Hansu also went to the market for groceries, and even centuries-old farming is not so easy. But the young warrior reminded there used to be a river here, and this is a good place for agriculture, and it was unlikely that these people could get to the market from the valley. The assistant understood. The people probably had a reason why they lived without agriculture, maybe to not bother with anything, just to eat and have fun. But Hansu was not satisfied with that option, so he decided to find out everything himself first. At that time, the head of the settlement, walking away, was thinking and did not understand why Hansu had come to them. He understood that it was not just like that. Maybe the young man had already learned something. The man hoped that this was his chance to get a promotion and finally go to another place. Finally, he reached the gazebo. They were already waiting for him there. Rising up, he saw a person who had hidden their face with a mask. The man called this man Nari and quickly handed him a red bag with unknown contents. However, examining the red bag, the person noticed its contents were less than last year in the previous month. Indeed, the head of the valley explained, it was all because a young lord suddenly visited them. He himself did not understand why he had arrived, and he had to not work for several days and prepare for his arrival. The masked person was surprised that Hanso with an assistant ended up in this troubled place after all. The heir had just recently escaped from his trial. After which the mysterious figure demanded that the man bring the full amount of money next time. Reminded why he was the head of the valley. He promised that he would not forget his debt and would definitely bring everything. The head of the valley was already about to leave, but the unknown person stopped him again. He decided to ask how Tessic was doing. But the man asked not to bother now that Tessic's heart was broken. He could not even raise his head. He was only a servant. The stranger stopped in surprise. The head of the valley had already gotten used to this life, and added that it was time to give a gift. He asked about the daughter of this warrior, and he joyfully told, she has already grown up. Her skin was so beautiful, moreover he took good care that no one touched her. The stranger himself asked him about this, and the head of the valley carried out the order, and for the fools who drooled over the girl, he simply prepared a pot. The mysterious figure understood, if the young master came here, it meant he had to be lured by a woman. Therefore, the stranger ordered to place the daughter in Chinso's bed. He clearly did not come here for nothing. It means he came to save the head of the valley, and he must be helped. However, the man was worried that something might go wrong. But the masked master believed that the head of the valley had no right to ask him anything. He simply must do what he is told. It is precisely for such purposes that he lives. Feeling uncomfortable, the head of the valley understood. Probably Tessic even stole his master's wife. Yet he decided to raise his daughter for such a purpose. However, the head of the valley was not worried, since at least he managed to earn status before the young master. At that time, the stranger, laughing even harder, understood how quickly Tessic would fall, and how exactly this way they would become more alike. After which, in just a moment, the mysterious figure disappeared. At that time, Yang Chachok tried to understand the basics of the demonic cult. They were based on worshipping gods and saving living beings with the help of fire. But still, for illuminating living beings, fire always became the embodiment of true flame. This place could never be illuminated, so the cult turned into a cult of demons. After that, together with his assistant Yultak, he began to stroll through the abandoned settlement. People, as soon as they saw him, immediately fell to their knees and bowed in reverence. Yultak seemed to have no idea where the young master was heading at all. The day was hot, and the servant suggested simply setting off to find Tessic. Yan Chachok was surprised that his assistant did not notice anything at all. Yultak looked at the young gentleman with interest. Chanso found it strange that the number of houses exceeded the number of people. However, his assistant did not find this strange. If someone was constantly dying, it was quite explainable. However, the young man noticed most people here were quite young, and Yultek also noted that most residents of Bairugal were on average not too old. When Chungso decided to draw the assistant's attention to the weather, he saw nothing strange in the sky being clear, though a bit stuffy. Yultaku even thought that Kanso was just messing with his head, or he started causing a ruckus because of the heat. And seeing how this angered the master, the servant only awkwardly laughed and explained that the day was indeed hot. Yan Chachok explained that the main problem was precisely in this spice. After that, he went to the woman, and she, frightened, fell to her knees and began to greet the young master. But Hanso, approaching her, was surprised. Even in such hot weather, she wore such a long, voluminous skirt. He did not understand what exactly the young lord meant. He leaned lower and, grabbing her face, explained that even he was sweating. He wanted to know if she was not hot, but she fearfully did not understand why Hanso was behaving so strangely. Then the young man quickly pressed the girl to the ground. From this, Yultak froze in shock. After that, he began to lift her skirt. The frightened servant tried to explain to the young master that they were on the street, and such behavior was unacceptable. Finally, they saw what Hanso expected to see: wounds on the body. At that moment, the wind rose, scattering petals around them in layers. Picking up one of them, the young man realized that the cause was in these miniature flowers. They looked beautiful, but had done this even to the girl's legs. After that, he headed towards the poppy field. At the same time, the city chief was boiling with indignation. He needed to prepare for the next month, and it was not easy, but he had to obey his master's order. Then he climbed onto the bridge and, making sure no one was around, dived underwater. He began to swim, entering the cave already familiar to him. And finally swam through it, broke out to the outside, and found himself in a place lit by torches. Clumsily shaking the dust off himself, the head of the valley realized it was long past time to change the place where he hid because he was already tired of being a floating rat. Then he greeted his bodyguard, who welcomed him back. He immediately slapped him for not working at all. However, the bodyguard explained that the casino was operating even without his intervention, but such an attitude only angered the head of the valley even more. The head of the valley fell silent, looking over the participants of the gambling games. They were happily arguing and cursing, trying to find out who was the cheater in this game. At a certain moment, and the conflict escalated, the city chief noticed. It seemed one of the players began to suspect that he was being deceived. He wanted to take the cards from his opponent, confirm his cheating, and was even ready to stake his own life. At that moment, the furious city chief quickly cut his hand. Obviously, everyone was in panic and did not understand how he dared to do so. But one of the valley chiefs made it clear, it does not matter who was right and who was innocent, both had to be removed for inappropriate behavior. After that, having made sure the men were taken out, he went to his room and ordered his workers to continue working. However, they were troubled by rumors about the arrival of the young master, and they reminded that the valley was already empty. Yet the chief ordered the guards to stop panicking. He already understood that the reasons for the young master's arrival were obvious. Finally, they entered the room where everything was covered with red flowers, down to the last detail. Looking at them, the city chief ordered not to make a fuss, bring all the residents without exception, otherwise they will not have time to earn money for the next month. He also did not forget to inquire where Iltesic was now. The guard assumed that he was probably with the daughter. He must be with her constantly, except when she is working. The valley chief ordered to bring both to him. The girl had to wash, and she needed to be laid in bed with the young master. The guard was surprised that the man wanted to give her away, although he forbade everyone to touch her. But the valley chief understood. Unfortunately, such sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the cause. Meanwhile, the events shift to the house where the girl lived with her father. He was feeding the man, understanding that he needed to eat well. Karen explained anxiously that, according to rumors, high-ranking people from the small palace had arrived. He suspected that this news was hard for everyone to accept. It seemed Iltesic remembered something about the small palace. Karen had also heard about the place where the young lord lived. But at that very moment, the man suddenly trembled as if from fear. Karen decided that he had remembered his past again. She wanted to know what her father was like then, and it was painful that her words affected him so much. Now he had a chronic illness, the doctor said so. He constantly gave them medicine so that her father would feel better. Karen understood the matter was completely different. It was definitely not a chronic illness, they were simply being forced to believe it, so they needed to escape the village as soon as possible. The girl was even more consumed by curiosity. What exactly had caught the attention of the head of the small palace since he had appeared at their place? At that very moment, a loud knock struck the door. She opened it and immediately saw the guard, who said that the head of the valley was calling her. She was puzzled by the request at such an hour because she thought the village head was with the lord of the small palace. But the guard ordered her not to ask questions and to take her father. He even offered her help if she was not going to go willingly. The girl anxiously explained that they would need some time to get ready. Before their departure, the guard also warned that Karen should wash up before going with them. It seemed strange to her. Approaching her father, she said that the head of the valley was waiting for them and asked him to go together. All this time, she had a bad feeling as if something had happened. Finally, surrounded by guards, they moved on, passing by the utility rooms. Soon they reached the casino, and Karen looked frightened. He clearly did not expect to see such a thing in the village. But her father looked completely calm, although he could not stand unfamiliar places. Seeing her pensiveness, the guard got angry and began to hurry them. But they went further until the guard forced them to separate. He explained that the head of the valley wants to give her father special medicine. He saw that Iltesic was also tense. Karen explained to the guard that there was no need for this because they already had enough medicine and suggested moving on together. The guard, getting even angrier, explained that he would not always be so kind to her. At that moment, Iltesic himself pulled his hand out of his daughter's grip. Then the girl was already about to leave, but clinging to the last bits of reason, he asked her to stay. The guards began to pull him off the spot, reminding him that he would be given medicine. When this did not work, they showed him a bag and demanded that he immediately comply with their demands. At that moment, Iltesic's gaze became clouded. He had already begun to doubt, but still held his daughter's hand. When a handful of powder was poured into his palm, saliva ran down his lips. He immediately let go of his daughter and followed those people. Guards demanded that the girl not stand still, but walk to the head of the valley. He had been waiting for her all this time. Her eyes filled with sad tears, but there was no choice. As she walked, she asked her father to wait a little, she would return soon. Thus Karen came to the head of the valley. He greeted the girl and asked her to sit down. When the girl refused, it caused only a barely noticeable smile from him because she resembled her father, who also initially did not obey. After that, the head of the valley approached, and Karen fearfully asked him to explain why he had called her. The leader understood that the girl was scared, but he explained that she had no reason to tremble like that. His touches to her face were unpleasant and frightened Karen even more. The head of the valley understood. She felt disgust, although he believed that soon she too would plunge into this world of filth, so he saw nothing special in it. The panicked girl did not understand what was being discussed, but the leader, instilling in her a sense of duty, reminded her that he was the one who raised her. Moreover, thanks to him, her father lived so long, and now he wanted to give her a chance to repay this debt. He thought that she would be ungrateful if she refused, since she could hardly even know that her father was getting worse. Turning away from her, the head of the valley perfectly understood. The girl wanted to escape from here together with her father and was ready to give her such a chance. He did not care, they could leave at any time wherever they wanted, but not tonight. That night she had to carry out a special assignment related to the head of the small palace. Karen knew that the head of the small palace was, they say, a person with a questionable reputation who causes problems for others depending on their mood. He seemed to her a nasty type, and she did not want to go there. The girl wanted to find out about the consequences of refusal. But the head of the valley explained that Tesik was his debtor, so he had to pay a special price. He reminded that until this day her father received medicine that was very expensive, and it was not given out just like that. Moreover, she remembered, it would be difficult for them to get out of here on their own, and if Heron stayed with her father, she would never see real life. Therefore, she had a chance to please Chinso and change her fate. Hot tears flowed from her eyes as soon as she realized the inevitability of her fate. But the head of the valley asked her not to cry so her eyes wouldn't swell, and threatened, if she did not obey his order, she would see her father's limbs being cut off. Obviously, this finally convinced the girl, who was ready for anything, as long as her father was okay. Rejoicing at her agreement, the head of the valley declared that the time would come very soon and she needed to prepare. Moreover, he asked, let her not drag out nonsense and remember what she already knows. The young master does not like empty talk, and she must not forget this to save her life. When the girl left, the head of the valley realized she was quite enough to reach the heart of Chinso. His insidious plan made him laugh like a villain from ancient legends. Meanwhile, with the onset of evening, the woman escorted Chinso to his guest house. The living conditions in this hut were really cleaned up well, even for such poor lands. This even surprised Yang Chachak. In this valley, one could not even drink clean water, yet there were such comfortable places. But as soon as he looked around, he realized there was nothing to rob here at all. The young master began to wonder where the money in the valley even came from. He suspected that it all boiled down to trading forbidden substances, but according to the rules, their production was only allowed in the palace, and violations entailed a number of severe consequences. He suspected that Tesik was also somehow involved, not of his own free will. For this, he could not forgive the head of the valley. But despite all of Chinso's efforts, he never found Tesik, although he searched the entire valley. The young master understood, to question 1,000 inhabitants could take a very long time. Delving into thoughts, he sat on his bed and began to think about what to do next. And at that very moment, an unknown woman came and asked for permission to enter. It turned out that it was Heron herself. Yan Chachak was quite surprised when he saw the girl in his chambers. She, completely ignoring his surprise, only introduced herself. The young master was impressed to see such a beauty and mentally noted that in the demonic cult there were not so many of them at first. Moreover, this girl was very young, like his younger sister. But at that very moment, Chachak felt it as an unpleasant hint. She hinted at a certain closeness. Obviously, the young man did not immediately understand what it was about, so Heron repeated her hint. It became clear the girl was sent by the head of the valley. Hanso did not know what to do. After all, he was a man known as a pervert, not as a noble warrior. He did not know what to do to avoid making a mistake in such a case. At first, he decided to extinguish the flame of the candles that lit this room. After this, he quickly sat Heron on the bed in the same way. The frightened girl did not understand what sharp changes Hanso had undergone, but he ordered her to be silent. After which he began to listen to see if someone was eavesdropping near the house. He glanced at Heron and saw, despite her words, she looked at him with the most miserable eyes. It became obvious that she was afraid of him, although she convulsively tried to deny the truth. She insisted that she was absolutely not afraid, that she came here of her own free will. But CH Hanso did not understand. Could it be that she came because she had heard about him as a young master, and forgot that various rumors also circulated about him? He believed that if she knew about such talks, she should have been well prepared, so he harshly demanded that she start telling the truth. When the girl did not understand, the young man was finally convinced she did not come of her own free will. But she denied it again, yet Yang Chachoku understood everything clearly from her fear. He looked at her just as intently to find out what Heron really wanted. But this time the girl admitted that it was her first similar experience, so she did not know how to behave. Calmly exhaling, Yan Chachuk ordered her to return home. He did not need an inexperienced woman like her, it simply did not suit his taste. Yet still, Karen grabbed CH Hanso by the hand and did not let him break away. He thought she had decided to stage a drama here, but that was not the case. In fact, she wanted to ask the young master something. The girl did not understand why he was behaving that way, since, in her view, he should have simply accepted her proposal. The young man reminded her that she was not to his liking. And then Karen, desperately, became more persistent, deciding that the reason was in her behavior. In this commotion, CH Hanso fell and found himself in an awkward position. And the girl, still with tears in her eyes, asked the young lord to do whatever he wanted, but these words sounded as if she was accusing him of sinning. Yan Chachuk reminded her if he did not like what was happening, he could kill her at any moment. Obviously, she was afraid, but still stubbornly insisted, believing that he had to do it. And finally, at the last moment, he used a special technique. Through it, the girl lost consciousness. Seeing how her body became soft, he realized how complicated the situation was in the demonic cult. A couple more hours passed, and during that time, Chinso created the appearance of what had happened to make everything look plausible. When Heron woke up frightened, she understood it was all over. Yang Chachuk, however, could not admit that nothing had actually happened, so, adapting to his own lie, he decided to find out if Heron was satisfied. The girl simply explained that this was not the only reason for her coming. She honestly admitted that she came because of her father and asked Chinso to save her and her close person. He was ready to beg for it. Chinso realized the girl was either too naive or had not heard about his reputation at all. However, she, frightened, did not understand what was being talked about. The young master explained, even though she gave him her attention, it did not mean that he would help her. However, Heron explained that she was just a simple girl and could do nothing more. Because of this, Chinso called her calculating. After these words, obviously, the girl cried even harder, and Chinso understood how reckless the judgments about the former owner of this body were. But still, Yan Chachuk decided not to remain entirely in the image of the former CH Hanso, so he set off to listen to her. And as befits an heir, he warned that he might act harshly if the conversation did not interest him. Heron even faltered, not expecting these words, but soon began her story. She explained that her father was completely helpless without her. He would not be able to live even a day. Moreover, she said that very modest people lived in this valley. Some of them could not even afford food, and all she wanted was to live together with her father in safety. Having understood the main essence of the problem, CH Hanso decided to find out the name of her father. The girl said that his name was Iltasik. Yan Chachuk could not even believe that her father was the one he had been searching for all this time. After her story, he realized everything in this valley was much worse than he had thought. He asked the girl not to worry and to rest properly, after which he again put her to sleep. In Heron's clothes, he found the medicine that Iltasik took. To learn more, he went to his assistant, who was sleeping nearby. Yultak was stunned to see his master at such an hour and did not understand why he was still awake. CH Hanso ordered the servant to look at what he had brought. The consistency of this powder looked too familiar. Moreover, by its color, it seemed very expensive. Yultak explained that it was definitely a forbidden substance, which, according to rumors, CH Hanso himself had previously used for amusement, so the head of the demon cult imposed a severe punishment. Now this powder could only be found in the poisonous palace. Moreover, Yultak recalled that, according to stories, when CH Hanso was 14, he set fire to the poisonous palace because he had taken too much powder, and then the palace head ran out in just his night clothes. Stopping this chatter of his friend, CH Hanso forced him to investigate this powder. But Yultak explained that he had never dealt with such substances. He did not gamble, did not drink, and also did not use forbidden potions. CH Hanso got angry, thinking that his assistant should have done it instead of him, but he refused, deciding that he was not that reckless. He had no choice left, so Yultak had to obey. After that, the young master forcibly made him inhale the substance so that Yultak could study it. And right then a convulsion seized the servant, but in a moment it all passed. After that, he seemed intoxicated and became somewhat detached from everything. CH Hanso carefully watched the reaction that arose immediately after touching the powder, meaning the substance was indeed extremely dangerous. After this, apologizing, he decided to neutralize the effect of the powder on his assistant's body. He began to direct energy and inner strength into Yultak's body, and he fainted. Thanks to Chinso's intervention, Yultak definitely would not have had dependence the boy took and completely removed the entire effect of the substance. After this, he became angry, realizing that the village elder had clearly taken a path that should not have been chosen. He decided to deal with him and pulled out the mask that his mentor had given him earlier. At this time, Tesik was deep inside the cave with the guards. The guards only giggled at such a worthless old man and decided to tell him the truth. They said that his daughter had already been given to a young lord. He would definitely take care of her. Obviously, the old man could not come to terms with this and immediately grabbed the leg of one of the fighters. The guard began to kick Tesik. When the old man did not back down, the fighter began to hit him in the face and still could not understand where he got so much strength. After all, he had consumed such an amount of forbidden substances that he should have long ago turned into a miserable old man, a burden to everyone. Seeing the helpless prisoner, the guards did not understand why the head of the valley had not yet ordered him to be killed. Probably it was because of his daughter, and since she had already been given to the young master, it meant the time of his death was approaching. The guards had disliked the captive from the very beginning. Despite the fact that he was a gray-haired, worn-out old man, he always had a truly threatening look. Perhaps it was because he had once been a very significant figure. But one guard did not believe this. He thought that Tesik was running a small business in the trading house or belonged to those who hung around the priestess from the palace of the holy fire. This offended the prisoner. His gaze flared with fire. The guard was already thinking that he would kill him himself. But his comrade asked, "Calm down," so as not to incur punishment from the head of the valley, and if he dies, they agreed to say that the old man died of illness. And at that very moment, Tesik demanded that these people return his daughter, and his anger was uncontrollable. Even more enraged, the guards continued to beat him with even more furious blows. They swore they would kill him, gouge out his eyes if he dared to look at them again. One of the guards was worried Tesik would die if left like this. He had lost too much blood. But his colleague believed that in the dungeon there would be one less old man they could lie, saying he hit his head on the floor and died. He left. From his cell, they looked at the cages where other old men were living out their days. They found it funny that the children of these outcasts brewed forbidden substances day and night, hoping to save their parents that way. They did not even know that their parents were addicted to the very substances they produced. Probably the children were sure that the old people were being treated in a good hospital, but that was not the case at all. The guards only hoped that the head of the valley and the young master would come to an understanding, and then they could finally get out of this hole. At that moment, one of the guards heard a sound that interrupted his thoughts and saw his colleague was already lying on the ground. Just as quickly as the mysterious stranger dealt with the first guard, he also handled the second. Glancing at the bodies lying nearby, the stranger finally understood what exactly these people had planned. Opening a den under the valley was not enough for them. They also kept and poisoned those old men. But that was not all. He also had to inspect the place of production of prohibited substances, which was probably nearby. The stranger brought the guards the keys to the cells where the old men were sitting and realized it was dangerous to rescue those people for now, as they could not even manage their own bodies. Therefore, he promised to return for them later. At that moment, he heard the voice of Tesik. He was calling his daughter. Approaching, he recognized this man. Although the old man looked very bad, there could be no mistake. Before him stood the former leader of the squad of masters of the demonic cult whom he had seen in the book. The hero tried to bring him to his senses, but when he helped the man up, he realized he was in a terrible condition. His energy channels were severely damaged, and the external injuries were also very serious. But the most terrible problem was in his mind. The acupuncture points were sealed, and a weak spark of life barely flickered within him. Tesik, noticing the mysterious figure, decided to tell him his last request. The stranger realized that the old man was truly standing on the threshold of death. However, he asked Tesik not to give up so easily. The man grabbed the stranger and asked that no one ever learn about his death. He understood the captive was not asking for salvation or rescue. He only wanted his secret not to be revealed to his daughter. Having learned this, the hero could not comprehend. Could Tesik really meet his end here? Life was fading from his body. But the boy could not come to terms with this. He could save the man, and even if the chance was slim, it still existed. So the young master applied the life force influence technique. This way, he could restore the old man's energy channels with his own power. Restoring his channels would not be so difficult. The problem was in the internal energy. But realizing he had little time, the stranger stopped hesitating and immediately began applying the technique to the old man. All the arts of demonic sects are based on the art of the celestial demonic god as a foundation. Since the martial art he mastered belonged to one of such sects, they were compatible with each other. Finally, the flow of energy began to be absorbed by the old man's body. The energy center was not destroyed. The whole problem was the lack of energy. Or his energy center was too strong, it absorbed the savior's energy very quickly. The question was how much energy he had and the size of Iltesik's energy center. If the man did not have enough energy, then the stranger himself could die. It was already too late to stop. He had to give him all his energy without reserve. At first he transferred 60, then another 180 let. These are units of energy measurement. But the man could still absorb it, so the savior decided to give everything, reaching 240 let. And at that very moment the man's body began to slowly change, finding its true form. Almost all of the stranger's internal energy was spent on this, only a little remained. Make the man's energy center a little bigger, otherwise the savior could have died. As soon as he saw the changes in Iltesik's body, he realized the man was at the stage of awakening. Finally coming to his senses, Iltesik decided to find out who this young man was. Before answering, Yan Chachak decided to rest a little. Then during the conversation, Iltesik decided to tell what had happened to his body and life. Despite his humble origins, he rose from the lowest strata thanks to his strong body. He always cared for those around him, even after becoming an important person, so people watched over him and respected him. When he became the leader of the squad, many people from the 7 palaces and the council appeared. They wanted to work for him or get to know him better, but he chose an old friend with whom he tied his fate. There was even a period when he was called one of the Great Five and a pillar of the palace. However, he chose a quiet, happy life in unity. Then it seemed that happiness would last forever, but everything fell apart when he decided to go for training to reach the stage of awakening. He had to achieve awakening as the leader of the demon arts masters. Worried about his wife who remained alone with their daughter, he asked people he trusted to take care of them while he was alone. While he was away, they were kidnapped by robbers. Iltesik's friends found out about this. He had to finish his studies early. He gathered his squad of great demon art masters and set out to find the kidnappers. They searched with all their might, but they no longer found the wife alive. When he met her, she was exhausted, dead with a small child in her arms. Iltesik had no one to blame for what happened. The fault lay entirely with him. If he had not reached for power, if he had chosen a different place for training, everything would have been different. He explained that surviving this grief was unbearable and he had wanted to end his life many times. But because of his daughter, who would be completely alone after his death, he continued to live. Eventually, he quit practicing martial arts and began taking forbidden substances to dull the pain. He thought he had wasted all his energy by stopping practice. After his words, Yan Chachak even felt as if the man regretted that he had saved his life. But Iltesik remembered everything that happened to him at that time and was grateful to his rescuer. He promised that he would remember this until the end of his life. Now he would like to ask this young man one question. He suspected the young man came from the small palace. Yan Chachak did not understand how he could have been recognized and decided that the mentor had given him a fake instead of the sacred fire mask. Iltesik explained that the young man had given him much of his energy. Only in the art of the Mayan cult is there the energy of the sacred fire. It will never go out. Moreover, only one martial art could merge with his art, Bloody Sky of Surya, the art of the Supreme Lord of Demons, which can only be mastered by people belonging to the Gwanmyeon Palace and the Small Palace. Tesik, bowing, explained that he would become his humble servant and follow him until death itself. Even if the young master ordered to level a mountain or swallow it, he would obey the command. In return, he only asked to take care of his unfortunate daughter. But Yan Chachak quickly calmed him down. He explained that there was no need to worry, she was fine, nothing had happened. He did not have the conscience to lie to the master that he had already reached the stage of awakening, and the young man admitted he had used an acupuncture point to put the girl to sleep. Iltesik understood if his daughter was next to such a noble man, he could not have dreamed of anyone better. The life that the savior had returned to him now belonged to the young man, and he was ready to do anything for him. It was hard to convey the joy that Yan Chachak felt when he met such a straightforward and honest person. He hoped that the man would become someone to whom he could entrust his rear. But he warned Il-Tessic that tomorrow the village head and the young lord would come here, and asked that he do with them whatever he deemed necessary. Il-Tessic smiled joyfully. It turned out he wanted this himself. Yet as he was leaving, Yan Chachok did not forget to ask to spare the young lord's life. Bowing, Il-Tessic said goodbye to the young man. The boy himself understood. Now he only had to wait for the next day. In the morning, Yan Chachok sat in his room, restoring his internal energy. The head of the valley arrived, and Ch Hanso invited him inside. The man happily began asking the boy if he liked the gift he had sent. Ch Hanso joyfully stated that the girl sent really pleased him. Obviously, this pleased the head of the valley. He had been saving this gift for a special occasion. Moreover, he expected that the boy would also like what they sent along with the girl. At first, Ch Hanso pretended not to understand what it was about. Then the head of the valley hinted at forbidden substances. Then the young man laughed joyfully, explained that colors had returned to his boring life, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had sent him the secret of happiness. He wanted to know how they managed to create something like that. The head of the valley said that Ch Hanso had probably already noticed the blooming plant. It was the opium poppy, the main ingredient, a plant of the highest grade with red flowers, beautiful like a young bride. If cut about 10 days after ripening, a special extract can be obtained. Ch Hanso was impressed that the man told everything so directly. He asked, "Tell me the secret." And then the head of the valley explained that if you heat this extract, something interesting comes out. You can't find this on an ordinary market. They called this powder Devil's Dust. He thought this name suited it perfectly. Also, the head of the valley decided to tell the young lord that if he liked this powder, they could provide him with any amount of it. But Ch Hanso was interested in this, and he asked why such a talented person as the head of the valley had to live in this small village. Although the man was touched by such a look, he did not agree. He explained that there were cult rules that did not allow them to expand their activities beyond this village. The head of the valley noticed that the young lord probably saw for himself. There were too many beggars in the village who had nowhere else to go. As the leader, he cared about them, and for the sake of the people who suffered, he began to engage in this business. Obviously, Yan Chachok was angry because of this lie, but he still stated that the man was probably very noble, and he could not even imagine that he had such altruistic motives. Although he perfectly understood that it was not for helping these unfortunate people, he addicted them to forbidden substances and forced them to produce such poison. The head said that if they could sell their product outside the village, these people would have a second chance. The hero promised to solve their problem, but first wanted to look at the place where the Devil's Dust was produced, and only then think about how to solve their troubles. But still, he was a young master, although his authority was not yet that high, so dealing with this problem was quite within his power. The man rejoiced, realizing that this was a good chance after all. Ch Hanso would eventually become the head of the entire cult. Moreover, the young master even suggested to the man to go with him in the future to the small palace. Because of this, the valley leader was showering him with words of gratitude, no longer hiding his excitement. After that, they got up and headed towards the secret production. It was a perfectly thought-out plan, created by Ch Hanso. Finally, they found themselves near the very same bridge. The valley leader laughed and explained that they took great care to be inconspicuous, but Yan Chachoka did not pay attention to this and suggested moving on. After that, the valley leader immediately dived into the water to swim through the secret passage. Ch Hanso was surprised that during the day this place looked so ridiculous. They had built a shelter right in front of everyone's eyes. There was no choice left, so he followed the man. Soon he surfaced, seeing a cave and guard standing watch. It was obvious that they had settled here quite well. At that moment, the head of the valley ordered the guards to fetch towels for the young master, and he himself explained that this was exactly how they needed to get here so as not to be discovered. Ch Hanso praised him for his genius, believing that setting up such a hideout was incredibly difficult. And without a doubt, the man was pleased to hear such compliments. After that, the head of the valley invited Ch Hanso to come with him and suggested he put on a hat and hide his face as a precautionary measure. Finally, they reached the first room of the casino the visitors were playing. The man explained that all these people had come to their village, mostly criminals, who decided to lay low in their wilderness. Looking at these people, Ch Hanso was impressed. They had prepared quite a decent performance. So far, they had not revealed themselves. The boy, giving no suspicion, said that the girl sent to him said her father also worked here. He understood the head of the valley had probably heard something about this, but while the man skillfully pretended, he could have been believed if Ch Hanso did not know the whole truth. Laughing, the head of the valley explained that many people came to the village and disappeared, but he could find this man. The hero pretended that he obviously did not care, thinking that they had more important matters. Smiling and giving nothing away, the head of the valley led the hero further, but he himself was very worried and in his thoughts called the girl ungrateful. Although fortunately the young master suspected nothing, the man understood he would very soon have to get rid of the girl. Thinking Hanso perfectly understood, this man was deliberately hiding Tisik. If he was going to show him the secret hideout, he would have to reveal other secrets as well. After all, he decided that the young master would become his pass into the big world. Sooner or later, Hanso would find out everything anyway. Finally, they found themselves in the room where forbidden substances were made. Hanso looked around carefully and honestly admitted that what he saw impressed him. But the head explained he had spent a whole 3 years and put his entire self into this building. Yang Chachok praised him but noticed the guards behind his back and assumed they were mercenaries. The man explained that they obeyed him personally. He gathered these people from various dark sects. And when Hanso asked about the workers, the valley leader explained that they were just foolish people trying to help their relatives. It's not certain that he noticed this, but many villagers were addicted to forbidden substances. They were given a large dose, then gradually the amount was reduced. This caused hallucinations. They tore their skin, tried to get rid of non-existent parasites, and went insane. If at that moment they took a little devil's dust, it would ease their suffering. People were sure they were swallowing medicine and asked for more, and now they were ready to obey any of our orders to save their loved ones who meanwhile were slowly fading away because of the medicine. Hanso, restraining his rage, understood that the man was turning them into his faithful slaves. This way they didn't even realize they were hooked on forbidden substances. The head of the valley explained that when people start dying from drugs, they become a great support for dark forces, and he considered it a great business. At that moment, Yan Chachok could barely contain his outrage. He understood this man was unforgivable because many people had already died because of his fault. The change in the young gentleman's face became noticeable to everyone around. However, he quickly smiled, explained that he was just a bit thoughtful, and apologized for his strange reaction. Hanso understood well. It was time for the main hero to take the stage. At that moment, a loud sound thundered behind their backs. The sound of broken walls and doors came from the dungeon. Everyone was alarmed, but it caused only a smile on the young gentleman's face. Finally, the penultimate door leading to the dungeon exploded. Seeing the silhouette of a man, the guards immediately understood it was Tisik. Yet they still did not understand how this old ruin had not died yet and how he managed to escape from the dungeon. The person who stood before them at that moment no longer resembled who he had been before. However, they convinced themselves that there was no need to worry because he had been poisoned, although they were disturbed by the fact that he had just managed to tear down the walls. At that moment, looking at these small curs, Tesik realized they had already grown accustomed to their dominance, and then it became clear to the guards the devil's dust no longer affected him. But he asked them not to worry about anything about what was about to happen. Although he did not know what the young master would say, it would no longer help them. He promised that they would not see an easy death. They could not expect mercy from the bloody demon Sura. After that, as if chasing after small children, he rushed at his tormentors. He began killing them one by one, fueled by rage. The sounds of killing came from the dungeon and were clearly heard by Hanso and his company. They did not understand what was happening until the door that protected them from the unknown crumbled. At that very moment, they saw the very same old man. It has already been a whole 10 years, and he was still alive, though he sincerely wanted to die and thought about it again and again. Only thoughts of his daughter kept him in this world. He could not allow anyone to harm her. Everyone just laughed, understanding that he was probably out of his mind, and the head of the valley could not comprehend how in one day Tesik got rid of the poisoning and returned to his former shape. But then the village head, trying to divert attention, explained that Tesik came in vain. They had already given his daughter to the young lord, so now he had nothing to do here. At that moment, the rebel master carefully examined Hanso. But he ordered the young lord to get lost if he did not want to die. He immediately obeyed the order and disappeared. He looked at him in surprise. The head of the valley decided that the young leader was scared. But he explained with a smirk that it was a pity. Supposedly, the head did not notice the obvious greed blinded him and deprived him of common sense. Guards and the head of the valley decided that he was a fool. Although it was obvious that anyone would be scared when such a monster promised them the most just retribution for sins. Ignoring his threats, the head of the valley ordered the guards to stop the old man. They attacked him, considering him an ordinary addict who had dug his own grave. However, obviously, such people were not a problem for Tesik. He He could kill anyone using the technique Bloody Skies of Asura. The enemies literally scattered, turning into mush mixed with blood. Then it became obvious to everyone this man had somehow restored his energy overnight. And now, like a fierce beast, he promised to tear to pieces everyone who was present. Guards attacked, thinking that despite his strength, they could overcome him in a crowd. They were wrong. Each quickly lost their arms, legs, and even their head. The frightened head of the valley, watching Il-Tessic approach, begged his assistant for rescue. Tot, instead of escaping, decided to make Il-Tessic a profitable offer. He showed him a bag with forbidden substances which he thought the latter liked very much. It was the very same devil's dust of the highest quality. Il-Tessic took this sack, and his assistant immediately brought in the sword to cut off his head. However, the old man effortlessly stopped the sword with his bare hands and even bent it. He explained that he really had not forgotten the devil's dust and the tragedy it caused him and his daughter. After that, he squeezed the warrior's hand and crushed all the bones. And then with one punch, he knocked off his head. Seeing these horrors, the head of the valley could not understand what had happened to this man. Apparently, he simply considered him an old man addicted to banned substances, so probably for this reason, everyone tried to behave more politely with him. Now he already understood his mistake and that he would not survive. At this time, Hanso calmly got out, realizing, although he would like to interrogate the person behind the head of the valley, he did not want to take away Il-Tessic's chance for revenge. Therefore, he put on a mask to continue his mission. Initially, the higher demonic art does not include specific techniques. It was only a cultivation method using the internal energy of a person. But there are records that help to reproduce some techniques. One of such records was the great demonic art Fire Step. With their help, Chingso began running through the poppy fields, setting them on fire. The local residents were very worried and tried to extinguish this fire. With tears in their eyes, they watched the burning crops. Chingso clearly saw that they were in despair, perhaps even cursing him. Nothing surprising, they had been dragging such a life for a very long time. They did not even suspect that because of these flowers they were losing strength and will. It was hard to say that it was their fault. They only sought to save their relatives and loved ones. Seeing no other way out, they worked here, forgetting about techniques and cults. Above are demonic sects mired in luxury who have forgotten the science of the sacred fire, and orthodox ones who justify any actions by claiming they serve justice. It is unlikely that any of them can be considered right-wing, and now Chingso had to make the decision himself what to do next. Therefore, he soared into the sky, recalling the teachings of the sacred fire. According to his plan, he must burn everything to cleanse, save through purification by fire, and show them the embodiment of the heavens. All people recognized in him the god of the cult, the sun. It was the dark sun to which they began to pray. With his sword, he gave them the fire of purification. They began to worship the one they had cursed a moment ago. However, Chingso remained relaxed. Soon Il-Tessic appeared with the people rescued from the casino. The valley chief then realized everything was already over, but he could not just leave. He passionately longed for change and created a powerful explosion of inner energy. People were caught in awe and perceived it as a divine blessing that descended upon them. The next day in the same valley, a real pogrom began. The residents gathered around the young lord's house, believing that he had turned away from his loyal followers. Changso himself was not in the room. There they locked up a highly agitated Yultek, who understood that the enraged crowd was about to break in and tear everything apart. Addressing Karen, he desperately tried to find out if the girl knew where his mistresses were now, but she knew nothing. The young servant bitterly realized this was a true curse. Since he returned from his seclusion, there had not been a single peaceful day. He even thought about simply leaving the small palace. But at this tense moment, as if out of nowhere, Chingso appeared with an ironic smile and remarked, "If Yultek is so eager to leave his service, he can freely settle in this village." The frightened servant did not even dare to argue, only anxiously asked the heir if he knew what was happening outside, because he believed that the noble lord should immediately hide in a safe place. The loyal assistant perfectly understood. If the enraged people saw Chingso, they would tear him to pieces. Despite the servant's persistent warnings, he resolutely approached and opened the window. Before them appeared a terrible scene. Enraged residents, consumed by fury, shouted curses at the young master because they believed he had betrayed his true followers and become a real tyrant. After this grim spectacle, the cult heir sharply closed the window and calmly returned to his place. At this tense moment, Yultek, stunned, noticed with surprise. All these furious cries suddenly fell silent, as if enchanted. The very next second, the door burst open, and Il-Tessic entered the room majestically. All this time, he carried a blood-stained bag with him. Seeing the man so strikingly changed, Harren could barely recognize him. Unwilling tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes as soon as she briefly thought that before her stood her own father. She immediately apologized embarrassedly, realizing that this warrior could not be him. But Tesik spoke in a low, penetrating voice and explained that he himself had difficulty believing in the amazing changes that had happened to him. He solemnly promised his daughter that from now on she would never live in fear and humiliation again. He sincerely apologized to her for being such an old, blinded fool. Karen, unable to hold back her sobs, could not believe that her father had finally returned to her. The former prisoner gently embraced his daughter's delicate shoulders and vowed that from this day until his last breath he would be her unwavering protector. Confused Yultak did not understand at all what was happening and why such an emotional family reunion had suddenly occurred here. But the wise Hanso softly asked him to be quiet and simply not spoil these precious, touching moments for the people. After this moving scene, they all set off together to the Cult of the Sun and soon found themselves in the market square. Suddenly they were caught in the heaviest rain, so they immediately rushed to the nearest shelter, the ancient library. There the gray-haired archivist Tong Jagala sat, immersed in his numerous manuscripts. Recently the number of books and information had doubled, and the documents he had to carefully study had increased more than fivefold. Obviously, the venerable elder was exhausted to the limit and was not expecting uninvited visitors at all. At that moment, a decisive knock struck the door, and on the threshold stood the young master himself, whom the surprised guardian of knowledge nevertheless reluctantly let into the house. And soaking wet Yultak immediately began to complain. The old man had made them wait so long at the door, and they were all hopelessly drenched in that merciless downpour. Soon everyone went downstairs to meet with Jagala. The sage was clearly displeased, did not understand what was going on, and demanded that this unusual situation be explained to him immediately. At this time, the unceremonious Yultak, as if nothing had happened, busily dried his soaked clothes by the hearth, while the noble Tesik together with Karen looked with sincere interest at the ancient portraits of great masters hanging on the old library walls. Hanso, slowly taking off his wet outerwear, explained with his characteristic elegance that they were on the path from the Valley of Scoundrels to the small Palace of the Sun, but a sudden downpour caught them. They had to urgently find reliable shelter. But the stubborn Tong Jegal, with barely noticeable irritation, reminded that his old library was not a place where one could come without a special invitation and expect a warm welcome. The young heir of the cult subtly noted that the keeper himself had opened the door for them, so he absolutely did not understand the reasons for such obvious displeasure. Finally, the elder exhaled evenly, realizing that arguing with this impudent youth was completely pointless. At first, he ceremoniously greeted Tesik, apologizing that he had serious health problems and therefore could not greet him properly right away. After that, the official introduction took place, first the steadfast Tesik and then the wonderful Karen. The experienced fighter already knew the young lord had ordered Tong Jegal to find him, and the librarian frankly admitted that he had secretly observed Tesik for a long time, even when he was in that god-forgotten village. The proud warrior found it extremely audacious and inappropriate that the old bookman secretly watched him, and continued to do so even after he fell into that cursed hole. But Tong Jegal, with philosophical calm, asked the hot-tempered guest not to get heated, explaining that he still knew too little about him because he had spent a whole 10 long years in the Valley of Scoundrels. Still, the elder assured that he intended to continue his observations further to fill this gap in knowledge. And Tesik replied with a cheeky smile, "The old man, of course, can observe, but he is unlikely to succeed because the elderly librarian will more likely die of old age." Watching this verbal duel, the insightful Yan Chachak understood with philosophical sadness, warriors and scholars will never find a common language. They are eternally opposed, like water and oil. He peacefully asked them to calm down and stop this senseless quarrel, because now they almost live under one roof. The young heir also delivered an inspired speech, sincerely explaining that they were once separated but now fate had brought them together in the palace. He sincerely hopes that the new cult members will embrace the common lofty ideas. He solemnly swore that he would never stray from the chosen path and would definitely achieve his sacred goal to revive the former glory of the Palace of the Little Sun. Stunned by the depth and sincerity of these words, Karen and even the stern Tesik immediately respectfully bowed before the young lord, showing their devotion. While Yultak and Jegal burst into inappropriate laughter, the frightened servant hurried to ask the young lord not to deliver such lofty speeches. This cheeky remark seemed so rude and contemptuous to the young heir that he was truly about to break his promise regarding these two scoundrels. Having calmed down, they sat at the ancient oak table to discuss in detail the troubling events happening in the Valley of Scoundrels. The wise Tong Jeggle gladly noted that the inhabitants there had already returned to their usual lives, so it was time to gather all forces and focus attention on the 7 mighty palaces. The insightful elder knew perfectly well that the ambitious Chinso passionately sought to gather around himself those skilled masters who had not yet belonged to any palace, and with regret admitted, they had no precious time for this at all. In just 4 months, the great festival of the heavens was to begin, and they had to do one of 2 things. Either rapidly increase their own influence, or which would be much faster and more effective, skillfully weaken the influence of their formidable rivals. The main problem was that each of the 7 palaces held an impressively large squad of elite, ruthless fighters and stood on the same level as the 10 major orthodox sects. Their leaders held high positions in the cult. If we assume that they are the oldest and most respected members of this mysterious association and have already reached the highest stage of elevation, then this demonic cult was simply an incredibly powerful, invincible force. The restless Yultak still seemed not to understand the true seriousness of the situation. Why did they just sit and endlessly discuss all these tangled intrigues? He was already quite tired of these pointless, in his opinion, conversations. The unflappable CH Konso asked him with light irony to be patient and wait for a more exciting continuation, then respectfully invited the grandfather to continue his story. The gray-haired librarian explained in detail. From the outside, it may seem that the palaces cooperate peacefully, but in reality, they fiercely compete with each other for every grain of power. If it were not for this irreconcilable confrontation, the cult of the sun would have long been led by a new single leader. Insightful Tessic instantly realized, if they skillfully disrupt the existing balance of power, the palaces will be incredibly pleased with the situation that has developed. Today, each of the 7 palaces of the Sun cult planned to raise a furious clamor due to the prolonged absence of the cult's legitimate leader on the eve of the approaching Great Festival of the Heavens. Ambitious palace heads will undoubtedly fiercely compete for the honorable right to become the next supreme ruler. Now, when the legitimate young lord suddenly returned to his native lands, it radically changed the entire political landscape. There will definitely appear those who desperately want to eliminate the young heir at any cost, and those insidious schemers who decide to cold-bloodedly exploit this situation for their own benefit. At this tense moment, fearless Tessic decisively rose from his seat and declared that as long as a warrior's heart beats in his chest, no living soul would dare to lay a finger on his rightful ruler. But the elder sadly realized, even such an outstanding martial arts master could not handle all the enemies alone. The only truly suitable option for the young lord was open joining of the uncompromising palace confrontation. But the troubled Yultak realized with horror, such an adventure would help his adored master only in one way: to die quickly and heroically, yet completely senselessly. The unflappable elder philosophically noted that the path to elevation is always paved with dangers and trials. CH Hanso, however, was much more hurt and offended by the fact that his loyal assistant seemed to not believe in his abilities at all. At this critical moment, deeply concerned Yultak dared to ask his noble lord one single but extremely important question. With sincere care, he dared to suggest to him to wisely return to the safe boundaries of the corridor of great demons. After all, at this anxious moment, several powerful candidates for the coveted position of the next supreme leader have already clearly emerged. All of them were incredibly strong, especially the formidable head of the Palace of Bloody Arts, the terrifying head of the Palace of Destruction, and the mysterious elder. In this difficult situation, Yultak saw only one advantage: they were not going to yield an inch of power to each other. Moreover, the Trade Palace secretly fueled the Palace of Bloody Arts, the Palace of Pleasures, and even the Palace of Destruction. However, this was only a skillful disguise for their true intentions. Their ominous influence was steadily growing, and it was only a matter of time before an open bloody conflict would erupt over some completely insignificant reason, and a general merciless confrontation would begin. Tong Jeggle was firmly convinced that when it happened, Chingso would have a chance to skillfully take advantage of this confusion and triumphantly occupy the coveted position of the legitimate head of the cult. To the experienced Tessic, it seemed extremely strange that an ordinary, modest librarian behaved as if he knew absolutely everything perfectly. But the old man was indeed well informed, for he had meticulously studied all the secret documents, shedding light on dark secrets for years. Il-Tesik decisively stated that they had no reason at all to weave intricate intrigues and invent complex strategies, since the young lord could simply gather loyal troops and immediately occupy the Palace of the Sun as the rightful heir. However, Tong Jegel sadly shook his head and explained that the political situation has radically changed today. Only a young lord would try to openly occupy the Palace of the Sun. Immediately 4 palaces, uniting their forces, would attack and mercilessly destroy him. The stunned warrior categorically could not believe that such a catastrophic scenario was even possible. After all, the elite squad of the Palace of the Sun would not leave the traitors alive. They would cruelly avenge their legitimate ruler. However, the Keeper of Ancient Knowledge explained with deep sorrow that the probability of such a favorable outcome is a pitiful 20%. Their chances of victory were so meager even considering that the weakened Sun Palace would openly support them. At that moment, the mortally frightened Yultak explained in a voice full of despair that the Honorable Tong Jegel was clearly mistaken in his calculations. Not 20, but rather a pitiful 2% constituted their real chances. The Palace of the Sun had significantly weakened over the recent turbulent years. Even Il-Tesik, accustomed to the most desperate situations, doubted these promising 20% with great difficulty. He was struck by the fact that during his absence the enemies had become so powerful. But the imperturbable old man finally shattered their fragile hopes, explaining, "If the Palace of the Sun dares to stand proudly alone against the united enemies, there will be no chance of success at all." Yultak bitterly understood. No one in their right mind would voluntarily help them for such a meager and illusory increase in the chances of victory. Focused Il-Tesik could no longer understand how the cult had come to such a miserable state. The explanation turned out to be surprisingly simple. Although the number of skilled martial arts masters was steadily increasing, there was no exceptional leader among them. Immersed in gloomy thoughts, Yan Chachuk bitterly realized that it seemed the demonic cults and the entire situation on the Central Plains today were not much different from what had been in his past life. Extremely excited, Yultak exclaimed emotionally again, not understanding could they really act so recklessly. Why can't they hide wisely and patiently wait for the return of the legitimate leader? Why do they stubbornly try to do what is obviously beyond their power? Then suddenly Karen spoke. She explained, in the Valley of Scoundrels she had lived in the shadows for a very long time without any chance to change anything. Over time, everything only got worse. The girl calmly remarked, "If you have to face the problem anyway sooner or later, then it is better to meet it face to face." Shinso fully shared this wise position. If today they do nothing to change the situation, tomorrow it will remain the same or become even worse. The heir explained that he wants to achieve only one thing. He wanted to turn this place into a true cult of the sun. Yultak did not quite understand his plan after all, the cult already bore that name. The young gentleman made it clear, now the cult resembled more of a demonic one. He firmly stated that he already knows which path must be laid to the goal. He pointed to the person they should start with, the head of the trade organization. The events are moved 2 days forward, to the small Palace of the Sun. At that time Chung-So, as if nothing had happened, sat and meditated. He had already managed to reach the 7th star. This was only enough to reach the peak phase of the ascension stage. When he reaches the 8th star, he will be able to enter the awakening stage and overcome the limitations of the human body. Upon reaching the 9th star, he will become almost invincible. But the heir understood one must be careful with this art. Right now he has only 7 stars. As soon as he turns 9, the acupuncture point will overflow with demonic energy, and a strange sensation will spread through his body. At that moment he will become the heavenly demon, and whether he wants it or not, the whole world will find out. The young man was calmly walking through his small palace when he heard the melodious voice of Heron. Looking at the Lord's pensiveness, the girl felt that he was unwell. The Hanso was surprised to see her, so he decided to find out why she had come. Then, noticeably blushing, she bowed in a noble reverence and sincerely apologized for not seeing Hanso's true intentions. After all, he was so kind that he even allocated a separate house for her and her father. The heir realized that it seemed Il-Tesik had already explained everything to the daughter. He gently made the girl understand that she had nothing to worry about. Here she could live as she wished because now they lived in the small palace. She rejoiced and sincerely thanked the benefactor, and Heron only asked to be given at least some task she passionately desired to repay his kindness. This request caused only a warm smile in the young man because it was exactly the same as her father's, straightforward and honest. Therefore, he promised that he would definitely come up with a worthy task for her. Their conversation was interrupted by messengers. They announced that the trading palace requested a meeting with the young lord. the Palace of Pleasures requested the same. The air remained unshaken. He knew that sooner or later they would make their appearance. At that moment, near the southern gates of the small Sun Palace, Chan Amu gathered with his servants and a representative of the Palace of Pleasures. People watching this did not understand what exactly they had forgotten here and what troubles they were trying to arrange. Chan Amu, clearly displeased by the presence of competitors, was surprised that the girls were not wagging their tails in the brothels but were still here. The young head of the palace, Kai Kami, only responded to this barb by calling him a toad trying to harm the young master. She expressed surprise at how he had even safely gotten out of this situation. Only the merchant became even angrier and ordered Kai Kami to shut up. He said she had no right to claim that he was trying to harm the heir. The man ordered her to get lost while he was in a good mood and promised, if his conversation with the young lord went well, he would even invite her for a drink. However, Kai Kami was convinced that such toads were unlikely to be sold decent alcohol. She mockingly wondered how he even had money to claim that. Their quarrel was quickly cut short when Yultak appeared accompanied by Il Tesik. The girl was impressed by this meeting because she had not seen these servants before. But soon Ch Hanso himself appeared, not understanding what these two were doing behind his gates. He decided that their behavior was too insolent for representatives of the Palace of Pleasure and for merchants. Yultak spoke for him. He called them fools, not even intending to show their respect. At that moment, all the attendants and Chang Amu himself bowed, showing respect to the young leader. The girls behind Kai Hama did the same, although she herself remained standing straight. Looking at Chang Amu, she only disdainfully replied that the man really turned out to be a spineless frog freak. Noticing Yultak's displeasure, she explained that she had nothing to do with him and asked to step aside. After that, she calmly greeted the heir and inquired how he was feeling. Yultak noticed that Kai Hama behaved too coquettishly with the young Lord. Chang Amu agreed with this as well. When the heir got tired of these empty talks, he turned around, asked Yultak to escort the guests, and went inside the small palace. Soon Ch Hanso was sitting in his office, waiting for visitors. First to be let into him were precisely Kai Hami. She coquettishly waved her skirts, rejoicing at the young leader's decision, and declared that the Palace of Pleasure was incomparably better than the Palace of the Sweaty Merchants. The heir remained as cold-blooded as possible. After her words, he only asked, was it really so hot in Camellia in the small court? When she explained that it was not like that at all, he demanded that she stop waving her skirt, said what he wanted, and left. The girl smiled slyly and feigned surprise. Supposedly, lately Ch Hanso has been so concerned with literature. She was stunned to receive such an exquisite letter from him. These words sounded too audacious, as if earlier he could not compose such messages at all. Kai Hami could not contain her curiosity and, smiling sweetly, inquired whether the lord was just as refined at night. However, he forbade the woman from approaching him. Tesik blocked her way. She immediately began to ask the heir if these were new servants he had hired, but it seemed to her that Il Tesik did not look like an ordinary servant at all. But laughing, she noticed that she had never heard before that young leaders hired accompanying guards. If he had informed the Palace of Pleasure earlier, they could have sent him young pretty girls for protection. Judging by her frivolous words, Ch Hanso understood. Kai Hami had completely forgotten her original obligations and was talking pure nonsense. She had an overly strong sense of pride and at the same time an impressive frivolity. Therefore, he mentally ordered Il Tesik to allow the girl to come closer. When the warrior stepped back 2 steps, letting her pass, she only gasped lightly at his simple obedience. Then she approached Chinso and smiled joyfully, even daring to reach out her hand to his face. This instantly threw the young lord off balance. He did not understand how much longer he had to endure her insolent behavior, yet Kai Hami did not notice his irritation. She believed that if Chinso went to the Palace of Pleasure, he would no longer have to restrain himself. The girl was convinced. The heir's words were about his desire to possess her body. The matter was quite different. He was barely holding himself back from killing her on the spot. Looking at him, Kai Hami was struck by how disgusting the young leader seemed to her. He was surprised that Chinso was so sure he could kill her. Coquettishly, she explained that she was not yet engaged to a partner, so she asked the heir to be gentler with her. In any case, they could talk about the joys between a man and a woman another time. Deciding to move on to the main topic of conversation, she asked him to visit their palace, promising that they would greet Chinso with open arms. He must do this if he wants to live a long life, because such a way of existence is the only one that corresponds to the status of the young leader. It is unlikely that anyone can know in advance what will happen to him in the future. Barely restraining himself, Il-Tesik was already seriously angered by her impudence and was ready to kill her. Nyan Chachoka she also provoked, so he ordered to teach this woman manners. The assistant stated that as a representative of the Palace of Pleasure, her behavior was unacceptably frivolous. This deeply offended the woman. She thought that Il-Tesik did not understand at all who she was since he dared to speak to her like that. And the warrior calmly explained that he considered her a messenger of the court of pleasure, who came to meet the young lord. Now it seems to him that she came here only to shamelessly sell her body. Furious beyond measure, Kai Kami even accused the young leader of disrespecting her. But Il-Tesik quickly refuted this. Can anything be less respectful than her insolent words? She is a cruel criminal who went against the laws of their cult. Firstly, she touched Hanso's face without permission, and secondly dared to threaten his safety. Even if their execution is now inevitable, they will still be justified. Having completely lost self-control, Kai Kami decided to punish this insolent old man, deciding that he definitely wants to die by her hands. After that, she swiftly armed herself with a pair of exquisite daggers and confidently lunged at Il-Tesik. Shinso bitterly understood that the small palace truly had almost zero power if they were treated like this. He was genuinely affected. Had the demonic cult always been like this? Looking at the impassive Il-Tesik, he only asked the man not to kill this reckless woman. At that moment, Hami directed her sharp blade toward the warrior's neck. After that, a powerful explosion sounded. Everyone on the street heard it. Il-Tesik immediately prepared to rush at the young leader, but Kai Hami's maidservants blocked his way. Angry, Il-Tesik ordered them to get out of his way immediately. They only smiled slyly, not letting him pass. At that time, Chan Amu was thinking that perhaps a deadly fight had occurred. If the young leader died during it, it would even be a plus for the merchant's palace. But at that very moment, calm words from Shinso sounded. He ordered not to raise a fuss because nothing serious had happened. At that moment, everyone froze in amazement. As it turned out, Kai Hami had already been defeated. Her thin blade simply shattered into two parts. And she did not understand how it could have happened, since she was absolutely sure that she had touched Il-Tesik with the blade of her dagger. It was not strange because the martial art that Il-Tesik possessed allowed temporarily drawing in internal energy and then exploding with it. Since this technique originates from the divine art of the heavenly demon, its power is very high enough to be called demonic art. But the longer this counteraction lasts, the more disadvantageous it becomes for Il-Tesik himself. Not understanding what exactly her opponent had done, Kai Kami tried to extract the truth from him. She suspected that it was some kind of indestructible body technique, or that he was hiding a concealed weapon somewhere. But Hanso, rising from his seat, expressed dissatisfaction that Kai Kami was the only thing the Palace of Pleasure was capable of. Looking at her slashed blade, he complained that they had sent her some inexperienced juvenile one who did not even know how to hold her weapon. He was seriously disappointed. This threw Kai Kami even further off balance. However, he did not let her scream. The air instantly grabbed her by the face and, looking intently into her eyes, tried to understand how he should deal with her. She only hissed like a snake from the looming threat. Since she had dared to come for his head, perhaps it would be worth displaying her head in the Palace of Pleasure as a warning. After these ominous words, he threw her to the ground like a useless toy and supposed that he could punish her right now. In response, Hami immediately called him a crazy scoundrel. But Hanso realized he did not want to waste his precious time on people like her. He decisively decided to report everything to the leader of the Garden of Delights later. After that, he calmly asked Il-Tesik to invite the next visitor. The enraged Kai Hami, boiling with indignation, promised that Hanso would bitterly regret if he treated her so contemptuously. She perfectly understood she could not oppose his strength with her modest skills. The young master casually ordered her to get lost. When the woman left, Il-Tesik, puzzled, finally decided to ask the long-standing question. He wanted to know who Hanso really was. However, the heir could not answer anything. And at that very moment, the warrior suddenly bowed deeply, believing that with his audacious question he might somehow offend the master. The young man quietly explained that it was not worth asking and asked the loyal protector to stand up. Then he began to think that the young mistress of the Palace of Pleasure, although she looked like an attractive beauty, actually had a cruel and even more impatient temperament than anyone else. He was sure she would not let it go. Il-Tesik noticed that it was not too late yet to call Kai Kama back. Chanso assumed that the warrior wanted to calm her and make her feel better, but he did not consider it a wise decision. After all, when they meet again, it is only a matter of time. As it turned out, the experienced martial arts master advised simply getting rid of the impudent guest. Even if they leave her alive, it will only make things worse. He thought, probably better to just get rid of her now and then take the initiative and sort things out with the Palace of Pleasure. At that moment, Hansu anxiously realized what he had long ago forgotten. Before him stood a true warrior of the demonic cult, a ruthless creature to the bone. He firmly ordered the man not to kill anyone without his direct order. The heir understood there was no point in simply killing and getting rid of opponents. All that could be achieved this way was to build a fragile sandcastle on a mountain of senseless corpses. He made his protector understand that, judging by the intelligence reports, the mistress of the Palace of Pleasure seems to value her family very much, so he earnestly asked Tesik not to initiate any rash actions first. It was necessary to wait until Chinso developed a thorough plan. Thoughts about the mistress of the Palace of Pleasure did not leave the young leader. He hoped that the fortune of this woman could still be changed for the better. At that very moment, the door suddenly opened, and all the servants of Kai Kama saw the pitiful condition of their young mistress. They anxiously crowded around her and tried to find out if she was all right. The frightened Yultek did not understand what his master had done to the girl and why they had gone so far in their conflict. With a smile, Chan Amo guessed that Hanso was probably a truly lustful pervert who had seduced the girl with some mysterious sorcery. Yultak, fully understanding the true state of affairs, sympathized with Chan Amo with slight irony. After all, as soon as he entered the heir's chambers, he might be carried out unconscious. And finally, Hanso himself appeared with a slight smile. He suggested that Chan Amo follow him. He added that he had already inhaled enough perfume, and now it was time to smell the scent of money. The merchant, approaching, humbly asked the young master to visit their magnificent trading palace. At the same time, a real scandal broke out in the Earth Peak Palace. Dan Yewa was shouting loudly and cursing wildly while her devoted nanny tried in vain to calm her. But the stubborn girl was not going to listen. She continued to rage. The nanny did not understand the real reason for Dan Yewa's fierce anger. She cautiously guessed that the girl might have encountered the young leader, which was why she was so furious. However, she angrily demanded that the nanny not even dare to mention him. Then the old woman thought, maybe the girl was angry because she had been separated from her fiancé for so long. However, Dan Yewa clearly was not going to grieve over such an annoying bastard. In despair, she declared that she was even ready to shave her head and go away to the lonely mountains for a long meditation just to avoid this marriage. The nanny gently scolded the fiery ward, explaining that it was a common thing when noble people marry each other to preserve the purity of their lineage. She emphasized that Dan Yave was incredibly lucky because she was able to find out in advance whom she would have to marry, a luxury unavailable to many girls of her status. However, the unrestrained Dan Yeva categorically stated that she was not going to marry him and would prefer to tie her fate to someone she had never met before. But the prudent nanny reminded her that Chinso came from a respected family. The stubborn girl sharply flared up to object and declared that she did not consider his family truly respected. After all, the whereabouts of the cult leader himself had been unknown for a long time. Frightened, the nanny listened to such insolent words and begged the girl to speak more quietly. But Dana Yave did not care at all, even if Chinso heard her harsh phrases. However, she was sure that there was not a single living soul nearby. At this tense moment, suddenly the heavy doors slammed open with a rumble, and a rough male voice sharply cut off her audacious words. This stern man turned out to be the formidable master of the palace himself. Soon Dan Yeva was already standing in the training arena, opposite her furious father. He decisively demanded that the girl draw her sword. She did not understand. Did he really believe that she would not dare to point a weapon against her own parent? The young warrior was ready to repeat again that she was not going to marry this man simply because she did not want to tie her fate to him. The man was extremely outraged that she allowed simple emotions to spoil the most important event in her life. But the stubborn daughter declared that this boy was worthless, because even her father said, if someone shows weakness, they can destroy their noble family. Therefore, she sincerely did not understand why her father was almost going to sell her to this obvious weakling. The owner of the palace sternly reminded her that she had already sworn an engagement oath in the name of the god of the sacred flame. Yet the untamed girl firmly declared that she was not obliged to do so if she did not want to. Now she had completely changed her mind about marrying the like a snot-nosed brat, and the father, losing patience, ordered his daughter to attack him if she was so serious about her decision. He wanted to find out if she could continue to throw such insolent audacity after a test of strength. Without hesitating for a moment, she immediately sharply lunged at him and attacked. brave girl proudly reminded again that she was not going to marry. After which he triumphantly tossed his weapon into the air and swiftly rushed away. The man realized with surprise that his stubborn daughter had trained truly diligently. Perhaps she had already reached the highest level of mastery. Having waited until Dan Yewa was far enough away, he calmly called his faithful squad commander. He understood this temperamental girl was still his only and unique daughter. Therefore, he demanded to bring the young leader Chinso to him. It was all he could do for her now. The father sternly ordered the commander to check that the combat skills of the young heir were at the level that would satisfy them. This would be his special gift for his beloved daughter. For now, Hanso and his companions were galloping on magnificent horses. This rare breed of horses was hard to find even in mountainous regions, so without a doubt the trading palace put a lot of effort into acquiring such steeds. Soon the time came to make a stop. The hero dismounted and suggested making a short rest to take a little break on the road. But the insolent Chang Amu impatiently explained that they had almost reached their destination, and there was no need to rest here at all. At that moment it became clear, this arrogant merchant did not understand at all where he was and who he was dealing with. After this phrase, Hanso suddenly remembered his name, the one who had previously tried to kill him. Although Chang Amu desperately tried to deny it, the young master decided to directly ask whether this man was the legitimate heir of the trading palace. However, not grasping the true essence of the question, he clumsily admitted that he had an older brother. He confidently declared, if he himself were the successor, he would undoubtedly have achieved much more than his elder relative, but to his great regret, luck had turned away from him in this matter. Hanso was even more surprised that a person who showed obvious disrespect for his position had been sent to him. This insolent merchant had definitely looked down on him from the very moment he stepped over the threshold of his palace. With a barely noticeable smile, the heir realized this was his chance. Since Chan Amu was not the direct heir, he could kill him with impunity. However, the young master soberly reasoned, Chan Amu would sooner or later meet his death anyway, and decided it was better to temporarily use him for his own purposes. At this tense moment, Yultek swiftly crept up from behind and firmly grabbed the merchant. The panicked Chan Amu loudly demanded to be released immediately, not understanding at all why the elite Forbidden Squad was standing aside and doing nothing. He could not believe that they would simply allow Hanso to kill him without any resistance. The next moment, the young heir weightlessly drew a sharp blade and with a biting smile promised that he would now cut the insolent one just a little. At these dreadful words, the frightened merchant immediately screamed loudly. Hanso carefully looked around and noticed behind Chan Amu a vigilant, appraising gaze. He immediately realized the main figure in this strange company was clearly not the cowardly Chan Amu. The young master authoritatively ordered the frightened merchant to stop making senseless noise because he had not even done anything to him yet, although he could have simply slit his throat to begin with. But at this decisive moment, another, more composed man stepped forward, calmly asking the heir to show mercy. Hanso was intrigued by the personality of this mysterious man. The stranger, politely bowing, apologized for not introducing himself properly earlier. His name was Chan Buren, and he was an experienced warrior responsible for the elite Forbidden Squad at the merchant's palace. The young leader turned the blade back into the sheath and shifted his entire gaze to this intriguing stranger. Yet he sternly warned the trembling Chan Amu, if he crossed the line again, he would immediately lose his head. After that, the heir openly expressed his opinion about Chan Buren, ironically remarking that the trading palace seemed to love spying very much. However, the commander calmly explained that he had remained silent only to reliably protect his master in case of any unforeseen situation. He had to make sure that Hanso would never show what he was fully capable of. This part, according to him, was the basis of the moment when sometimes it is necessary to outsmart even your allies in order to successfully deceive enemies later. Hanso found his justification too naive. The man was clearly trying to create the impression that everything was done exclusively for the good of the young heir. However, Chan Buren sincerely assured that if anything happened to Hanso, the cult of the sun would indeed be in serious danger. After all, the young lord was tired of those empty talks. When Chan Buren solemnly swore that he would personally take care of the heir's safety, he decided to believe him this time. But he firmly demanded that the commander never try to deceive him again, because the second time he definitely would not forgive him. The warrior, respectfully bowing, carefully listened to Hanso's stern warning. The young leader only calmly smiled and explained that this time he was ready to believe his words. Very soon, the travelers as a group safely reached the magnificent trading palace. This place was truly impressive. The gaze could not be torn away, and from Hanso's surprised reaction it became clear he was here for the first time. The young heir was especially struck by the large body of water that spread out nearby. Chan Buren proudly explained that it was not a sea but a wide, full-flowing river formed when the eternal snow of the high mountains melted. It was called the Hot Sea in the past. Many travelers mistakenly took this mighty river for a real sea, hence its poetic name. Even the experienced Iltesic was deeply impressed by how wonderful this place was, while his daughter marveled at how her father had managed to visit this place in his lifetime. The perceptive Chan Buren showed keen interest. He noticed that the face of the stern Iltesic seemed familiar to him somewhere. He politely inquired about his battle nickname. The veteran, without the slightest embarrassment, proudly introduced himself as Kravavi Usura, a name that made many warriors involuntarily shudder. Finally, the time came to solemnly enter the very majestic trading courtyard. As they passed through the main gates, festively dressed girls danced gracefully everywhere and lively trade buzzed. Various merchants were buying up valuable grain and other goods. The impatient Yultek became curious about when they would finally reach the main palace building. Chan Buren explained with a smile that they had almost reached their destination. But suddenly, at that moment, the faces of the escorts twisted sharply with genuine fear. Hanso instantly glanced toward their alarmed looks and saw a young, slender man in dazzling white robes, none other than the powerful heir of another, rival palace. The events take place at the moment when the head of the trade guild saw Yuljin. He looked extremely worried and did not understand what had brought such a high-ranking guest to their lands. The young warrior calmly explained that his father was worried and asked whether the head of the trading court had forgotten his old promise. He was the eldest son of the lord of the court of Bloody Archie's name inspired awe even among the bravest masters. The head of the trading palace, nervously adjusting his clothes, explained that their lands had just endured a devastating attack by the Warrats, so earning money was extremely difficult. He sincerely did not understand why they were expected to make progress in such a difficult situation. Yuljin, impeccably calm, reported that in that case he wished to meet with Chan Amo because he had heard about the unfortunate incident that recently occurred in the restaurant. The head of the palace hastily made it clear. There's no need for that. These words noticeably surprised Yuljin. He began to understand that probably Chan Amo was not in the palace. A troubling thought arose in him that the reckless youth had set off for the palace of the little sun, for if he really ended up there, it could cause serious misunderstandings with the young leader Hanso. Meanwhile, the head of the merchants with feigned indifference made it clear he knew nothing about it because his impulsive son usually only does whatever comes to his mind. Yuljin, bowing politely, decided to immediately set out in search of Chan Amo, while his interlocutor insisted that there was no urgent need for this. But still, unexpectedly for everyone, Yuljin swiftly drew his exquisite blade. His strike was so rapid that those present barely managed to see the movement of the blade. It definitely caught the flower that grew to the left of the pale face of the head of the trading court. The man instinctively reached out his hand to catch the falling pot with the precious plant. Yuljin explained with indisputable calm clarity that this is a rare plant affected by an invisible disease, but it can still survive if the affected leaves are cut off in time. But if the plant is left alone for too long, it will have to be mercilessly cut out by the root. He politely apologized for his supposed rudeness and generously promised, instead, to personally take care of the annoying problems with the Warrats. The head of the trading court shuddered inwardly, fully realizing the impressive power of this young man. Yuljin was clearly already close to reaching the higher realm of the demon. Yet despite this, the frightened man mentally counted him as a truly dangerous madman. Later, Yuljin met with his elite squad. His faithful assistant quietly made it clear to the master that the Warrat attack was only a transparent pretext, and the trading court clearly did not cut their promised amount of money for no reason. Still, Yuljin strictly ordered the girl not to ask unnecessary questions or speculate. She silently agreed and respectfully bowed before him. She was the commander of the famous White Battle 7, a special support squad. At this momentous moment, the master's strong hand was majestically descended upon by his faithful assistant, a noble hawk with a piercing gaze. Yuljin immediately decided to ask the intelligent bird if anyone he knew had come here. But at that very second, he noticed Chinso and Yultak. They were calmly standing a few steps in front of him. Seeing the approaching pair, the attentive Yan Chachak instantly realized Yuljin was Yultak's older brother. They both came from the mighty palace of Bloody Arts. The young leader became extremely curious to find out if this mysterious warrior was on his side. Passing by Yultek, his elder brother calmly and with dignity greeted him and noted that he had not seen his younger relative for quite a long time. When he approached Chinso, the latter decisively asked what important matter had brought the representative of the Palace of Bloody Arts to these lands. However, after thinking it over, he admitted he had no reason not to be on the lands of his trading partner. After that, the warrior posed the same direct question to Chinso. The young heir's answer turned out to be exactly the same as Yulzin's, evasive and cautious. Both quickly realized that they were not going to reveal to each other the true reasons for their appearance, so Yulzin politely said goodbye and prepared to leave. However, at the very last moment, turning to the silent Yultek, he smiled coldly and asked whether his younger brother was as miserable and weak as before. Not waiting for an answer to his biting question, he immediately informed the frightened Chan Amo that he insisted on speaking with him alone and promised that he would join soon. But the second master sincerely did not understand why the Lord had come here. Even more unsettling to him was the presence of the support squad of the White Seven. Chinso was much more interested in the strange behavior of his friend Yultek. He already knew that Yulzin was the elder son of the formidable lord of the Palace of Bloody Arts, so their sudden meeting was undoubtedly extremely awkward for both brothers. Later, all of Chinso's companions gathered in a cozy guest house to discuss the recent troubling events. There they learned that Yulzin currently held an exceptionally high rank in the Cult of the Sun. He headed a special elite force, more widely known as the Support Squad, the true combat elite of the cult. Having familiarized herself with this valuable information, the vulnerable Karen became noticeably worried. The Palace of Bloody Arts, without a doubt, had the most powerful military force among all 7 palaces of the Sun cult. After this frank confession, she decisively turned to the thoughtful Yultek. She wanted to learn as much as possible from him about his mysterious brother. However, he only sullenly remained silent. He clearly did not like the tense atmosphere that had arisen around this topic. He insistently asked his friends to stop further discussions of his family affairs. Yet he reluctantly told about the man, the almighty master of the Palace of Bloody Arts, who held second place in the struggle for leadership in the cult. This was his own paternal figure, but Yultek himself was the son of a concubine and never received recognition or support from his strict father. Although such an attitude was quite common for their noble clan, and his family might even have been known for its coldness toward illegitimate descendants, his elder brother Yuljin never behaved arrogantly toward him as if he were just the son of a simple concubine. He even patiently taught him complex martial arts, but he became cold to him until the younger brother was finally disappointed. He began to waste his life in vain, recklessly running around with the young leader Hanso, visiting brothels and other dubious establishments. And now Yultek sincerely hoped that soon the opinion of his respected elder brother would change for the better. After all, Hanso had clearly become much more serious and purposeful than ever before. Touched, Yultek anxiously could not understand. Is his master really going there, or is he planning something similar? Cautiously, he made it clear that everyone well knew about the close ties of the Palace of Bloody Arts with numerous escort establishments and trading palaces throughout the country. Hanso was especially interested in the important fact that they had a significant influence in the trading palace. This undoubtedly meant both these powerful clans were on the same side in the great political game. Therefore, he persistently asked his loyal assistants to gather as much valuable information about them as possible and carefully check if there were any alarming signs that they were from the very beginning set against the small Palace of the Sun. Exhausted, Yultek sincerely wanted to rest a little before carrying out this responsible task, but he understood the situation did not tolerate delay. Therefore, the resolute Karen with the unwavering Tesik quickly grabbed the evasive Yultek and insistently dragged him to perform the urgent task. Meanwhile, Chingso sat alone, deeply pondering the head of the trade guild and the position of the palaces. He immediately believed that the Merchant's Palace and the Palace of Pleasure were precisely the places where he absolutely needed to secure support. For his group to move forward effectively, they undeniably needed reliable capital and fast transportation. That is why in the Murim Alliance there were not only combat sects, they also had numerous influential banks, trading posts, and escort establishments. But that was not all. The main problem was that the only card he held was the rank of young leader, heir of the small palace. For the trade head to sincerely want to side with him, Chingso had to have his own convincing ambitions and real power. Therefore, at the start, they vitally needed an effective way to isolate the trade palace from other rivals. At this tense moment of reflection, an unexpected guest appeared. It was Chang Buren. he respectfully informed that the palace master had already finished all urgent matters and respectfully asked if the young leader could meet with him right now. Jingso was clearly surprised. He noticed how young Chang Buren looked. The face he saw now was strikingly different from the stern image he had observed earlier. Bowing, the man sincerely apologized for showing disrespect to the young lord, and it was then that it became clear he was undoubtedly wearing a skillful mask made from specially treated human skin to hide his true appearance. Yang Chachuk dryly reminded his interlocutor that he had already warned him, never deceive him again. Chang Buren again apologized in shock and pitifully for the situation slipping so badly out of control. Then insightful Chingso bitterly realized Chang Buren did not take him seriously at all. Probably he thought that all the heir's words were just empty threats and childish jokes. The experienced warrior clearly looked down on him as if he were a harmless boy. The young leader coldly reminded that he had come here only because of the sincere promise of the head of the trade court since that time when he promised to pay for all the unforgivable sins committed by his reckless son. But now Chinso clearly understood he should not have appeared in this dangerous place at all. But Chang Buren was ready to endure any humiliation to sincerely apologize to the offended young leader. He stubbornly insisted that right now his true face had appeared before him without any masks or pretenses. But Chingso could no longer understand how anyone could believe this liar and agree to meet the master of his palace. He decisively declared that he was immediately returning to the palace of the little sun. Falling to his knees in despair, the commander begged to reconsider this harsh decision and swore that he would personally ensure that nothing like this would ever happen again. But Chingso remained steadfast, had already been shamelessly deceived twice, so it was unlikely that this trickster would not do the same a third time. The young lord could not believe empty words, so he firmly ordered to convey to the palace master he would never have any business meetings with him again. The silent Chan Buren stubbornly wanted to know exactly what he absolutely needed to do to earn the coveted trust of the young leader. Chanso clearly understood this proud commander was usually not the kind of person to allow himself such humiliating behavior. The only reason he was now so easily showing his weakness was that he sincerely considered Chanso a worthless and harmless youth. The heir decided to mock this confident man a little more and handed him a clean sheet of paper and a delicate pen. He planned to make the commander write something importante, finally be convinced of his sincerity. To begin with, Chan Buren had to write that he was the commander of the secret forbidden squad of the trading court. After these first words, the commander clearly doubted. He thought that the young leader would now ask him for some special protection. Chingso only smiled mysteriously in response to such a naive assumption. The next phrase which the heir forced the bewildered man to write was that supposedly Chan Buren was going to destroy the entire palace of the little sun. Obviously, the stunned commander immediately began to desperately argue and explain that the young Hanso must understand perfectly well how many powerful people would like to harm his palace, and that he and his family tried with all their might to protect the heir from this danger. But Hanso, who was attentive, found this extremely strange. His supposed protectors so diligently concealed their true identity from him, supposedly only to test him. He did not understand at all why the explosive son of the merchant's palace was so persistently trying to test him if they were on his side. According to Hanso's firm conviction, Chan Buren was a very dangerous and unpredictable person. But despite everything, the commander stubbornly denied it, convinced that it was not so at all. Hanso calmly noted, if he really posed no threat, then there should be no problem honestly writing what was demanded of him. In that case, there would be no unpleasant consequences. So clearly nervous and doubtful, Chan Buren still reluctantly took up the pen. But looking at his uncertain movements, the wise Hanso realized he must flee immediately, should simply go straight to the Palace of Pleasure. He understood that they were losing a potentially important ally. The desperate Chan Buren finally broke down and agreed to write everything that was required. He desperately hoped that this humiliating concession would be enough. And this was exactly what the insightful Yang Chachak was aiming for. He insisted that the commander add something weighty to this compromising letter. Chan Buren had to write that the Palace of the Little Sun itself would serve as proof of the truthfulness of his confession. If he violated his solemn promise, he could be considered a traitor without hesitation. The commander had to confirm all this with a family plaque depicting the sacred sun, a special memorial board issued by the cult itself, a peculiar identification of a member of the demonic cult. It can be said that this was no less important than life itself, because it was the only reliable way cult members could officially recognize each other. The only reason the proud owner of the palace agreed to such humiliation could be only one: he was absolutely certain of his own actions. Only in the fact that I considered the palace of the little sun merely an innocent joke. Whatever it really was, now the trading court officially had to protect the palace of the little sun under any circumstances. Shortly after the successful completion of the preparation of this important letter, the pacified Chan Buran respectfully led Ch Hanso to the long-awaited meeting with the head of the trading court. He, sitting in his luxurious seat, warmly welcomed the young leader and kindly asked him to feel completely calm and comfortable in this authority. The palace owner explained that he had deliberately arranged their meeting a little later after the arrival of the high guest because he sincerely wanted to give him a chance to rest after the exhausting journey. Ch Hanso was impressed by such foresight. He knew perfectly well how much effort this influential man had put into bringing him here safely. Moreover, the head of the traders joyfully declared that he had specially prepared a special gift for the honorable young leader since the very time he first emerged from seclusion. While they were talking, Ch Hanso's attentive gaze caught an impressive chest filled to the brim with shining gold. It immediately became clear to the head of the trading court what exactly his guest was looking at. He honestly admitted he could give all this wealth to the young leader if Ch Hanso truly desired it. At that moment, the heir realized that the master of the trading house was much more generous and insightful than he had initially expected. Moreover, he noticed with interest that the influential man, judging by all signs, lived a completely happy and prosperous life. Ch Hanso cited an old proverb: parents sometimes care so much about their love for their children that they do not even notice their own foolish actions. Since the head of the trading house had such a precious son, an unhappy life simply could not exist for him. But the young leader thought that the leader of the merchants was too uneducated. He did not even know about his own disgraceful actions. He should have openly and honestly begged for forgiveness, but instead he coldly ordered his loyal subordinates to lock Ch Hanso in the guest room. Now he sat in a much higher place and spoke to him indulgently. To the attentive heir, it looked as if the head was actually confessing to a secret conspiracy against him. But the frightened merchant immediately began to vehemently deny that this was the case at all. Yet Ch Hanso calmly repeated his insightful question. Suddenly bursting into laughter, the head of the merchants admitted he understood a lot when Ch Hanso opened his eyes to the painful mistake of his immature son. Just having risen from his seat, he unexpectedly asked the young leader to sit in the place of honor where he himself had just been sitting. Ch Hanso, as before, as if nothing had happened, walked straight across the expensive table and confidently sat in the armchair prepared for the master. Obviously, this brazen nonsense finally threw the head of the trading house off balance, but he skillfully did not show it. Ch Hanso behaved so boldly because he had already dealt with such influential people. Once, the inquisitive Ch Hanso asked the experienced leader of the beggars' sect why he looked so much like the rest of the rich and influential people, although they were at completely opposite ends of the social ladder. He wisely noted that all people are essentially similar. Some have everything in excess, and there are those who seem to need absolutely nothing. And strangely, now sitting before the heir was a man who strangely combined traits of both these types at once. Therefore, Ch Hanso admitted to the palace master with utmost honesty, and even rudely, that he hated all complications and intrigues. After he finished his long solitude, his mysterious father mysteriously disappeared, leaving him alone with only one obsessive thought. Moreover, he added, he was not at all interested in what held the attention of all the other courtiers. He simply had the right to sit on the empty throne of the cult leader because this place had long stood empty undeservedly. Ch Hanso expressed hope that the insightful master of the trading court understood what it was really about. He believed that they thought on the same wavelength as the man, so he came here to visit him personally. Instead of the expected reception, they targeted his life, and at the first meeting behaved unreasonably rudely. This greatly disappointed and alarmed him. However, laughing loudly again, the wise merchant sincerely apologized for inadvertently showing the young leader unforgivable disrespect. He expressed hope that the magnanimous Chungso would forgive him with a broad heart as boundless as the sea. The head anxiously asked what exactly he needed to do to atone for the unacceptable ignorance of his hot-tempered son. He solemnly declared that from now on he would consider himself a faithful servant of the young heir. Chungso was sincerely curious about what important conclusions the insightful master of the trading court had reached. With that enthusiasm, he announced that he had prepared a truly valuable and unique gift for the young guest. He solemnly snapped his fingers and declared that the gift was quite special, insisting that Chungso would surely appreciate it properly. At that moment, Chang Buran appeared carefully carrying a delicate red box in his hands. As soon as it opened, the impressed Ching So saw exquisite daggers lying on a velvet cushion and at first did not understand why they were so valuable. The head of the palace, with a slight smile, inquired whether the young lord had heard about the legendary 5 sacred instruments. Stunned, Ching So could not believe that before him truly stood the famous weapons among the sacred relics. And it turned out to be pure truth. The head had specially prepared such a priceless gift. These were the legendary demonic daggers of the sacred fire. The merchant knew perfectly well that this was exactly the rare weaponry that Ching So could never have obtained by ordinary means, and he magnanimously intended to give them to him. That was not all. He was also ready to ensure that every month a ton of gold ingots would be reliably sent to the palace of the young heir. These generous supplies would have helped Ching So build his magnificent palace, and eventually it would have become much larger and more luxurious than the merchant's palace itself. But this tempting offer had one key condition. The leader proposed that Ching So make a serious deal. Ultimately, he was to take the place of the supreme leader of the cult, and in return, the merchant's palace was ready to provide him with comprehensive support in this difficult matter. Ching So was truly impressed that he was so directly asked to lead the powerful cult. However, the leader solemnly declared that this was entirely natural. After all, this was the sacred destiny of the imperial family. It would be utterly absurd if anyone else and not the legitimate heir Ching So took this high position. That would be an unforgivable betrayal and transgression, and the angry gods would inevitably turn away from the cult. However, the insightful Yang Chachok noticed, it sounds strange to talk about the imperial family in the context of a demonic cult. Still, he politely agreed with the wise man and acknowledged that there was much profound meaning in his words. The leader was sincerely glad to hear this, especially because the young leader finally understood why he had rejected his visit at the beginning. Ching So agreed with light irony that the man was truly an impressive diplomat. However, one detail still made him wary. Based on what he knew, the trading court also kept the powerful master of the Palace of Bloody Arts under control. The young heir was incredibly curious about what exactly this cunning man was trying to gain by playing so riskily on 2 fronts at once. This insightful statement really interested the head of the merchants. He found in it an extremely interesting question. Even the undeniable fact that Ching So was interested in such complex matters impressed him, because he sincerely did not believe that the young heir was capable of deep reflection at all. The head of the merchants explained that he had simply noticed one important thing and understood. He had already heard the young leader suddenly had a new powerful bodyguard, and also Hanso had not been in the palace for a long time. He had not unfounded suspicions that he might have secretly visited one of the 7 other palaces. Perhaps he even managed to conclude an important agreement with this mysterious palace, and in return, they generously provided him with an experienced bodyguard as a guarantee of their support. It seemed incredibly strange to him that the young heir had traveled this long way, seemingly just to politely visit him. But if someone influential sent Hanso here with a clear mission, then it would make much more sense. Therefore, he decided that the boy had probably been either to the Fighting Palace or to the Palace of Pleasure before the visit. He was clearly agitated and assumed the interests of the Palace of Bloody Arts might be behind this. Yet Hanso sharply stated that he had not the slightest idea what it was about, but the distrustful head considered this an obvious lie and stubbornly decided to find out the truth. Why was Hanso really looking for him? But when the young lord calmly reminded him of his previous explanations, the merchant only became angrier because he categorically did not believe his words. Assessing the man's internal strength, the experienced fighter immediately understood he had significantly enhanced it with rare elixirs. He was incredibly curious how many of those precious elixirs he had managed to swallow, so now he had an impressive amount of internal energy. Since this head had obviously invested considerable money in rapidly increasing his combat capabilities, it was quite natural that he had to prioritize finances even above martial arts. But the merchant quickly pulled himself together again and now deeply pondered who was really behind this complex political conspiracy. He absolutely needed to find out the whole truth before boarding such a risky boat. Moreover, he needed to precisely determine who was the real hidden master of this dangerous boat. Hanso tactfully reminded that the merchant's palace is not the only place where serious financial resources were concentrated. He made it clear that he intended to visit the Palace of Pleasure as well. And reasonably noted that the Palace of Pleasures is much better at gathering valuable information. The fact was that each of the 7 influential palaces had its own unique powers and exerted a strong but specific influence on certain spheres of the cult's life. The Palace of the Sacred Fire traditionally held overall management, the Palace of Bloody Arts handled military affairs, the Palace of Fighters provided the punishment system for offenders, and the Palace of Poison played an important role as the great medical repository for the entire cult. The main problem lay in the complicated relations between the Merchant's Palace and the Pleasure Palace. Both effectively held the same key economic functions. Now, as a large-scale war for power was inevitably approaching, other palaces would definitely try to strategically unite with these 2 financially powerful palaces. Since their spheres of influence largely overlapped, they inevitably had to compete fiercely with each other, so the far-sighted Qingzhou had no reasonable choice but to meet personally with representatives of the Palace of Pleasure. Finally, he sighed heavily and frankly admitted he perfectly understood that the boss had many different boats on which he could have profitably boarded. Understanding that the cautious master of the palace still could not fully trust him, Hanzo decided tactfully to let him believe what he himself wanted to believe. He supposedly mysteriously informed him that yes, he had indeed come here on the secret instructions of another influential person. Chapter believed him with relief this time, yet he emphasized, now is definitely not the time to make a final decision. First, he needed to meet with his trusted people, and Qingzhou politely asked the man not to rush with his answer. Moreover, he decided to gratefully accept the precious blades, as the merchant had obviously invested considerable effort and funds into this generous gift. But he also gently warned, the payment for the security of his boat would be at least 30 of all the trading house's assets. He generously gave the head a whole month to send these solid funds to his palace, and at the same time gave him time to carefully consider other boats that could potentially offer him a more profitable deal. The worried head insistently asked the young leader to at least rest a little with them before continuing on the road. The proud heir firmly stated that he did not consider himself obliged to do so. He politely asked the head of the traders not to worry in vain and calmly set off to deal with his urgent affairs. At that moment, he quickly said goodbye and decisively disappeared from the palace. Shortly after his departure, having not made a final decision, the head of the trading house, puzzled, decided to urgently meet with the loyal Chan Buren. He was openly angry because, after all, he was a very capable and influential man and considered the demand for 30 a real daylight robbery. The wise Chan Buren gently asked to keep a cool head and not make hasty decisions, but the angry master could not calm down, believing that the audacious Hanzo was pulling some dirty and dishonest tricks. Chan Buren calmly said that perhaps the young Hanzo actually had no connection to any other palace. He admitted that he did not know for sure, but suggested that other palaces would rather try to carefully avoid such an open conflict. Moreover, the mysterious young lord mentioned some enigmatic man who supposedly guided him. Then the experienced head of the traders developed serious suspicions that the Association of Elders might be behind this. Chan Buren also felt a high probability of this assumption, but did not consider that such a development of events would definitely be bad for them. In any case, if they simply leave everything as it is, they will eventually have to support the ambitious Palace of Bloody Arts, but then the abuse of power by the new rulers will inevitably become even more outrageous. Chan Buren ambiguously implied that this was exactly what Yuljin meant, who recently promised to personally take care of this delicate matter. If such outrageous things were already happening daily, they could expect even more justified complaints when the power-hungry master of the Palace of Bloody Arts finally becomes the supreme leader of the entire cult. Moreover, according to his information, the master of the Fighters' Palace will most likely unite his significant efforts with the master of the Palace of Pleasure. The influential Association of Elders will join hands with the young lord. All this clearly meant that a great, destructive war for power was rapidly approaching, and it would be very pragmatic if they could extract some financial benefit from this chaos. However, the head of the merchants remained extremely worried, clearly had something to lose. Chan Buren perfectly understood that all this was just a masterful game led by the young leader himself was only a puppet. Although Chanso had grown significantly as a warrior recently, according to the commander, his true nature had not undergone noticeable changes. Moreover, he was firmly convinced. Audacious Chanso had already laid his hands on Kaihama. This was especially troubling news to hear it right now. Although the commander did not know all the intimate details of what was happening in the closed room, the young leader was widely known as a lustful pervert. So, seeing the confused look of the usually impeccable girl, he was absolutely sure. Something extremely indecent had happened there. This unexpected revelation caused a strange mixture of gloating and satisfaction on his usually impassive face. In such an outrageous case, the proud mistress of the Palace of Pleasure would definitely not let it go, and the naive Chonso, because of his foolishness, clearly did not understand what exactly he had so recklessly gotten involved in. Moreover, the young heir confidently claimed that the merchant's palace was not the only place where serious wealth was concentrated. But for Chonso, the path to the Palace of Pleasure was now tightly closed after what had happened. Therefore, the treacherous leader even began to seriously consider simply allowing the foolish youth to perish at the hands of the Avenger Kai Hama. But Chan Buran understood that this would be extremely wrong and short-sighted. The leader decided that it would be better to first save Hanso and return to his plans at a more opportune time. This sentence seemed too strange to him. He believed that the current situation was a perfect opportunity to get rid of both the overconfident young leader and the competing palace at the same time. But the wise assistant considered such an approach deeply mistaken. He clearly understood, if the palace of the little sun was completely destroyed, it would inevitably mean the end for themselves as well. In the end, the pragmatic leader still listened to his experienced assistant and ordered him to secretly infiltrate the Palace of Pleasure so that Hanso would not die there because of his recklessness. Moreover, he soberly reasoned, if sooner or later he would have to pay for the safety of the chosen boat anyway, it was better to make his strategic move first. He decisively ordered the promised gold ingots to be sent immediately to the Palace of the Little Sun. Somewhere around the same time, Hanso was calmly wandering the city and in his thoughts still returned to their recent tense conversation. He clearly understood, the emotional master of the merchant's palace would definitely not hold back for long and was about to take some action. At the same time, Yultak, Tessic, and the young heron were just returning from their reconnaissance mission. Quietly listening to the noisy conversations of the locals, they caught alarming rumors. Someone had miraculously escaped near the approaches to the market hill. Apparently, something serious had happened there. One of the frightened men was stumbling and hesitantly telling that he was going to a brothel and on the way was surprised to see the entire top of the hill was black as tar. At first, he thought he was simply exhausted to death. His quarrelsome wife gave him not a minute of peace, so he tightly closed his eyes and opened them again. To his horror, he saw there a whole 10,000-strong army. The man swore he could not believe his own eyes, but his skeptical friends insisted that the whole story was outright nonsense. In their opinion, it was most likely some petty, worthless sect of poor people just going to collect leftover food. But the troubled man was absolutely sure he had personally seen the Minister of War Vu Gayam himself. He blocked all approaches to the horse market and the outskirts of the city. He was horrified to think that this was happening because the legitimate emperor was absent from the capital, and his ambitious brother had treacherously decided to take his place. But his distrustful friends categorically refused to believe him and did not want to hear any more about this absurd invention. The designated Yultak could not understand. Could this minor warrior really become emperor simply by physically occupying the empty throne? The observant heron noticed that the events currently unfolding in the powerful Warat tribe looked quite serious and alarming. But Yultak was genuinely surprised that she so easily believed these dubious words, since it was unlikely that a wild tribe would need anything from the isolated cult of Salsa. Heron calmly explained that this was not the first time they had heard about such incidents, but the servant urged her to stop unconditionally believing everything told by drunken visitors of public houses. Heron wanted to continue this argument, but suddenly she heard a quiet, painful sigh nearby. It carried the scent of a wounded man, and apparently it was a warrior. The compassionate girl sincerely wanted to help and cautiously asked if he was all right. But to her surprise, he only growled angrily at Heron, demanding that this annoying girl immediately leave him alone. Defending his daughter's honor, the stern Tessic immediately resolutely stood up for her, but at the same time calmly asked his child not to pay attention to such rude and ungrateful people as this irritated stranger. Moreover, the peace-loving Yultak wisely explained that they should not wastefully interfere in the internal conflicts of the cult of the sun, especially since this grim man looked like a member of the elite Nameless Squad. And the angry man, without stopping shouting, authoritatively ordered Yultak to be silent immediately, because his pitiful condition was entirely the fault of the damned Warat bastards. Yultak coldly asked the wounded old man to be more careful with such offensive expressions and sternly warned he could easily lose his head if he did not choose his words more carefully. Having recovered a little, the stranger grimly explained that the belligerent Warrats had completely blocked the most important Silk Road and mercilessly killed anyone they disliked. He behaved so boldly only because the cult leader was not present. But the wounded himself sincerely did not understand what the inactive Palace of Bloody Arts, which was supposed to protect their interests, was doing at such a critical moment. Yultek categorically did not believe these accusations. Then the enraged man repeated again that it was the Warrats who first aggressively waved their swords. They cruelly stabbed him with a dagger just because he accidentally looked at them. Yultek stubbornly continued to argue, not understanding why this could be needed by a peaceful tribe. Then finally, bored of fruitless talks, the irritated man limping went away. As a farewell, he bitterly reminded the folk wisdom often repeated by experienced warriors. Those who hold the top of the social ladder are most likely to listen only to those from privileged circles. He was advised to just run because rulers who do not care at all are completely indifferent to the fate of the old, severely wounded cripple and the rootless outcasts from brothels. In this situation, they could not really help with anything. Since the mighty Palace of Bloody Arts was already inactive, he decisively intended to go there alone to save those who could still be saved, or at least destroy as many enemies as possible before his own death. At this tense moment, they were unexpectedly found by the attentive Chinso, had already managed to inquire about the entire situation on the way here. He calmly suggested to his companions to head to the nearest inn to discuss in detail what was happening in a more secluded setting. There, the young master explained restrainedly that the belligerent Warrats had indeed killed far more than just a few people as some rumors claimed. But the outraged Yultek vehemently denied this, believing that the Warrats simply could not have acted so recklessly. In response, Hanso admitted that he could not absolutely guarantee the accuracy of all the information, but was confident enough in the key facts. Karen only noted that they still had no convincing evidence of what had happened. Rising to his feet in righteous anger, the emotional Yultek began to argue that all these accusations against the Warrats were sheer madness and slander, but Karen trusted more what she had heard firsthand from eyewitnesses. The stern Tesik was seriously angered by the audacious behavior that Yultek, that hot-headed youth, allowed himself toward his precious daughter. He quickly and decisively stopped the troublemaker. Observing these tense negotiations and senseless disputes, the patient Yan Chachak authoritatively asked everyone to calm down immediately. His careless subordinates habitually respectfully called him young master right in the hotel, which caused some frightened visitors to immediately rush to flee, fearing trouble. Hanso authoritatively ordered everyone to take their seats. Although this address was directed at his own assistants, a powerful aura was felt by absolutely everyone inside the crowded inn. At that time, Yultek relentlessly and persistently continued to argue that even when the Warrats sometimes allowed themselves certain liberties, they were by no means as bloodthirsty and merciless as they were being portrayed. Karen distrustfully but businesslike asked where he had such precise information about the temperament of this mysterious tribe. Then Yultek reluctantly admitted that he grew up among them. Earlier he had already mentioned, he was the illegitimate son of his father, and he knew about it from a young age because his biological mother came from the Warrat tribe. He sincerely asked not to be misunderstood. He never claimed that the entire tribe was purely noble and peace-loving, but he genuinely did not understand why they and the mighty Palace of Bloody Arts would suddenly so actively conflict with the cult of the sun. In his opinion, he could more easily understand their aggression if it concerned orthodox sects with which the Warrats had old scores to settle. At that time, the thoughtful Yan Chachak began to deeply ponder about the head of the merchants. That one did not seek to become the leader of the cult, so he did not try to directly harm him, but clearly wanted an irreconcilable enmity to flare up between the young master and the Palace of Bloody Arts. If they were truly in a state of conflict and the Warrat tribe was actively involved in it, then perhaps the warrior nomads were gathering captives precisely by the order of the Court of Bloody Arts. Therefore, the duty of honor demanded immediately rescuing the unfortunate, even despite the fact that they belonged to a demonic cult. Thus, having paid for their food, the resolute Hanso authoritatively ordered his loyal assistants to immediately leave the establishment. The frightened people in the restaurant stood in complete confusion and did not understand whether they could get up. They panicked, fearing that the formidable young leader would lie in wait for them near the building's exit to mercilessly cut off their heads for accidentally witnessing his secret negotiations. The next day, when calm morning light fell on the clear sky, the worried Yultek rushed to his master's chambers. To his surprise, he did not find him there. and he did not understand at all where the mysterious young leader could have disappeared again until he noticed a neatly folded letter on the table. It spoke of his sudden departure, and the loyal servant immediately suspected the brave master was going to set off alone for dangerous confrontations. At first, he hoped that the impulsive boy had become more sensible and calm during this time, but it seemed he remained the same reckless daredevil. When Heron joined him with the stern Il-Teshchik, the worried Yultak immediately handed them the letter for review. The message elegantly stated that the young lord could not close his eyes. He pondered all night about what had happened and asked them to immediately proceed to the small palace and patiently await his return. The letter was composed in such an impeccably polite style that Yultak, stunned, suddenly, unexpectedly realized. Instead of practicing martial arts for 3 consecutive years, Hansu had been carefully studying the subtleties of refined rhetoric. Moreover, he earnestly asked Heron not to waste precious time on admiration, but to focus on the main thing, where their brave young lord was currently located. However, the unshakable Il-Teshchik calmly and sensibly remarked that there was no point in worrying too much right now. The foolish Yultak was stunned by his astonishing frivolity. No one could guarantee that Hansu would return safe and sound. However, decisively pointing to the letter, the experienced warrior calmly explained, this was a direct order from their lord, so they would set off for the small palace without delay, as he commanded. As soon as these words were spoken, Il-Teshchik suddenly burned the mysterious letter as if it had never existed. Stunned, Yultak instantly realized the skilled warrior had masterfully used the mysterious purifying fire, thus restoring all his inner energy. Therefore, when the stern man directly asked if he was going with them, the confused young man had no other choice. Politely bowing before the authoritative squad commander, he followed him without resistance. Somewhere around the same time, Yan Chachak came across the majestic mountains. Looking around, he clearly understood. Any unprepared person could easily perish in the relentless search for the mysterious demonic cult if they decided to attack him alone. But now it troubled him less. He stubbornly headed northwest of the boundless hot sea in determined search of the mysterious tribe. The young master immediately set off in the only direction he knew, confidently believing that he would definitely find someone there to show the right way. The scene shifts to the Warat Great Plains. There, warriors lined up in a row guarding the tent where their captain lived. At that moment, Yulgen appeared before them with his squad. The warriors ordered him to stop, not understanding what this man was doing here. However, armed with 2 blades, Yulgen's right hand ordered them to let them pass. The warriors flared up with indignation. They did not understand how she dared to behave like that and who she thought she was. But the determined girl made them understand. If they wanted to live, they should lower their axes and let them inside. Furiously enraged, they started a fight in which, obviously, they ended up losing. The girl had excellent combat skills and quickly defeated 2 fighters who attacked her. After that, the others had not the slightest desire to engage her in a direct duel. They armed themselves with bows to resist those who came. They were stopped by the man they were guarding. He ordered them to let these people pass. And Yulgen ordered the girl to lower her head and follow him. When they entered, they saw a man who was thoughtfully pondering how much time had passed since their last meeting. It was the chief of the Warat tribe, Grand Master Jason. Yulgen explained that he was very worried that something bad might have happened to him, and he sincerely rejoiced that he was okay. The chief was called Ensenteshi in their language. He controlled many tribes with power reaching the level of the Tang dynasty and the northern plains. Jason decided to ask his guest if the title of Grand Master suited him. Yulgen honestly admitted, to him it sounded as if he was going to become a Khan. Chief only smiled slyly. He honestly admitted, right now nothing was impossible for him. Yulgen got to the point and asked the man to stop making all this senseless noise. Jason understood it was about the trading yard and the capture of their people, but he decided to pretend he did not understand what exactly was going on. Yulgen, realizing that a normal dialogue would not happen, explained this was exactly what his father wanted. He did not respond to the remark. The chief only inquired whether the boy had mastered the bow. They say the commander made a bow from ivory and, relying on his experience, created a weapon similar to the one he had. He believed that for a person with the blood of a Khan flowing in his veins, this bow suited best. Yulgen was surprised by such a question. Suddenly, Jason attacked him with internal energy. However, the boy's body was quite strong, so it did not affect him at all. After that, thoughtful Jason pondered the difference between guests living far in the mountains but having the blood of the northern imperial Liao dynasty in their veins, and those who are unable to continue the great Yuan lineage. After which he calmly ordered Yulgen to return to his father. first the boy snatched the blade and cut the bowstring. He explained that if someone is unable to seize something, they must know when to retreat. They say Minister of War Wu Hai restored the defensive line and intends to block all entrances to Beijing, and the Grand Master only gave their emperor a reason to increase the army's size. It was obvious he was going to become the Khan of the northern plains. He could do whatever he wanted, since the Sun cult would take care of the central plains provided he released the followers who were captive to him. Yuljin promised to tell his father about this conversation. Moreover, he decided to pay for the rudeness they showed today. For this, he inflicted 2 wounds on his assistant instead of the 2 killed men of the chieftain. And he suggested stopping and saying goodbye. Dressing his assistant, Yuljin ordered to return home. Watching him leave, Jason understood. Ahead was a tiger who listens to no one. Probably because of this, his father had a hard life. However, after making sure the guests had left, he called his assistant. The chieftain wanted to instill terror in the whole world as soon as he became Khan. And he ordered to use the emperor as an offering at first, so they headed to the prison. Later, when the sun was setting in the west, Yuljin and his team stopped at the foot of the mountain. He was going to return to the palace, and the assistant wanted to see him off. This guy forbade her because she was still bleeding. She thanked Yuljin for his care, but he explained it was all for the good of the family, so there was no need to thank him. Because of this, the girl awkwardly sat down on the nearest stone. The heir himself believed that what happened to the Khan was a curse, a foolish way to preserve the lineage of the northern imperial family who preferred their subordinates to take the punishment instead of them. Yuljin was curious how far his father was willing to go. Suddenly, the guards felt someone's presence. Turning around, Yuljin saw a stranger behind him. Seeing him, the boy thought he was lost, although it was strange that out of all places on earth he ended up on the hidden path of Heavenly Mountain on the border of western China, and he was also dressed in unique clothing. Yan Chachok, as if nothing had happened, asked for permission to rest here before setting off on the road. But the warriors ordered him to remove the mask and show his face. He calmly explained that he was an ordinary traveler who had set out on a long journey. In fact, although Yan Chachka's face showed nothing, he was surprised to have come across Yuljin so quickly right here. And the warriors continued to press, "He looks too suspicious." They could not believe his words. And as soon as the stranger explained that he had a scar on his face, Yuljin immediately ordered the warriors to retreat from this man and allow him to stay. At that moment, Chingso noticed Yuljin's assistant. He was quite struck by the fact that the phantom killer, the one who would take anyone's life without hesitation, even an old, dying, senile persona, allowed his wounded subordinate to rest and regain strength. Sitting down a little nearby, Ch. Hanso decided to ask Yuljin where they had come from. He quickly realized the interlocutor hardly spoke, although he himself guessed that the latter most likely was returning from the Warets. After this, the traveler tried to say something more neutral and asked if Yuljin liked the local river. But the wounded assistant sharply ordered him to be silent if he did not want to lose his tongue. In response, Chinso calmly remarked that in such a state she was unlikely to carry out her threat, and this only irritated her even more. When he approached her, the girl swiftly drew her blade. She hadn't managed to do anything, yet Yan Chachok had already grabbed her hand. At that very moment, several dozen swords were pressed to his neck. Yuljin noted with surprise that the strange traveler seemed not to have thought at all about the consequences of his actions. However, he only calmly remarked that Yuljin had very impatient subordinates. Then he pointed to the serious wounds of the girl, and on top of that, yellow sand had gotten inside the cuts and caused tetanus infection. Her skin was already covered with necrosis and began to rot. In such a condition, she would soon not even be able to hold a knife, let alone a sword. Even if a famous doctor appeared here now, nothing could be fixed anymore. She urgently needed to drink the medicine of the golden spear. Yuljin understood that the stranger said this because he was able to help and directly asked what he needed. The latter requested clean water, a cicada stem, and needles for stitching wounds. He suggested first dealing with the treatment and resolving the payment issue later. When everything was finally completed and the girl's hands looked normal again, she still continued to consider the stranger simply an annoying fool. Yuljin, despite her dissatisfied tone, decided to ask the traveler whether he belonged to an orthodox sect. Only people from there are so hypocritical that they save someone for the sake of dried meat, which the traveler received as a reward. Yan Chachok was surprised at how unwavering Yuljin was when it came to his subordinates, and he also became curious whether strangers considered him a representative of a demonic cult or still an orthodox sect. Yuljin calmed him down and said that he had not yet reached the point of killing his benefactors. Then he decided to ask the traveler what the Central Plains were like. Yuljin froze suddenly when she learned that the interlocutor had never been there even once. Although she understood, the demonic cult had no interest in the Central Plains if not for war, invasion, and mass killings. In the end, Chinso said that if Yuljin went to Sichuan and explored the river valley to the southeast, very soon a vast lake's surface would open before him. It was the famous Dongting Lake. If he watched the sunset from the pavilion by the lake, he would notice that nature in these places is truly beautiful. People gather there quite unlike the locals. Martial arts masters who have arrived from everywhere freely communicate with each other. They inquire about each other's affairs and share stories from their lives. Together they drink wine, and their tales, like waves, cross the river and spread throughout the region. This is a place where different people come together and share their stories. Sometimes they quarrel, but everyone there understands each other and enjoys the time spent together, realizing how quickly life passes. These are the Central Plains, that's what he had heard about them. Yuljin realized that this was a very luxurious way of life. He wondered, are these the people who truly live by the principles of loyalty and chivalry, or have they simply learned to survive in this world, having once tasted harsh reality? But Yan Chachuk asked him not to rush to conclusions. Let him see the Central Plains for himself, talk to the locals, and try to find common ground with them. Yuljin thought it was impossible, but Hanso knew people themselves are capable of changing reality. Many sacrificed their lives to overthrow the Yuan dynasty by uniting with the Ming dynasty. Back then, it did not matter whether a person was from the orthodox or unorthodox sect. As long as he remained a martial arts master, his duty was to hold the sword and fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Later, a world emerged where scholars began to despise martial arts masters, and they united into their own community known as Murim. Over time, as their influence grew, the Murim alliance and the unorthodox assembly became mired in endless battles against each other. The same applied to the demonic cult. With the growing number of like-minded people, the same scenario would soon repeat. Everyone would try to subjugate the other to their will. Looking at Yuljin, Hanso wondered if this person could change. Meanwhile, Yuljin suggested that the stranger contact him if he needed anything. Although he found the conversation strange, the interlocutor definitely interested him. Eventually, Yan Chachuk asked Yuljin to fulfill one of his requests someday. In response, he inquired about the traveler's name. Hanso promised to reveal it during their next meeting. After this, he decided to continue the journey and did not yet understand what future awaited him, whether he and Yuljin would drink wine together or fight against each other. Soon Yan Chachuk wandered the boundless desert and regretted not asking Yuljin how to reach the road. If not for the tracks left by the warets, he would have long been lost. Fortunately, after some time he saw a meadow and realized he was moving in the right direction. He wandered a little more among the trees, and the traveler noticed a small tent guarded by warriors. It seemed strange to him that the yurt stood in the middle of the forest. He wanted to find out who was inside. Moreover, he was also troubled by the fact that the warriors seemed to be trying to protect someone from the one who was inside. And inside the yurt itself, there were also guards. Suddenly, Yan Chachuk realized everything indicated that they had locked someone inside. He decided to find out whom they were keeping captive. At that moment, the warriors brought a girl. Wondering that the ladies from the Central Plains had such beautiful skin, they regretted that they would simply kill her. They decided to have fun with her, promising, if she gave them pleasure, they would grant her a quick and painless death. Chachuk, listening to their conversation, did not fully understand what it was about. He had never learned their language. He was tormented by the thought that these people might be directly subordinate to the Khan. However, suddenly he saw the girl cry, and he could do nothing. At that moment, she ended her life with a hairpin. Falling dead, she apologized for not being able to do anything. She could not serve her master to the end. The lifeless body was kicked by these warriors. They were scraping mud and blood off it, pressing their boots. This finally threw Chachuk off balance. Looking around, he saw many corpses, girls, men, old men, and could not understand how anyone could be so cruel. At that time, the tribe members only laughed, understanding. They should have lied to this girl, said that if she agreed to their terms, they would spare her life. At that moment, Yan Chachuk appeared before them, not understanding whether these beings before him were even human. They immediately armed themselves with axes, not realizing who was before them. Chachuk, flashing his eyes, did not understand why they had gone so far in their cruelty. Looking at the boy, the warriors suspected that he was from the Han tribe, because he did not look at all like a person from the Sun cult. Yan Chachuk did not answer their questions. He did not understand their language. They laughed and decided that they did not need to know about this person. Now that he had seen everything, they would have to eliminate him. But Chachok did not understand how they dared to behave like that after all the atrocities they had committed. One look at the man who approached was enough for him, and he instantly died. He literally burned alive under the power of demonic fire. All the others attacked the alien, realizing that they had to kill such a formidable opponent. Yan Chachok soared into the sky, not allowing ordinary weapons to reach him. Immediately, the archers took aim at him, but it cost him nothing to eliminate the first of them. He applied a series of higher imperial martial arts. It was the secret art of the absolute claw of the heavenly wolf. Immediately after that, the fighter's body turned into mince. Then they realized that standing before them was none other than an evil spirit or devil. And the hero, as if nothing had happened, warned that today they would all die. After that, Yan Chachok quickly dealt with everyone who was here. Finally, only the last warrior remained before him. He was kneeling and began begging for mercy. He could do nothing but cry, realizing that escape was impossible. Yan Chachok grabbed him by the head and ordered the man to disappear. A moment later, his entire body burned along with his bones. Looking at what was happening around, Chachok realized he had lost control over his own emotions and caused a massacre. The heavenly demon is the embodiment of the devil himself, so he must be more careful with this skill. Moreover, he needed to raise it to the 9th star as quickly as possible, because so far it was too dangerous to use without mastering it perfectly. After that, Yan Chachok headed to the chamber that interested him the most. There he noticed a boy who asked whether he had come to kill him or to save him. Chachok explained that he had not come for that but for something else and wanted to find out if the child had been taken captive and how long he had been here. The boy thought that a stranger would know better about this, but he replied that he was just passing by and accidentally wandered here. Obviously, the child did not believe such an explanation. Yan Chachok was already quite disappointed that he had put in so much effort only to find out that there really was a child here. The boy immediately made it clear the guy was behaving too contemptuously. Chachok was already about to run away, thinking that he had wasted his time, and advised the child to run if he wanted to survive. But he turned around and saw that the boy was almost crying with rage. It seemed to him that this boy did not look like an ordinary captive, so he decided to ask a question: are there other captives here? He had heard that the Warats had taken many people with them. He wanted the boy to tell him everything that was known. Eventually, the child decided to trust the stranger and said that all the other prisoners were in the north. Climbing along the Chu River and crossing the mountain ridge, one could reach the stone prison. Yan Chachok was about to set off there immediately, but the boy reminded him that he was not allowed to go. Chachok made it clear that he would not stay with him because he had to go north. The boy explained if he had really ended up here by accident, he would have asked to be taken to Beijing, but Chachok was not going to waste time on that. Moreover, he explained that the boy was clearly not important enough to dictate terms. And the child finally named himself Zhu Qizhen. Smiling, Yan Chachok replied that if he really was Zhu Qizhen, then he himself was Black Meteor. Yan Chachok frowned thoughtfully, pondering the named name. In the Ming Kingdom, it was strictly forbidden to use the surname Zhu or even mention it at all, because this surname could belong only to the imperial family. He could not believe that this fragile boy with a proud posture was really the emperor himself of the mighty Ming state. Seeing his confusion, the young interlocutor with brazen confidence assumed that Yan Chachok understood who he was and firmly explained that he really was the legitimate emperor. Chachok found it incredibly hard to believe such a statement. He snorted irritably, deciding that Qizhen was mocking him, and sharply asked him to stop amusing him with such nonsense. The boy with the penetrating gaze decided to clarify whether the strange traveler really did not realize that he had been held captive. Yan Chachok rolled his eyes and irritably asked how many more times he would have to repeat it. He really knew nothing about it. Then Zhu Qizhen had no other choice, so he humbly asked the stranger to save him. The boy had already internally resigned himself to the fact that the stranger did not believe him and in fact was not at all against such an arrangement. It was even safer that way. With unexpected seriousness, he explained that he was obliged to survive at any cost. He absolutely had to meet one important person. With a gloomy look, Yan Chachok explained that he had completely different priorities. If the boy could stay close while he dealt with his urgent matters, then maybe later he would help him. The boy silently left the tent but immediately froze in place. Looking around in shock, he saw in horror that there were no signs of life left in the fierce guards who had been on watch. After a minute of numbness, he found among the dead bodies one of the people he knew personally. Gloomily, with oppressive sorrow looking at the lifeless body of Wang Jing, he said with cold philosophy, he received exactly the end he deserved. Yan Chachok was frankly surprised that the boy knew this person, but the little prisoner explained with bitterness in his voice he would prefer to erase these memories from his mind as soon as possible. At that moment, Yan Chachak was already busily taking off the sturdy boots from the fallen leader and unceremoniously handing them to the boy. He pragmatically explained that the child was unlikely to climb the steep mountain slopes in his worn-out shoes. Moreover, it was raining, so he needed to wear something more suitable. Seeing how the boy looked with disgust at the blood-soaked shoes, Chachak assumed that maybe he did not want to wear the boots of the killed enemy. However, the boy quickly realized this was far from the worst that could happen to him in these wild lands. Finally, the time to run away has come. However, first Yan Chachak squatted down thoughtfully, understanding that he needed to find the horses. He closed his eyes, listened to the sounds of the earth, and finally found something interesting. Suddenly standing up, he explained with an ambiguous smile that he had good and bad news. Good, he spotted horses. Bad, a whole herd of mad war steeds with armed riders was galloping towards them at full speed. Without any ceremony, he grabbed the boy by the shoulder, and the boy quickly explained they need to run away immediately if they want to live until sunset. Finally, ahead he noticed a squad with fillies. Skillfully mounting his horse, Chachak impatiently asked the boy to climb onto the horse and leave this cursed place as quickly as possible. However, the boy only awkwardly shifted from foot to foot, looking up at the tall mare. With a slight reproach in his voice, he admitted that he had never ridden a horse and, maintaining a calm appearance, offered to bring him a palanquin. Yan Chachak, with an expression of absolute astonishment on his face, made it clear that the boy had probably completely lost his mind from imprisonment. And the boy, with royal indignation, did not understand why he had to ride a horse since, according to him, that was the fate of miserable savages. But at that tense moment, they heard the furious screams of the pursuers. They had already discovered that the emperor was missing. There was no choice left, so Yan Chachak, having completely lost the last crumbs of patience, simply grabbed the boy in his arms and without ceremony placed him on his nervously snorting horse. He sternly ordered him to crouch down because relentless warriors of the tribe were chasing them without pause. Moreover, they were skilled archers, considered the best in the world. The fugitives were lucky in only one thing: the weather was on their side. Thick fog disrupted the rhythm of the pursuit. But when Yan Chachak looked back, he was simply speechless, seeing how many warriors rushed to catch them, no fewer than 100 horsemen on the horizon. The boy, with a proud look, explained that there was nothing strange about this after all. He was the emperor of a great empire. But Yan Chachak, barely restraining his irritation, could not believe that this boy, who could not even stay properly in the saddle, was really the ruler of a huge country. With bitterness he thought, at first he went to save his tribesmen, and now he was trying to escape a deadly chase with some eccentric boy. There was no choice left. They were together in this dangerous situation. He authoritatively ordered the child to hold tightly onto the reins. But he fidgeted clumsily. Because of this, the horse lost its way. The boy explained apologetically that indeed he had never ridden horseback and had not learned this art. Yan Chachak, trying to hold on to the last remnants of patience, briefly ordered him to put his feet in the stirrups and try to maintain balance, relax the upper body and tense the lower. But at this anxious moment, the boy screamed in fear when he saw that they were already being rapidly chased from behind. Jason himself led the chase. He was rushing on his huge black horse. With unwavering determination, he pursued the emperor, showing with his formidable appearance that the fugitive would definitely not be able to slip from his grasp. Yan Chachak, although he did not know Jason personally, unmistakably determined that he was not an ordinary fighter. Behind the rich armor and commanding posture, he held a position even higher than that of a general. Therefore, Chachak resolutely ordered the boy to hold on tighter to the horse. Just as the pursuer almost caught them, Yan Chachak, with cat-like agility, jumped out of the saddle and turned to face the danger. He strictly ordered the boy to hold the reins tighter and not to look back. At this critical moment, Jason had already drawn the string of his massive bow, preparing to release a deadly arrow. Yan Chachak tensed, preparing to dodge the attack. He watched anxiously as he released the arrow. If he missed, they would both die. Without hesitation, he applied the mighty power of the 6 stars of the highest art of the Lord of Demons. He tried to catch the arrow with his bare hands, but with horror realized he did not have enough strength. Without losing a second, he rushed from the spot and jumped high into the air to change the trajectory of the deadly projectile. He also put all his inner energy into his strike. The arrow changed direction and, crashing into the ground, caused a deafening explosion. When the thick clouds of dust dispersed, it became clear that Jason had to retreat from the force of this attack. He reluctantly but attentively agreed. This unknown protector of the emperor truly possessed incredible power. Yan Chachuk decided to be satisfied at least with the fact that he managed to temporarily break away from the pursuit. So, sharply rising into the air, he caught up with the horse on which Zhu Qizheng trembled in the saddle. Jason was genuinely surprised that there were still brave souls willing to save the emperor abandoned by all. Moreover, this stranger managed to deflect an arrow made of ivory with his bare hands, which meant he truly had phenomenal strength. The experienced warrior quickly calculated that the fugitives were heading towards the stone prison. Therefore, he ordered his riders to take a different route and ambush them there. Meanwhile, the young emperor had no idea how to tame the unruly animal. And with horror he realized, ahead of them lurked a steep cliff. With a desperate scream, he tried to stop the horse that was rushing forward. Then Yan Chachuk swiftly arrived and authoritatively ordered the boy to pull himself together. Like lightning, Chachuk instantly jumped into the saddle while the confused Sijin in panic could not understand what would be done to him now. Chachuk himself perfectly understood. If he were alone, he would easily jump over this terrible cliff, but with an inexperienced child, such a maneuver seemed madness. It was already too late to stop. The horse's hooves were sliding on the edge of the abyss. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he forced the horse to accelerate even more and at the last moment directed it to a desperate leap over the bottomless chasm. Instantly assessing the distance, he realized there was no way they would reach the opposite ledge of the rock. Without losing a second, Yan Chachuk used the forbidden technique of the heavenly demon, charging his own body with energy. When the horse began to plunge down, he pushed it with inhuman strength using his own body. He sacrificed himself to save the animal and the boy. The last thing he saw before falling was the face of the crying Zhu Sijin, distorted with horror, who desperately tried but failed to grab his hand. The young emperor, finding himself alone on the opposite edge of the abyss, could not understand why Yan Chachuk acted so selflessly for him, a completely unfamiliar boy. Bitter tears flowed down his cheeks, and he could not even imagine what could be done to bring the savior back alive. With crystal clarity, he realized he had neglected his sacred duties as a ruler. He survived only because an ordinary person, whom he was supposed to protect, gave his own life for it. But fate decided otherwise. Yan Chachuk somehow managed to catch hold of a rock ledge at the last moment and thus avoided inevitable death. Apparently, by his sudden return, he scared Zhu Qizheng to death, who had already fallen into despair. But Chachuk, as if nothing had happened, paid no attention to it. He only gratefully patted the horse on the neck for the invaluable service it had rendered, and unexpectedly for the boy decided to set the faithful horse free. Stunned, Qizheng could not believe his own eyes. The person he considered dead stood before him alive and well. Not understanding how such a thing could have happened at all, he felt such relief that he almost fell to his knees. The joy that his savior was all right overwhelmed his heart. Yan Chachuk could not comprehend this emotional transformation of his companion at all. Although sometimes the boy behaved unbearably arrogantly and selfishly, at such moments he could be truly naive and touchingly innocent. Perhaps Chachuk thought it was because behind the mask of the emperor there was still an ordinary boy. Probably he adopted this contradictory behavior by observing the former emperor. However, when they continued their thorny path, Qizheng began to grumble indignantly, saying that Yan Chachuk had thoughtlessly let the horse go and now he, the son of heaven, was all covered in mud. The traveler decided to mentally take back his good thoughts about the boy. With sincere indignation, the young emperor did not understand why it was necessary to release a valuable horse just because his companion suddenly showed sentimental mercy to some miserable animal. Now he, the ruler of the Celestial Empire, had to walk on foot like a commoner. However, Yan Chachuk, with barely restrained irritation, reminded him, if it weren't for this miserable animal, the boy would have long since parted with the life he was so proud of and clung to. Sijin angrily declared that it was just a savage foal. To this, Chachuk calmly and philosophically remarked, the foal is not to blame for who its owners were. Even a sword forged from noble iron can be both a sword of life and a sword of death. But then Yan Chachuk suddenly broke off mid-sentence and plunged into deep thought. His face was shadowed by doubt. He finally realized his own act against the demonic cult hardly made him better than those savages from whom they were fleeing. For the son of the leader of the Murim Union and the head of the final Venom Squadron, the demonic cult had always been a mortal enemy. It deserved nothing but destruction. That was how he had been taught since childhood. He grew up with these unquestionable beliefs. But could it be that the followers of the demonic cult really deserved death just for supporting a different way of life? The demonic cult that he had to see and understand from the inside was strikingly different from what the frightened rumors screamed about. The mere fact that they possessed the so-called demonic art did not automatically make them villains. Noticing that Yan Chachak was deeply immersed in his thoughts and not answering questions, the silent Sijin suggested a short rest. They sat down to rest by a babbling brook, and the boy, with royal caution, asked Chachak, let him first taste the water from the brook to make sure it was not poisoned. Yan Chachak could not suppress a surprised chuckle. How had this pampered boy even lived to this day, if he did not even know how to drink water independently from a clean mountain stream? Sijin, with a superior grimace, saw nothing strange in his actions. He was even more surprised than Chachak himself, the man who led such a wild life that he eventually became completely uncultured and rude. But Yan Chachak proudly retorted that this perfectly matched all the standards of the respected Murim. Hearing this word, the curious boy immediately became lively and realized his companion was probably a true martial arts master. Inspired, Sijin shared that he had heard a story about how even vagabonds managed to increase their influence there. The boy added that according to the court attendants' tales, all Murim warriors had so much freedom that they carelessly traveled together with other masters as they pleased. And Yan Chachak, nodding his head, knew reality was much more complicated. The members of Murim had to strictly adhere to the union's rules while simultaneously obeying the laws of their own sects and cults, of which there were many. However, if one does not delve into the complicated details of internal politics, it could truly be said that they had some freedom, especially if they were not tied to any specific group. But still, the martial arts masters of Murim had incomparably more opportunities to choose their own fate. They possessed the very same martial art that made them truly independent. Immersed in thoughts about his unexpectedly wise words, the boy decided to find out why Yan Chachak had come to these dangerous lands. He succinctly explained that he is searching for prisoners held in custody by the Warats. This noble aspiration sincerely impressed Zhu Qizhan, although Chachak himself was incredibly curious to understand his own motives, whether he acted out of true nobility or simply out of habit adhered to the code of honor. Qizhan assumed that Yan Chachak was an important member of the Murim Union. But he explained with a mysterious smile, just a wandering believer, and this incredibly surprised the attentive child. In the end, there was no choice, and Chachak honestly admitted that he comes from a demonic cult. Very one who stands on the heavenly mountain. After these stunning words, Sijin sharply recoiled as if from a poisonous snake, because he understood well. The demonic cult consisted of cold-blooded traitors and murderers. However, decisively rising, Yan Chachak looked intently at the boy and directly asked whom he saw in him. Did he resemble a bloodthirsty demon from terrifying tales? He calmly noted Sijin could call him whatever he wanted, a traitor, a demonic spawn, or any other insulting nickname, but the fact remained a fact. He came to these lands only to save those who were mercilessly captured, just like Zhu Qizhan himself. After this frank conversation, they continued their difficult path, hardly speaking a word to each other, each immersed in his own thoughts. The tense silence lasted until at some point Yan Chachak stopped and quietly announced that they had finally reached their destination. Carefully peeking out from behind thick thickets, they saw numerous iron cages inside were imprisoned people. Sijin instantly recognized among the captives the royal commanders. They still wore torn but recognizable uniforms of elite units. The boy, with a heart that stopped, realized this was his personal secret guard. His face lit up with genuine joy from the realization that they were truly alive despite all fears. But still, Yan Chachak held him back firmly from the impulse to immediately run out to meet them. Sijin vehemently objected that they must save his loyal people as soon as possible. But Chachak, keenly sensing some trick in this overly perfect picture, suggested the boy look around more carefully. Suddenly, Sijin also noticed a suspicious detail. The cages with prisoners were unguarded, and this seemed extremely strange. Chachak closed his eyes, concentrated, and applied his subtle detection energy. In a moment, he realized with anxiety, a whole squad of warriors was lurking in the shadows along with the same person they had met before. With annoyance, he realized he had made an unacceptable mistake. It was too easy for them to figure out where those who fled were heading. Moreover, Sijin himself was standing nearby. They undoubtedly wanted to kill him as soon as possible. He cautiously warned the boy, a cunning trap was set right in front of them. But to his surprise, the young emperor was not at all confused in the face of danger. He dignifiedly adjusted his tattered clothes, straightened his shoulders, and raised his head. At that moment, he fervently hoped he looked as a true emperor should. Even though he was not wearing the traditional dragon robes, he was still the legitimate ruler of his great country, and this fact could not be changed. With unexpected sincerity, he admitted, when he was only 9 years old, he was placed on the imperial throne, although he did not understand the tangled intrigues of politics at all. Under the full influence of the treacherous eunuch Wang Jing, he unresistingly pronounced death sentences on people he did not even know personally. Moreover, once he led a 50,000-strong army to repel an warhead attack, but shamefully lost the battle, suffering monstrous losses. Feeling the familiar name, Yan Chachuk immediately realized, the mentioned eunuch is the same man whose legs were cut off for abuse of power. Sijin did not stop confessing. With bitterness, he explained that long, painful months had passed since these people kidnapped him. All this time, he was forced to obediently feed their horses and take care of the animals like the lowest servant. Several times he desperately tried to escape, but each time he failed and eventually resigned himself to his fate. Then he could not even understand who he really was, a majestic emperor or just a miserable groom. The young man with amazing wisdom admitted that he never actually wanted to become emperor, not once in his short life. It was just that one day he was suddenly appointed ruler without his consent. He had neither a drop of freedom nor any real choice. That is why he always dreamed of renouncing the throne that weighed on him, but now, when everything had gone so far, he suddenly realized he wants to bear the burden of imperial power with dignity. Yan Chachuk anxiously asked what the boy intended to do in this hopeless situation. He explained with impressive composure, returning to his former life was impossible because there was no longer a place for him in the empire. Now he was only a former emperor, and he was sure that someone else was already sitting on his throne. He just wanted to return home because he believed there was a person there who desperately hoped for his return. Now he clearly understood. Fate had determined the path he always had to follow and the loyal subjects he was obliged to protect, giving his last breath. It does not matter whether he sits on the throne or not. What matters much more is who he really is. Now he was ready to prove it with action. At this touching moment, Yan Chachuk finally saw the true essence of the boy and was deeply moved with respect for him. Suddenly, Sijin, with a barely noticeable smile, asked Chachuk to tell him his real name and show his face from under the mask. But he only shook his head, sadly unable to fulfill this request. With a serious expression, Zhu Sijin asked that the mysterious savior, if possible, definitely convey to the empress. He deeply regrets that he could not return to her as promised. After these soul-wrenching words, the boy decisively ran out to meet his exhausted warriors. Seeing their young lord, they immediately fell to their knees, unable to hold back tears of joy and amazement at his majesty miraculously appearing among them in such a hopeless situation. At that very moment, as expected, Jason's cruel warriors suddenly jumped out of hiding to attack the defenseless boy. Jason himself was extremely surprised that the boy so foolishly ran straight to meet his death. It seemed to him the height of madness and sheer suicide. But for Sijin, everything was perfectly clear. He now firmly believed that virtue and honor were far more important than immediate gain and personal safety. In danger, he was ready to sacrifice his own life for the salvation of loyal subjects. Moreover, he had to act as he himself considered right and give his life if imperial duty demanded it. This is exactly how, according to his deep conviction, a true ruler should behave. Therefore, with unwavering confidence, he ordered his warriors not to be afraid now he was nearby, ready to share their fate. Obviously, his devoted fighters did not want their adored emperor to expose himself to mortal danger. They would have felt much calmer if he had taken this chance and disappeared again into the forest thickets. But Jason sneered maliciously. They had not the slightest reason to refuse the naive boy if he himself so recklessly laid his head on a platter for them. Therefore, he ordered his ruthless warriors to immediately kill the self-proclaimed emperor. The boy simply calmly closed his eyes, tenderly recalling the image of the beautiful empress, the only person who always believed in him, and awaited his return. But at this dramatic moment, Yan Chachuk unexpectedly intervened in the uneven fight. He burst into battle like a hurricane and arranged a real bloody massacre among the confused enemies. He was amazed that Sijin actually intended to face an entire squad of assassins alone. He understood he would hardly be able to forgive himself if he allowed this brave boy to die right before his eyes. Go back a few minutes at the moment of decision, Yan Chachuk cold-bloodedly analyzed the situation. He understood as soon as these ruthless warriors killed the young emperor, they would immediately disappear from the battlefield. Then he could calmly free the prisoners unnoticed. And all that was needed to leave the reckless boy under the deadly blow, sacrificing one seemingly insignificant life to save many others. However, in his memory, the sincere words of this amazing child echoed. He was fully aware of everything. Now before him stood only the former emperor who had been betrayed by his own brother and closest vassal, yet despite this he retained the nobility of spirit. Obviously, Sijin was just a foolish boy, but something in his words and actions, a barely noticeable dignity and innocent courage, made Chachak deeply doubt his initial decision. It was this seed of doubt sown in his soul that made him step forward to defend the little ruler. The stunned boy himself could not understand why the mysterious Yan Chachak suddenly came to save him from inevitable death. Jason instantly recognized the very mysterious warrior who had interfered with his plans. Casting his eyes on him with genuine interest, he decided to personally test how skilled this unwanted protector was. Wasting no time, he sharply commanded his archers to prepare for a deadly volley. The boy understood it was risky because the archers stood at too dangerous a distance and could hit their own. But Yan Chachak was not given a moment to think. Immediately the terrifying whistle of the bowstrings thundered, and a real storm of sharp arrows rained down on them. Dodging this massive strike was physically impossible. Therefore, he had to resort to his most powerful trump card, the supreme art of the Lord of Demons. This rare technique, known as the Strike of the Legion of the Heavenly Demon, allowed him in fractions of a second to split his own body into several shimmering shadows that impressively intercepted the flying arrows. As soon as the deadly projectiles hit these ghostly silhouettes, they were immediately enveloped in bluish flames, and they either turned to ash or helplessly fell to the ground. Watching this incredible spectacle, Jason respectfully acknowledged that his mysterious opponent truly possessed incredible strength. Sijin literally gaped in amazement, unable to comprehend who exactly Yan Chachak really was. Even the famous commander of the Royal Elite Warriors did not have even a tenth of such superhuman strength. Jason arrogantly addressed the unknown warrior to find out his identity, but Chachak, with icy composure, asked not to seek unnecessary things and simply to retreat while he mercifully spared his life. This confident statement caused a contemptuous laugh from the experienced warlord. He openly admitted that his burning desire was to find out who was hiding behind this mysterious mask, and he certainly did not expect to meet such a powerful warrior in such a wilderness. Chachak realized that this dangerous opponent had no intention of retreating under any circumstances. There was no choice left. He had to accept this challenge. He focused his inner energy and prepared for the decisive clash. At this tense moment, enemy archers swiftly moved from their positions, slowly closing the circle from all sides. Yan Chachak anxiously realized, if arrows flew toward them from all directions, he would not even be able to determine where the threat was coming from. Moreover, the defenseless prisoners would inevitably fall under crossfire. Jason explained to Zhu Sijin with icy composure that in his eyes he had long ceased to be an emperor. For the ruthless commander, he was just another victim, expendable material in a great political game. Having counted that the opponent was wasting too much time on empty talk, Chachak decided to act immediately. He attacked first, coldly suggested to Jason to stop the senseless chatter. At first, he decided to deal with the treacherous archers, who posed the greatest danger to the captives. He again used the impressive Legion strike technique and attacked simultaneously in several directions. Jason was unpleasantly surprised. Instead of a direct confrontation with him, the enemy chose not him but to deal with the archers. He perceived this as an offensive disdain, as if the fighter looked down on him and did not consider him a worthy opponent. Enraged by such impudence, he with one super-powerful strike cut through the air, creating a wave of energy that flew towards the rushing shadows of Chachak. With surprise, Yan Chachak realized his opponent had undoubtedly reached the highest level of martial arts development. However, something seemed strange in his technique, as if he had not ordinary internal energy, but a power flowing from some primal, crude element of nature. Supreme mastery of the Lord of Demons uses internal energy to transform demonic flames and manifest demonic power. A person could engage their internal energy and physical body at the limit of all possibilities. He had heard about the opponent's power. Among the legendary 5 emperors in the top 10 of the Central Plains was a famous general from the Yuan dynasty, who commanded an elite squad of archers possessing the secret of hellfire. A sudden insight flashed across his face, and when Yan Chachak noticed how the opponent reacted to this nickname, he understood he had hit the mark. He clearly realized he would have preferred to avoid this deadly duel, but there was no choice left. The man, instead of guesses and hesitations, suggested focusing on their fight. He decided to help the opponent, focusing attention only on him. With these words, he instantly attacked. Chachak had no other choice but to focus all his attention solely on the deadly danger. From this swift attack, which was already flying straight at him, Yan Chachak was saved only at the last moment. He jumped back with inhuman speed. With growing unease, he realized before him stood a true martial arts master, almost legendary level. It became obvious if the confrontation dragged on, it would create problems for him that could not be overcome, and this meant only one thing: he had to deal with the opponent with one decisive blow. For this, Chachak used a series of supreme imperial combat strikes. Gathering all the energy available to him, he performed the deadly technique time-destroying palm and directed it precisely at the opponent's chest. The force of the blow was such that it threw Jason several meters back, forcing him to fall to his knees, although, surprisingly, he did not drop his weapon from his hands. Yan Chachak was confident that this attack was supposed to decide the outcome of the duel. He put so much power into it that it could break even a stone wall. Despite the fact that he had been mastering this incredibly complex art for only 3 years in secluded caves, the power of his strike should have been enough to destroy any opponent. But instead of the long-awaited victory, Chachak was overwhelmed by true horror when Jason, bent down to the ground, suddenly burst into a chilling laugh. After that, he rose to his feet with incredible ease, as if he had not received a mortal blow. Yan Chachak could not believe his eyes. How could this man take a direct hit from the destroying palm and not only survive but seemingly become even stronger? Jason, seeing the shock on his opponent's face, explained with a self-satisfied smile that even the most powerful wall-breaking weapon could not harm him. However, one circumstance intrigued the experienced commander. His armor continued to burn with a bluish flame and did not extinguish even some time after the blow. He removed the charred pauldron and carefully examined the nature of the damage. Growing curiosity led him to the assumption that his mysterious opponent was from the legendary Heavenly Mountain. But Yan Chachak's origin no longer mattered to Jason. He made a firm decision to bring the deadly clash to an end. Obviously, such unrestrained fighting zeal could not fail to instill anxiety even in the heart of the most fearless hero. Eventually, the opponents clashed again in a swift dance of battle, but this time in a dangerous close combat where the slightest mistake meant inevitable death. All of Jason's attacks were the embodiment of deadly elegance and destructive power. Yan Chachak barely managed to dodge these lightning-fast lunges, and each time he felt the icy breath of death on his face. Watching this epic duel, Zhu Qixin's guards froze in reverent stupor. They saw for the first time in their lives a man who managed to give such desperate resistance to the legendary Waret leader in direct combat. Jason could not help but acknowledge how incredible a fighter his mysterious opponent turned out to be. He decided to test his limits, and he unexpectedly changed tactics. He unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Chachak's abdomen. Yan Chachak managed to cover himself at the last moment, crossing his arms in front of him, but the force of the blow was so insane that it threw him away like a feather. Bursting into a mighty tree, he pierced it through like a hot knife through butter. From such a devastating blow, he immediately suffered internal bleeding. Seeing Yan Chachak bleeding scarlet blood, the little emperor screamed in horror, certain that his protector would die. Contrary to all expectations, Yan Chachak was still conscious. After this exhausting fight, he was able to understand 3 critically important things. First, his current body has a clear limit for using higher imperial martial arts. If he stubbornly tries to apply the righteous art of combat, he will not be able to utilize even 30 of the potential power of these techniques. Second, if the higher art of the Lord of Demons does not manifest in the heavens, water, or earth, it means that the mighty internal energy used the yin energy of his body, drying up his life forces. Third, the person standing before him was strikingly different from any ordinary martial arts master with whom he had crossed blades. With such a colossal level of strength and experience, Yan Chachak could not even leave a serious scratch on him. Seeing that the opponent was weakened and disoriented, Jason decided to immediately end the duel and take the life of the audacious brave man with one devastating blow. Yan Chachak bitterly admitted that he had been too overconfident, relying on his calculations. He vainly tried to hide his true nature behind demonic art, not wanting to reveal the young lord of the legendary clan within himself. But he did not even think about reliable ways to balance the forces in this unequal clash. Now he had no choice but to resort to forbidden technique. Suddenly, for everyone, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air, flipping and balancing only on his hands. In such an incredible position, he applied a series of supreme imperial combat strikes, legendary secret technique of 6 strikes known as the Wind Dragon Strike. An artificially created dragon, woven from pure energy, burst from his hands and rushed to attack Jason, pressing the mighty warrior against the nearest rocky obstacle with such force that the stone cracked and crumbled. But the experienced Jason only sneered contemptuously. He already knew that the opponent would not defeat him with this ancient and predictable technique. But the cunning Chachok did not count on winning with just this move. He used the spectacular attack only as a diversionary maneuver to stealthily approach his adversary. After the devastating energy clash, he was again thrown back to the nearest ancient tree with such force that the trunk snapped. Taking advantage of this favorable moment, Jason grabbed his huge battle axe and swung to cut the rebellious enemy in half with one blow. Only incredible reaction and years of training allowed Yan Chachok to dodge the deadly blade at the last moment. This further enraged the formidable commander, considering that the boy had led him into the very heart of the forest. He understood perfectly. That boy was probably retreating into the thicket, either trying at all costs to save his life or not wanting witnesses to see his inevitable death. But to Jason, confident, it was obvious the outcome of this uneven clash was already decided, and he firmly resolved to put an end to the prolonged fight. Eventually, the most desperate phase of the battle began, a fight not for life but for death, which literally tore everything around to shreds. Every strike generated a shockwave that bent trees and scattered stones. Yan Chachok, surrounded by a shimmering barrier of internal energy, was struggling to hold the defense. He clearly understood that he was now in an extremely dangerous position, especially now, when a warrior capable of delivering blows of such incredible power solely thanks to external energy gained from years of training was coming against him. In despair, he decided to resort to his last trump card, paired blades, since other cult members were still not nearby to come to his aid. These magnificent swords were given to him by the head of the trading house himself, legendary weapons known as the Swords of the Sacred Fire. As true weapons of the Lord of Demons, they had to unquestionably obey the supreme art of the demon. As soon as the blades shone in his hands, Yan Chachok instantly became significantly stronger. Their attacks could now equally match Jason's blows. The experienced commander was amazed. He could not comprehend how his opponent had suddenly mastered such colossal combat power in such a short time of the duel. He even had to retreat briefly to assess the new threat and disperse Chachok's most powerful attack, which threatened to tear off his arm. At that moment, Yan Chachok seized a moment of rest and carefully examined his blades, which shimmered, slowly realizing their true nature and power. Judging by their names and demonstrated strength, they had a unique ability to absorb and amplify the art of the Lord of Demons. Although he perfectly understood that he should not rely too much on a weapon he did not master well enough, in this situation these blades were the only thing he could count on. Gathering the last grains of his inner strength, he used the highest technique of the Lord of Demons' embodiment of heavenly wrath. When Jason saw this technique, his commanding face instantly distorted with genuine horror. Within a second, he recovered and laughed disdainfully and proudly. He decided that this was just a desperate, last attempt by his opponent to survive in a hopeless situation. He raised his huge battle axe and rushed forward to finally finish off the audacious stranger. And finally, they clashed again in close combat, where the attack power prepared by Yan Chachok was truly apocalyptic. Around this time, one of the surviving cult warriors was struggling to catch his breath in the dense forest after managing to kill several dozen enemies. Suddenly, he saw in horror something resembling a supernatural hurricane of bright purple color wildly furious right in the very depths of the forest thicket. This energetic vortex was so powerful that even those who were just standing nearby were mercilessly swept away, like autumn leaves. Sijin, completely not understanding what was happening, fell to his knees in panic and bitterly wept from the fear that was consuming him entirely. When the dust and smoke cleared, Yang Chachok stood in the center of the huge crater, and before him sat the severely wounded and burned Jason. The legendary warlord finally realized the level of opponent he had carelessly engaged with. He understood before him stood not just a warrior, the very Lord of Demons, and to Chachok's surprise, he did not beg for mercy. Instead, with dignity, he asked to be granted a swift death as a worthy adversary. Contrary to expectations, Yang Chachok remained completely calm. Instead of delivering the finishing blow, he unexpectedly decided to extinguish the demonic fire that was consuming the mutilated body of the defeated enemy. After this act of mercy, he asked him only one question that troubled him: why Jason did not dodge his last strike. At this tense moment, the surviving warriors of the tribe began to gather around their fallen leader, and Yang Chachok suddenly realized the danger all these warriors posed. They had already witnessed his true nature. They had seen the Lord of Demons himself in action. If he leaves them alive, he will inevitably face many problems in the future when rumors about him spread across all lands. With a heavy heart, he realized that he would probably have to kill all these people to keep his secret. But Yan Chachok never dared to shed the blood of defenseless warriors. Eventually, he completely dissipated his deadly energy and silently left the battlefield. Jason was stunned, not understanding what this mysterious opponent had planned. When he did not even look back at his call, the wounded leader frantically shouted that if Yan Chachok did not kill him now, he would surely regret this thoughtless mercy in the future. The steadfast warrior still did not raise his blades against the fallen man. Then Jason, to the surprise of all present, began laughing uncontrollably, realizing the absurdity of the situation he had gotten into. Deep down he understood, maybe it was a sign of fate, a hint that it was still too early for him to claim the title of Khan of the Great Steppe. He admitted with bitterness it was already too late to retreat. The path was predetermined, and he was to become the sovereign ruler of the Yuan Empire, he revived no matter the cost. As a sign of recognition of the enemy's strength, Jason threw his medal at the feet of the victor. It was payment for sparing his life. He openly admitted that he no longer wished to deal with the demonic cult. With the appearance of the demon lord himself in this game, the outcome of the confrontation was already obvious. But before parting, Jason called Chachok over and, barely patting him on the shoulder, warned him, "Let him wander more carefully, because everything that happened was a carefully planned work of the master of the Bloody Palace." Yan Chachok was sincerely surprised that Jason seemed to know everything. Confused, he tried to clarify the details of the conspiracy organized by the Palace of Bloody Arts, but Jason did not answer this question. However, the boy understood. It remained to sort everything out with the master of the Bloody Palace, who was simultaneously Yuljin, Ma Thepian, and the Lord. At this tense moment, the excited Sijin finally ran up to Yan Chachok. Unable to hold back his feelings, he tightly embraced his brave rescuer. With tears of sincere gratitude in his eyes, the young emperor thanked him for saving not only himself but also all his loyal people from inevitable death. Yan Chachok was deeply impressed that the stern emperor could show such sincere emotions. With a barely noticeable irony, he remarked that probably this scene was worth all the dangers he had to go through to save them all. The boy perfectly understood that Yan Chachok said this with a slight mockery, but still accepted this manner of communication because this mysterious warrior had become his true friend, so he was allowed to behave informally even with the emperor. Finally, Yan Chachok, gathering the remnants of his dark energy, suggested that all survivors return home. Following the ancient teaching of the Sun cult, in which Yan Chachok held the honorable place of the Black Sun, he solemnly freed all the people taken captive. Among the freed were those who belonged to the demonic cult. At first, they could not believe their sudden release, but as soon as they saw the characteristic black flame, they simultaneously burst into laughter and tears. The freed prisoners scattered in all directions, hurrying to return to their families as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Sijin calmly told the rest of the Empire's soldiers about Yang Chachok's heroic battle with the formidable leader Jason, revealing every detail of this epic clash. The personal situation of the young Zhu Sijin remained too tragic. He had nowhere left to return as ruler. Even if he arrived in the capital, exile or something worse inevitably awaited him. Yang Chachok, moved by sympathy for his fate, offered to go with him to the mysterious heavenly mountain. But Sijin explained that there was still a person in the empire who honestly awaited his return. Even though he had lost his high status as emperor, he still had other, no less important duties. The only thing he dared to hope for was that fate would one day bring him together again with the mysterious Yang Chachok. At the end, with childlike straightforwardness, he asked that at their next meeting Yang Chachok remove his mysterious mask and show his true face. In response, with a slight smile, he promised that everything would depend on the behavior of the boy emperor himself. Yang Chachok looked back one last time, cast a farewell glance at everyone, and then literally in a moment transformed into a swift black meteor and rushed home. After a long and exhausting journey, Sijin finally returned to the magnificent Forbidden City. But a cold reception awaited him. He could not even enter the sacred hall of supreme harmony, nor pass through the ceremonial southern gate. He had to modestly pass alone, abandoned by all, through the inconspicuous eastern gate. The bitter truth became obvious. The throne was already occupied by another, and in the entire vast palace there was not a single person truly glad of his return. The former luxurious palace of heavenly purity, where he used to live, now there is simpler and more modest housing in the southern part of the complex, but maybe for him it was a sign of a new beginning. As soon as he entered his new modest dwelling, he suddenly saw a young woman patiently waiting for his arrival. She immediately burst into tears of happiness upon seeing Zhu Qizhen alive and unharmed. Embarrassed by such a stormy reaction, he quietly and cautiously inquired how his faithful empress endured all these torments of separation. Eventually, unable to withstand the emotional tension, she abruptly stood up and rushed towards him, firmly and tenderly embracing Zhu Qixin. Touchingly and sincerely, the boy confessed that he missed her boundlessly so much that all his thoughts were captive only to her and their possible meeting. Crying from the overwhelming feelings, the Empress confessed, all these long months she lived as if in a nightmare, painfully wondering every day when and if Cixin would be able to return to her at all. His return seemed to her a beautiful dream she was afraid to wake from and find herself again in the cold reality. Cixin, with unexpected maturity and wisdom, assured her, he absolutely does not care that people consider him a worthless ruler or contemptuously call him a pathetic deposed emperor. All that truly mattered to him was his beloved Empress, and even after death he would seek her soul to reunite. He confessed touchingly and sincerely that he returned through all dangers and trials only for her alone. Such was the amazing fate of the sixth emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qixin. The events of the story are transferred to the mysterious cult of Min in the Palace of Bloody Arts. As soon as an unknown man arrived there, carefully hiding his face under a spacious cloak with a hood. Yes, unnoticed by everyone, he reached the Svetli Pavilion, and only after that, having ensured safety, was finally able to speak. With undisguised relief, the mysterious guest honestly admitted to the owner of the luxurious room that he could not get used to the oppressive atmosphere of this frightening place. The imperturbable owner of the Palace of Bloody Arts calmly inquired of the newly arrived man how his risky adventures had ended. He reported in detail that, under the instructions of the highly respected master, all preparations for the supreme heavenly festival of the cult were almost completely finished. But it seemed the insightful leader was more interested in something else. The young lord had finally successfully completed his many years of training. Laughing, the leader's assistant explained that now Chinso did not pose a serious obstacle for them. But recently, a very unpleasant incident happened with Jason. Apparently, he openly declared himself the Khan of Northern Yuan. For some strange reason, the palace leader swallowed this alarming news too calmly. The assistant hurriedly explained that the situation turned out to be much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. They had obtained the sacred plate of the heavenly dragon, a symbol of broken relations. As soon as he uttered these words, the palace leader could not contain his anger. His inner energy spread throughout the room, knocking over light objects and raising a noticeable wind. At this tense moment, the assistant, maintaining outward calm, continued his report about the mysterious man nicknamed Black Sun. This warrior appeared out of nowhere right in the heart of the Warat camp and managed to save Emperor Zhu Qixin. Moreover, he defeated Jason himself in a duel, something that seemed impossible. The chapter understood the transfer of the celestial dragon plate meant only one thing: Jason had decided to sever all ties and alliances with him once and for all. With poorly concealed madness, he abruptly ordered his assistant to immediately summon all the chiefs to a joint urgent emergency meeting between the palaces. Cunningly smiling, his faithful servant disappeared to carry out the received order. Left alone, the head of the palace gloomily pondered the impending events, understanding Jason, once loyal, would certainly not go unanswered for such treason. Meanwhile, Chinso, as if nothing special had happened, calmly returned to the territory of his small palace. At that moment, In was diligently training there. Noticing the master's approach, he respectfully bowed in the traditional greeting. Chinso, in response, only calmly inquired how things were going for them while he was away. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the irritated shouts of the displeased Yultek. He was loudly protesting, not understanding why Karen had so rudely woken him up at such an early hour. He was especially fiercely opposed to the girl, stubbornly suggesting that they weed the palace garden. And at that very moment, Yultek suddenly noticed the gentleman who had turned around. He froze in place and did not understand why Chinso looked so exhausted and dirty, as if someone had dared to attack him or throw stones at him. With sincere anxiety, he reminded the lord of his long-standing, persistent request not to leave the palace grounds alone. Hanso, clearly tired of the endless reproaches and guesses of the assistants, perfectly understood that he was hopeless in his excessive care. At that moment, attentive Heron approached them and with undisguised concern decided to ask the lord what had happened to him while he was absent, and if everything was all right. And he, for his part, also sincerely cared about the lord's condition and resolutely proposed, let him give the order and they would gladly deal with those who wronged him. But Hanso simply silently headed to his home, understanding it was still too early to involve them in all the details of what had happened. He still had much to think over and decide himself. Yet, turning around and seeing the deeply troubled faces of his faithful assistants, he realized he could not just leave them in ignorance. Therefore, bowing slightly, he made them understand that he had returned safely, and sincerely thanked them for so devotedly guarding the house in his absence. His assistants were immensely surprised by such unexpected gratitude, but at the same time sincerely rejoiced at the full return of their master. Meanwhile, the events shift to the ominous lunar peak of the demonic clan's brothel. At this fateful moment, Shival, the famous leader of the elite team of soaring ghosts, came to the mighty palace master. She appeared specifically to personally receive a new order from her strict master. The mysterious female master, without unnecessary ceremony, asked to deliver a special message to the residents of the third room. They needed to discreetly go for a walk to the small palace and pick the ice flowers. In the third room at that moment were the legendary 3 demons of ruthless steel, the most dangerous mercenary killers in the entire Palace of Oblivion. The request to take a walk literally meant an order to kill the designated victim. Since the conversation turned to ice flowers, it clearly indicated their target was a noble lady who lived there. Noticing a shadow of doubt on the face of her usually unflappable assistant, the master, with noticeable irritation, assumed that she was frightened by the possible consequences. In fact, the girl really felt fear, but not for herself. She perfectly understood. Her capricious mistress would be truly satisfied only when she cruelly avenged everyone who had ever dared to offend her or stand in her way. With hidden unease, the assistant realized choosing the small palace of medicine as the target was too risky. At this tense moment, as if reading her secret thoughts, the master acknowledged with unexpected insight, if she were in Chivan's place, she too would be seriously worried. She said that even if the girl was just an ordinary prostitute in this cruel world, there are still certain boundaries in life that even the most powerful people should not cross. Suddenly, she announced that Shivan must be the one to personally give the order to set off to the small palace on a special mission. The head of the household inquired in passing about how Kai Hami was feeling now, and Shivan reported with restrained anxiety that, possibly due to the recent severe shock she had experienced, she still did not dare to leave her room. She also said that as soon as the girl arrived to them, she immediately began to insist that supposedly the servants of the young master from the small palace had done something terrible to her. Hearing this, the head of the house suddenly made a decision, whether Hami should also go with them on the dangerous mission, because if the girl continued to retreat in the face of life's hardships, she would never be able to change her bleak fate for the better. Shivan deep in her soul understood. Kai Kami ardently sought revenge on her offenders. Moreover, the mistress said that recently 32 new girls had arrived at their establishment, and she gave a separate order to take good care of them. On this note, they concluded their strategic negotiations. When the deep dark night came, all participants of the secret operations silently set off on their dangerous mission to the small palace. Kai Kami, who was also issued a special spy uniform for covert infiltration, was extremely dissatisfied that one of the ruthless fighters nearby exhaled unbearable stench. She felt that the famous demons of the merciless steel had probably never heard of such a simple concept as ordinary washing. Deep in her soul, she even thought of finally confessing the true truth about what happened between her and the mysterious CH Hanso. And she understood, most likely, she would simply receive harsh punishment again from the hot-tempered young master and that particularly irritating man from his entourage. At the same time, the vigilant Chang Buren closely monitored the covert advance of the group of spies. He instantly recognized the distinctive gait of elite assassins. They were the legendary 3 demons of the merciless steel. Among them, he also noticed the familiar figure of Kai Kami, who stayed slightly behind the main group. Chang Buren had heard many rumors about these dangerous warriors. It was said that they were among the 20 best martial arts masters in the entire sinister Palace of Oblivion. All this time, they had probably been secretly hiding in brothels and other dubious establishments, waiting for their time to return to the stage of the great game. Finally, he realized what was hidden on the other side and understood. Now Ching-so faces inevitable danger. A letter surfaced in his memory which the young man had signed under pressure, and suddenly it became clear what threat it posed to him. He recalled the palace master's words that the current trade palace must at all costs seize the palace of the small sun. That is why he obeyed the senseless order of the young lord. If these people find out about the secrets in the letter, all the blame will undoubtedly fall on his shoulders. Therefore, he immediately called upon his loyal comrades for help again. They responded to Chang Buren's call instantly. 2 of them rushed toward the small palace with him. Frightened man understood, he must save Ching-so and everyone there. At the same time, events were unfolding in the library, where the hero had arrived. The old man had already heard from Chachuk about Jason and knew that he was the leader of the Warrats and the great magister of the Northern Yuan. And today the charismatic leader declared himself the supreme Khan and ruler of the Northern Yuan. Chungso realized that maybe this was his mistake and he had caused a commotion where it should not have been done. Looking at the medallion received from Jason, the wise Tong Jegel understood. The language on it was definitely not Yuan, rather it resembled Western Chinese. The inscription meant his name. Moreover, the experienced elder suspected that this tablet was by no means the only one. At that moment, Hanso remembered Jason's last words. He warned about the danger from the master of the Bloody Palace. Jegel, having learned about this, decided that the information was too interesting because the Bloody Palace was closely connected with the Warrats, and he did not understand why Jason ordered Hanso to be wary. Yang Chachuk asked Tong Jegel, skilled in secret knowledge, to help him decipher the meaning of these things and why Jason warned him. Tong Jegel agreed to fulfill his request, but now that he had become the High Khan, doing so would be extremely difficult, yet the young Hanso had no hopes. Moreover, he needed new martial arts techniques, so he asked Jegel for help. The man was surprised since when was Hanso no longer satisfied with the higher art of the Demon Lord. The thing was, the young warrior destroyed everything around when he used this powerful technique, so he needed some other demonic moves. Still, Jegel, lost in thought, hesitated whether he should do it. He recalled that in the Min Palace this art was taught, so it was hardly worth going anywhere to master it. Even Hanso himself did not understand why he had not guessed this from the very beginning. After all, the Cult of the Sun is a demon center, so of course it preserves knowledge of all higher martial arts techniques. Tong Jegel, understanding that the determined Hanso would be sent there, asked him to look into the library of the Supreme Lord. Moreover, after that, he suggested moving on to another urgent topic. Even the almighty Hao clan would not have succeeded in finding out what Chungso was talking about with the master of the Trade Palace. Eventually, the young warrior, smiling, understood what exactly was going to be discussed now. Not even half an hour passed before the old man smiled boldly. Chungso demanded 30 of the trade court's assets. Tong Jegel understood the master of the palace probably had no choice but to unite with them. Yang Chachuk also realized, a cunning man like him would definitely not miss the chance to grab the gold right under his nose. Insightful Tong Jegel knew the relationships among the 7 palaces were truly strange and complicated. The Silk Road was the main artery of life for the Trade Palace, so they were very cautious with the Palace of Legal Arts, which had connections with the Warrats. The Bloody Palace possessed the highest techniques of martial arts, so they kept close the creator of the Sacred Fire, the one who oversees the enforcement of the law. The Palace of Pleasures formed an alliance with the Palace of War to provide protection for their brothels throughout the Central Plains. The Bloody Palace and the Palace of Fear did not try to get rid of the Palace of the Supporting Sword, which consisted of a small elite group. The Palace of Min and the Palace of the Sacred Fire prevented this from happening. The Trade Palace and the Palace of Pleasures always waited for a moment to clash with each other, while the Palace of Yada always maintained neutrality. This is how the palaces formed alliances, competed, and complicated their own relationships. Although the Trade Palace and the Palace of Bloody Arts had too much money now that their own warriors were captured, they had to start a rebellion and refuse additional support from the archers. And now, with Yasin becoming the highest Khan of Northern Yuan, the trade court must act wisely. They do not just throw money around, they invest it to be able to make a much larger deal in the future. The perceptive Chinsoa realized the Trade Palace will not fully accept their side, and there is a high probability that he is deliberately pitting the two sides against each other to ignite conflict. Tong Jegel believed the greatest weakness of the Min cult was that it had too few reliable people gathering information and lacked the funds to feed the cult members. Jegel was surprised that Chinso seemed to know what was happening, but at the same time did not know many things. He looked as if he understood nothing at all and then suddenly came up with brilliant ideas. The goals of the master of the Trade Palace were more than obvious, but one should not expect anything more from him. He was not that brave. The only reason he was able to come to power at all was his eldest son Jiang Jising and the team leader Chang Bairain. However, Chinso heard that the eldest son was currently on a mission, and the wise Tong Jegel thought they needed to bring together Chang Bairain and the heir. Listening to the words of the respected elder, the young man could not believe that Chang Bairain was such an important figure. However, Tong Jegel believed that his skills were not that significant. Much more important was that the master of the Trade Palace trusted his words. Chang Bairain was one of those capable of influencing the current reality. If they showed him the power of the small palace, they could win him over to their side. Thus they would gain the support of an influential warrior and blind the master of the trade palace, depriving him of eyes and ears. Moreover, Chinso understood, if he had somehow already managed to bind Chang Buren to himself, then this matter would probably go much more smoothly. Then he thought about the trade palace itself and immediately remembered his blades. He drew them from their sheaths. Suddenly the blades flared with demonic fire. They had been given to him by the lord of the trade palace. He said it was a demonic sword of sacred fire. The young warrior did not understand whether the man had his own reason for handing such an important item into the hands of the small palace. Perhaps he is so confident that everything will work out since the palace was already on his hook. At that very moment Tong Jegel laughed loudly. He explained that the reason was that the 5 sacred tools were useless to him. Only one who has mastered the art of the demon lord can use the 5 sacred implements. He himself would not want to give them to anyone, but he knew a massacre would begin if others sniffed out that these implements were with him. Her only way out was to give them to the worthless young master. The reason he told Hanso about the implements was simply that he wanted to befriend him. Tong Jegel considered it pure luck that Hanso managed to master 2 sacred implements at once. The stunned Hanso could not imagine that it was so difficult. But he was also surprised that out of all the weapons he received the dagger. He had never learned to use such a weapon, even during the practice of advanced combat strikes. Moreover, he used it for other purposes as well. But the knowledgeable in secret knowledge Tong Jegel knew, the third elder possessed information about the combat art technique of Western China, so Hanso could set out to search for it. A wise mentor always shares knowledge quite carefully, so now he can teach his followers the technique for a lifetime. Now he lives on the Fire Peak. Determined, Hanso promised to take up this matter and asked Tong Jegel to inform the Hao clan, because he would not be able to return here for information every time. But the gray-haired elder handed him a disc explaining that the Hao clan was nowhere and at the same time everywhere. He could simply throw the disc on the ground when help was needed and they would immediately find him. Thanking him, Yan Chachuk immediately accepted such a valuable thing, and Tong Jegel realized, now Hanso is on the way to the palace. Moreover, recently unpleasant rumors about Kai Kama surfaced. However, Hanso explained that nothing of the sort happened there. He just needed to talk to her. He believed that the Pleasure Palace should already give him its answer. Tong Jegel assumed that what Hanso did was intentional, but was it his special strategy to meet the master of the palace? For some reason, this greatly alarmed the old man. He immediately grabbed the nearest book and began flipping through it. He realized that it was the time of the snake and the Pleasure Palace had just sent 4 people somewhere. This meant that they had already managed to achieve their result. Hanso understood they were heading towards the small Sun Palace, and the worried Tong Jegel warned most likely they planned to kill him. In the end, Hanso had to urgently deviate from the route and retreat to deal with the hired assassins sent by the Pleasure Palace. Tong Jegel did not understand where the young warrior was heading. But he understood there was no need to worry about his palace as long as Tisik was there. He needed to visit the pleasure court. During this time, Tong Jegel promised to prepare and warn the palace servants about the guests. The boy was barely restraining his rage. He couldn't believe that the creator of pleasure gave him such a curt answer. Somewhere around this time, Hanso's assistants came across a letter that reported he had left again. Heron didn't understand why he always acted that way and why he didn't trust them, but Yultek thought the master was just going through a transitional age. In this difficult situation, Tishik remained calmer than everyone else. He understood if he went after the master, his daughter would be left here completely alone. The master definitely didn't want to put him in a position to choose. Yet still, he couldn't take Heron with him and drag her along, so he began thinking about how to entrust her care to Yultek. But no, he was unreliable, and now, since the master was gone, he suggested having fun and drinking, and Tisik realized what kind of warrior he was. So now, very seriously, he approached the boy and grabbed him by the shoulder. Yultek thought the team leader wanted to drink with him and have fun. But starting today, he decided Yultek would train with him. Yultek thought it was nonsense and didn't understand what the leader was aiming for. However, the warrior believed that Yultek was incapable of protecting either the respected leader or his daughter, so he absolutely had to train. After that, despite dissatisfied shouts and complaints, Yultek was forcibly dragged out. He was shouting and fighting back, not understanding why he himself had to protect the young master and Karin herself. At that time, lively conversations buzzed in the summer brothel. Since the young leader had finished his long training and returned to Heavenly Mountain, there had not been a single peaceful day. People whispered that he had caused a real commotion in the spring pavilion. One of the men had even gone to Sunny Peak to take part in an expedition to the position of the highest member of the cult in the Min Palace. There the brave man saw Lady Kai Kama from the Palace of Pleasure. Most likely, she had come to greet the young leader, but everything ended quite differently. After she left, he decided to wait for her near the small palace to see the noble lady once more. Later she appeared again, but completely transformed. All her clothing was in disarray. The stunned man heard from a friend at the trade palace that the young leader had done something indecent with Kai Kama in the reception hall. And at that very moment, the head of the Palace of Pleasures stealthily approached the talkative man and sarcastically asked if he was counting 10 lives for himself, since he was saying such things. Everyone present immediately began to look at each other fearfully and sideways, not expecting to see her here. It was the legendary white snake named Han Soso. Everyone instantly fell to their knees, greeting the formidable mistress and showing her the deepest respect. Han Soso, in response to such a submissive reaction, only smiled indulgently and gestured for the men to stand up as quickly as possible. But with an icy tone, she added that for their insolent speeches they would have to pay. They were to settle the debt with their own lives. The frightened warrior, trembling, explained to the formidable ruler that he was only repeating rumors that had reached him. Han Soso, bearing a sinister smile, then suggested the man talk about it personally. She wanted the talkative warrior to tell her what he had just told his friends. Right there, the scared man, bowing deeply in a profound bow, admitted that he had indeed committed an act worthy of death and humbly begged for mercy. But the ruthless head of the palace was not going to grant him mercy. She cold-bloodedly decided to kill him. At that critical moment, when it seemed the sharp knife was about to strike the unfortunate man in the face, something forcefully pushed him away. It was a massive vase that changed the trajectory of Han Soso's knife and made it fly past. The unknown man, as if nothing had happened, expressed extreme dissatisfaction that such disgusting wine was served in this establishment. He explained his sudden action by saying that he got drunk incredibly fast. However, raising his elegant hat, he asked the stunned Han Soso with curiosity what she was doing here. At this fateful moment, everyone present recognized him as the young master and immediately fell to their knees, showing the high-ranking man their boundless respect. Han Soso, as if nothing had happened, watched the impudent young man attentively with undisguised interest. After that, Yang Chachak casually approached the nearest table and noticed an unfinished cup of exquisite alcohol. He measuredly poured himself some wine, recalling that about 10 years ago an incredible incident occurred. Numerous bodies were found in a pavilion in Shinsia. All the people who were there, including high-ranking commanders, were found brutally killed. At that tragic moment, the entire Muram alliance was deeply shaken by the fact that one of the respected elders of the HWA Mountain clan was among the dead. They instantly deployed the legendary Heavenly Net but still could not catch the elusive criminal. Only after some time did the world learn that the ruthless killer was an elegant girl named Han Soso. This valuable information, once obtained by the former owner of the body now inhabited by Yang Chachak, proved very timely. It turned out that he was gathering compromising material on Han Soso simply because she seemed attractive to him, typical behavior for him. Now he could not even imagine that the most magnificent lady of the Pleasure Palace would descend to visit this place. Han Soso, maintaining an icy calm face, only subtly hinted that Ching-Su should have informed her in advance about his visit so that she could meet him personally with all honors. The young master sarcastically remarked that the girl sent to him by the cunning Han Soso did not at all correspond to his refined taste. This remark caused only a fleeting frowning smile on her flawless face, a sign of deep dissatisfaction. The cunning Han Soso, eager to ease the tense atmosphere, decided to inquire how Ching-So was feeling now and whether he had managed to control his righteous anger after their personal meeting. In fact, it was extremely difficult for the young man to calm his fierce rage after the treacherous woman sent ruthless killers after him. But now saving the life of an innocent person seemed more important. He made the sophisticated intriguer understand the situation between them could change sharply while he was in their luxurious abode. Han Soso, with a sly pretense, explained with feigned politeness that when a beauty prepares for an important meeting with a worthy young man, thorough preparation always requires proper time, and humbly asked Ching-So to wait a little. But the young man looked slyly and made it clear that he had no intention of waiting at all. After that, he began to gather his mighty inner energy. Assessing the danger, Han Soso instantly suggested moving to a serious conversation right now. After that, she suddenly launched an attack on the nearest warrior standing next to Chungso. The unfortunate man immediately began to painfully freeze from head to toe, desperately begging for mercy. This cruel spectacle was able to unsettle the usually cold-blooded Chungso. He did not know that her boundless power allowed her to so easily kill cult members who did not show proper respect, and even do it in front of the young leader himself. But Kan Soso did not even think of reacting to his outrage. She only remarked with a coquettish smile that during the time they had not seen each other, the young leader had become significantly more attractive and eloquent, so she could sincerely be proud of him. Angry, Chungso authoritatively ordered the insolent woman not to change the subject and to answer his direct question. However, she, as if nothing had happened, gracefully sat down and coldly explained that she also had the right to ask questions. And she asked sarcastically why the young gentleman thought that the palace master was not allowed to touch the ordinary members of the cult. Hanso was unpleasantly surprised at how quickly the cunning intriguer forgot the sacred teachings of the Min cult. But she disdainfully noted, if he continues to hold on to these ancient rules, then he is truly incredibly naive. However, she decided to reveal to him the real reason for her behavior. It all came down to wounded pride. Since Hanso behaved inappropriately with her people, it meant he had insulted her as well. The issue was not about protecting the ordinary members of the cult or respecting the status of the palace master. This insolent, bold man dared to touch her dignity, and she decided that he deserved death. If someone else did the same, he would also offend her and break her heart. With a squinting, sly look, she asked if Hanso knew who the man was who had upset her the most recently. Yet the young man skillfully pretended not to understand what was being talked about. And Soso, with a meaningful smile, insisted that he must know. He was obliged, simply had to. At that tense moment, Hanso noticed the frozen man and realized with surprise that he was still alive. And Soso only smiled mysteriously and suggested to the young master to make a bet. At that very moment, everything around him began to slowly be covered with dazzling ice. The ruthless Kan Soso demonstrated the highest level of mastery in magic. Just imagine, such an outstanding person was placed only in 8th place. If the Min cult decides to conquer the Central Plains, the whole world will plunge into chaos. Watching the arrogant Kan Soso, he realized. Title young leader means absolutely nothing to her. But the insidious intriguer with feigned humility explained that she must adhere to 3 main commandments. Everyone must be equal and act justly. Communicating with this powerful woman, the perceptive Hanso understood. She is fundamentally different from the head of the trading palace. She does not care at all what others think, only she herself and the prosperity of the pleasure palace concern her. Finally, the decisive young man agreed to the proposed bet, since proud Kan Soso wanted it so much. She laughed melodiously. It brought her sincere pleasure to understand that Hanso had not changed at all. After that, the majestic woman asked Shival to come forward. Women accompanied by a young girl immediately began to descend gracefully down the elegant stairs from the upper floor. Shival respectfully asked the mistress why she had called her, and the powerful lady ordered all the guests to be escorted out and announced that the establishment was closed for today. As soon as this happened, the slender girls politely but firmly indicated the confused men the way out of the brothel. Those not daring to resist immediately obediently left. Only the hall emptied. The beautiful girls gathered around their adored mistress. Kan Soso, smiling mysteriously, explained that she had not seen Hanso in these parts for a long time, so she could not just let him go. Therefore, she offered him to spend at least 2 days in her domain in complete comfort, and that was her seductive bet. With a charming smile, she noticed that her condition was easy to fulfill. The boy reminded that he could still refuse. At this tense moment, the devoted handmaidens of Han Soso instantly drew their sharp swords. What would happen to him in case of refusal remained unspoken but obvious. The essence of the bet was clear, but the young leader did not know what would change in 2 days. However, the cunning Han Soso, with feigned concern, suggested maybe Chungso would like the local place and he would leave here alive. She would definitely remind him of what happened in the past. Then the resolute Chungso, to the surprise of those present, agreed to stay, but under one important condition. Since Han Soso was the first to bring up this topic, he also wanted to propose something, because relying on the rules where everything had to be fair, she could not argue with that. The intrigued woman asked Chungso to voice his conditions. The cunning young man began with a provocation. He wanted to make a bet. In 2 days, he would destroy everyone. Seeing fear in the eyes of those present, he restrained himself and decided only to completely subjugate the entire pleasure palace. Without a doubt, this could not but alert the vigilant mistress. The perceptive woman noticed with distrust that Ching-so was going too far with his audacious jokes. But the unyielding young man authoritatively ordered them to simply wait for his inevitable arrival. Han Soso laughed melodiously, promised that she would eagerly await Hanso like a faithful wife, and would even prepare a fragrant bath for him herself. But only if he managed to reach her private chambers. After that, she elegantly said goodbye to the man, expressing hope that he would have a wonderful time. Hanso decided to find out the fate of the unfortunate warrior. He did not want to spend the night next to someone's grave at all. The boy did not understand. Could the ruthless mistress really just leave the poor fellow like that? The woman only frowned discontentedly and again used the power of her inner energy. Then she instantly imprisoned that man in an impenetrable ice rock. Noticing the surprise reflected on the guest's face, the proud Khan Soso with feigned concern asked Hanso, as soon as he finished his drink, to go up to the 6th floor. There she had already prepared a luxurious room for him. At this critical moment, Hanso could no longer contain the fierce rage raging inside. He firmly decided to come for the head of the overconfident lady from the pleasure palace, no matter what. At that time, evening had already fallen in the small palace of Min, but the exhausting training continued relentlessly. Clumsy Yultak could not manage to correctly repeat the complex techniques of his strict teacher, who became increasingly irritated, realizing that with such miserable abilities the student would not even be able to save his own life. He was not even capable of protecting the young master, let alone the fragile heron. After another failed attempt, the patient mentor again began to correct his movements with a bamboo stick, pointing out the gross mistakes. Yultak sharply and discontentedly shouted at Teshchik, not understanding why he should protect the capricious Karin at all. At that moment, the angry man decisively raised his hand to strike and declared that he would attack the head. But he pushed him away with a blow to the side, and Yultak only screamed piercingly from the pain. The wise Teshchik calmly explained to the negligent apprentice, "A ruthless killer is unlikely to warn where he will deliver a deadly blow. He must be ready for anything and at any moment." At this tense moment, the caring Karin suddenly appeared and with motherly tenderness asked the tired father to rest a little and drink healing tea with fragrant persimmon. Teshchik immediately softened and decided to take a short break, looking tenderly at his dearest daughter. And the envious Yultak only silently resented, watching this touching scene because the stern man clearly loved only his daughter. But he once had a father too, he recalled bitterly, but immediately understood that one could hardly truly love him. Kind-hearted Karin noticed his gloom and decided to take care of the exhausted Yultak. She offered him to have a snack before continuing the exhausting training, but the stubborn young man stubbornly did not understand why he should train at all. Patient Karin finally got tired of listening to his endless dissatisfied outcries, so she decisively began to feed him by force. Yultak, having calmed down a bit and eaten enough, confessed with a sly smile that he had the feeling as if his whole body was pierced by painful internal injuries. Feigning suffering, he pleaded that compassionate Karin give him a massage if she truly cared about him. But at this critical moment, resolute Karin slapped the lazy boy on the neck and sternly ordered him to stop behaving like a spoiled child. She did not understand how an adult man could be so unserious. But they again began to argue fiercely. Yultak passionately insisted that he was already mature and grown up enough. But insightful Karin considered him an absolute failure. At this tense moment, the girl suddenly noticed the father was about to go somewhere. He calmly explained that he intended to visit the forge and sternly demanded, while he was gone, Yultak must definitely continue training. The exhausted young man, realizing that he could barely lift the heavy training stick, begged the strict mentor not to buy him any weapons. The unyielding man ignored his pleas and decisively walked away. Then Yultak, desperately disheartened, fell to his knees and sadly began to remember the young master. He understood well that he was a worthless person, but was ready to follow his adored master even to the farthest wilderness just for him to finally return. Somewhere during this anxious time, enemy spies finally cautiously crept up to the small palace. They gladly noted that most likely, the palace did not have reliable security and this could only work to their advantage. At the same time, Chinso, skillful, began gradually thawing the frozen man with his powerful internal energy. He decided to use the ancient art of heavenly blood, a secret demon technique, and soon felt a weak but encouraging reaction from the body that had already frozen. He still had to cope with a difficult task, and he sincerely hoped that luck had not abandoned this unfortunate man, so he would manage to survive. Over time, the solid ice began to gradually crack, and the frozen body slowly thawed. Finally, the ice block turned into an ordinary puddle of water. caring young man carefully sat the half-frozen man on the ground, after which he began to fill his weakened body with healing internal energy. Soon the unfortunate man was able to regain consciousness and understood. This meant that he was lucky. After this amazing rescue, Chung-So immediately covered the trembling man's mouth and firmly made it clear, if he wanted to stay alive, he had to keep absolute silence and hide, avoiding any contact if possible. The man immediately nodded, showing the noble rescuer that he fully understood his instructions. The determined young man himself headed to the upper floors of the mysterious building. He knew that the summer pavilion was the very pleasure palace everyone talked about. But up to the 5th floor, this place was considered an ordinary pavilion, and only from the 6th floor did it turn into a real palace of delights. Finally, opening the door, he confidently entered the floor where beautiful girls were already waiting for him. They greeted the young master warmly. He was clearly dissatisfied with such frivolous jokes. Suddenly, at this tense moment, a mysterious smoke appeared from somewhere. Elegant girls whirled around, begging the honorable gentleman to play with them. The mysterious smoke gradually began to affect Hanso himself. Because of this, he lost his self-control. He instantly recalled an old conversation with his insightful friend. He warned, women from the demon cult are much more dangerous than the mythical nine-tailed fox. Then he decided to ask his brother if he had ever heard anything about the mysterious technique of enchantment. But the wise Yang Chachak only asked him to shut up and just go to sleep. And the restless young man did not back down and continued to insist. He told about his strange dreams where skillful demons used this magical technique. It gave such pleasant, mesmerizing sensations that he involuntarily succumbed to the charms. At that moment, enlightenment came to Yang Chachak. He realized that the enchantment technique was being skillfully applied to him. The purer the inner energy was, the easier it was to fall into this insidious trap. If he had remained in his former body, he would almost never have managed to break free from this captivity. Just now, these charming girls, wrapped in his charms with feigned care, decided to find out if the noble gentleman missed them, because he had not been around for a very long time. The boy remembered that only 5 floors were available to guests of the small palace, but she spoke as if she had been here not for the first time. Now he was surrounded by a tight ring of 12 enchanting girls. Moreover, the mysterious girl skillfully played a musical instrument behind the screen. He was truly the heart of the art of charm. At this dangerous moment, the treacherous girls pleaded for the master to hold them tightly, saying they were supposedly very cold and sad when he became so distant and cold. But suddenly the girl behind the screen saw a dazzlingly bright light. For a moment it blinded her. At this critical moment, she faltered and stopped playing because she was suddenly distracted. And in the next moment, the young leader himself suddenly appeared behind her. Somewhere at this very time, on the top floor of the luxurious brothel, the majestic Khan Soso towered. She was thoughtfully stroking her exquisite snake when her faithful assistant respectfully approached her. The curious woman wanted to find out what the insightful Shival thought about the amazing event that had just occurred. But the wise girl philosophically noted that the young master was always difficult to understand. Moreover, a lot of time had passed since their last memorable meeting. Khan Soso, insightful, felt something inexplicably strange about this mysterious boy. She did not understand why he behaved as if he was in these walls for the first time. Perhaps the great leader of the cult himself had done something irreversible to him when he sent him into the mysterious corridor of the great demons. The assistant immediately flinched in fear upon hearing the mention of the formidable cult leader. They were strictly forbidden to speak about him. It was an unspoken but unbreakable rule, so she did not understand why her mistress so lightly broke it. But for the authoritative Khan Soso, none of this mattered at all. The young leader had come to them. They were obliged to serve him at the highest level. Moreover, the clever assistant understood. As soon as the skilled Yuval entered this delicate matter, everything would be decided instantly. Khan Soso only smiled mysteriously, understanding that this masterful girl would surely be overly happy to see the young lord after so many long days. She feigned indifference and inquired about how things were going in the small palace. The maid respectfully reported that soon they would probably hear detailed reports from the most loyal warriors themselves. Then the satisfied Khan Soso dismissed the assistant, understanding that she had already learned everything she needed. She thoughtfully pondered that everything was happening exactly as last time, but she could not change anything. It was all doomed the day he was born. She had already prepared a special gift for him, only patience remained to await his arrival. At this tense moment on the way to the mysterious girl, Yan Chachak suddenly felt something necessarily strange that he could not explain. He was sure that the girls from the pleasure palace had studied the art of deadly ice. These girls were incredibly easy to defeat. Moreover, the enchanting atmosphere of enchantment completely dissipated. Therefore, he unmistakably understood that he had found the one who masterfully possesses the technique of enchantment. At that moment, the frightened girl suddenly turned around and looked tremblingly at the unyielding Hanso. It became obvious to the guy she definitely knew him. With a trembling voice, she introduced herself. Her name was Yuval, and honestly admitted that she had not seen the master for a long time. At that moment, Hanso, confused, did not understand what was happening with the scared girl. He only slightly restrained her with his inner strength, and she already noticeably blushed. Intrigued, Hanso decided to find out where that mysterious girl knew him from. The confused girl reminded him, in the past, they had spent a lot of time together. Then the stunned Hanso instantly realized, all this was the inevitable consequences of the reckless life of the former owner of this body. He decided to ask this mysterious girl one more extremely uncomfortable question: had she done this with him before? However, the beauty had already blushed and with an awkward smile reported that then, on that memorable occasion, they had definitely had a good time. Then the shocked Hanso realized, 3 years ago, just before the former owner of the body went into the mysterious corridor of the great demons, something indecent happened. This stunning discovery meant the young girl, who was not even 16 yet, could already then virtuously apply the insidious technique of enchantment. Yang Chachoku found it incredibly hard to believe that he had possessed the body of a person who was undoubtedly a true sexual maniac. In this troubled time, sinister spies have already silently flown over the strong walls of the small palace. At first, Yultak, carefree and frivolous, lit up joyfully, naively believing that his adored young master had finally returned. The joyful smile quickly vanished from his face as soon as he saw the strangers wrapped in black. Staring intently at the unexpected guests, he painfully tried to understand who these mysterious people were. Among them stood out a clumsy shorty, a weakling, an immensely fat man, and also a mysterious girl who accompanied them. But his penetrating gaze quickly recognized in her the infamous Kai Kami, although she wildly burst into an argument and unconvincingly insisted that it was not her. For the quick Yultak, it was easier than easy to recognize this person. Hardly there would be another eccentric madwoman who would choose such bizarre shoes for an absolutely black, gloomy outfit. Kai Kami's shoes hardly interested the cautious young man. He clearly understood that these unexpected guests were truly dangerous madmen. He could not comprehend what they had planned again. Not only had they brazenly crossed the walls of their sacred palace under the cover of dark night, but they also cowardly hid their faces behind frightening masks. The confused Heron struggled to understand why these suspicious people needed to visit their abode, but the confident Yultak, boldly sneering, declared that he knew perfectly well the real reason for their visit. That time when the passionate Kai Kami was here, a maniacal gleam clearly burned in her predatory eyes. Surely this was exactly what she had planned from the very beginning, because she always looked at him with such a predatory gaze and clearly dreamed of luring him into her nets. He was firmly convinced the brazen temptress with all her tamed passion sought to kidnap him and possess him, so she shamelessly came here under the cover of the starry night. However, the noble young man explained that he could not reciprocate her feelings. His sacred mission was to steadfastly stay close to the young leader and protect him at the cost of his own life. At this fateful moment, the enraged woman completely lost her composure and disdainfully ordered the terrible little frog to be silent immediately. She did not understand why this insolent youth suddenly decided that she wanted to unite her fate with such a scoundrel as he. Moreover, she authoritatively demanded that he immediately stop calling her by some unknown name like Kai Kami, about whom, she said, she had never heard. The daring Yultak only laughed mockingly, realizing how easily he had managed to embarrass this hypocritical person. After that, he sarcastically asked her to stop playing the fool if she wanted to attract his valuable attention. She had already succeeded, so she could calmly stop pretending. However, at this critical moment, the warriors who arrived with her swiftly armed themselves with their deadly blades. Then it painfully became clear to Yultak, the treacherous Kai Kami came here not because of his irresistible person. And she was a ruthless intriguer. She ominously stared at the innocent Karen and made it clear without hints that she came here for only one thing: to cold-bloodedly deal with the defenseless girl. Looking at her cruel rival with bewilderment, the stunned Karen could not understand why she had come for her soul. But the arrogant Kai Kami haughtily declared that such a worthless person without noble lineage had no right to live here with her miserable existence. She had stained this sacred place. Frightened, Karen's heart leapt and she desperately reminded that they were still in the small palace, so it was unlikely that the murderers would get away with such a crime. Snickering sarcastically, Kai Kami mockingly suggested that naive Karen probably meant she had already managed to establish close ties with high-ranking palace residents. The cruel mercenaries who arrived with the ruthless Kai Kami impatiently proposed to kill this annoying girl quickly and immediately get out of there. Moreover, before that, they decided with sadistic smiles to amuse themselves with all sorts of disgusting tricks on the defenseless girl. And at this tense moment, delicate Karen was truly frightened for the first time, desperately ordering the bloodthirsty warriors to immediately leave their home. But they only laughed contemptuously, not understanding how some miserable girl dared to order them, experienced killers, around. Embarrassed, Yuletak tried to somehow calm the enraged Kai Kami, but she only became even angrier at the tactless youth, after which she decisively ordered her thugs to immediately attack and mercilessly kill the hated rival. Immediately after this sinister order, their sharp blades mercilessly aimed at the trembling Karen. The defenseless girl barely managed to close her eyes in horror. She understood that she could not avoid the deadly attack that was already being prepared. Yet at the last moment, clever Yuletak desperately defended her, swiftly throwing a heavy flower vase right into the face of the main attacker. After which he clumsily pretended that the precious vase had accidentally slipped from his trembling hands. Moreover, he grumbled discontentedly. Since their unpredictable young master returned from his distant journey, there had not been a single peaceful day in the palace. He sarcastically reminded that he came to the small palace not for such a dangerous life full of deadly intrigues. After that, he authoritatively addressed the frightened girl and sternly warned this was the last time he generously saved her life. Then he unconditionally demanded that Kai Kami immediately get out and leave them alone. Then he suddenly, with unexpected seriousness, reminded her that he had sincerely tried to understand her motives after that strange incident, but it seemed to him, by choosing such low goals and dishonorable methods, she was going too far in her revenge. Finally, completely enraged, the bloodthirsty Kai Kami decisively declared that they would have to kill these two insolent ones in order to successfully complete their secret mission. After that, her henchmen immediately rushed at the fearless boy with furious rage. Yet Yuletak timely shouted that perhaps they would want to find out whose son he was. He significantly reminded them that his formidable father was not just an ordinary warrior, he himself was the almighty master of the Bloody Palace. Obviously, this loud declaration did not impress the skeptically minded Heron and Kai Kami at all. The sharp blades of the mercenaries suddenly stopped a millimeter from his bare neck. Cautiously, they glanced around their leader, waiting for further instructions. The enraged duo screamed piercingly, demanding that they immediately finish off this annoying liar and the defenseless girl. However, the stubborn youth, looking at the enraged Kai Kami, sincerely did not understand how she could look so arrogantly at the modest girl, not even knowing who the truly powerful father was. The arrogant intriguer coldly replied that she did not understand why she should know the worthless genealogy of some commoner. Although she suddenly became worried, could this inconspicuous girl be another secret daughter of some influential court master? However, at this tense moment, the perceptive boy pointed meaningfully behind them and explained that finally her damn scary daddy had appeared. No sooner had they turned around in fear than a deafening explosion thundered behind their backs, shaking the walls, and an angry warrior appeared in the smoke clouds. The outraged swordsman could not believe that these insolent strangers dared to allow themselves such a thing in his house, and Kai Kami, who had turned pale with horror, realized with surprise who the shy girl's father was. Events swiftly moved to the luxurious summer brothel. The unflappable C.H. Hanso was leisurely strolling the mysterious 7th floor and accidentally came across swordswomen who were diligently training. With surprise, he realized it turned out that in this mysterious place, the elite team of soaring ghosts, deadly assassins known for their ruthlessness, was secretly training all the time. Stunned by the sudden appearance of a stranger, the frightened warrior girls did not understand why the insolent C.H. Hanso had come into their secret chambers at all. But the young man sincerely did not understand why they were so surprised by his appearance. After all, they themselves had insistently asked him to come up here just a few minutes ago. The girls quickly scattered in different directions across the huge hall, and the young man perfectly understood. Surely, they hurried to find out what had happened in order to immediately report to their mistress. Suddenly, the extremely surprised Yan Chachak noticed several little girls. They looked no older than 10 years. This was a truly shocking discovery, to see innocent children within the walls of the famous Palace of Pleasures. Moreover, absolutely unexpectedly, one of the miniature girls boldly approached, trustingly tugged Hanso's sleeve, and greeted him with childlike straightforwardness. The touched young man gently ran his hand through the silky hair of the little one and warmly responded to her sincere greeting. Hanso involuntarily was surprised by her stunning fearlessness, and she only with a disarmingly smile ingenuously informed that this year she would turn a full 9 years old. The softened Yan Chachak also politely introduced himself in response, but inside he became wary. The girl seemed to him somewhat strange, too calm for her age. At this touching moment, mysterious women majestically approached them. They insistently asked Chachak to immediately go upstairs. For the last time, he thoughtfully looked at the quiet children. They saw him off with a vigilant, unusually attentive gaze for children. Looking into their innocent eyes, he intuitively felt there was clearly something wrong with these unusual children, as if behind the childlike shell something more was hidden. At this alarming moment, one of the frightened assistants anxiously reported that the fearless young master had already successfully reached the 7th floor, and the 6th was completely overcome. Obviously, the girl was extremely worried by this alarming message. When someone in the Palace of Pleasures was called defeated, it meant only one thing: the prostitute had unconditionally surrendered to the enemy. The reason why the Palace of Pleasures was considered weaker than others in terms of combat strength was that besides the classical art of fighting, they had to actively rely on the art of love pleasures. Moreover, the worried assistant knew perfectly well, among the elite fighters they sent against the invincible Hanso, there was not a single tail spirit. But according to her calculations, he was definitely not destined to stand, because they additionally sent 5 powerful soaring spirits and 3 ruthless lunar spirits. According to ancient legends, 1 soaring spirit can single-handedly defeat 10 experienced men, and 1 majestic lunar spirit a whole 100. So this time they were absolutely certain victory was inevitable for them. But despite her unspeakable horror, another breathless girl galloped up to her and fearfully reported an urgent message. As it turned out, the 8th floor had also fallen. Elite defenders could not withstand the harsh pressure of the relentless Hanso. This news pushed the lady's personal assistant into a cardiac shock even more. She could not comprehend how such an incredible event could have happened and how he managed to defeat so many skilled female warriors in less than 2 hours. As it turned out, the stunned woman personally went to see the defeat. Edge could not believe what she had heard. Not a single one of the proud defenders could even stand on their feet after meeting the mysterious young man. And there was something else extraordinarily strange that was definitely worth noting. On their flawless bodies, there was not a single trace of the young leader, as if he had never touched them at all. Stunned, the girl instantly realized Great Chingso masterfully controlled his body. This is an unattainable level for any man who, according to ancient legends, was reached by the emperor of the Sui dynasty, spent as many as 12 nights with 80 of his beautiful concubines. She was absolutely sure had perfectly mastered the ancient art of love pleasures, which is why he came here so casually and confidently on his own. If this time they also cannot properly receive the young master, the bloodthirsty palace will immediately rush to deal with the pleasure palace. With horror, she recalled the terrifying threat of Chinsoa. In 2 days he would completely subjugate them all. This prophecy frightened the cautious assistant even more. If this continues, even the most invincible lady could be drawn into this whirlpool of events. As a personal assistant, she was obliged to prevent this catastrophe at any cost. Therefore, she immediately ordered the frightened girl, urgently send men's cologne. No matter how skilled a lover he was, he could not conquer men. We must do everything possible to prevent him from climbing even 1 step higher. After this categorical order, the girl immediately disappeared headlong from sight, and the frightened assistant fully realized, if the uncontrollable Yan Chachak climbed even 1 more floor, he would inevitably reach her level's 10th. If he somehow ended up there, she was firmly ready to risk her own life to protect her beloved mistress of the palace. Somewhere in this anxious moment, the enraged Teshik with undisguised fury resolutely approached his treacherous enemies. He sternly warned that he had long known they should have expected uninvited guests. And he definitely did not expect that they would brazenly visit from the enemy's palace of pleasure. The flower of the white snake, Kan Soso. As soon as this ruthless intriguer became a full-fledged mistress of the palace, she cold-bloodedly got rid of all who dared to support the former master, cynically using the noble pretext of creating a new progressive generation. He would never have thought that she would dare to contact the respected Molly Dvoritz, especially now. When he received the alarming letter, he immediately understood. Very soon unwanted guests might storm in on them. Therefore, the prudent Yan Chachuk earnestly asked everyone to be in full combat readiness. The noble leader, burning with righteous anger, finally realized this ominous report was absolutely true. All three hired killers clearly felt, from the formidable Il Teshchik came a completely different, frightening aura. This unremarkable-looking man could be extremely dangerous when angry. However, the stubborn Kai Kama with a haughty smile reminded her accomplices, they definitely will not be safe if they do not complete this important task to the end. She cold-bloodedly explained that two of them must actively distract the warrior while the third sneaks up unnoticed and mercilessly kills the defenseless girl. But the unyielding Il Teshchik sternly warned whatever they might devise or do, they will all inevitably perish by his ruthless hand. Finally, the fierce battle began. Two desperate warriors simultaneously rushed at the mighty warrior. This epic battle was truly uneven, but it was uneven for his confident enemies because he neutralized them lightning fast. When the first opponent was swiftly taken out of the game, the second, seizing the moment, sneakily creeps up behind him, skillfully engaging in battle with his deadly blades. And just as quickly as in the first case, Il Teshchik managed to deal with this unsuccessful fighter in an instant. All the sharp blades that whistled towards him and all the other formidable weapons were somehow stopped literally a millimeter from his invincible body. After that, the enraged defender fiercely grabbed both fallen fighters and began mercilessly strangling them with his mighty hands. Before finally dealing with them, he gently asked the innocent Karen to immediately close her eyes, not wanting to traumatize her fragile soul. After which he mercilessly crushed their skulls and left absolutely nothing of them. In a furious rage to the limit, the last surviving warrior, a pathetic weakling, was incredibly outraged that someone dared to so mercilessly deal with his sworn brothers. Rushing headlong at the defenseless Karen, he firmly decided he must kill at least her, otherwise he would return to his mistress in shame. But just in time, when the trembling girl was already covered by danger, Yultak came to the rescue, brave, composed, decisively armed with his faithful sword. He looked displeased at Teshchik because he perfectly understood. He himself could easily handle the pathetic weakling and did not understand at all why he left this small job to the young warrior. But the experienced man with a wise smile decided it was the perfect training fight for the inexperienced youth. Eventually, a fierce clash began, and gradually the determined Yultak managed more and more clearly and confidently to repel the furious attacks of the enemy. After several skillful maneuvers, he unexpectedly and deftly approached closer to the confused opponent and even accurately cut his pants, thus mercilessly disgracing the unsuccessful mercenary. Then the young trickster caught a lucky moment for the decisive blow, and the doomed man, as if in a trance, himself headed straight for his sharp sword, submitting to inevitable fate. The stunned warrior could not believe his eyes. Yultak, who all this time looked so clumsy and weak, suddenly fought with such strength and grace as if a mighty demon was hidden inside his frail body. But the whole illusion instantly vanished as soon as Yultak, barely receiving a minor scratch, immediately and hysterically began to scream in pain. Severe Karan only discontentedly reminded the pampered boy that he was barely scratched and he must immediately stop whining so humiliatingly. Piercing Il Teshchik, looking attentively at the contradictory Yultak, clearly understood this disheveled boy was truly incredible. Even though he behaved like a third-rate warrior, most of the time he still somehow managed to easily defeat a dangerous high-class mercenary. Such refined skill cannot be learned just by studying standard martial arts. It is only possible when you already have vast combat experience and innate talent. Only the treacherous Kaihami remained to be dealt with. The frightened intriguer, desperately defending herself with trembling blades, hysterically ordered the formidable man not to even dare approach her. But he explained in a cold tone that if she dared to take even a step, she would immediately die mercilessly by his hand. She immediately panicked and pitifully began to plead for precious mercy, humbly begged not to be killed, and solemnly assured that she was ready to unconditionally do everything the noble Il Teshchik commanded her. The merciless warrior with a stone face coldly ordered the trembling girl, "Kill yourself." She froze in unspeakable horror and did not understand when everything went so irreparably awry. Perhaps inviting these ruthless thugs was a fatal mistake, or was it all the fault of this unpredictable Yultak, who unexpectedly won precious time for Il Teshchik? But at this fateful moment, to everyone's surprise, Yultak inexplicably to all suddenly stood up to defend the trembling Kaihami. He magnanimously offered to spare the unfortunate girl and grant her life. Looking intently at the fallen Kai Kama, he reproachfully reminded her that he had warned her not to go so far in revenge. and he did not understand at all why she had arranged all this so senselessly and thoughtlessly complicated. Confused, Kai Kama could not figure out why Yultek was defending her after everything she had tried to do. At this tense time, Hanso, invincible and purposeful, rose even higher to the next mysterious floor, where those who met him already greeted him respectfully. There stood burly men reverently, and it seemed they were eagerly awaiting the young leader. Hanso was truly deeply surprised when he saw not only beautiful women but also men in the pleasure palace. He thought they were needed here only to carry out difficult tasks. At this awkward moment, the majestic men enthusiastically declared that it was the greatest honor for them to serve the incomparable Hanso. Embarrassed, Yang Chachuk honestly admitted to himself that he did not expect the men to be so sincerely happy to see him, and with anxiety realized it seemed this time he would have to use combat techniques in a clash with these strange warriors. At this tense moment, the charismatic leader of the mysterious male spirit squad introduced himself with a smile. After which he significantly hinted to the embarrassed Hanso that he could simply call him Dear Javan, and this greatly confused the bewildered hero. As soon as this unexpected assurance sounded, a mysterious intoxicating aroma wafted from all sides in the spacious room. And the man with a promising smile explained, today they, the invincible squad of the male spirit, would definitely make sure to thoroughly satisfy every part of the precious Chachuk's body. Immediately after this shocking statement, the stunned Chachuk saw with horror how the leader of the men shamelessly drooled in anticipation. Poor young man suddenly felt unbearably ill. His tense body involuntarily convulsed from a painful spasm as soon as he finally fully realized these strange men are not innocent boys running errands, but something much more sinister. Unable to contain his growing rage any longer, he instantly used the powerful art of the high-rank demon lord. This unfortunate floor literally began to collapse before his eyes from the force of his attack. After all the male attackers were swiftly incapacitated, they, confused and satisfied in their vague dreams, collapsed chaotically all over the devastated room. Finally, he triumphantly reached the next sinister floor, where his tense personal assistant of the superior Khan Soso awaited him anxiously. Confusion froze in her eyes. Could it really be expected that the best warriors of their palace could stop the invincible Hanso, if he so easily managed to deal with even the elite squad of male spirits? However, the unshaken young man only smiled contemptuously, implying that if this is really all the famous pleasure palace is capable of, then it somewhat depresses and disappoints him. Yang Chachuk sarcastically remarked that 2 days to fully conquer this miserable place was already too generous a term on his part. He authoritatively ordered an immediate report on where the palace master was hiding. Then the clever girl clearly understood Hanso came here fully prepared and with a clear plan of action. Nevertheless, she explained with feigned regret that under no circumstances could she summon the great master of their palace. She diplomatically assured that she did not even intend to ask Hanso how he managed to reach such a high level of their vault. Yet she persistently asked him to leave the palace immediately as soon as the agreed 2 days expire. Irritated young man made it clear without unnecessary hints, this option categorically does not suit him. But the girl cold-bloodedly explained, she did not ask him for a favor at all, she was just giving him friendly advice which he could ignore. Intrigued, Chinso was extremely curious to find out why they so stubbornly tried to kill him, but Shiwal only explained they were trying to stop him from making a mistake. The confident guy just laughed boldly, mockingly, and humiliatingly, and wanted to find out how this delicate girl could stop him at all. And she perceptively noticed, since they could no longer defeat Chinso in bed, it was unlikely they could offer anything else from their wide arsenal. After this apt remark, she decisively showed her 2 deadly weapons, and this greatly surprised the fearless young man. Could it be that this desperate girl is so recklessly confident in her own fighting abilities? And she mysteriously hinted that she had no idea where and how Chinso mastered the secret art of love pleasures. But even if he perfectly knows martial arts, it will be extremely difficult for him to defeat her in an honest duel. And if he continues to attack so aggressively, she will inevitably have to stop him by the most radical methods, although she strongly advised not to bring the situation to such a limit. Thoughtful Chinso noted with surprise that this confident girl had too much personal space for just a servant. She, frowning, did not understand why Chinso suddenly changed the subject and what exactly in this setting irritated him so much. At this tense moment, the unpredictable young man cold-bloodedly calculated that the time spent in this mysterious place was already coming to an end. About 4 hours remained until the full end of the promised 2 days. He wisely decided to calmly wait until these 2 days passed to remain impeccably honest with his loud words and promises. For this, he decided to take a short nap. He had no idea that at this very moment the rest of the spies were carefully watching his behavior from the upper floors. After Il-Teshik's statement, he gave them a chance he would count to 3 and they would enter the building. But Yultak understood. This was literally an invitation to take Kai Kami as a wife, and he began to resist desperately. He explained that Il-Teshik was clearly overstepping because marriage is an important event in every person's life, and if only one side agreed to it, it definitely would not work. But it seems Kai Kami was even more against this idea than Yultak himself. When the count was already approaching 2 out of 3, Yultak panicked. It seemed Kai Kami would have to die because he did not want to take her as a wife. But at that very moment, warriors from Chan Buren's squad unexpectedly appeared. Yultak immediately recognized the Forbidden Squad, not understanding what they were doing here. He suspected that they also came to kill Harren, but they declared that they arrived to save her. Seeing how miserable they looked, Yultak could not understand where they had managed to fight and why they now looked so terrible. In fact, when they hurried here, they had already met someone. It was Il-Teshik who decided that those dangerous guests were exactly the ones they had been waiting for. So at first, he decided to neutralize them. After that, they were completely defeated, and they lay on the ground. They should have fled. That would have been the right decision, to use the remaining strength to reach the Palace of Trade and report the situation. Chan Buren wanted to find out who that man was. And as soon as he saw how this man single-handedly dealt with the elite mercenaries and demonstrated superior blood art, he understood everything. It was hard to imagine how someone could so easily defeat 3 demons of ruthless steel from the highest level of development. The only one capable of that in their time was the leader of the higher demon squad, but he would definitely have recognized him, so it became clear. This was a warrior who supported the young leader of the Min Palace. Once I heard that Il-Teshik became disabled and it was unclear how he returned, but now it was obvious it was not a time for recklessness. They had to flee immediately. But at some point he felt a frightening energy emanating from the warrior. He realized that one had noticed him. If he just took a step forward, he would definitely become a corpse, so he stayed in place. Yultak could not believe that they had really come to save them, but Chan Buren explained. They were worried that the young leader might be in danger. And Yultak went mad and realized they initially knew about the plans of the Palace of Pleasure. This intention greatly frightened Chan Buren because he understood what it could threaten him with. At that moment, Il-Teshik approached him and patted him on the shoulder. He did not understand why Chan Buren looked insanely scared, and he began to explain that he had never felt anything like this before. Calmly approaching his face, the warrior demanded that Chan Buren look at him and answer the question. Does the man guess who stands before him? Fearfully, he declared that he had absolutely no idea who the man before him was. Smiling, Il-Teshik asked his question again, while at the same time asking Chan Buren to think carefully. This time, Buren despairingly admitted that he had gotten into a catastrophic situation. He explained that he did not even know what the highest demonic squad Mina was, a group of warriors who possess martial arts, guard the cult leader, and can kill people inside the cult. Each member of the squad is a warrior with the highest level of development, while the squad leader is a warrior with the highest level of martial arts mastery. This especially applied to the former leader. No matter how many days he fought, his energy did not deplete. He was incredibly cruel and always clearly divided his sympathies and antipathies. If you add to this letter which he wrote to the young leader, then everything was exactly like that, so Buren declared that he knows who Il-Teshik is, and the warrior immediately set out to kill him. Falling to his knees, Chan Buren promised that he would forget about this for the rest of his life. He even swore by 3 generations of his clan, otherwise he would become a dog. However, Il-Teshik, just raising his hand to the sky, concentrated all his inner energy. The warriors instantly flew into the air with the force that Il-Teshik unleashed on them. And Chan Buren did not calm down, begged for mercy, but Il-Teshik was not going to do that. At first he reminded, from now on Chan Buren is an ordinary person who belongs to no one anymore. Chan Buren immediately declared that he understood his words and would definitely remember them. Only then did the warrior release both the man himself and his people. And he turned his gaze to Kai Kama, utterly terrified. He ordered Chan Buren to tie up this girl until he himself went to the young leader. There his warriors moved to the girl and tied her up despite her screams, and then led her away from the small palace. In fact, Il-Teshik did not want to kill the girl. He understood it was enough to make a few adjustments to her behavior, and this could bring some useful benefit. Finally, the time came and Chung So woke up in the same place where he had been. By his own feelings, he realized the woman was still nearby. Stretching, he just noted that 2 days had already passed, and the assistant asked the man to leave. He explained that some matters still kept him here. She was impressed that Ching-so continued to insist and reminded him, because of her, he would not be able to pass. But he was curious, why did the girl give exactly 2 days? When she did not answer, he decided to ask the question differently. Did she know why he waited for her exactly these 2 days? She was clearly struck that the young leader waited specifically for her, and this simply caused amazement. However, as soon as he got up from his place, the girl tensed. She also sprang to her feet, armed with her own blades. Looking at her, the warrior uttered the name, and she felt an inner energy emanating from her body. His frightening gaze revealed determination as the young man proposed to the girl to make their bets. At that moment, behind him appeared Il-Teshik, who carried Kai-Kama on his back. Captive immediately screamed upon seeing Shival. Tears flowed from Kai-Kama's eyes, and the confused Shival did not understand how the young leader managed to pull this off. Hanso, drilling with his gaze, decided to make a bet: whoever moves will die instantly. Looking at the strength of the guard standing behind the opponent, Shival realized he was not lying. Moreover, the warrior saw blood was flowing from his hands, and this red liquid definitely did not come from the fighter's own wounds. The young leader only hoped that the warrior had not exterminated everyone in the pleasure palace, but he explained he had taken only one life and no one else was harmed. The boy understood in that case he needed to praise Il-Teshik, who honestly admitted that he did everything he could. Avoiding killings was not so easy for him. Frightened, Shival began to scream, not understanding what the young leader had planned. But approaching closer, he decided to find out. Did the girl ask about this because she did not know or because she did not understand? Hanso explained that this was his bet from the beginning. The palace defender believed that in this case Hanso lost because he moved first. The fighter did not understand what this was supposed to mean. Could it be that Shival really thought he was about to die? After that, he gave the order to Il-Teshik and reported about 3 soldiers above the ceiling. Of course, everyone immediately became alert, and Hanso also reported about 4 warriors hidden in the bushes. He ordered, if anyone moves, the subordinate must act without hesitation and kill them on the spot. At that moment, the frightened Shival tensed even more. She did not understand how the uninvited guest found out about the location of the soaring ghost squad on the 10th floor. Hanso, approaching closer, explained that he had waited a whole 2 days. Also that they would understand who they had really gotten involved with. Seeing that the enemy rolled closer, Shival began to attack, but the young man did not lose his composure. He decided to let the warrior feel his power, but she could not do anything. Before she could understand anything, stairs descended behind her back. The voice of the palace mistress rolled out. She ordered Hanso to speak only with her from now on. The young leader, smiling, decided to go upstairs. Shival, frightened, called the palace mistress. She could not allow the lady to do that. The woman ordered the guard to let him pass. Eventually, Hanso calmly stood up, and in the room Han Soso was waiting for him impatiently. The young man simply reminded her of his promise. He knew they would meet again. It seems the woman was satisfied with how things turned out. Han Soso was surprised that he came here alone, but Hanso thought, there is no place here for unnecessary people. Then the palace mistress wanted to close the door behind him, and the young leader did not object. Immediately after this, cunningly flashing a glance, Han Soso surprisingly realized that Chun-So, it turns out, was not just aimlessly wandering without purpose. Once he simply ran at the behest of various desires. Yang Chachok did not like to hear this, but now everything had changed. The palace mistress did not expect him to come here, suppressing his anger. She did not understand. Could someone have ordered him to destroy the palace of pleasure? The woman heard that he dealt with all her people. It is unthinkable to achieve this only through the art of love affairs. She thought that perhaps he possessed the art of passion and wanted to know who taught him this. The owner believed it was the cult leader, and Yang Chachok did not understand how she could have come to such a conclusion at all. Han Soso continued. At first she thought that Chun-So attacked them with the support of the trade court because since the incident in the spring pavilion his behavior had been strange. But it seems she was mistaken. If there really was a warrior in the trade palace with power like his, then one of them would surely already be dead. The young man understood from her words, this woman was truly too straightforward and intelligent. However, at that very moment Han Soso decided to find out whether Chun-So knew the exact number of people in the cult of the sun who had reached the highest demonic sphere. The highest demonic sphere is the same as the highest sphere of development of the Orthodox. As is known, on the central planes only 10 Supreme Peace and 3 Supreme reached the development of the highest sphere. Adding to this number 5 emperors of the border in total, no more than 20 people, but in this cult there were as many as 8. Han So understood, since she was the last of all at this level, this information was probably known to her more precisely than to others. The total number of orthodox, heterodox, and masters outside amounts to only half of the total number of masters with the higher sphere of the Sun cult. Even if they just glanced at the masters with a higher level of mastery, orthodox and heterodox, they were insects. They couldn't even squeak towards the cult. The Sun cult has over 20 warriors with higher mastery, and 10 have reached the higher evolutionary sphere, also known as the level of immortal ascension. The woman also explained that now the number had grown to 9 because a new man had appeared. But Hanso, despite her words, still praised the mistress for being able to reach such a high level and considered it good news. The palace mistress reminded that for Hanso himself, this news was not at all comforting. First of all, considering their long separation, Yan Chachak suggested resuming the conversation. The mistress wished to continue their interrupted conversation, realizing, since the young man brought such a powerful warrior, their dwelling was from the very beginning at the center of his interests. The warrior reminded that they themselves were the initiators of the conflict. Han So could not believe Hanso's impudence, how he dared to lie so openly in this difficult situation. She hoped he was not trying to make her believe this nonsense, because such behavior caused her deep disappointment. At that moment, Hanso realized, without a doubt, Han So was sure that it was he who inflicted the injury on Kai Hami. The young man did not understand where these groundless rumors came from. However, he allowed the thought that in a past incarnation the owner of this body could very well have done something similar. But still, the warrior decided it was his time to ask questions, and he was going to find out why they decided that the cult leader taught him the art of passion. At that moment, Han So could not hold back laughter and suggested that Hanso probably lost his memories in the corridor of the higher demons. This was the only explanation that came to her mind, considering that it was the cult guide who brought Hanso to their abode. Moreover, according to her information, the main figure of the cult also ordered to send Chinso to the corridor of the higher demons. The boy listened carefully to her words and figured out a lot for himself. Chinso led a carefree life in the Palace of Pleasures until the cult leader, seeing this, ordered to send him to the corridor of the great demons for self-improvement. There he encountered his own death, after which he was reborn in the body of this young man. It was at that time the cult leader left the palace. The warrior asked why other versions did not appear in Han So, for example, that he had mastered the highest art of the demon. But she took it only as a clumsy joke, and Yang Chachak found it difficult even to imagine how truly untalented Chinso was. Han So explained that from the very beginning Chinso was a hopeless successor. He himself admitted this to her. But the warrior could not understand why he would do this, and this greatly upset the mistress of the palace. Yang Chachak sincerely did not understand the motives that pushed Chinso to call himself a talentless successor. Finally, the mistress realized the young man really lost his memory, although in her eyes this changed nothing. But Yang Chachak noticed that over time everything inevitably changes. Han So also became different. Yet she acknowledged the existence of people untouched by changes and counted Chinso among this category. Immersed in thought, she recalled an old story and suggested to the young man to change the subject. The mistress decided to point out to Chinso 2 perfect mistakes he had made, asking if he understood their essence. The first was that he dared to come into conflict with her subordinates. If she showed leniency now, this could happen again in the future, so she was obliged to repay Chinso for what he had done. Regardless of his personality in the world where they existed, this was the only way for a woman to survive in the Minov cult society. Second mistake was that he appeared completely alone. The mistress declared that he could try to destroy her, offering him to test his strength, but only if he managed to survive. To this, the young man calmly addressed Han So by name, and she ordered him to stop begging. The mistress was impressed by the metamorphoses that had occurred in Chinso, but she was incapable of mercy. The warrior could not comprehend that all her actions were determined solely by the protection of the palace. This did not explain the murder on the first floor, where she took the life of her guest simply because he dared to spread rumors. However, she explained, this was meant to be a lesson for others. Although Yan Chachak considered it extremely controversial, Han So knew the more powerful one is always right. Such was the philosophy of their cult. Hanso was outraged by the principles they themselves had created. Because of these teachings, many people parted with life. So would they really gather to continue this path? Kan Soso noticed it was not typical for Hansu to express such judgments, after which she attacked the young man again. To her own surprise, when he was completely bound by ice, the warrior still retained the ability to move. Obviously, Kan Soso was stunned. She recalled the demonic art of ice, an alternative version of the higher demonic art intended for women. That is why the maidens who mastered the art of ice remained in deep subordination to the master. This martial art was created specifically to serve their lord, the supreme demon. Now Hansu easily dispelled this sorcery, after which familiar purple lightning swirled around him. It reminded Kan Soso that earlier she had spoken about 9 persons who had reached the higher sphere of development, but she was mistaken. Earlier she asked why he came alone, and he simply had no reason to bring someone else with him. The warrior decided to destroy Kan Soso because she did not want to change, so she became feudal. Therefore he used his supreme demonic power, intending to deal with her personally. The frightened woman immediately tried to defend herself by resorting to the power of ice. But her defense collapsed instantly, and the mighty hands of Chachok closed around her neck. After this, she realized in horror that she was standing before the supreme demon. This meant only one thing: from the very beginning they did not have the slightest chance of victory. Yan Chachok, casting an angry glance at the woman, decided to find out for whom the Palace of Pleasure even existed, and she knew the answer. It was created for the supreme demon. Look, Kan Soso has not changed, everything remained as it was. But Kan Soso suddenly realized, if Chinso becomes the supreme ruler, he will be able to seize the cult of the sun. She did not understand how they would then be different. The woman felt injustice and did not understand why women of her gender had to live in such miserable poverty. In response, Hanso reminded, first and foremost, she is a master of martial arts and only then a woman. It is unlikely that she had reasons to kill. Han Soso only smiled and explained that the reason could have been an order given to her. At that moment, Hanso finally realized Han Soso really was a dangerous woman. Strangely, as she was dying, she asked for mercy not for herself but for others. This truly impressed Yan Chachok. He did not understand why he should spare them. Han Soso revealed the truth: all the inhabitants of the Palace of Pleasure had either been sold before or kidnapped by someone. Han Soso herself was also a child born in the Northern Sea, not in the cult of the sun. Recalling Yuval, Hanso realized that the girl, judging by her appearance, was of mixed blood. There was something foreign about her. So the children he saw together with the squad of soaring ghosts were also kidnapped from their parents. Finally, he understood what the Palace of Pleasure really was. Children who found themselves in a similar situation lived here and taught each other and raised each other. This place resembled a family, but it was hell. And Soso admitted that she was ready to do everything possible to break this vicious circle. It seemed strange to her that Hanso called them evil, although in some ways he was right. But she did not understand who, if not them, could endure and go through what they had gone through. Hanso understood all her words. Their life was too twisted and wrong, but he was sure everything was done for the sake of the Palace of Pleasure. The warrior decided to find out if the woman really wanted to save them. The mistress of the palace explained, if Hanso has to offer some pathetic solution, he better hold back. He already knows her answer. Then it became clear to the young man, Han Soso hates and despises the cult more than anyone else. He declared that he was going to change this place and create a sanctuary where everyone could live together without division into higher and lower. It was supposed to be a different cult, not demonic, but the true cult of the sun. Han Soso objected that it was nonsense, that it was impossible. The young leader thought differently. He had to do it, even if he had to destroy the heavenly mountain itself. The mistress did not understand at all why the young man wanted to go so far, and Hanso gave Han Soso a chance. If she wants to break the vicious circle of the Palace of Pleasure, she must help him. It was her only chance to survive. She had to tear herself and the other girls out of this hell. He fell to his knees, and Han Soso still did not understand his motives. And the warrior explained, this is a game, and he wanted Han Soso to bet on him. If she believes him, the tense relations between the cult of the sun and the Palace of Pleasure will remain in the past. Han Soso hesitated. What will happen if she does not believe him? And Hansu got angry, not understanding how else to explain more clearly what awaits her. And the mistress remembered how Chingso first came here. Now his eyes were the same as then, but the young leader did not remember the past. That youth was already dead. Eventually Kan Soso decided to believe him, and Yan Chachok promised to keep his word. Then Kan Soso, the mistress of the Palace of Pleasure, greeted the high demon, kneeling. At that time, on the floor below, all the girls heard something had clearly happened to their palace master. Still, they were held by the power of Il Teshchika. He warned the residents that as soon as they set off, everything here would perish immediately. They did not understand who stood before them. Thai could not move because his mighty energy pinned them in place. At that moment, Yultek arrived together with Chan. Byranthi had already dealt with the lower floors and did not understand what had happened above. Seeing these men, Cheval instantly flared up with rage. She did not understand what they had forgotten here, but quickly recognized among them the leader of the Forbidden Squad. The man tried to create the impression that Cheval was mistaken, but the warrior woman was certain everything that happened here was the work of the Trade Palace. She considered them worthless rats. Yultek could not understand why such a depressing atmosphere hung here, and most importantly, where had the young master been all this time? At that moment, all the girls remembered their mistress and fell silent, waiting for her appearance. Han Soso herself asked Ching Soa to look away for a short time and give her a moment. Earlier, he said that he wants to free the Palace of Pleasure and promised to do so as soon as he completes his plan. Han Soso decided to take a risk and trust him. At that moment, the confused young man was already wondering what the woman was doing behind his back. Sounds resembled the rustle of clothes being taken off. Half filled with fear, Ching So asked her to stop, reminding her that he would not do anything indecent. However, turning around, he saw that the girl had simply changed her dress to another. Glancing at Ching So's expression, Han Soso even noticed. He looked a bit disappointed, and that in principle did not surprise her, but the embarrassed boy quickly denied her guess. Hanso decided to ask Han Soso if he had really been to this establishment before. Then she confirmed that he really had lost his memory. Rumors had reached her, but she did not believe them. The fighter explained that rumors often stray far from the truth, so he asked, did they use the charm technique on him? He recalled the incident on the 6th floor. There he met a girl musician who looked like a foreigner. Han Soso was extremely surprised that she used the charm technique. However, Han Soso assured that such a thing could not have happened. The charm technique is a forbidden demonic art. Although Ching So was confident, not all palace residents strictly followed the rules. The ruler made it clear, in the Palace of Pleasure there is no charm technique. The art of the ice demon is already quite enough, and she did not understand why they would need another technique. The young leader was curious whether charm had been used on him. The hostess confirmed that they had never used such influence on him, and he explained, the former Ching So was simply a pervert. In the end, the young man decided to leave the past behind and asked Han Soso about her connections with the Palace of Battle. He warned, it was all the same to him, the Palace of Battle or the Bloody Palace. Anyone who refuses to change will end badly. Thinking it over, Han Soso explained that the master of the Palace of Battle was Gu Yan Ryan. If Ching So really wanted to change cultmen, he would have to get rid of this person. The master of the Bloody Palace, the master of the Palace of Battle, and the chief elder, they were united by the desire to become the next cult leader, although each acted in his own way, choosing methods to reach the goal. Ching So perceived this information as expected, because even in the Muram Union views often diverged. The most distinguished was the leader of the Palace of Slaughter. He did not seek to take the leader's place, he wanted rather to erase the cult of the sun from the face of the earth. This man was an ordinary psychopath who derived pleasure from killings. He dreamed of filling the cult of the sun with bloodthirsty demons and directing them to the central plains. Besides ambitions, he had nothing. He simply enjoyed every moment of his life and created a world full of death and murders. That was all he desired. Now the events only confirmed this. Catching the escaped prisoner, he immediately decided to kill him with his own hands, but first offered the victim to try to escape. The escapee, frightened, begged for mercy, and the palace ruler did not understand why he did not want to return. It seemed to him that this guy was way too boring. After that, he began mercilessly cutting and beating the man for daring to declare he no longer wanted to run away from him. The master of slaughter reminded that he had treated him very, very well and did not understand why the prisoner did not want to continue their games. Eventually, the unfortunate man quickly fell under a hail of blade strikes. After that, the master of the palace calmly walked away, and his subordinates in dark robes quickly began to erase the traces of the adventure. Meanwhile, in Water Pike, the Palace of Trade, its master calmly slumped in a chair and read a letter from Chan Burin. He reported that he had freed the young lord from the Palace of Pleasure in time, and decided to stay with him for a while to take advantage of the moment when he would introduce himself. Chan Burin asked the master not to worry, implying, during fishing the main thing is to keep patience and then perhaps they would manage to catch a bigger fish. In any case, he was now in the small palace. He needed funds to earn the trust of the young leader, so he asked the master to send them to the small palace. The carefree owner of Water Pike rejoiced. This bastard had already entered the circle of Hanso's close associates. He was glad to have such an assistant whom he had managed to properly raise. Therefore, he decided to make a generous donation. He did not even suspect that at this very moment both Chan Buren himself and his fighters were undergoing harsh training under the leadership of Tashik. Chan Buren could not comprehend how long this trial would last and did not understand why the young leader's guard had initiated all this. Moreover, unexpectedly for himself, he noticed that Kai Kama was also participating in the training. As it turned out, the girl was here because she was about to reveal the truth very soon. Shival, obviously, was furiously angry. Because of this person, she had to endure such humiliation. Then Shival declared that she wanted to take this child to herself. Khan Soso was no longer needed, and the mistress was even ready to kill her immediately. Question arose, why did Tashik need this girl? Guard explained, one guy asked to save her life, so now he was going to take care of her training. At that time, Kai Kami was literally ready to die from exhaustion, not understanding who was poisoning the guests, draining their energy and then forcing them to train. However, Tashik believed that the reason for his actions was obvious. The young leader might have trusted these people, but he did not. So as long as they were here, he would watch over them and refine them. Kami expressed dissatisfaction that Tashik behaved so rudely with the girl. But the guard was annoyed that she still did not understand her offense, so he assigned her an additional 50 approaches. Passing by the exhausted fighters, he reminded her, first of all, she is a martial arts master and only then a woman. Accordingly, there will be no exceptions or leniency. Only when late evening came did their training end. At 5 in the morning, they had to start it again. Obviously, Chan Buren was just as exhausted as his warriors. He could not believe that fighters with a development level above the sphere had to perform some second-rate exercises. Yultek understood that the training would be hard, but to his surprise, after finishing he did not feel tired and truly felt stronger. Listening to his own feelings, Chan Buren realized Yultek was right. When he fights using the internal destruction technique, that is the foundation, but applying it, he found it hard to maintain the necessary rhythm, so his strength was limited. Perhaps this was the reason why he could not cross the boundary. The body turned out to be insufficiently developed for the level he aspired to. Could it be that the guard of the Supreme Overlord gave them such training to help achieve enlightenment? In the end, Chan Buren became dependent on the small Palace of the Sun. The events shift to the library, where soon Hanso arrived to meet with the mentor. He brought Han Soso with him. She was glad to meet Tong Jegel and did not expect that her meeting with the gloomy shadow would happen just like that. The teacher himself was surprised to learn that the Lady of the Palace of Pleasure would join them. But Han Soso believed that the world had always been like this. It was quite possible that yesterday's enemies today already drink tea together and laugh, just as the heavenly sets remain in the cult of the sun. Tong Jegel could not but agree with her words. The mistress wondered if Tong Jegel was behind what happened in the Palace of Pleasure, but the mentor explained he was simply helping the young leader. Hanso, although glad that they found common ground, still suggested discussing the most important thing. They needed to resolve an important issue. Earlier he had been at odds with the Palace of Pleasure. Then there were too many witnesses, so rumors could spread. Khan Soso suggested, we can spread other rumors, maybe a new wave of gossip will appear. Tong Jegel also thought that the more rumors there are, the better. Khan Soso shared this opinion. Given that both the Palace of Pleasure and the Palace of Trade remain silent, it will be difficult for people to distinguish truth from fiction. At that time, Ching So remembered his conversation with Tashik and that the guard had killed only one person. The very same girl who uses the technique of enchantment without the palace master's knowledge. Shival said that Khan Soso was deeply affected by her death, and although many things aroused suspicion, it was better if he did not stick his nose in there. Meanwhile, Khan Soso and Jegel discussed that the Palace of Boini had not yet learned about what had happened. Tong Jegel suspected it was all because of that incident, and Khan Soso agreed. After all, she had already managed to fulfill her request. As it turned out, the Palace of the Butchery always had only one goal: the murder of high-ranking people. While the Muram Union made various attempts to exterminate the demonic cult, the Palace of Battle did everything to demonstrate its power using the example of the Muram Union. Jinso could hardly believe that the very time for the destruction of the demonic cult had already come. They called it a time of unity, and many were ready to sacrifice their own lives for this unity. But in reality, it was just a political trick to push people within the alliance to unite. This is why the faithful and their accomplices could not ascend the heavenly mountain. They only reached the river and then retreated after the cult of the past responded to their attempts. As soon as the extermination of the demonic cult began, the Dragon Storm Squad, to which Yan Chachak belonged in his past life, would be here before anyone else. Warrior was not particularly worried the squad had fighters as strong as he was. But he believed that it was necessary to find out what the Murim Union was engaged in. The Dragon Storm Squad would definitely go ahead of everyone. Tong Jegal agreed to take on this task. The guy himself understood, even if the Palace of Battle intervened in this matter, it would not be so easy for them to overcome the opponents. He could guarantee that. After his words, Han Soso did not understand at all what Ching So wanted to say by this. And he immediately stated that they should deploy more forces. The entire Murim Union is not so easy to defeat. Tong Jegal objected. The young man should not worry because the master of the Palace of Battle himself will join the campaign. This really worried Ching So. The master of the Palace of Battle held the 6th place in the ranking of masters, one level above the demonic sphere. If he participates, then the forces of the Dragon Storm Squad representatives will not be enough to oppose them. But Han Soso reminded, he is one of those people who will do something only when it brings them pleasure. Then Ching So suggested going to the Palace of Battle. Probably they do not know everything yet and are preparing for war. Tong Jegal warned that for some time it would be a bit noisy in the small palace. Yang Chachak did not understand. Could it be that someone again sent mercenaries to them? But that was not the case. Since the Palace of Trade and the Palace of Pleasure have tucked their tails, it will now be more difficult for them to act, and they have lost interest in Ching So. And since it will be difficult for others to understand what happened, they will very soon come here. So Tong Jegal has already invited a few. He asked Ching So to be understanding of the upcoming noise. The young leader was worried that in this case rumors might spread, but Tong Jegal assured that he would not allow this. No ant in the small palace slips from his gaze. Eventually Ch Hanso trusted the mentor. Han Soso even suggested moving the Palace of Pleasure to Sunny Peak. Ch Hanso thought it was too early for that. Such a step would bring no benefit, only attract unnecessary attention. Instead, he will allocate Han Soso a separate building so she can come anytime. The woman, apparently, was clearly pleased with his courtesy. Ch Hanso realized enemies must not be given time to prepare. Rumors must be spread so that truth and lies are hard to distinguish. And it doesn't matter what these rumors are as long as they can spark the followers' curiosity. Anything will do. Meanwhile, Ch Hanso himself decided to get rid of the 7 palaces. Around this time, a scandal was erupting at Earthen Peak, the palace of the supporting sword. The young man could not believe that his father was really going to commit such a reckless foolishness. The head of the family was boiling with anger because the son had raised a fuss since morning. The youth declared he had no idea that the young leader had changed even a little after training in the corridor of the higher demons, but it turned out no. The head earnestly asked his son to stop all this fuss before he said something he would later regret. The boy was not going to be silent. Obviously, the father was so angry that his wrath boiled over. So he immediately grabbed the blade and repeated the order again. The young man did not back down and demanded that he cancel Dan Yeva's wedding. Furiously angry at his disobedient son, the man launched an attack. Such a boy easily deflected the blow. He realized that his father still considered him a child and reminded him he had already become the leader of the extermination squad. The son could not understand why his father did not feel sorry for his daughter at all. After all, just a few days ago her fiancé was having a good time at the Palace of Pleasure. Though he was a young leader, for the sake of their palace and for the sake of his sister, the engagement had to be cancelled. He thought that his father simply had no right to act that way. Recalling the past, he knew his father had always been passionate about the art of swordsmanship. And so, because he himself was not talented enough, he trained day and night. When the brother looked at his younger daughter who inherited the family talent, he thought she had everything necessary for success. But it seemed that this was not at all what she really needed. All she wanted was to have a family, a brother, and a father. Therefore, the young man was furious with rage, realizing that the person dearest to him was about to commit such cruelty against her. He could not forgive his father for this, so he decided to change everything himself. The fleeing son was followed by the head of the family, who involuntarily admired his skill. Thanks to persistent work, the young man was able to overcome the lack of innate talent and was almost at the peak of development. However, he expected nothing else from his son. He called the leader of his squad and he decided to find out, was his son telling the truth? The head of the family was deeply upset when he realized that it was not a brazen lie. The young man realized he must immediately bring this libertine to the palace. He had already tried to do this before, but then Yan Chachak was not in the palace. He had to return empty-handed, but this time everything would be different. After all, there was a difference between just bringing and bringing by force. At the same time, unaware of anything, Yan Chachak was calmly meditating. He already knew the Palace of Battle, the Bloody Palace, and the Palace of the Supporting Sword differ from the others. They were created for war. He was curious to what level he could now conduct affairs with them. After all, they numerically surpassed the small Palace of the Sun. If a war starts with the Palace of Boina, they will definitely lose. Therefore, it was necessary to stay away from these opponents to keep at least some chance of victory. Moreover, Yan Chachak heard that elders were supposed to arrive, but there had been no news from them so far. However, strange sounds occasionally came through the floor, though he could not determine exactly where the underground tunnels were being dug. Suddenly, the warrior heard a cry. They demanded that the young lord finally appear. It was a combat unit from the Palace of the Support Sword. They demanded to open the gates. Worried Karen did not understand what was happening. Hami expressed her dissatisfaction with their loud behavior. The girl asked Karen to let the uninvited guests in. If they try to do something, her father will be able to stop them. This remark angered Karen. She did not like that Kai Kami was trying to blame all the problems on her father. Finally, Yultak, awakened by the noise, got an explanation from Karen. Some unknown people from the Palace of the Supporting Sword came for the young leader. Obviously, this seriously angered the assistant. Approaching the gate, he immediately opened it. Glancing at the warriors who had arrived, he understood there were many of them. The young man who stood at the head of the squad immediately declared that they had come for the young master. Yultak rudely reprimanded the uninvited guest, reminding him that the young cult leader was not his friend. One must treat the ruler with due respect. However, such words did not scare the young man at all. He did not care who Yultak was. Moreover, he insisted that the young master had obligations to his sister. Finally, Yultak realized before him was the very same unlucky heir of the Palace of the Supporting Sword. The young man clearly did not like these biting comments. But the assistant explained, a man should not be so foolish as to interfere in the personal relationships between a man and a woman. He wanted to know why he had come to take the young leader away. But Dan Jiko himself wanted to ask a question. Is it true that the young master had been to the Palace of Pleasure? At this question, the embarrassed assistant even stumbled. Kami confirmed that her information about him was reliable. She suggested that perhaps Dan Jiko would also like to get there, but immediately added, as the heiress of the Palace of the Supporting Sword, she could entertain him much more strongly. Even more enraged, Dan Jiko finally found out about Kai Kami. Yultak understood how ambiguous this looked, so he hurriedly explained to the man that that girl had been seen in the Palace of Pleasure. Breaking free from madness, Dan Jiko immediately launched an attack, almost hitting even his own assistant with a powerful kick. He shouted loudly and demanded that the young leader come out immediately. Yultak immediately ordered everyone to retreat further from the gates. Finally, Yan Chachak himself appeared, pondering that the guests from the Palace of the Supporting Sword had come with the intent to kill him. Looking at him with anger, Dan Jiko demanded an explanation. How dare he do such a thing to his sister? Obviously, Yan Chachak was confused because he feared that the former owner of this body might have done something indecent to the girl. Dan Jiko, without going into details, only stated that Yan Chachak's action was equivalent to declaring the Palace of the Supporting Sword his enemy. However, Yultak sharply declared that despite Dan Jiko's sister's status as the young lord's fiancée, the heir of the Palace of the Supporting Sword had no right to speak in such a manner. At that moment, Yan Chachak bitterly realized a staggering truth. He had ended up in the body of a man who was clearly a lustful pervert. The warrior could not understand what kind of father would dare to give his daughter to such a libertine. Dan Jiko, unable to contain his outrage, exploded with an angry speech about what an ignoramus Yan Chachak was, having forgotten that his sister was his fiancée and daring shamelessly to visit the Palace of Pleasure. Yultak, fearing further escalation of the conflict, rushed to the lord and hastily explained that he should by no means listen to such insolence from such an ill-mannered boy. The assistant demanded that the young leader immediately summon the old man, the Bloody Master, to show this uncontrollable youth what he was truly capable of. The enraged Dan Jiko ordered to deal with the assistant himself, after which the man sharply pressed his palm over his mouth and pulled him away. Left alone with the uninvited guest, Yan Chachak cautiously inquired about the name of his fiancée. Dan Jiko, stunned by such impudence, exploded with indignation. How dare this man forget the name of his precious sister? Heaving a heavy sigh, Yan Chachok realized the hopelessness of his situation and reluctantly agreed to go with them to the palace. Meanwhile, in the palace, the nanny raised her hands in claps, uttering frightened sounds and being immensely worried about her ward. The girl had vanished without a trace, and the woman begged, next time Dan Yewa must definitely warn her about her intentions. The young beauty, smiling guiltily, explained with undisguised admiration that she was going to leave this place forever. The stunned nanny pleaded, explaining that such a reckless act would finally sever the already strained relationship with her father. She begged her ward not to act rashly, as she sincerely cared about her future. But Dan Yewa, with burning determination in her eyes, denied this, saying that it was her father who methodically destroyed her life with his despotic decisions, and she could not allow him to control every step she took. Moreover, as the nanny reminded her, the girl had already reached the age when she was supposed to choose a life partner. That was the essence of the problem. Dan Yewa had already found a suitable man. Her face literally glowed with inner light when she spoke about him. The nanny, observing this metamorphosis, assumed that the ward had finally seen a worthy man in the young master. But the beauty burst out in an indignant tirade, declaring that she would never tie her fate to that vicious creature and would simply break off the engagement. She did not care at all if someone heard her brazen desire. Moreover, she could not forgive him for his recent entertainments at the Palace of Pleasure. The girl did not understand why she was not allowed to do the same, to date one man and marry another. Obviously, such free-spirited speeches deeply shook the elderly woman. The water-bearer Dan Yewa was about to tell her about her beloved, a mysterious hero in a mask and cloak. He appeared as if from nowhere like a ghost, to save Emperor Zhu Qizhen when he got into dangerous troubles and to free the warriors in the cult of Ming. This elusive hero became a legend. He defeated Khan of Northern Yuan himself, one of the 5 mighty border emperors, and then vanished without a trace, like morning fog. People called him the Black Sun. Dan Yewa could not believe her luck. He managed to achieve what seemed impossible even for the masters of the Bloody Palace and the Palace of Trade. The alarmed nanny begged the girl not to go anywhere and reminded her that the young leader would arrive any moment. Dan Yewa did not understand why he came, and the woman explained he arrived specifically to meet her. The nanny persistently advised her ward to throw out of her head thoughts about the mysterious Chayornoi Salnsi. Soon the arrival of the young leader was announced. He was immediately taken to one of the rooms, left to wait for an audience, and warned not to even think about leaving the quarters assigned to him until the master of the palace himself deigned to visit him. Suffering in solitude, Yan Chachok could not comprehend the logic of the master of this palace, the one who decided to give his daughter to such a dubious creature, who was obviously the former owner of his body. He only knew the girl's name and had heard absolutely nothing about her before. Moreover, he was torn by bewilderment why his assistant Yultak had not said a word about this engagement. The warrior firmly decided that as soon as he returned home, he would definitely call him to account. He looked out the window and noticed the already familiar girl. But as soon as her gaze fell on the young master, she curled up in fear and began to retreat quickly. Yan Chachok swiftly blocked her way, and this caused a real storm of emotions. The beauty broke the silence with piercing screams, and he could not understand how much longer she intended to behave so unfriendly, considering that he had overcome the entire way to the Palace of the Supporting Sword and had indeed met her. Dan Yewa, gasping with indignation, reminded that during their last meeting he did everything possible to show how much he did not want to see her. Yan Chachok clumsily explained that it was not about her personally at all. He could not understand why she so openly showed her dislike for him, and honestly admitted that he did not particularly pity himself either, so he could fully understand her antipathy. Yet the fighter assured that he himself felt no hatred towards her. He knew that she studied martial arts, so he was confident that there was no need to worry about her safety, but he asked that she not leave the palace without a good reason in the future. Moreover, Yan Chachok suggested that she settle in the small palace, convinced that this was her place from the very beginning. Obviously, these words incredibly embarrassed the girl. Later, when she secretly left the palace, her cheeks burned with a rebellious blush at the memory of his words. However, she firmly believed that the young man had obviously mastered the art of love spells and undoubtedly simply enchanted her with his magnetic charm. Therefore, she was unwavering in her decision to go to the village of Slezny Ruchi, where the mysterious Chayornoi Salnsi was last seen. Meanwhile, Yan Chachok was accompanied to the training ground. It seemed to him that arranging a meeting in such a specific place was clearly over the top. But soon the palace master himself appeared and announced that he had heard about Ma Chinso's completion of training. He wanted to meet him here to talk as a father-in-law with his future son-in-law. As soon as Ma Chun-so saw this man in person, he instantly understood why he was nicknamed the Sword Demon. The man, as if nothing had happened, suggested Yan Chachuk arm himself with any blade of his choice and stand in the center of the arena. The young warrior did not fully realize the significance of what was happening. With confusion, he reminded that the master had invited him here supposedly for a conversation, not for a duel. The head of the palace thought, it is better to exchange blows than to have empty talks. Ma Chun-so tried to say something else, apologizing for not paying proper attention to his betrothed. His interlocutor, already armed with a sword, calmly stated that he could judge whether his words were true only after the fight. It became clear that the young warrior had no other choice but to cross blades with the master. Now, standing opposite the head of the sword support palace, it seemed as if he was facing an impregnable mountain. The man possessed truly mighty and unwavering strength, the embodiment of a true martial arts master of blue blood. Yan Chachuk could not afford to lose to such a person. When they crossed their blades, something happened that made the master freeze in amazement. The sword in Yan Chachuk's blade cracked at that very moment. The man realized the strength of this boy was equal to his own power. As if nothing had happened, Yan Chachuk cold-bloodedly announced that the wedding would not take place. The head of the palace recalled that the young man had previously expressed a similar desire and sought to cancel the engagement. The sword demon burst out in a furious scream and declared that the decision was made not by Ma Chun-so at all. The young warrior simply asked the man to allow him to meet his bride so that he could offer her sincere apologies. But the enraged palace leader reminded him, Yan Chachuk has no right to decide the fate of this engagement, otherwise he would make the sword support squad his sworn enemy. Until that moment, Yan Chachuk had tried to reason with his interlocutor, reminding him of compromising rumors surrounding his name, but the master seemed not to be troubled at all. He left and the head of the palace promised to give an answer regarding the engagement in a few days. When the formidable master left, Yan Chachuk realized with surprise he had managed to stop the blow that split and destroyed. He was confident that he could block the attack even if the enemy unleashed all their power on him. And he was curious how their confrontation would turn out, so he ordered to seize that highest imperial-level self-improvement technique and strike with it. Finally, Danjiko came out onto the training ground and invited Ma Chun-so to follow him. They came across another arena where at that very moment warriors from the extermination squad were honing their skills. Yan Chachuk awkwardly did not understand why everyone was looking at him so intently. Danjiko explained to his surprised comrades that the young leader would become part of their extermination squad for some time. The warriors were outraged, but Danjiko reminded them that this was a direct order from the palace master. Yan Chachuk, as if nothing had happened, suggested they all get acquainted since they would have to share blood for some time. This phrase only provoked a contemptuous laugh from Danjiko. He explained that the extermination squad was filled with unrestrained people. They had explosive temperaments and did not engage in small talk with spoiled idlers. Yan Chachuk was surprised at how contemptuously this person spoke about the explosive temperament and recalled that initially the Dragon Storm squad also had a similar disposition. At the same time, deep in the labyrinth beneath the small palace, Han Soso, Il Teshik, and Tong Jegel gathered. The Keeper of Silence cast off his fury because the young leader set out for the palace of the supporting sword completely alone. Tong Jegel only thoughtfully noted that events were unfolding faster than he had expected, and Han Soso explained it was all because rumors were spreading at an incredible speed. Then it became obvious that these two had been initiated into what was happening from the very beginning, and it seemed everything was unfolding according to their secret plans. They were only surprised that Il Teshik allowed his master to go alone. The Keeper of Silence knew his lord possessed extraordinary power, one that was unmatched by anyone. Moreover, if this was indeed the master of the supporting palace they were talking about, he would treat Ma Chun-so favorably. Returning his thoughts to the sword demon, Il Teshik realized he was not at all ready to fight other opponents. And Tong Jegel was also sure the head of the palace would do nothing, because very soon they were to become relatives and sons-in-law. The only problem remaining was the Palace of Battle. They needed to take care of it before the fact of their union was recognized there. Because if that insolent one still made the first move, a sharp escalation of the conflict could be expected. However, Han Soso felt anxiety. What if the head of the Palace of Battle still made his presence known? Tong Jegel understood this dangerous man would not easily come out of the shadows. He even hoped that he could be encouraged with substantial commissions, but Han Soso objected. Then the old brothel would starve for half a year because they would have to pay the head of the Palace of Battle an unheard of sum. Tong Jegal asked if Han Soso had other smart ideas, since the Bloody Palace was inciting everyone against the Palace of the Sun. Now, with the deterrence for the Palace of Trade gone, the master of the Bloody Palace would not sit idly by and wait calmly. But in this lay a window of opportunity for the head of the Palace of Trade to restore relations with all the other palaces. He would probably take advantage of the situation, further complicated by the fact that the leader of the Forbidden Squad lived in the small palace. So Han Soso decided to start by weaving new bonds, tying the hands of the impatient master of the trading palace. For this, she persistently asked the Bloody Master to go negotiate together with Tong Jegal. Meanwhile, the rest of the extermination squad warriors gathered for a meal after exhausting training. But when Yan Chachak approached the cauldron, he was firmly refused and told that they had run out of all side dishes. The cook bluntly stated that the boy should come later or be satisfied with just some dried beef. Ma Hanso clearly saw that there was still food left, and it seemed to him that the cook was overdoing it by behaving so prejudiced towards him. Yet the kitchen master got angry. He considered Ma Hanso too insolent and probably unaware of how to behave in decent company. In the end, the young warrior resigned himself and agreed to be satisfied with the dried beef. Meanwhile, others mocked the fact that the leader of the small palace had completely lost his pride. They even mockingly suggested he go to the Palace of Pleasure to satisfy his hunger there. Yan Chachak barely restrained the anger bursting out, understanding that all this happened because of the reputation of the former owner of this body. It was not easy for him to withstand the general contempt and constant humiliations, but he managed to secretly scout the power structure within the squad. Next to him stood a huge warrior, and beside him a delicate-looking warrior. They held the 4th and 3rd ranks respectively. There were also 2 others. They openly discussed how tired they were of dealing with Ma Chen-so, as if with a small child. These fighters occupied the 1st and 2nd places in strength, if not counting Dan Jiho himself, and were the most influential figures in the squad. But Yang Chachak could not understand how high an opinion these people had of themselves if they dared to speak so contemptuously about him. Meanwhile, one of the warriors authoritatively called his assistant. It was a small boy carrying wooden training swords. Unexpectedly, the man mercilessly shoved the child in the chest with his foot, screaming wildly that he must do his job without reminders. He did not understand why he always had to use force to be called. The boy began to apologize fearfully, but this only angered the impatient warrior even more. The man threateningly reminded him, if he did not fulfill his duties, he would become a member of the extermination squad, which would disgrace everyone. He harshly ordered the boy to remember he would not babysit him. He did not care at all whether a rookie or a child. The rules were the same for everyone. Observing this scene, Ma Chen-so realized such treatment was unacceptable and deeply wrong, but it also made him understand that a similar situation prevailed not only in Orthodox sects, even in the demon cult. Finally, the frightened boy hurriedly rushed to the well to quickly complete his task. Yan Chachak approached and generously offered the boy help, but he resolutely refused. But when he noticed that Ma Chen-so was sitting right behind him, he got so scared that he even fell down. The young warrior stretched out his hand to help him get up. The guy rejected help and hastily got to his duties. Ma Chen-so once again earnestly asked the child to allow him to help, explaining that if he failed to complete the task, the punishment would be severe. The stubborn boy still wanted to manage on his own. Eventually, Ma Chen-so retreated, struck by his incredible determination. The young leader did not understand why the child was so meticulous in their duties. They handled the wooden swords with excessive care, as if they were sacred relics. The boy explained that he treats them with respect because these blades were used by his elder warrior brothers. Moreover, he did not understand why Ma Chen-so still did not leave his side. Yan Chachak bitterly noticed that even this young protege already felt animosity towards him. But the boy bluntly reminded that Ma Hanso had caused so much grief to the Viralniks. Moreover, being engaged to a lady, he shamelessly betrayed her and was not afraid of the consequences at all. These words, spoken without the slightest tremor, could have cost the boy his life. But he was not afraid. He was taught that the extermination squad would not crawl before the rulers, even if the response to insolence would be death. Ma Hanso only slightly smiled, understanding that the child had truly learned this harsh lesson well. The boy, to his surprise, noticed that the mighty warrior had no intention of punishing him for insolence. This strikingly differed from the rumors circulating about the name of this man. Yan Chachak ended the conversation and left, realizing that his principles were challenged by this small but brave boy. Events shift to the palace of Boina. Meanwhile, its master mercilessly interrogated captured Orthodox spies. He demanded information about when reinforcements would arrive. But one of the captives, even under torture, only contemptuously mocked the palace master and boldly prophesied that he would bitterly regret what he had done. Even if he does not personally punish the tyrant, someone else will do it. He boldly promised the complete extermination of their lineage. These threats only amused the mighty lord. One of his prisoners, the one who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, until the prisoner himself continued mocking the fact that, in his opinion, the master of the palace turned out to be a child. The spy contemptuously declared that the master's life was miserable and senseless. Laughing at the prisoner's impudence, the palace master decided to make his opponent's life just as miserable. He methodically began cutting his body, inflicting upon him immeasurable torments of agony. At this critical moment, his assistant arrived, respectfully reported to the mistress about the arrival of a letter from the master of the bloody palace. The angry boy suddenly cut off the careless assistant's hand. He could not understand. Could the message from the bloody palace be so important as to interrupt his entertainment? After that, he mercilessly drove the bleeding servant away. Unfolding the message, the young master of the palace immersed himself in reading. It seems the head of the bloody palace has found a way to deal with Chan Semin. Therefore, the master of the palace of slaughter bid farewell to his prisoner with feigned regret, mockingly asking, "Just don't die from the torment yet." At that time, the unfortunate prisoner, overcoming unbearable pain, bitterly thought about his friend Yan Chachok and mentally begged him for forgiveness for everything he had done. After a while, the palace of the supportive sword was again filled with screams, but now these were the furious shouts of the palace's head himself. He had just found a letter from his daughter and realized that she had disappeared without a trace. The head's assistant immediately suggested organizing a search, but the wise man understood perhaps now it was even for the better. For now, he needed to focus all his attention on the young leader. He decided to find out how Ma Chanso was doing. The situation looked ambiguous. The young warrior remained silent and patiently endured insults steadfastly. Some of the warriors brazenly pointed fingers at him and made indecent remarks. The head of the palace suspected such behavior could be a consequence of memory loss, or the youth was simply hiding his true nature. However, his faithful assistant believed that the young protege was not capable of such perfect deception. At that moment, the head of the palace, wishing to test his assistant, swiftly directed the same deadly attack at him that he had previously used against Ma Chanso himself. In the end, his assistant proved powerless. He was unable to stop the master's blade. In a moment, the head stopped, and by doing so saved him from inevitable death. The head of the palace ordered his assistant to find out how the young master managed to block this invincible strike. Even such an experienced warrior as himself could not deflect it. After this, he ordered the extermination squad to prepare for the campaign to Beauty Peak and commanded to take the young leader with them. He understood if Ma Chanso climbed the legendary Beauty Peak, it could help restore his lost memory. Finally, the squad of warriors set off on the road. As the path continued, the talkative boy told Ma Chanso about the structure of their warrior brotherhood. They were divided into several categories. The first consisted of experienced, battle-hardened warriors. The second, the most numerous, included the main backbone of fighters. Finally, the elite extermination group, which always went at the forefront. Their organization strikingly resembled the structure of the Dragon Storm Squad. To Yan Chachoka's surprise, the average age of these fierce warriors was noticeably lower than in other combat units. As it turned out, the essence was that the extermination squad mostly consisted of those who had no family. They were all orphans, and having come here, they took the leader's surname, gaining a new home and a new fate. That is why the lady treated them like her own children, and she was more important to them than all the treasures of the world. The boy added that now, having learned all these secrets from him, Ma Chanso would no longer talk to him. At that moment, the senior warriors, amused, laughed at the serious little companion and jokingly ordered him to take care of the young leader. The frightened boy immediately reluctantly agreed. From the conversation between them, Ma Chanso understood. Once this boy lived here, but that was the part of the past he absolutely did not remember. Immersed in thought, Ma Chanso grasped a profound truth. Every person had a past that, from time immemorial, invisibly connected them with the mysterious and almighty cult of the sun. But at that very moment, Dan Jiho authoritatively commanded the entire squad to stop and pay homage to the dead. Approaching closer, Ma Chanso bitterly realized that they stood before numerous graves. The heir of the Sword Support Palace sorrowfully explained that these brave warriors had died in the treacherous mists and deadly smogs of Beauty Peak. At that moment, it became clear to Yang Chachuk the reason for such cruelty towards the little boy. This child had grown up on the ominous beauty peak, a place that mercilessly took the lives of members of their families. Dan Jiho, with bitter wisdom, understood his warriors needed an object of hatred, although deep down he knew that such treatment was wrong. They continued to harshly cling to the boy, yet at the same time did not drive him away. Moreover, the squad commander could not understand why Ma Chun-so believed he had the moral right to judge them, as if he had appointed himself the supreme arbiter of justice. He sharply reminded the young leader of his own vile deeds towards his sister and demanded that he not forget his own sins. But Ma Chun-so rightly objected. No matter what his past sins were, that did not mean he should close his eyes to the injustice happening right before him. Reflecting, Dan Jiho supposed that during his isolation in the mysterious corridor, Ma Chun-so might have been able to comprehend the depth of his sins. That young warrior calmly replied that he had simply decided to start life with a clean slate, leaving the corrupt past behind. The man warned that the path ahead would be full of dangers and hardships. He suggested that Ma Chun-so stay here, promising not to inform the court master if he refused to continue the journey. But the resolute Ma Chun-so rejected this possibility and declared that he could not stand being in ignorance and wanted to meet the secrets of Paika face to face. Finally, reaching the huge cave, Dan Jiho solemnly announced that they would set up camp here for the night. The warriors immediately scattered in search of food, but soon it became clear all the badgers in the area had been mercilessly exterminated by previous expeditions. Due to this sad circumstance, the squad faced a painful 2-day hunger strike. Badgers were the only reliable source of food in these harsh lands. Dan Jiho, with fatalistic resignation, realized they had no choice left. They would have to overcome hunger by willpower and plunge into restless sleep. However, Ma Chun-so expressed quite justified dissatisfaction. If Dan Jiho warned about the dangers lurking ahead, it was hardly wise to face these trials with empty stomachs and weakened by hunger. The palace heir arrogantly reminded that true warriors are capable of drawing strength from spirit and inner energy, at the same time doubting why Yan Chachuk even went with them without proper determination. The young leader only calmly exhaled and walked away. He was seen off by the mocking glances of the warriors, those who thought he was too gentle and noble to endure hunger like ordinary mortals. But soon Ma Chun-so dived into an inconspicuous crevice and came across something unexpected. Frightened warriors, hearing his exclamation, looked at each other with disbelief. Such a thing simply could not be. Burning with curiosity, he boldly descended into the dark cave to see what it was all about. To everyone's surprise, Ma Chun-so came across not the long-awaited badgers, but a nest of poisonous snakes. The warriors screamed in fear, demanding that the madman immediately kill the dangerous animals and get rid of them. Yet the resourceful Ma Chun-so explained with a sly smile that if they were so troubled by hunger, they could quite well satisfy it with snake meat. After all, there were plenty in the nest. Peering into the crevice, the elder warriors froze in amazement, looking at the number of writhing reptiles. The confused tracker was absolutely sure that he had carefully covered this deadly lair with stones to protect the squad. Ma Chun-so calmly explained that he had cleared the debris. Dan Jiho warned anxiously, if the young master allowed a snake to bite him, his body would fill with deadly poison. Still, the cold-blooded Ma Chun-so took a strong rope and skillfully wrapped it around the snake's neck, demonstrating his extensive knowledge. He explained that the toxic venom is produced exclusively in special glands located in the snake's head. If this part is securely immobilized, the reptile turns into a completely safe and surprisingly nutritious prey. Although its smell cannot be called pleasant, the meat was quite edible and rich in vital energy. Though having skillfully dealt with the dangerous prey, he calmly set about the meal. But the superstitious warriors were not eager to taste the dubious delicacy. Perhaps fear had gripped them. Although pride did not allow them to admit this weakness, they instead resolutely declared their own hunt. The senior warrior authoritatively ordered his comrades to unite in order to catch the local lizards, according to him, their traditional marching food. Ma Chun-so only smiled indulgently, wished them a pleasant appetite in an ironic tone, fully understanding the real reason for their refusal. Finally, as soon as the next day came, the squad resumed the exhausting ascent to the top of the mysterious mountain. Dan Jiho, unexpectedly showing concern, advised the young leader to release the safety rope, but Ma Chun-so, to his surprise, obeyed without question. Dan Jiho, impressed by such obedience, regretfully noted that he regretted the decision to bring Ma Chun-so on this dangerous journey. He admitted that he would never accept such an unworthy person as a relative. Ma Chun-so was not surprised by such frankness and noted that he expected nothing else from the principled Dan Ji-ho. Angered by this audacity, the palace heir was outraged. How dare Ma Chun-so utter such words? But he calmly explained that he himself was never happy about the prospect of this engagement and had spoken about it to the palace master more than once, but despite his objections, the leader still brought him here against his will. Dan Ji-ho, with undisguised interest, inquired about the real reason why Ma Chun-so did not want to bind himself in marriage to Dan Yewa. The young warrior honestly admitted that he considered the girl absolutely unsuitable for himself. Dissatisfied with this answer, Dan Ji-ho angrily exclaimed that Ma Chun-so essentially had nothing except his loud title, and according to Ma Chun-so, it was this circumstance that made the girl unsuitable for him. Becoming even angrier, Dan Ji-ho reminded that the final decision in this matter was by no means made by Ma Chun-so himself. The young leader, immersed in his own thoughts, pondered that now he would have to apologize to a whole bunch of people. First to Namgun-yina, and only then to Dan Yewa. With bitterness, he realized that most likely he would have to live an eternity alone without sincere attachment and without true allies. But suddenly his gloomy reflections were interrupted by a disturbing feeling. He saw from afar an abnormal wind approaching, and along with it powerful waves of wild energy. With his own determination, he ordered Dan Ji-ho to immediately move higher, escaping from the impending danger. The puzzled heir of the palace did not understand what was going on, but Ma Chun-so persistently repeated his demand. At that very moment, all the warriors were hit by a sharp gust of incredibly strong wind. Frightened, Dan Ji-ho realized in confusion it was still too early for seasonal winds from the nearby hills. To the horror of all present, those standing at the lower part of the cliff began to sway violently. They barely held on to the safety rope stretched like a string. With growing anxiety, Ma Chun-so understood Dan Ji-ho was unlikely to withstand such a monstrous load. The cliff would inevitably break off and fall if this pressure was not relieved. The problem was that no matter how strong the rope was, it would inevitably snap under such critical load, pulling everyone into a deadly abyss. In a moment, Ma Chun-so realized only one chance for salvation remained. With the determination of the doomed, he began methodically cutting the rope holding the group. The frightened boy looking at this scene understood with horror. Ma Chun-so, against all expectations, was going to abandon them all to their fate. In response, the young leader only smiled mysteriously, then finally cut through the taut rope. In the next moment, all the warriors, not even having time to comprehend what was happening, screamed in terror as they fell into the bottomless abyss, cursing the traitorous leader with their last words. The only one who did not lose consciousness during the fall was the little boy. But at that moment, he truly wished to be in merciful oblivion. The child desperately did not want to crash onto the rocky bottom, and his piercing scream echoed through the gorge, revealing the primal fear of death. But at that critical moment, something suddenly grabbed the rope. After that, the stunned boy felt himself being pulled up with incredible force. He looked through the swirling fog and saw a mystical purple light pouring from the hands of his savior. Yan Chachok pulled him closer, smiled indulgently, and reminded him of the recent accusations that he was a terrible person. The young warrior calmly explained that he was not as terrible as it might have seemed, after which he turned around and prepared to continue the ascent. Meanwhile, against the backdrop of the dizzying cliff of Beauty Peak, other warriors heard frantic screams from below, piercing the air. There presumably was their squad leader. The senior warrior, with a heavy heart, realized they must descend and try to save their comrades. But the more experienced fighter grimly reminded, anomalous winds come in bursts and the storm will not subside for at least an hour. Moreover, the ominous fog was rapidly spreading through the gorge, thickening every minute and becoming impenetrable. If they leave their comrades under the power of this deadly mist, they will inevitably perish. And descending themselves meant condemning themselves to the same tragic fate. So the senior warrior, having made a painful decision, ordered everyone to wait out the storm. He sadly explained to his friend, there is simply no other choice, the squad leader will have to fight for survival alone. This statement stirred a furious anger in his comrade. He fully understood the squad leader might survive himself, but now 5 other expedition members were under his responsibility. With doomed determination, he cut his safety rope and declared that he would go in search alone. Several loyal comrades, driven by courage and a sense of duty, followed his example. After their departure, the senior warrior who remained sank into gloomy reflections. But the inner voice of duty prevailed over fear. He gave his people an uncompromising order to ensure the survival of all squad members no matter the cost. After that, they also began a dangerous descent, intending to search every corner of the eerie gorge. At that time, Ma Chanso, with a little boy on his back, continued the stubborn ascent upward. Thick mist deprived him of the ability to see anything. His eyes proved completely powerless in this impenetrable veil. Yet he still felt they still had a chance to reach the summit. The boy anxiously recalled the terrifying rumors. Everyone who entered the deadly smoke of Beauty's Peak never returned alive. And at that moment, Ma Chanso noticed with interest that his young companion was demonstrating amazing agility. It remained unclear why the child was so diligently tightening himself with a rope, creating the appearance of dependence on adult help. As it turned out, he simply did not want to show the other warriors his incredible abilities. He was afraid that if they found out about his true abilities, they would continue to mock him more harshly, because they would consider him a strange freak. But the piercing boy could not understand why even Ma Chanso himself hid his true power. For having such strength, he could make others respect him. No one would dare look at him askance. The child suspiciously suggested that the young leader might find a disgusting pleasure in watching the weakness of others while carefully hiding his own strength. Dissatisfied with such accusations, Ma Chanso patiently explained an important truth. The highest level of mastery in martial arts alone does not solve fundamental problems. Of course, he could have forced people to submit, but it would not have happened because they share his beliefs or respect him as a person out of fear. The boy, raised in the harsh world of martial arts, stubbornly denied, strength is all that is really needed. It is power that forces others to listen to your opinion and trust you. With a thoughtful look, Ma Chanso explained that the cult of the sun is a place that strives to create a world without division into strong and weak, rulers and subjects, but they still have a long way to go to achieve this ideal. He explained to the child the real difference between blind imitation and conscious protection. He who simply wants to follow others must unquestionably obey those in power. He who seeks to protect others must find the courage to stand against those who abuse power and be ready to give his own life to save others. According to him, this was precisely the fundamental philosophy of the true believers. Solved, time to act. Ma Chanso focused his inner energy and aimed a powerful stream at the veil around them. Other warriors, anxiously peering into the fog, suddenly saw a bright flash of violet light. As if by a magic spell, the ominous fog began to disperse, revealing the outlines of the summit to the view. Continuing the ascent, Ma Chanso shared with the boy his thoughts about the highest goal. In creating a perfect society where everyone can realize their potential without fear of oppression. Finally, having overcome the last stretch of rock, he found himself on the flat summit of the mountain. Before him appeared something unexpected, a small house covered with moss, clearly crafted by human hands. He asked the wary boy to wait for him outside while he explored the mysterious dwelling. In fact, Ma Chanso had suspected from the very beginning something unusual was connected with this place. His abilities were not enough to discern the nature of this haze, and that in itself was a troubling sign. Moreover, this place evoked in him a strange feeling of familiarity, the same as the astonishingly similar effect of enchantment technique he had recently experienced himself. He suspected that someone had deliberately built a complex highest-level trap here, one that stretched over a vast territory. Carefully entering the house, he realized the building had long been abandoned. But his attention was drawn to an inscription on the wall about an endless space that does not stop. Ma Chanso froze, recognizing these words and the distinctive handwriting. He remembered this calligraphy perfectly from visions in the corridor of the higher demons. This handwriting undoubtedly belonged to the former owner of his body. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, the little assistant tried to revive the rescued warriors and at the same time explained to them what an incredible person their savior turned out to be. The boy was worried whether they could safely return back. Others had probably already counted them as dead and might have left these dangerous places. Suddenly, from the patches of fog that were dispersing, a hand emerged, stretched out for help. It was the leader of the squad himself, Dan Zhiko. He did not hide his sincere joy seeing that everyone was alive, and especially warmly greeted the little boy who unexpectedly became the link that united everyone on this dangerous journey. With admiration, the child told that their rescue was the merit of the young leader. Dan Zhiko distrustfully assumed that Ma Chanso had probably died trying to save them, but the boy confidently refuted these fears. The boy, however, preferred to remain silent about the details, understanding that even truthful stories would hardly be believed by Dan Zhiko without convincing evidence. The fighter sincerely rejoiced that they managed to survive this deadly trial, but could not comprehend what kind of mysterious place was at the summit. The boy guessed that this could be a secret hideout of one of the legendary commanders of the squad, who had created an impregnable fortress here. However, Danjiko only shook his head. He had been to the Peak of Beauty many times, but had never seen or heard of such a structure. Noticing the growing anxiety of the boy, the heir of the palace, he reassuringly explained. They had no reason for unnecessary worry, since the rest of the squad members had surely already headed back to the palace of the supporting sword. In his opinion, they should wait for the arrival of the palace master. He definitely would not leave them here. Suddenly he saw one of his assistants, who was glad that everyone had survived. Frightened, Danjiko did not understand what the warrior was doing here at all. Finally, 2 more fighters of the 4th and 3rd ranks appeared. Danjiko was sure that they appeared here exactly like that, showing their honesty to the point of absurdity, and hoped that the others had not become impulsive. 2 other squad members arrived as well. Finally, the extermination group set off after them at full strength. The warlord was insanely angry about this. He decided that these people were simply fools. Yet the training on the Peak of Beauty was supposed to resume after the route change. This time, Machinso was still staring at the mysterious inscription on the walls. No matter how much the young man pondered it, something in these words did not give him peace. Nothing like Machinso, this scabby sheep in the flock, looked at the world with a philosophical view. He was curious about what kind of person truly possessed this body. Realizing he needed to hurry, the young warrior began to rummage and read the papers scattered on the floor. He needed to get rid of these incomprehensible words. Moreover, he hoped to find some other traces besides the inscriptions on the wall. Finally, he came across something that interested him. On the sheet, only 2 words were written: Palace of Zaboya. Soon the young leader finally left the house, yet he was still lost in confusion. He did not understand why so many warriors had gathered here. The boy explained that they came to save them. Moreover, he said he had not revealed the young leader's secret about his abilities to others. Looking at these soldiers who were having fun, Yang Chachuku even thought that they were not so terrible. He hoped that the words about steadfastness, written by the owner of the body, would resonate in the demonic cult that would depart from here. The heir of the blade hoped that those people would laugh for a long time because they truly deserved it. Suddenly interrupting his thoughts, the leader of extermination approached and did not understand why Ma Chanso came here without a plan, and how he managed to save the squad's fighters. He insisted that it was the responsibility of the young guide, but Danjiho did not believe him, recalling how someone treated his sister. There was no choice left, so Yang Chachuku had to lie that he would abandon everyone, but he got tangled in the ropes and pulled everyone along with him. The warriors immediately believed him. They knew that this person could act exactly like that. And Ma Chanso, looking at their joy, did not understand why they were so satisfied. But the fighters understood. Whether the young leader accidentally saved them or not, they still looked at him differently, considering him brave. Some were grateful to him, though they warned that they would not trust him until he earned it, and asked him not to boast about it. Watching them, Ma Chanso realized he suspected that they had managed to become a little closer. The night came. The boy still did not sleep. He gazed down from the mountain. No matter how much he thought, the fog that covered them seemed too familiar to him. At that moment, an older comrade approached him, wanting to know why the child was not sleeping. But the senior warrior himself could not sleep in such a situation. Perhaps they were destined to die here from hunger. He thoughtfully pondered, if his father died here, then perhaps he was destined to repeat his fate. The boy felt incredibly embarrassed because of this conversation. He clearly heard that the father of the interlocutor died on the Peak of Beauty. The youth realized why they addressed him as a stranger. Each member of the squad had someone who died on the Peak of Beauty, but he, on the contrary, managed to survive here. He not only belonged to the palace of the supporting sword, he also came from other lands. Naturally, no one wanted to be friends with him. However, the elder, sensing this, made the boy understand his guilt was complete nonsense. He was simply the youngest among them, could not stand up for himself, so the captain asked him to get rid of such thoughts. At that moment, the boy assured his mentor that they would definitely get out of here alive. He could not explain that it was all due to the unique abilities of the young leader. Probably, they would have decided he was crazy. Suddenly, the man pointed to the people who were sleeping. Even they knew they could die like those who were before them. Everyone understood this, but simply did not show it because among them was the youngest, so they were ashamed. It was obvious because they, as older comrades, could not be trembling with fear. So he asked the youngest not to behave like an adult. He could be afraid. After this, getting up, the man decided to leave and asked the boy not to sit here any longer, but to go to sleep. The child really found it hard to understand what the comrade was trying to convey to him. But he decided to go on a reconnaissance, realizing the duty of the younger ones is to protect their older comrades. However, in the fog among the trees, he saw something eerie, a silhouette. When the boy approached, it ran away, and the youth managed to see red skin. At first, the little warrior wanted to wake the older brothers but convinced himself that he could handle it alone. He reminded himself that he himself was part of the extermination squad. At some point, he got scared and rushed straight to where the silhouette was, but found nothing. He even thought maybe he just imagined it, and those were shadows from some tree. His thought stayed in his head until the mysterious creature suddenly attacked him from the nearest bushes. Eventually, the boy managed to break free. Instantly, he rushed to report to the older comrades about what he had seen on this mountain. Masae Hansu carefully questioned the young scout about everything. As proof, the child even showed his torn clothes. Describing the creature, the boy said that the animal's skin was red, and the nails were so long and bone-like that they protruded. Danjiko suspected that it might be the demonic art of the White Hand, but Masae Hansu understood. The demon of the White Hand had white skin. It couldn't be bloody either, because in bloody art only the energy is red. Eventually, Danjiko realized if they stay here, they need to check everything. So the commander took the strongest fighters from the squad and sent them on reconnaissance. His warriors tried to convince the guide that the boy might have imagined it out of fear. The leader understood. This did not cancel the fact that they had to verify it. After that, he approached the inscription on the wall, which stood out sharply. It seemed to him that these words sounded frightening. He had never seen such a terrible handwriting. Even the one who possessed this handwriting was undoubtedly a terrible person. Undoubtedly, this scoundrel committed so many sins that he had to hide here, but Masae Hansu asked him not to make hasty conclusions. But Danjiko was confident in his correctness after all. The handwriting of this villain literally screamed, dirty, disgusting, perverted. At that moment, distracting them from the conversation, the boy approached the leader. He begged the master to take him with him on the patrol, but he refused, reminding him of his weakness and fear. The youth asked for a chance to cope, but Danjiko thought he should be ashamed to ask for such a thing. The commander ordered the boy to stay here and not interfere in matters that were not his concern. Maching-so perfectly understood what the young man wanted, but knew that Danjiko was right. The young leader predicted now the boy would start begging to take him along, but explained no matter how much he begged, nothing would change. Maching-so had already told the boy that he must take responsibility for his actions. If he felt injustice, he had to remember it and become stronger. He asked the boy to prove it to others, and then together with the squad set off to search. The young leader wanted to see with his own eyes if someone was hiding in this place. But at that very moment, the assistants grabbed Maching-so, explaining, although he was a strong man, he definitely would not survive this patrol. Danjiko, although he did not know when the young leader managed to save the squad fighters, still believed that he would not be lucky a second time. Yan Chachuk himself did not understand why they treated him that way, but everyone considered it obvious he was simply labeled a weakling. Therefore, the warriors ordered him to sit in the corner and wait for their return. At that moment, the confused boy decided to find out from Maching-so how he was feeling. But he was literally ready to kill everyone here out of shame. Pondering, the child decided to ask, is it necessary to follow the group's rules if you do not belong to it? The reason for the question was that he terribly lacked shame. It seemed he would go crazy from shame, and he wanted to do something. And then in these words, Maching-so recognized himself. He remembered how once his mentor Tong Jegel demanded that he not interfere in the cult's affairs. But Yang Chachuk understood. He could not act that way because that day they were going to sacrifice the life of a 16-year-old youth. Despite how Tong Jegel held him back, he still broke free from behind the door. Then he told Jegel that if he wanted to hold him back so much, he could try to catch up, and if not, all his enemies would become corpses. And now, recalling this, Maching-so realized he really disobeyed orders badly even before he became the leader of the Dragon Storm Squad. Probably this boy now wants to know the reason why the older comrades hate him so much. He cannot bear to see everything with his own eyes. Therefore, the warrior warned the boy, even if he returns unharmed, punishment awaits him, but the youth was ready to accept it. Maching-so himself understood, if he wants to save everyone who went around, he will still have to go. Therefore, he ordered the boy to get ready and decided to take him along. The commander was still pondering what exactly someone saw in this place and why such a message was left there. The team reached some structures, thinking about what exactly their younger comrade noticed here. They were already surprised by the fact that, it seems, people once lived on the peak of Krasoda. Making their way forward, they came across a strange place that resembled an abandoned village, like a shadow of a forgotten world on the edge of oblivion. It seemed that people once truly lived here, and this place was called Peak of Beauty. One of them pondered, what if all the missing comrades had been hiding here all this time? This suspicion gripped them with anxiety. Each froze for a moment, replaying the possibility of a terrible truth in their mind. The same man suggested splitting up to survey the area and find out what was happening here. They decided to signal only in case of danger, so the group set off in different directions. Walking down the narrow street, he felt something wildly unnatural like from a nightmare. His heart stopped. Could this place really be teeming with real ghosts? He did not dare to believe that his insane father could have ended up here, let alone endure even minutes in this horror. What irritated him even more was the sand constantly blowing into his eyes and preventing him from seeing properly. His eyes burned unbearably, the dust bit deep, as if extracting ghostly memories. He had just stopped and reached to rub his eyes when suddenly he felt a cold presence behind his back. Instinct of fear, the hand already reaches for the sword, preparing for an unknown threat. Instantly turning around, he threw the sword back right at the place where something stood. Meanwhile, another member of the squad was walking parallel on the other side of the street, constantly looking back. He also drew his sword, froze, and shouted, "Come out if you have the courage." From the shadow emerged a grotesque, dried-up creature like a freak from another world. And he immediately understood. Yaron was right, these were real Jiangshi. These corpses came straight from the poisonous palace, deadly, poisoned to the bone. What impressed the most was their speed. The fiends rushed with lightning cruelty. From the first strike of this creature, it was almost impossible to dodge. Defense required incredible reaction. He barely managed to put the sword in front of him, intercepting the swift attack. But even the blade did not help. The monster stopped him with bare hands, as if feeling no pain. In response, he instantly activated spiritual energy. The time for hesitation was over. That guy never intended to surrender. The fight was just unfolding. The plan was simple: use the tiger's rending sword technique and finish everything with a quick strike. There was no more time for games. Action had to be decisive and swift. Although the sword pierced her body, that creature did not fall. It kept moving as if undead. A final blow had to be delivered, otherwise she would rise again. A sharp swing, the sword pierces the chest, and finally the creature falls with a hole in the middle of its body. He approaches closer and finishes her off with a kick, decisively and without hesitation. And if one hole didn't help, you can make a few more until it's quiet. He used the same attack several more times, giving no chance for revival. But then the master ran up to him and ordered, "Retreat immediately." Ten did not understand what was happening, but out of the corner of his eye noticed something shining. The glow emerged right from the body of the fallen monster like a fire that does not go out. There were more and more of them. It flared brighter every second. Meanwhile, a young leader rolled up to another fighter to assess the situation with his gaze. Next to him grew his younger brother, ready for action. To the question of where the rest of the squad was, he answered that the city turned out to be too large. They had to split up. These considerations were interesting, but the young leader wanted to move from words to concrete actions. He calculated equal intervals between the buildings and realized great effort had gone into this, so people had a strong reason to settle here. From this followed the main point: the fog covering everything around was probably artificially created to hide something. But is it really possible to build a magical trap of such scale? If so, only one figure appeared capable of this. It could only be one, the celestial sower, Tun Jegal. Immersed in thought, the young master did not hear the argument unfolding behind him between his older and younger brothers. To stop the quarrel, the older simply punched the younger in the face without unnecessary words. And the young leader could not stand it. He said that he was already crossing all boundaries. But in response, he received only a brazen spit, sheer contempt. Indeed, this gesture is nothing compared to 10 imperial strikes, 6 explosive and 1 final, which unleashed a furious surge of power. After the series of strikes, everything exploded with a rumble that shook the air. The blast wave completely washed away the wall that stood ahead. But this might would have been in vain if someone even stronger had not emerged from the flames. He suddenly raised his sword directly at the young leader, preparing to cool his ardor. Looking straight at the sword's tip, which hovered centimeters from his nose, the boy honestly admitted, "This one truly dislikes him." And the next moment the blade was stopped calmly, with 2 fingers. And with the same cold certainty, the man explained, "The younger ones must be treated with respect." The sword, snatched from the fingers, flew into the air and made several spins in silence. And at that very moment, the boy's body took a blow of incredible force and was knocked off his feet. Pain pierced his entire body. He felt every muscle, every bone, as if for the first time realizing his own weakness. After everything, he fell to the ground, barely breathing. His chest was tight, as if the air did not want to enter. The sword, making several spins in the air, landed exactly between his legs, leaving a hint of humiliation. The young master looked from top to bottom and ordered, "Take the sword and do not lag behind even a step." Walking further, he explained, "This whole area is not just a village but a mystical trap created deliberately." He also wanted to find out who exactly lived here. He was told they were not exactly members of the combat sword squad, only that they were searched for 10 years ago. The younger one suddenly had a sharpened feeling, as if something important was calling from the northern part of this forgotten place. But the older brother raised a fuss, saying it was not the time for fantasies. He did not believe a single word. But the young man did not back down. He said quietly, "It seems I once lived exactly there." Meanwhile, the monsters were advancing one after another, ominous and merciless. Even one of them demanded incredible effort, and already several stood before him. Escaping alive seemed impossible. He had almost resigned himself to the fact that this day would be his last. Throwing the sword and stopping there was not in the plans, not today. To fight to the last, the only road left to him. He dreamed of killing at least one, but he didn't manage to strike when the older brother appeared and immediately ordered, "Cut off his head," without hesitation, without fear. With one blow, he knocked down the monster and immediately rushed at the next one. The second one was also unlucky. The blade mercilessly cut his neck. These creatures did not think, they only growled, their only goal to kill everything that breathes. Shigen had just saved the younger one's life. He appeared at the very second when everything was being decided. To the question, "And what will you do now?" he answered, "I don't know yet, but first I need to get rid of these freaks." Shigen briefly said, "Just step aside, don't interfere." Now was the perfect moment to show his true skill in weapon mastery. Another fighter, searching for salvation, came across Yaren and the young leader and immediately ordered them to run away from here. He warned that Shigen would not last long, although he fights desperately. And with what incredible skill he scattered those monsters, it was breathtaking. After a blow to the back, he only shouted, "Die," and drove the sword even deeper. The level of fencing was stunning, every move precise and deadly. Suddenly, he himself felt a piercing pain, as if something passed through his body. There was no time left. He had to run as fast as possible, otherwise it would be too late. The young master approached and asked if Shigen needed help. Grimacing, he replied, "Damn bastard, are you just standing there watching?" And it seemed he was already delirious, words tangled, confused into chaos. But the young leader heard meaning in them, deciphered the true intent, and took these cries as a silent plea for help. Meanwhile, the young master also confronted the monsters and immediately engaged in battle. At that very moment, he saved the boy, managed to intervene. What the hell just happened? The boy hadn't yet recovered. Ten was replaying in his mind that dazzling glow that had just flashed before his eyes. At that very moment, he was preparing to accept death. Everything had already been decided. But the young master managed to run up and with a sharp movement pushed him aside, saving him from the blow. Could it be that these creatures explode if hit right in the head? It was hard to believe that these were real explosive monsters, and that there was more than one. Ten wondered, did Master Divertia know about them? And if so, why was he silent? The young master was not sure what was more important, but he knew one thing for sure: these could not be the missing squad members. Ten truly hoped that they had nothing to do with this horror. The master admitted his mistake. He had not taken into account that such creatures awaited them here. As soon as they were about to help their brothers, suddenly they stopped, and something alerted both of them. Their gazes met, a silent understanding flashed between their eyes. And then a sudden lunge forward, pressing on their heels, they rushed into battle. Meanwhile, the young master methodically destroyed the monsters, leaving them no chance. But that they would explode, he definitely could not have predicted that. One of the monsters exploded right in front of him. The body was torn to pieces. Flesh scattered through the air, leaving behind only a bloody mist. Around him rose a cloud of dust and dirt, spreading along the ground. Fortunately, he survived, albeit miraculously. Shigen began to doubt, was this young leader just an ordinary person? Looking around at the ruins after his fight, Shigen could not believe that all this was destroyed by one person. But suddenly his own sword was already aimed at the boy. The hand did not flinch. The young leader himself approached him and calmly asked, "Kill me." He even tossed the sword in the right direction and coldly added, "What use am I if I am so weak?" Adding to everything, "I am weak, worthless," because in Shigen's eyes he saw not respect but doubt. The boy silently watched his older brother, waiting for a decision. But he was confused. The young leader did not stop and continued to insist that he be killed. When he saw that Shigen was unable to do it, he himself snatched the sword from his hands. He raised the blade to his own throat as if to say, "If not you, then I will end this myself." And then sharply and angrily, "Stop carrying this nonsense. Is being weak a disgrace and the strong only to be idolized? True strength is support and joint action, not contempt. If I hear this nonsense again, I'll kill you all to hell," he thundered, unable to hold back. After that, he took Yaren away from under Shigen's sword and decisively stopped this senseless stunt. He reminded, "Now the main thing is to find everyone who is still alive." Shigen cut off his speech. The young leader's words shattered a deep crack in his beliefs. Meanwhile, the master was sure muffled explosions were coming from somewhere nearby. He had heard them somewhere before. But he stood right before the gigantic gates leading to something unknown. Ten pointed at the gates. "This looks like a fortress, and judging by how the fog hides it, it is incredibly large." Together they opened these heavy gates decisively, despite all the anxieties. It was hard to believe that in such a gloomy place someone painted flowers on the walls as if dreaming to see them at least in dreams. After that, they came across a strange place. In the center stood a wooden tomb. They assumed this was definitely built by people from the Western land by style and decoration. Who was buried here remained a mystery, but something suggested it was someone extraordinarily unusual. An inner voice begged not to touch, but maybe the answer was hidden right here. Ten touched the lid and firmly grasped it with both hands. Slowly and carefully he began to slide it aside, as if revealing someone else's fate. The lid slowly moved, and the tomb gradually opened before them. But suddenly the young leader shouted, "Stop!" before he could explain. And already in the next moment, new creatures emerged from the dark passage, dangerous as death. They looked even stronger than all the previous monsters. And immediately, without wasting a second, they rushed into a swift attack. True hell began. The technique Mighty Tiger Strike exploded again with a powerful wave. At that moment, Ten shouted to the commander what to do. "Don't touch the head," he replied. "In such a narrow space, its explosion could blow everyone away. Here everything will definitely blow up. There is simply no other option." Therefore, the leader ordered to gather and not to rush thoughtlessly. Strength is more important than speed. If they completely destroy their head, they will not explode. Ten carefully listened to every word of the master, absorbing each of his instructions. Together they began to act clearly and coherently, but there were too many enemies. The pressure did not weaken. And suddenly the leader spoke to Ten with a serious order. He asked him to get out of here, throwing the monsters onto himself so that he could find others and flee from the cliff together with them. Supposedly, the lower they go, the weaker the fog becomes, and then course to the palace. But Ten did not agree. He stood firm and declared that he would not move anywhere without the leader. And he asked not to issue any more senseless orders. The fight must be joint. The leader understood everything. He did not argue, only passed on a new instruction: cut a path to the exit. The Sword Mountain First Destruction technique raged with new strength. To hell with everyone, these creatures must be cut without mercy, leaving them no chance. But suddenly a torn wound opened on the leader's back. Blood trickled down his clothes. But instead of fear, it only fueled his rage even more. Just like Ten, both were burning with determination. If only someone were nearby, it would be much easier to fend off these claws. But they had to fight only the two of them, each already at the limit of their abilities. Now they were giving 120. Retreat was not an option. It was necessary to gather every drop of strength from their own arsenal, otherwise they would have perished. And it was at this tense moment that Dan Bon finally appeared. And with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, Dan Bon threw, "Did you really let these monsters corner you?" The leader immediately gave him the command, adding, "Heads their weakness, strike there." Dan did not waste time. A few skillful moves, and the enemy's bodies fell like puppets. Now there were 3 of them, and the fight immediately became easier, as if a second wind had opened. "I don't care how many of them come out, not a single monster will pass by." The leader also noticed one thing: these creatures attack only alone, at most in pairs. This made the battle simpler, less chaos, more control. One precise move, blade to the neck, and the head flies into the dust. Step by step they cleared the territory around the tomb, leaving no living body. All this looked like a nightmare, but even the scariest dreams have an end. Ten sharply looked back at the commander and exclaimed, "Look at this." On the lid of the tomb, the terrifying hand of the monster was clearly protruding. And suddenly the lid flew high up, as if blasted off by an explosion, and something incomprehensible burst out of it. Before them appeared a girl in the body of a jiangshi with long black hair and a strange gaze. Her aura was threatening, and it seemed she held not only power but also the art of sound. Could this creature really control internal energy like a living person? What kind of could? She was definitely alive, at least inside. Her scream was so powerful that the surrounding walls began to crack. Even more creatures emerged from the darkness, crawling even over the rocks falling from the sky. The tomb was quickly surrounded by dozens of jiangshi, and she stood above them all like the queen of the dead. She was clearly the leader. It was enough to just touch with a finger, and all the creatures together rushed forward. They charged into attack, ready to kill without mercy. The leader with allies rushed headlong, trying to break through. At the end of the passage, shadows flashed 4 figures, familiar yet unexpected. "Commander Yu," the young leader exclaimed in surprise, not believing what he saw. He immediately shouted at him, "I told you not to stick out," and immediately ordered to return home, but it was already too late. The commander's gaze stopped on the Jiangshi woman. He immediately realized she was the key to this invasion. However, the commander repeated again, "Take Yeren and flee back to where you came from." But Shigen decisively intervened, saying, "Enough talk, it's time to act." And they reminded, if it weren't for the young leader, everyone would have been dead long ago. Such honesty struck the young leader's heart. Even stronger was the plea to save everyone. He raised his sword up and said only one thing, "Retreat, let me pass." The commander could not believe his own eyes. This was no longer just courage. 10, 20, with each step the young leader's power level rose higher and higher. 30, then 40. The earth had already begun to tremble from the energy he was releasing. When he found himself in the very epicenter of the monsters, the mark reached 60. Everyone witnessed the true power of this young man, a force capable of shaking the heavens and tearing the earth apart. He unleashed his full power, 10 imperial strikes in the final, absolute form. It was not just destruction, it was an attempt to erase everything to the ground. Purple energy tore through the air, drying out the creatures, and they fell dead, one after another. The dome in which all these monsters found themselves became a real trap for them, a symbol of inevitable doom. The glow only intensified, and the piercing scream grew louder, driving one insane. It was unbearable. It hurt not only to watch, but also to listen. And as soon as the energy reached its peak, it just as rapidly began to fade. Shigen watched and did not understand, since when was the young leader capable of such a thing? He had never shown such power before. It was something insane. Even his sword crumbled to dust right in his hands. And this is not even the full version, just an imitation of the absolute power of the imperial strikes, the art of the demon lord. But even this power will not withstand the masters of martial arts who have reached the highest level. But all this was indifferent. The main thing is that the cursed Jiangshi is still alive. And worse, this attack did not affect her at all. She must be destroyed quickly, otherwise everyone else will perish. The young leader, having defeated the remnants of the enemies, jumped and attacked her, just a kick to the disgusting face. The sudden attack pushed her far back. She did not have time to do anything. During the flight, her body hit several more Jiangshi, knocking them down. However, she stayed on her feet and again moved forward, having no intention to stop. But the next strike was already waiting. The same power exploded in her face again. She screamed and flew through the air straight towards the exit. The young leader ordered the others, "Take care of the squad. I have to fight her alone, otherwise you are all in danger." The commander tried to stop him. "Don't go there alone, it's too dangerous." But he wouldn't be himself if he listened. There was no retreat left. Descending down, he felt nothing, only a heavy smell in the air and a strange tension around. Since he would have to fight an unknown evil in an unknown place, the young leader activated the art of the demon lord. His body was covered with purple mana, and he carefully landed on the solid ground beneath his feet. At that very moment, everything became clear. The source of the stench was right beneath him. He suddenly found himself inside a giant grave. Under his feet lay a whole mountain of bones, an endless mass of human remains, crying out about lost lives. She was sitting right in front of him, frightened, clutching the ground with trembling hands, as if she couldn't believe he really appeared. Could she be afraid even of the very presence of the demon lord? The young leader approached and calmly explained. He only wanted to ask, and straight to the point, "Who are you? Who created all this horror? Where did this darkness come from?" And approaching, he immediately realized she cannot speak. She cannot even pronounce a word. Only growling came out of her mouth and incomprehensible hoarse sounds. And suddenly she raised her head and let out a wild, piercing scream. It was a signal to attack, and at that moment she lunged at him. Probably she hoped to sneak up suddenly and strike while he was unprepared. But her attempt ended with a flight straight into the wall, where she stopped. She got up again, and her eyes flashed with a terrifying red light. After this flash, a powerful scream exploded again, even louder than before. This scream did not just deafen, it raised new creatures from beneath the ground. The young leader immediately realized these are the very explosive beings. And most importantly, she creates them with her own voice, literally giving birth to them with a scream. She struck her chest and the creatures swelled, preparing to explode. Could this really be her command self-destruction for the sake of attack? And suddenly everything around was flooded with a violet glow. It burst into her true power. The earth trembled and energy exploded around the space. This was no longer an attack, it was a real living bomb, ready to wipe everything off the face of the earth. Flames wrapped around his body like a living trap, trying to burn him from the inside. And through the tongues of flame, he quietly called her true name, Monster. Despite the fierce explosion, nothing happened to the young leader. His power was incomparably higher. His energy overshadowed hers so much that not even a trace of damage remained. After all, he possessed the highest art, the power of the Lord of Demons. But as soon as she felt the threat again, she howled, cutting through the air with a scream. But she immediately covered his stinking mouth with her hand quickly, like a shadow. He approached lightning fast, whispering, "Quiet, shut up." However, she still did not understand anything, and of course had no intention of stopping. It was necessary to switch to another language, the language of brute force. He slammed her face into the concrete mercilessly and precisely. The next step was obvious: to erase her from the face of the world completely. The wall she crashed into cracked, the stone began to sink. With a screech, she disappeared downwards, as if she had fallen straight into the ground. From the top of the mountain, stones poured down, fragments flew uncontrollably. The young leader became alert. Something was wrong here. His instincts roared, trouble, danger was near. The stones continued to fall, more often heavier, without pause. And on the wall that opened in that chaos there were carved terrifying words: "I will tear you all apart, even after death. I will consume each one until the last disappears inside me." Under that horrible inscription hung a name that chills the blood: Mach Hanso. Cult of Demons, Peak of the Earth, Door of the Support Sword, and Peak of Beauty. Everything merged into one whole, threatening and gloomy. The group leader ordered, "Search thoroughly. They must be found alive no matter what." He could not even imagine that both the young master and the young leader disappeared simultaneously. If rumors spread, the entire court of the support sword would be in danger. After all, then they could be accused of the heir's murder. He stopped, pondered, and suddenly heard, "They have been found." Ahead, a group of people appeared, and to the left, a man was trotting with a flag. The whole team was returning from the mission, coming out from the dark passage. The leader finally managed to breathe out with relief. He was already ready to abandon the squad and take all the blame upon himself. Then they approached him and reported, "The extermination unit has returned in full." The squad commander was about to say something and was ready to bear punishment for the failure to carry out orders. And the leader immediately cut off. "From now on, Dan is stripped of the rank of commander of the extermination unit. From now on, the squad is subordinated to the warrior formation unit until a new leader is appointed." And yet, despite the retreat, discipline must be maintained. Everyone should understand what exactly they did wrong. Their main violation is refusal of subordination. They doubted and decided to leave me. I thought it was a Jaquito be afraid to enter through some fog, but they stopped me. When I was about to push through further, they stood in my way again. Thus explained the young leader in response to the question of how he dared to enter the fog alone. "After all, it is dangerous." He answered, "Set off when everyone was asleep. Found nothing there, but when he tried to return, get a bit lost, had never been to that place. Those idiots decided something had happened there and chased after me. In the end, they couldn't do anything, so I had to stay. By the way, add one more item to their faults: complete helplessness." 10 understood all this perfectly. The leader deliberately took all the blame upon himself to cover for the others. And then the young leader addressed the commander, "Now you must honestly tell about all your misdeeds." The leader responded to this, "The master of the palace wants to see him. It's time to go there without delay. For now, unit extermination has been ordered to await further instructions." Jim stayed with his younger brother. Both were silent. They looked at each other and synchronously followed the commander. The commander's eyes at that moment were completely different, filled with heavy understanding. He did not want to indulge in sentiments. It was better to look at things more simply and not hold on to them. Moreover, now it was no longer the concern of unit extermination. Everything that happened at Beauty Peak was closely connected with Mach and So. Without a doubt, he stopped right there. Monsters grow here, and the creature that controlled them clearly hated him. This led to one conclusion: Mach and So was involved in creating these creatures. Perhaps he was not acting alone after all. He was just a pathetic puppet. Someone was definitely controlling him and eager to reach the position of the young leader. In this situation, he was the most suspicious. The one who sent them to Beauty Peak could also be controlling everything that was happening there. When they finally reached Machinso, he greeted them with a smile. "So, how do you like Beauty Peak?" The young leader immediately got to the point. "I was sure you wanted me dead." In response, he only asked, "And what did you see there? If you're so curious, why didn't you go there yourself? Maybe there was something I absolutely had to see." "You didn't happen to enter the fog territory then, and now," the master parried. The young leader became wary and asked again, "Do you know anything about my previous visits to Beauty Peak?" "It seems your memory still hasn't returned," the master replied coldly. It sounded almost like a hint, as if he knew much more than he said. And finally he added, "Come back here another time. If you remember nothing, you have nothing to say yet." My patience ran out at the very moment you opened your eyes and sat there just as silently. I want to hear an answer, and immediately. When a true warrior demands an answer, he must prove he is worthy to learn it with fire, will, strength. If this person is behind what happened at Beauty Peak, then he is no longer considered the father of my bride, the young leader said quietly. Because now he understood before him was a demon who would bring chaos to all the Central Plains. And he was ready to receive the answer to his question, not with words but with action. More precisely, to make it clear that he was already ready to accept the truth. At that very moment, he revealed his true nature, the one he had kept inside until now. He showed before them was not just a fighter, but the supreme lord of demons. And as soon as he revealed his nature, he sprang from his place, rushed forward, and proved everything with actions. For the opponent, this was unthinkable. He did not expect such power. He was not ready to see such power before him so absolute. Although it is worth admitting, the master's own power was incredible. But even a sword of such might could not withstand the strike of the inner energy of the supreme lord of demons. When the sword in the young leader's hands broke, he turned to the palace master. "I will borrow your weapon only for a short time," he said evenly and calmly. The swords hanging on the wall felt his presence and began to fill with energy. And now one of them was already in his hand, as if responding to the call. And the others hovered in the air, circling around him, and all of them obeyed his will. Will the palace master be able to withstand such an opponent? Even these swords proved to be not strong enough. Those that hovered in the air were already cracking and falling apart. Swords hanging in the air scattered like sand into millions of tiny particles. A lonely, prolonged ringing of metal sounded in the air like the cry of broken power. The young leader felt the full might of speed hidden within the arsenal of the palace master. He moved lightning fast. The strikes flew unpredictably. His level was the fusion of body mass, speed, and chaotic precision into one whole. The young leader rose into the sky, and the air became his arena. The master thought he was fleeing, but he did not know. Everything was just beginning. The leader fully mastered the technique of flying with a sword. Earlier, he had seen how the extermination unit used it. And now I saw it in action, and from the very master of the demon swords. The latter did not understand how the youth managed to change direction in the air. It bordered on impossible. But the young leader pulled out his true trump cards from the arsenal. Now it was his time. And he decided to show everything he was capable of. There was no point in holding back any longer. One after another, the imperial strikes burst forth, a series of 10, lightning fast, precise, unstoppable. Then the lightning fury of the dragon, which cut through the very fabric of space. The entire barrage of attacks fell upon the palace master like a storm of blades. It was hard, very hard, but he held on, gritting his teeth, silently, stubbornly. And the young leader revealed his power more and more, and not only that, he showed character. Because in most cases, it is character that prevails over power. And more precisely, character is the true power. Yet even under this pressure, the palace master endured everything like a mountain amid the storm. And suddenly he raised his sword high above his head as if preparing the finale. It was hard to believe that the dragon's fury attack had caused him such negligible damage. On his body not a single scratch, and in his eyes even greater rage, burning hatred. He raises the sword up and prepares the strike with it. He intends to put an end to this battle. The young leader looks intently. He already understands. The opponent is eager to finish everything with one single, decisive blow. But he still has one sword left, the last chance. And while the master had not yet struck, his chance came. He must act, holding one thing in his mind. Am I the sword, or is the sword me? Imperial technique or the art of demons? It doesn't matter. Only one thought climbs into his head, the technique of merging with trance. The reason why he could not fully realize the series of supreme imperial strikes of the demon lord lay deep within the refinement technique. If the refinement technique is a river, then the demon art is the 9 dragons waterfall. One accumulates energy, the other pours it out immediately, like rain. The supreme refinement technique is the art of the righteous. It brings power slowly and for a long time, and even if it can be combined with a strike series, its limit is held by a sphere. Even reaching the peak of strike technique, his internal energy was not enough for depth. He could not evolve further because he did not know the art that allows full control of energy. That is why the demon's sword could not withstand the lightning fury of the dragon. But the art of the demon lord is the art that calls the very heavens to duel and breaks all boundaries. Simply put, if you use this art to break the limits of imperial technique, you don't have to fear the waterfall, you can become its flow. And then even the lord who stands against it will not be able to hold this power. Therefore, the young leader decided to try here and now. All the air around filled with an aura of power, heavy, purple, unearthly. Like a violet dragon, the young leader rushed forward, cutting through space like lightning. On the body of the enemy who was preparing to deliver the decisive blow, a thin, perfect cut appeared. And the young leader was already standing behind him, calm and silent. In his hand was a sword, not a drop of blood. He broke through with such incredible force that even blood did not have time to touch the blade. And he himself did not immediately realize what he had just done. Everything was like in a dream. The art of the Supreme Lord of Demons, burning inside, finally quieted. For the first time, he managed to fully reveal the power of the series of supreme combat strikes. The master of the palace was kneeling on one knee and breathing heavily. With a terrible but honest voice, he admitted, "This is truly incredible." But despite this, he survived. His spirit still resisted, did not give up. Because if the one who asks or the one who answers disappeared, the meaning of the fight would be lost. The young leader just proved he is worthy, he is ready to answer. And then he confessed he does not see him as the culprit of what happened on Peak Crossa. After all, if he were truly involved, he would have already used sword techniques, enhanced by deep energy, to kill him. Then the young man asked again, "You said I had already been to Peak Crossa. When was that?" The master sighed and replied, "When you were 16. He said that at that time he simply disappeared as soon as he stepped on the cursed land. The entire combat sword squad was mobilized to search, but no trace was ever found. Later, according to Dan, Ma Ch Hanso arrived at the court of the supporting sword to annul the engagement. But Dan refused, then Ma went alone to Peak Crossa and vanished without a trace. He disappeared for 10 years, and when he returned, he was first seen not at the court of the supporting sword, but at the small court of Min. The palace master went to great lengths to understand the true nature of Ma Ch Hanso, who he really is. He always felt that he was hiding something, that it was not a coincidence, and that perhaps, like the young leader, Ma was going through his own harsh trials. And now it became clear, the marriage was refused not because of a lack of love for the daughter. Moreover, he was the one who brought Yaren and entrusted him. At this point, the conversation between them was cut off calmly, almost without words. They could have said goodbye, but something stopped them. The whole group burst into the room, those who had just come out of battle. And for the first time, the master's son, Dan Jiko, addressed his father with a request, no longer to oppose the young leader. Otherwise, he would have to say goodbye to all of them because each one knelt before him. At that moment, the commander ordered everyone to prepare their weapons. They silently drew their swords, obeying the order without any objections. The young leader turned around sharply in shock. He did not understand what was happening here at all. The palace master also did not understand where their hatred for the youth had gone. But they replied, "We are part of unit extermination, and we do not bow to power even if death awaits us." And added, "From now on, we are all under your commands, young leader." The palace master only nodded. He understood everything. His eyes did not deceive him. "Extermination," he announced. "From now on, you are forbidden to use internal energy. You will block it yourselves. A month of training without a single drop of power. Whoever cannot endure will be expelled from the court of the supporting sword." The commander no longer doubted. The master of the palace would not oppose the young leader. He admitted, from now on the young leader is the sole authority in the demonic abode. And from this day, the court of the supporting sword obeys the will of the court of Min. Who could have thought that it would all end exactly like this? Everyone did not hide their joy, but the young leader himself did not understand what to feel, emotion or confusion. Tears appeared in everyone's eyes, tears of joy. And even the master of the palace could not hold back. He fell to his knees, unable to overcome the wave of emotions. The young leader went outside to breathe fresh air, to calm down. He looked at the sun and thought, ahead is still the court of battle, and the peak of beauty, where something unspoken echoes. Now there are only ruins left there, left by a cruel battle. Suddenly, the stones around burst into the air as if something was awakening. From beneath the rubble emerged a red hand with long claws too familiar to mistake. The scream that sounded could belong to no one else. Damn it, how is she still alive? The man stubbornly walked forward, muttering to himself, what kind of demonic village is this? Not a trace of a cult. He was determined to show the main group what he was capable of. By the way, he was an elder of the Du clan from the Muram Union. His path led directly to the pavilion of the sea battle. Several people were sitting at the table, and a small boy, sharp and smiling, ran up to him. Grinning widely, he addressed the old man. Hey, you scoundrel, the snake speaks more officially. It seemed the boy was mocking him, but at the same time withholding something. The old man looked at those present. It was clear from their appearance. These people held very important positions. And the boy's eyes spoke instead of words. We are closed, outsiders forbidden. But he was more interested in something else. Had they seen that person? He took out a drawing and showed it. The boy immediately understood. Before him was a representative of the Muram Union, and those on the street were too. This surprised the old man. How did this boy spot the people from the Du clan who were moving almost unnoticed? The boy calmly replied, yes, I saw this person. The old man immediately asked, take me to her, I will pay well. But the boy, without losing his smile, explained, too late, grandpa. Panic instantly overwhelmed the man. Behind his back, he felt a powerful wave of energy, something incredibly strong. It was Yulchun. He entered quietly and immediately suggested, officially starting the meeting. The man immediately recognized him, the master of the Bloody Palace. And the boy, smiling, advised the newcomer to first go to the court of battle. But he hadn't even moved when behind him stood the right hand of the court of battle, the second most powerful in the entire sanctuary. Without ceremony, number 2 grabbed the man by the hair, dragged him to the exit, and with a swing threw him right in front of those he came with. And only now did he realize, yes, this really is a demonic cult. The hand grabbed his hair again, this time pulling him straight into the forest like prey. Clenching his teeth, the man whispered, Grand Master Jason. He became the Khan of the Northern Sea. But all the long years of trust collapsed in an instant. Cooperation with Tibet is over, and now both sides, Min and Yuan, consider them enemies. He proposed to officially declare the existence of the demonic cult, so next month the Min cult will organize the Heavenly Festival. One of the ladies protested, the Bloody Court behaves as if it is already the leader of the cult. The festival should only be held by the Sacred Fire. She was stopped. Both the Min Court and the Sacred Fire Court have already given their consent. But the candidate for leader from the Battle Court, Gu Yan Ryan, on the contrary, was delighted. He really liked this idea. It was decided to reconcile with Jason. Each court must send him 1,000 kg of food supplies. But Donban Il, master of the Poisonous Court, considered this gesture too premature. But in times of such instability, is it worth making new enemies? Everyone realized this man clearly intends to become the head of the cult, and he sought to punish the guilty one who brought everyone to this state. Although he admitted the responsibility of the Bloody Court here is obvious. However, rumors spread among the people about the Nezuko Black Sun that defeated Jason using the technique of the rejected emperor. Everyone agreed, and it sounds like complete nonsense. And he himself felt someone had deliberately started these rumors. For if Jason truly wanted war, he would not have called them enemies. Their disputes intensified, and everyone began to suspect the old master of the trading court. He was directly interrogated. Admit it, you are guilty of all this, aren't you? Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. Somyeon entered the hall. It was Won Gi, deputy captain of the Iron Cavalry, known as the Spirit Commander. They offered the old merchant a chance to survive. If Chon Burin couldn't endure, maybe he would get to fight Won Gi. The old man exploded with genuine fury. The insult struck straight at his pride. And meanwhile, the little one was simply having fun. The show was just beginning. The lady at the table also wanted to take a look, curious who will replace Chon Burin. And to the oldest one, all this seemed like nonsense, but he could not refuse. Experience did not allow him to run away from the challenge. The door opened again. The man was politely invited inside. As soon as he stepped on the threshold, he immediately took off his hat. Everyone knew him. He was the Bloody Master. The energy that burst out of him instantly made everyone fall silent. But the silence did not last long. The boy burst out laughing again. The Bloody Master glanced down at the boy and asked in surprise, "Is this my opponent?" But Won Gi was not afraid. This boy was not fragile. He was ready to tear the old man apart just because he called him militia. No one wanted to waste time. Everyone called to start the fight immediately. But the man himself could not understand the true level of the opponent. Others were also becoming increasingly interested. The most important thing: who will emerge victorious from this clash? "Begin the punishment," ordered the master, and the fight broke out. Everyone wanted to see what the bloody master is capable of in a real fight. According to rumors, he was the one who defeated Jason. The strength of this man borders on legend. Will one Gi be able to resist him, relying only on skill and his weapon? His choice: a bow, and not just one arrow, dozens, all released at the target simultaneously. A fiery rain flared up in the air. The red element covered everything around. At first glance, it looks like blood. But in reality, it is not blood, but pulsating energy that burst from the very heart of the bloody master. Its waves scattered in all directions, flooding the room with a heavy aura. And now the giant's foot presses one Gi's back into the ground. The fight was decided in an instant. Not long ago, these same people asked the bloody master to go with Chang Burin to the trade palace. But now they understood the bloody palace might demand from the trade palace to hire the Black Sun for the battle with Jason. But Yulchun would hardly agree to that. The woman nearby cautiously suggested they listen to one important story. Tactic 29: to intimidate the enemy so much that he himself cannot understand where the truth ends and the lie begins. And instantly the giant activated the technique, heavenly bloody art, and Yalsun immediately recognized Ul Tessic. Others also quickly realized this is the leader of the higher Lord Min's squad. Yalsun immediately apologized for underestimating him. But the punishment must be carried out. The rules are unchangeable. The space around began to shimmer with bright colors. When Ul Tessic directed his hand at the group, flames flared with unprecedented power. And the foot that had just pressed on living flesh was already standing on a lifeless body. Tactic 15: to force the lion to leave its own cave. This very principle was just implemented. Now everyone waited to see how the master of the trade palace would manage to surprise in the future. At this note, the meeting ended. When Yalsun passed by the bloody master, he asked, "Is he the same Black Sun?" "Of course not, but I will tell you the answer. I hope you do not make a fatal mistake by raising your sword against the trade palace. But everything is not as it seems," he smiled. Tactic 3: make someone else do all the dirty work for you. Yalsun left the hall and calmly said goodbye. And one thought kept spinning in his head. Could it be that the Council of Elders is behind all this? If everything goes according to this scenario, the trade palace may completely sever relations with the Palace of Wisdom. The master of the trade palace will have nowhere else to go. Tactic 25: to achieve victory by substituting the truth with a convenient lie. Cult Min, Palace of Bloody Art. The name Chan Si Min echoed in the air, and with a crash, the vessel shattered. One man stood high on the stairs, another lower, listening to orders. The one above reported, "Every palace must send food, but secretly send everything to Tibet." The blonde man objected, "The Grand Master Jason will not stand aside. He is capable of planning a strike right in the midst of the heavenly festival." Your answer was cold. Even without action, Jason will be destroyed. He is called the Grand Master not because of his origin, and his power is at the level of an emperor, so many are already ready to challenge him. The blonde man could not believe it. Could his father really be planning to take advantage of the situation? He tried to explain, "If they conquer the Timurid Empire, everything will change drastically." But the father replied, "The trade palace has already bared its fangs before them, and there are only two reasons why a dog bites its master. Either it is dying and no longer recognizes him, or it has found another." The son guessed the father suspects the first elder, but the father had no doubt. He was sure of it. He explained that everything would end with the start of the heavenly festival next month, and sent his son to Tibet to provide assistance. He himself was preparing to deal with the Council of Elders. The young man silently went outside and set off to carry out the order. Thoughts about Wongi swirled in his head. He died, and it seems because of his father. He did not know exactly what went wrong, but something definitely broke in this regard. At the Celestial Festival, which will take place next month, a bloody battle for leadership will begin. The mountains will once again be soaked in blood. Such a future seemed inevitable and almost impossible to change. The young man decided he would do everything in his power to change the course of events. And he only wished to know, how would his father act in his place? Lost in his own thoughts, he suddenly came across Haido, the leader of the Iron Cavalry Squad. A bird was flying above him in the sky. The bird descended, gently landed on his hand, and then on his shoulder. At that very moment, the young man ordered everyone to prepare for the campaign to Tibet. In the field, one of the warriors put his hand to his forehead and shouted that they were setting off. After the fall of Changchun, carts with provisions and medicinal herbs streamed into the village, all in the name of the Black Sun. Tears of joy filled the village. The residents, with tears in their eyes, worked in the fields with gratitude in their hearts. But suddenly the appearance of a stranger happened. Everyone looked surprised, not understanding who he was. He asked, "Where is the head of the village?" The villagers sharply stopped him. "The name of this person is forbidden to be mentioned here, unless you want to be stoned." But the stranger only contemptuously asked again, "So, is there no fool anymore?" For this they called him a bastard. But this was a fatal mistake. To call him that means to sign your own death sentence. He killed one of them and coldly repeated the question, "Where is the head of the village? Where is the fool?" Only one dared to answer, "Everything is burned." He also died. The others only begged for mercy. "Where is old Tessic and where is his daughter?" It echoed after them. For the answer, more blows. He spared no one, women, the elderly, anyone, all perished. The village was drowning in blood. The only response was a wild scream, "Let's run." Even when everyone was already running, the man in the mask continued the slaughter. And he headed into the forest, leaving behind a smoky trail and bodies. Among the trees, he finally tore off the mask. It was Bai Saik, the current leader of the Higher Lord Min's squad. And it was here that he encountered another figure. The beautiful Lady Danyewa stood in the middle of the forest, as if emerged from a legend. A moment of silence, tension hung in the air. He spoke first, asked what she was doing so far from home. She answered calmly, "Long time no see, I'm looking for something here." Bai Saik asked with interest what exactly she was looking for and promised to help. But suddenly she bent down and exclaimed with surprise, "This is an ornament. How is it here? Did someone lose it?" She carefully picked up the find from the ground and, examining it, did not look away. He repeated again, "So what are you looking for here?" But instead of an answer, an explosion of emotions sounded. "Are you out of your mind? I came to find the Black Sun, that's enough." He only smiled, "You're trying in vain. I've already been there. You won't find anything." She was puzzled. Why did he need that? Bai answered, "If the Black Sun exists, then he is the cult leader. He is having fun there." She immediately asked, "And what did you find out that day?" "The young leader was here too. Then the Black Sun appeared and killed the village head, the one who forced people to brew strong drugs. And then this leader just disappeared without a single word," she added with offense in her voice. Her irritation did not subside, on the contrary, it only grew, and questions poured one after another. If he saw the Black Sun, then why does he do nothing? Why is he silent instead of saving people? To get answers, she will have to go to the small palace of Min. She expected that Bai Saik would not follow her, because in the eyes of others it would look too suspicious, so I asked him to stay. And without looking back, she set off forward. Bai clenched his fist, watching her with his eyes. Anger boiled in his chest, pride. "She came here to look for another, and she doesn't even allow me to stand nearby. Fool." Meanwhile, in the cult of Min, among the wooden peak, one man sat under a tree. In his thoughts, the mask of the sacred fire, its shape changed. He was holding a letter in his hands. It said, "Drop the plate on the ground when you are at the wooden peak." But he already suspected this was not an ordinary plate. It seemed to be about the Hao clan's plaque. Some time passed, but no one appeared. And suddenly, some funny girl runs up to him. She moved strangely, as if dancing, so it was completely unclear what exactly she was doing. On her face a mask, mysterious and playful. Holding the plaque in her hand, she addressed the man. "It seems you lost this," she smiled cheerfully. She played the role of a kitten so convincingly that it became awkward. Bai couldn't understand what was going on, but she quickly explained. She said it smelled sweetly of him, the plaque was definitely his, and how could it be that in the cult of Min there was someone she didn't know? Then he realized the reason was the mask of the sacred fire that he had just worn. He became curious who was she, and he decided to ask. Without any shame, she introduced herself, Haiyan Mayu, a messenger of special rank who delivers messages from the Hao clan to important persons. Then he asked her to tell everything she knew. He wanted to understand why he was called here. Take 272 steps north, then 139 steps south through the branching path. Another 78 steps north from the cedar tree, you will enter the bamboo forest and see the Zaboya Palace. It stands in a remote village at the very end of the bamboo forest, an unremarkable building, nothing special. But once you step on that ground, you become a target for demon assassins. Escaping from them is almost impossible. Then she told how their elder went there unprepared and was brutally killed. The only thing found were fragments of legs. These creatures kill even allies. Demons are numbered from 1 to 300. If you kill one, another immediately takes its place. To have more victims, they even kidnap children. By the way, demon number 1 is Guyan Ryang. From what he heard, he silently moved forward and stumbled upon some ragged piece. Standing in the middle of the bamboo forest, he intently stared at the fabric before him. On it was clearly depicted the symbol of the storm. Could the Dragon Storm squad already be inside the Zaboya palace? Suddenly, a powerful rumble of a strike rolled around. Turning his head to the left, he noticed a deep mark on the ground. It was clear nothing good awaited here. Ahead stood an impressive structure, majestic and at the same time frightening. He was almost at its entrance, but behind echoed a familiar, ominous rustling. It was not leaves, chains were rattling iron through the air. From the shadows emerged killers, silent, deadly. Chains and a whole group of people armed to the teeth. Group is still an understatement. There were many of them, very many. Only incredible agility saved him dodging this deadly crap. He even managed to deflect kunai flying straight into his heart. But you can't catch a tiger if you don't step into its lair. So you'll have to go right into the heart of the palace to hunt the beast. He was ready to follow the order and destroy everything that appeared in his way. Items stained with blood were scattered on the table. They were the very things used to torture the young man who was now lying on the floor. And only later did that boy, all beaten up, finally open his eyes. Next to him sat a silent man, slowly wiping his weapon. Mo Yanghui, right? The executioner threw. Don't resist, you'll die anyway. Even if you survive, you can't call it life. Yanhui just looked calmly as if he didn't care whether he would live or not. But inside he firmly knew he must get out of here before the return of that terrible figure. His gaze stopped on the torturer's hands. A caterpillar was crawling on them. Gathering all his strength, he tried to ask, was he sent by the demonic cult, or was he born in the palace of Zaboya? The Min cult does not abandon children in such places, a cold voice answered. And turning to the leader of the Dragon Storm squad, he threw, I was not ordered to leave you alive. Don't dig your own grave. Then who left me here? Yanhui almost wanted to find out. You yourselves, even beasts do not abandon their offspring. And you, dirty righteous freaks, hypocritically pretend in front of people and rot behind the doors. And as soon as someone finds out, you are immediately thrown out like garbage. A caterpillar to become a butterfly must break out of the cocoon. So who do you think I became when I was betrayed by the righteous but raised by the palace of Zaboya? You are just a dog of the demonic cult, Yanhui shouted, but in his chest he already knew he was telling the truth. Shut up and don't move if you don't want to be torn apart. A fist hit right in the chest. The blow was stunning. Then he raised the caterpillar and burned it with the flame of internal energy. He threw the charred body on the floor and silently moved towards the door. And he was not the only one. Nearby hung more bodies, other victims. One of them was desperately searching for someone, Yan Chagaka, his leader from Dragon Storm. In his heart pulsed the last hope that very soon they would meet again. He dreamed of only one thing: to meet Yanhui and apologize personally. Meanwhile, Yan had already dealt with all the enemies that crossed his path. But suddenly a cold question sounded behind his back. Are you from the Murim Alliance? He recognized the face immediately. They had seen him recently. He was threatened, you will not leave here alive. But Yan himself asked about his comrades. Did they survive? They answered him, 8 are already dead. 1 is still breathing, maybe. Sadness enveloped Yan, and the enemy mockingly picked up. The allies from Murim always pretend to be saints, playing to the audience. But don't be sad, added the executioner. Soon you will follow your leader Mo Yanghui. And he asked if Yan had come for him, for the young master of the Maiyan clan. Yan's heart skipped a beat. So he is here. There was no plan, only faith that Yanghui was alive. That was already enough. Memories flashed in his mind. Yanghui did not want anything to do with the rude Yan and pulled away with the words, I hate boars. And he added, if this is our last day, then let's live it with dignity. Yan remembered how once he called him a friend, closest friend and faithful comrade. And now he was given an order to capture but not to kill. The attackers instantly rushed forward, swords flashed. They attacked like a pack of dogs, armed mad. And Yan, unarmed, thought only of one thing: Yanghui is alive. And if he is here, then Yan must tear him from the chains. In one thought, his entire being burned, to destroy them all. In a moment, everything around flared with red fire. And those bastards who considered themselves safe perished right here by the hand of Yan Chagak. Just before him was the master who had reached the highest demonic sphere. He rewound and without hesitation ordered everyone to retreat. Fear was stronger than pride. However, Yan only warned with cold certainty. It was already too late to change anything. His power went beyond the usual dimensions, destroying any logic of battle. A purple glow suddenly covered the entire battlefield, cutting through space with the magic of destruction. This mighty energy, like a ruthless predator, devoured its enemy without the slightest resistance. Then rewound, full of determination, he drew the bow. It looked almost comical. But as soon as he fired, a hailstorm of arrows and weapons rained from the sky, and everything immediately took on a completely different appearance. And in this furious flow emerged the black dragon. He followed the storm of the deadly attack. His target was clear. He rushed straight towards Yan, as if led by a predator's instinct. But Yan stood firm, his face full of confidence, and he did not move an inch. Again there was a crack and a wail. That was how those condemned to death by their lord's order screamed. In this hell there was no mercy. Their fate was only blood and death, with no chance of salvation. Finally, the Rewound found himself face to face with Yan, without an army, without support, just him and fear. Yan looked him straight in the eyes and coldly asked, "Where is Dian Khwi?" But in response he again gave the order to kill Yan with the remnants of his people, grasping at the last hope. But the finale was obvious. Everything led to an irreversible bloody outcome. They fell one after another like mown ears of grain, leaving behind only death. There could be no other outcome in this slaughter, only death and nothing more. Yan spared no one, mercilessly destroying all who dared to stand in his way. And leaving a trail of bodies behind, step by step he moved forward over the heads of the defeated. Step by step Yan approached the wrapped one, not stopping for a moment. And he, despite fatigue and fear, gathered his last strength and launched a final attack. His main trump card was a thrown weapon, precise and fast. One of the kunais whistled right past Yan's face, barely touching the skin. In the next moment, the enemy's body split in two clones appeared, and the real one was impossible to distinguish. But Yan decided not to waste time. It makes no difference when the strike of the Demon Lord's Legion comes into play. The first stage of the technique, summoning demonic clones that swiftly closed the ring around one of the enemies. And in a moment, another wave of shadows gathered and surrounded the second clone from all sides. There was no mercy after that, only screams and merciless punishment in the style of hell. Yan at this moment resembled a true monster, ruthless, dark, and fierce. Then the bandaged one shouted with his last despair, "Activate the explosion technique." A threat hung in the air, and now everything could go completely off plan. But even the flame, which usually flares red, did not appear, as if something stood in the way. Yan was ready for this. It was not the first time he faced explosions up close, and certainly not the last. More than that, he had seen so many explosions that he could distinguish them by smell. Again, a charge of sacred flame flared in his hand, the technique of the Demon Lord. And finally, like lightning, Yan grabbed the bandaged one right by the neck. He convulsively struggled, trying to save himself, and offered to tell where Dian Hwi was. But Yan already felt this creature was somewhere nearby, very close. And there was no reason to leave this scoundrel alive anymore. Yan's face became the true embodiment of horror, cold, filled with rage, without a drop of mercy. Mercilessness in his gaze and thirst for blood went beyond the human. Without stopping, he moved further to where he had been going from the very beginning. Finally reached the door and with a single sigh opened it. Behind them unfolded a terrifying scene, bodies hanging in the air, mutilated and bloodied. It was painful even to look. Among them, Yan immediately recognized Yan Hwi, alive, but barely breathing. Tears welled up in his eyes and everything blurred before him, so much pain in one look. First of all, it was necessary to remove the paralysis that bound the comrade's body. All bloodied, with a broken body, Yan Hwi was on the edge of life and death. He opened his eyes and, barely gasping, asked, "Who is this? Am I still dreaming?" Yan tried to find out why he was here, but Hwi did not even understand where they were. There was no clarity in his eyes. He did not even recognize Yan. And suddenly, like lightning, Hwi took a deep breath, a full breath. Emotions overwhelmed him like a wave. Finally, he understood who stood before him. He immediately apologized. He couldn't protect his own. They were all slaughtered right before his eyes. Now all these bodies are the burden of his guilt, making it hard to breathe. Each of them was a member of the Dragon Storm Squad, his comrade. Yan understood everything. This was their last chance in the Palace of Hell. They had to act immediately. He threw Yan Hwi over his shoulder and rushed through the bamboo forest toward the cursed palace. And on this dark road, a heavy, long conversation unfolded between them, full of pain and repentance. Suddenly Yan stopped abruptly. Something ahead caught his attention. A building appeared before him and light was breaking through its windows. A flicker glowed in each one. His heart ignited with hope. They were almost there, only a little way left. But Hwi was silent, no sound, no response, no reaction to Yan's words. The quiet breathing and weak pulse he had just felt suddenly disappeared. Carefully lowering him to the ground, Yan begged to stop. Joking, "This cannot be. I have so many questions for you, and even more words I didn't have time to say." Tears ran down the cold cheek of his friend, and Yan begged, "Just not this, just not death." Calling him by name, Yan allowed himself to cry for the first time, only now fully realizing how much he missed Hwi. Meanwhile, Rin stood outside silent, attentive, lost in thought. His gaze was fixed on the energy pulsating right beneath his feet. He believed the black sun would save everyone by incinerating the enemies with black flames. And the thought that he himself was this sun seemed incredibly attractive to him. Suddenly, the young man froze as if something held him back or disturbed him. He was reported, Number 5 Mo Yan Hwi and Ching So could not be found, and all the others were already dead. His next command was clear, return to the palace. And already standing right in front of the gigantic structure, Rin activated his weapon. The earth trembled, and a huge building began to fall with a terrible roar. His energy whips left destruction in their wake, impressive and dangerous. The last order sounded cold, destroy all who are still alive. In the courtyard of the Palace of Poison, Yan carefully took Yan Hwi off his shoulder like the most precious treasure, although his legs buckled from the fear of being late for the rescue. The bald healer, seeing the wounded man, panicked and ordered everyone to be silent so that no word would fly beyond the palace walls. The students decided that Yan had brought a corpse, but he cut off their words. He is still breathing, and a fierce spark of hope flared in their eyes. The old man only nodded and gave the order, follow him through the narrow corridors where it smelled of potions, ash, and stale blood. They entered a hall filled with jars of elixirs, and the very air vibrated with concentrated healing energy. Don't delay, put him here, the bald man roared, pointing to a stone couch covered with seals and threads of light. When Yan lowered the body, the healer snapped. Do you know how much this place costs? How dare you defile the sanctuary with a half-dead man? Yan's patience snapped. He grabbed the old man by the collar. You just boasted that you raise the dead, then save Hwi. The old man was embarrassed. That was just a metaphor. You can't bring back the completely dead, and despair burned in Yan's eyes. Tears glistened on the eyelashes, but Yan clenched his teeth. Every second of inaction gnawed like a nail into his heart. Examining the mangled body, the healer muttered, even Yul wouldn't have inflicted such wounds. It seems this is Zabai's handwriting. Yan interrupted him and assured, Khvi is the noblest warrior who valued justice above his own safety. He never sought easy paths, he faced every battle head-on into danger, and it was for this that fate so cruelly tore his wings. The old man sighed deeply, such bright ones burn out early, but Yan refused to accept the verdict. Defiance boiled in his heart. The healer called himself the heavenly worker, the master between life and death, but Yan only repeated, do the impossible, bring back the friend. Approaching closer, the old man felt the pulse zero, but warmth still flickered on the skin, so a spark of chance fluttered in the darkness. In his estimation, Khvi had died only a few minutes ago, and every delayed breath erased the thin boundary between worlds. Without ceremony, he tore the clothes from the wounded, exposing the torso. The wounds still steamed as if releasing their last breath. The healer's movements were precise. Fingers pressed on meridians and chi sparks gathered under the skin, giving off a ghostly glow. The palms of the heavenly worker lay on Khvi's chest. Pulsating waves of energy passed through the body, capable of turning time sideways. The healer confidently declared, if he pulls Khvi from death's embrace, then he should no longer be called the heavenly worker, but the true God capable of breaking the very laws of existence. A blue glow flared around the body. It filled every cell with vitality, as if nature itself was trying to hold onto the soul that had not yet left the shell. True death is when the energy fades, he explained. Breathing, heartbeat, and reflexes are toys for the weak, but here the spark of chi still pulses. So there remains only one chance to turn Hwi into a Jiangshi, an undead guardian whose soul is tied to the body by a thin thread of power. He hadn't finished speaking. Yan grabbed him by the collar again, his eyes blazing with anger and despair. The old man unleashed a torrent of curses. If they delayed, the energy would be exhausted, and even a successful ritual would leave the body soulless. Every second steals the chance. Yan could not understand how the leader of the Moyan clan could be resurrected as a Jiangshi, a subordinate to commands instead of his own will. He asked simply, what would happen to Hwi after the ritual? Would any trace of his former self remain? The healer answered he would retain combat skills, require no food or sleep, and survive only on the master's energy. In other words, become a living weapon. From then on, he would no longer be able to think or feel independently. Emotions would be cut off, like unnecessary wings. Hearing this, Yan squeezed the old man even harder, as if testing whether he was mocking someone else's grief. But the healer only shrugged. There was no other way. The choice was either Jiangshi or oblivion. There was no third path. Yan stood opposite him and murmured through tears. He did not need a subordinate, he needed a living friend, even if half dead. The old man sighed. It is impossible to fully resurrect a person, but preserving the spark in the body is real if one takes upon themselves the heavy burden of feeding its qi. The purer the demonic energy of the feeder, the less degradation and the stronger the jiangxi will be in battle and endurance. Qi will forever depend on who nourishes its qi, otherwise it will extinguish like a coal without air. Yan took a deep breath, sat in the lotus position nearby, and firmly said, "I will give my energy start immediately." Whirlwinds of black flames swirled around Yan, testifying that he was ready to nourish his friend with his own life. He warned, "One mistake and the Jade Palace will be wiped off the face of the earth by his own hands, for he will not forgive betrayal." The healer nodded and emphasized the strict rule: do not touch the head and skeleton, everything else must be destroyed so that the soul has a place to settle. The old man warned, "The final stage of the ritual is thinner than a blade, one slip and Qi's soul will be torn between worlds, leaving the body an empty shell." When Yan placed his palms on his friend's chest, the healer was stunned. Such a powerful force surged through him that the seals flared with blue flames. Demonic energy boiled under the skin like molten lava, and holding it back was harder than trapping thunder in a fist. Step by step they reached the fatal boundary. Only one move remained that would decide who Qi would return as at dawn. The healer raised the long heavenly needle, the instrument that paves the soul's path back to the heart. The tip first entered the spirit point on the face instead of blood. A cold spark of Qi flared up. The needle searched again and again for the necessary acupoints, like a musician touching strings, drawing out the melody of resurrection. There was so much energy that the air rang, and the marble underfoot cracked from invisible pressure. The walls and floor were covered with frost. Excessive cold bound the room with crystals, as if time had frozen. Yan felt the heat being sucked out of him and realized, Qi was swallowing the world's warmth. The balance of life wavered. The old man's hands trembled. He saw that the scheme was breaking down, and the pulse was not settling into the needed rhythm. According to the plan, Qi was supposed either to extinguish or to open the eyes of Jiangxi, but Qi behaved unpredictably, breaking the canon. The old man touched his neck, the body flared with fire and immediately went out, leaving the skin unharmed. "What the hell?" he blurted out. Yan also panicked, twitching and shouting explanations. An epiphany ran across the healer's face. A chain of guesses closed, eyes widened in shock. "You studied the art of the Lord of Demons," he shuddered. "Only a true lord can have such pure qi." "I was a complete fool," admitted the healer, lowering his shoulders. The Jiangxi ritual failed. The power of Yang broke the seals, but the main thing, HWI, did not become a puppet. Instead, the soul returned to the body. The excess energy burned out, leaving a living spark. The old man sighed with relief. "We did not create the Jiangxi, but we saved a person. He will live." The world trembled. A legendary Jiangxi of the highest rank was born, a creature that even ancient treatises called a myth. Just regaining consciousness, HWI jerked to his feet and asked if these people served a demonic cult, not understanding at all where he was. He shifted his gaze to Yang and wondered, "Aren't they friends? Why do the opponent's eyes blaze as if before a bloody battle?" Skepticism turned to coldness. HWI directly asked if Yang was the young leader of the demon cult, and doubt trembled in the noir pupils. Without waiting for an answer, HWI dashed forward like lightning, a belated realization mixed with a primal attack instinct. His palm whistled toward Yang's face, ready to pierce the skull, but Yang did not move a finger, trusting fate. HWI tensed, felt the resistance of an invisible force, and shouted, "What have you done to my body? Why do I feel chains inside?" The old man saw an ocean of qi in him and knew, the Jiangxi cannot harm its master, so his blows were like trying to hit a shadow. Only now, hearing the explanation, HWI realized what he had become, and horror fluttered like a butterfly in his pupils. Yan coldly addressed the master of the palace of Yadu. "Leave me alone with my friend." The words cut through the air like a blade. With a gaze capable of cracking stone, he emphasized the request, and the old man closed the door on that side in a second. Two remained in the room, hearts divided by memories and the uncertainty of the future, beat in unison. Yan gestured for HWI to sit on the stone couch. The heat from the ritual seals still trembled there. He grumbled that he could do without these foolish things, but already in a moment, as if casually, he sat down on the edge of the bed. He could not comprehend that he had become someone's puppet. The thought of dependence on Yan was bitter, like poison. Behind the door, the old man held his breath, afraid that the slightest rustle would ignite a spark between the two titans. Left alone, Yan whispered Hy's name so quietly, as if it were a password that opens locked memories. "You live by my strength, free in heart. I hold not a slave but a brother," Yan said softly, releasing energy from his palms. Amid the dead silence of the room, a deep sigh rolled quietly, their fates from now on intertwined with blood and shadow like blade and sheath. Amid the dead silence of the room, a deep sigh rolled quietly, their fates from now on intertwined with blood and shadow like blade and sheath. HWI tried to restrain himself. To gather the storm inside, he raised a hand filled with destructive energy. Around the palm swirled a dark kai like a vortex, ready to engulf the creator himself. But Yan immediately stopped him, intercepting the strike with a thin thread of connection and preventing his friend from destroying him. He began to speak quietly and sincerely. "I do not want your death, I want you to live." But in HY's distorted perception, Yan appeared as a traitor who sought to turn him into a cult weapon. But Yan continued, "You are free, you can go to Heavenly Mountain, you can return to where you came from." Even Yan himself was confused, whether to say directly that he was the same close friend or to remain silent and keep distance. Would that change anything? Could HWI believe him again? Is it really possible to return what was lost? And he repeated once more, "You can go, you are no longer bound your freedom." HWI replied that he did not want to go, and what exactly he wanted he did not understand himself. "I don't believe you," he said sharply. "You just want to exchange me for something for the Muram Union." These words repeated like a mantra, yet HWI, despite them, still moved forward as if something was pulling him along. Yan silently said goodbye to him in his thoughts, letting go, though his heart was tightening. Despite everything, he was immensely glad that fate had given them another meeting. Soon the old man returned. He still could not believe that he had witnessed the impossible. Yan asked directly, "These noble Jiangxi, are they a true achievement of your mastery?" But the healer again insisted that he had never created anything like that, he had never even been that high. Yan clenched his fist and warned, "Better think twice before you answer. Killing you is easier than easy. After everything I just saw, believing you is the last thing I want." The old man only sighed and admitted, "All this became possible only because you yourself have reached the higher art of demons." Only now did the healer hear the detailed story about the terrible creatures lurking on Beauty peak. The wrinkles on his forehead trembled with astonishment and undisguised horror. The old man explained, "The monsters came from southern China. At first the Min cult worshipped the Persian divine fire, and it was from there that the art of their creation came. There are two main varieties. The bloody monsters from the Tibetan Potala Palace and the living creatures of the Min cult are complete and will no longer grow. The second variety are the creature sprouts that can mature like humans. On Beauty Peak, these sprouts are starving, and to mature, they devour corpses, absorbing the flesh and memories of the dead like fire swallowing oxygen." From what he heard, Yan realized, the traces of these fiends stretch from western China, and on them the breath of deserts, sand, and ancient clan wars. The healer burst out in indignation. Why had no one reported such a threat earlier? And he was already ready to go there immediately. But Yan stopped him. "First tell me how you became my heavenly doctor, and reveal the truth hidden between our scars." The old man sighed. "Most called you a freak and a nobody, but I saw only a patient whose candle of life was melting with every pulse. You were a doomed youth without hope. The bruise tasted bitter on your lips, and time eroded you like water erodes stone. All your acupuncture points were locked from birth, as if the windows for sun and wind were closed in a child's heart. At first I believed in progress, but the years brought only weakness. Hope crumbled like a frozen clay shard. The dignitaries insisted that you were unworthy of the title, and prepared knives under masks of compassion to strike the defenseless child. Amid conspiracies, you swallowed psychotropic mixtures to dull fear and pain, while killers lurked even in the shadows under the lanterns. So I set out to the corridor of the higher demons. When the world gave no medicine, there was only one path left: the art of the Supreme Lord of Demons, capable of overturning the sky. That is why Ma Ch Hanso went there. His frail body could not hold pure chi. The points opened, energy pushed out life, and he died. Only now did I realize, behind the trading palace stood not the council of elders, but the small palace Min. He pulled strings from the darkness like a spider. Yan stepped closer. "I will not kill you because you saved me and HWI, but keep in mind what you owe me." Having become my healer, he continued, "You will see the matter through to the end until my heart ceases to beat or the world falls." And the desire to lead the cult is a natural step for a young man who sees beyond the horizon. Yan smiled, as if challenging fate. At these words, the healer swallowed bitter saliva, his throat dried up like in a desert under the midday sun. The old man warned, even if Yan becomes the lord, the path will be strewn with blades. Holding the demonic throne is incredibly difficult. Moreover, the master of the Bloody Palace has almost reached the level of a supernatural demon, and the Council of Elders and Gu Yan Zhen will crush the reckless one. The doctor advised, hide, wait for a better time, and when the storm subsides, I will give the signal. But Yan did not listen. He turned around and went straight to the small palace of Min, where the root of all intrigues boiled. He was sure it is there that he will find a way to break the trap of fate and turn the game to his advantage. Before leaving, he thundered at the healer once more, if you want to be my doctor, perform your duties without complaints. Now we are on the same side of the barricades. Betrayal has only one outcome, death, Yan concluded, as if cutting with a blade. As soon as he stepped outside, HWI was patiently standing by the door, a silent guard. Yan was surprised had he not ordered him to leave. The old man explained, Jiangxi cannot move farther than 15 kilometers. And you are saying this only now? Yan looked at the embarrassed old man with a cold breath. Wasting no time, they set off for the small palace. Min. Beneath the ashes smoldered another conspiracy. At the same time, Yi Hwa demanded that the stranger reveal his face before her, proving his determination. The man replied with a smile, be strong enough not to fear the truth when you see it. Their verbal duel was interrupted by Yan. With a sharp gesture, he ordered them to stop. He pointed towards the girl and, without raising his voice, calmly said to those present, this is my servant. At the table sat already well-drunk nobles. The intoxication loosened their tongues and thoughts. They praised her beauty like drunken butterflies circling over a flower petal that seemed to them a prize. HWA silently looked out the window, ignoring their tactless compliments, her thoughts far away. Her mind wandered, what will the young leader say if she right now sets off in search of the small palace Min? Meanwhile, Yan, explaining to HWA on the way, said, I will become the master of the most demonic lair and put an end to their games. Suddenly, Yan ran into Yi Hwa in the middle of the hall and was surprised. Why is she still here if he ordered her to immediately go to the small palace Min? The girl stood up and her icy gaze slid over Yan like a scalpel, revealing the true intentions of the interlocutor. Only one word slipped from her pressed lips, you, and the air between them crackled with tension. Yan almost rejoiced, deciding that she recognized him despite the mask, but the next phrase instantly shattered this illusion. Have you recently been in the village of Stream of Tears? She asked, implying that the sacred flame had hidden his face from her memory. Yan smiled inwardly. The fact that he was not recognized meant their secret had not yet been revealed. In a moment, Yi Hwa flared with anger. The table shattered into shards like glass under the blow of a hammer. Several boards became conduits of her power. A wave of energy sliced through space and flew just above the heads of Yan and HWI. Sharp fragments whistled near Yan's cheek and, like daggers, plunged into the wall, leaving burning grooves in the stone. As soon as the explosion shook the door, a squad of armed men appeared in the passage. Their eyes showed they did not come in peace. Their leader declared himself a messenger of the palace of Zabai and was searching for those who had recently stayed in Stream of Tears. As soon as HWI heard the name Zabai, his hand trembled as if awakened by the memory of an ancient massacre. Yan whispered, sit still and do not move. Revealing yourself too early means death. But the submission was not a virtue of Jiangxi. HWI barely restrained the instinct to tear apart the uninvited guests. Yan counted at least 20 mercenaries, and the shadows in the corridor whispered. The ambush was much larger. Yan's gaze twitched to Yi Hwa. What would she do, challenging a whole pack of thugs? The girl straightened up and coldly ordered the leader to leave, so as not to disturb her peace. The mercenary got angry, but Yi Hwa called him Zabai's mongrel and did not back down a step. She mockingly reminded that Zabai's palace hires only eunuchs and assured she was not going to dance to their tune. Behind her back pulsed an invisible whirlwind of clan power, hinting, anyone who tries to touch her will burn in their own fear. Her gaze fixed directly on the scarred thug before her, and determination blazed in her pupils such that could cut steel. Unable to bear the tension, Yan abruptly jumped up and announced to everyone that this girl was his servant, challenging the hall. For Yi Hwa, it sounded like thunder. She had no idea who was hiding behind the mask and why such a role was imposed on her. Even HWI in the corner thought that Yan had completely lost his mind, because a servant with such power was nonsense. In a cold voice, HWA asked who he really was, trying to pierce the secret beneath the fiery mask. She started to bomb, and Yan grunted shortly, "Be quiet so as not to cause unnecessary chaos." The scarred mercenary cut off the chatter, ordered both to shut up and prepare for escort to the palace of Zabi. In response, Yan commanded HWI to protect the girl while he himself dealt with the threat, although Jiangxi doubted the maid with heavenly skills. HWA assured that she could handle it herself, but Yan insisted he would not allow her to suffer because of his war. These words, "I don't want you to suffer," cracked her icy armor, making her heart shoot warmth. Then a new figure burst into the hall, breaking the tense ceremony of glances and threats. It was Min Bai, commander of the squad of Lord Demeni, with a stern posture and icy authority behind him. He said that those present had just made a deadly mistake and asked if they understood who exactly stood before them. The scarred one pointed a finger at Yan and, nervously laughing, said, "Just don't tell me this is that young leader." HWI whispered to Yan, "It's time to drop the mask, it looks pathetic." Yan barked, "Be silent and prepare to retreat with the others." Since exposure was inevitable, Yan decided to use his own authority as soon as the moment came. But when he reached for the mask, Min Bai coldly cut in, "I mean not him at all." The commander's gaze fell on Yi Khva. "Before you is the precious daughter of the palace of the supportive sword and the icy flower lady Dan Yi Khva." Even Yan was stunned. It turned out that this beautiful rebel was the heiress of a powerful clan, which he had not suspected. Those present began to murmur, passing on rumors. They said she was the fiancée of the young leader, but Yi Khva cut them off and said that marriage was still far away for them. Min Bai guessed Yan not only insulted the heiress by calling her a servant, but also effectively dumped the fiancé, a double offense. The commander barked fiercely, "How dare the audacious killers insult Lady Denyi Khva right in front of everyone." So he ordered them to leave one more moment, and he would turn the hall into a bloody bacchanalia. The scarred understood there was little strength arguing with Commander Min was pointless. Retreat was better than a coffin. Sighing, he turned his people around, and the squad, lowering their heads, moved toward the exit, swallowing the bitterness of defeat. Yan was already about to follow, but Min Bai raised his hand. "Stop, your mask is an interesting thing, not for these lands." The commander squinted. "Such creations are not worn in the western lands. Who are you beneath the fiery mask?" Yan joked, "The Min cult has plenty of strange things, and masks are in fashion now. No one is surprised." Min Bai coolly reminded, "He is the leader of the Lord of Demons squad, so discipline is not an empty word for him." At Yihwa's request, the commander explained the reason for the visit. He is heading to the palace of Min, but must follow the rules and cannot release Yan without a check. Since Yan identified himself as an adept of the water peak, Yihwa suggested, "Join the palace of the supporting sword, be my warrior guardian." The commander did not like this, but the lady had the right to recruit fighters. Min Bai's permission was not needed. She noted, "The statutes of their faith forbid humiliating co-believers, so Yan is under her protection." Yan himself shuddered at the speed of events. A moment ago he was a guest, and now under the wing of the Ice Flower clan. HWA decisively grabbed Yan's hand. "Let's go, no questions." She drags him through side streets, muttering, "I don't understand what use there is from the demon air of the Palace of Ice." Finally, she stopped by an old gate. "Here our paths will part, disappear, and stay in the shadows." Her magnanimity was striking. Living in the upper echelon means getting used to granting mercy even to strangers. As she said goodbye, she winked. "Tell everyone that the beautiful Lady Danyi HWA saved your skin." Soon spies reported. Both Min Bai and Lady HWA had been here, news capable of igniting an entire region. Yan ordered the shadows to watch them, too many pieces to leave them unattended. It was then that a familiar voice sounded behind. "Long time no see, young leader." In the darkness, a figure with a black standard appeared, the very head of the Lord of Demons squad. His presence promised a storm. Old alliances were cracking, and new agreements were being written in blood. The night was just beginning. The stranger spoke in fragments. He had just returned from the stream of tears and wanted to avoid misunderstandings, but those present did not understand why he had come exactly now. The boy suspected otherwise. To track the Black Sun, Zaboya released a bloodhound ferret. The beast led them to the fire peak, and now the master demanded explanations. The man insisted that they had arrived here by chance without evidence and proposed to prove his point right on the spot to dispel suspicions. He asked permission to use the ferret right now to end the dispute and provide an indisputable answer. The animal was lowered to the ground. The furry arrow instantly raised its snout and caught the tiniest shades of sense with its nose. The ferret circled around Yan, tightening the spiral, as if searching for an invisible thread leading to the source of the blood. Suddenly the beast dashed in the opposite direction, leaving behind dust and the confused looks of the warriors. He found no clue. The misunderstanding dissipated on its own, like fog rubbed away by the sun. The guest only expressed hope that they would manage to see the matter through to the end, and politely said goodbye. His squad turned synchronously, marched disciplinedly towards the exit, leaving behind the clatter of iron horseshoes. And everyone who knows the cult of Min understands. Zaboya always uses ferrets, and Yan long ago erased the traces so that they would find nothing. Lady Danyi Hwa heard a sharp address directed at her and turned sharply. The new arrivals looked brazen. Before her stood the fighters of Zaboya's palace, cold eyes and leashes restraining noble ferret trackers. One of the beasts, finding itself on the floor, spun around the girl, inhaling the scent of silk and blood. A sudden hiss of the ferret pierced the silence. It stumbled upon a trail that smelled of a recent cut. A bloody imprint remained on her ornament, so the warriors immediately accused Hwa of attacking Zaboya. They declared that they felt in her the energy of the black flame, a forbidden power hunted by the palace hunters. Master Zaboya ordered to exterminate all who were in any way connected to this flame, regardless of title, and now they demanded the lady to go with them. If the fighters kill the heir of the palace of the supporting sword, a clan war will ignite, but the order left no room for doubt. Tension flared like dry tinder. Every breath could be the last, yet no title could withstand Zaboya's suspicions. One reckless step and war will break out between Zaboya's palace and the supporting sword palace. This spark will instantly turn into a flame that will consume the clans even before the heavenly festival. The scarred commander smiled like a chess player. The chaos among the great houses was a prearranged piece in his bloody game. Lady Danyi Hwa warned coldly, attempting to resolve the fight before the Cult of Min festival is the biggest mistake they could make. The mercenary cut in. If the guilty is not found, someone will be taken at random, so it's better for the lady herself to go politely with them. Hwa advised paying the master for the riot and disappearing before the audacity became too expensive a toy. The Scar laughed. A delicate girl threatens Zabe's warriors. A hoarse roar thundered through the hall like a struck thunderclap. After a brief gesture, blades flew out and a dozen bodies surged at Hwa in a solid dark wave. She barely managed to draw her ice sword. The bluish glow of the blade met the first strike. Defending against the pack was frantic, but each arc of her sword cut through the attack like a beat in an ice waltz. Jumping back, Hwa noticed a deadly kunai whistling overhead, slicing the air like a snake's hiss. Deflecting the knife, she called the enemies cowards and challenged them to an honest duel of swords. Her words dissolved in the clamor. The mercenaries didn't care about honor. Robbery weighed more, and the courtyard turned into a hunting ground, not a knightly duel. Realizing the enemy's advantage, the girl left herself only one chance to break through the circle of blades and disappear into the shadows. The silver blade drew arcs, cutting off hands and shattering spears. Blood splattered on the beams and red lanterns. Every step hurt, breath burned, the hand ached, and the attackers buzzed like a swarm of wasps. For a moment she froze under the flame of the lanterns, not understanding where to step to survive amid the flurry of blades. The swords rang incessantly, the metallic clang squeezed her temples and her strength diminished each time. Driven into a corner, she cried out for help. The scream cut through the battle's roar like an arrow shot into the night. Hwa was there and did not expect it, but at that very moment the air behind her surged with a power unknown to her enemies. Closing her eyes, she awaited the cold steel, but instead felt a warm gust of wind and someone's strong shadow that became a shield before her. Slowly opening her eyes, Hwa glanced around, making sure she was still breathing and not wandering among ghosts on the other side of the palace. And whom did she see? None other than him, the steadfast warrior in a flame mask, whom she never expected to see at that very moment. It was Yan, who earlier introduced himself as Sabin, and the shadow of embers instantly flared around his figure. The scarred messenger of the palace of Zaboya, nicknamed Black Tear, did not recognize the guest and ordered him to vanish if he was not dreaming of death. Yan stepped forward. From now on, I am the guardian of Lady Danyi Hwa. Come closer if you seek your own grave. Fly in a group if you so desire to perish, he said mockingly, gripping the hilt of the borrowed frosty sword. Black Tear snorted, I will lead you straight to hell, and raised his hand, signaling the attack. He believed in the advantage of the crowd, but that blind overconfidence was already engraving their epitaph on the bloody stone floor. The blades clashed together and struck only air. Yan was already standing where their eyes failed to see the movement. With one motion, he borrowed an icy sword from Yi Hwa, and the cold glow of the blade cut through the darkness like a polar lightning. The higher imperial strikes intertwined in a deadly dance, each swing cutting space like an engraving on ice. Moon Rift, Lotus Ascension, the strikes thundered like titans, and the shadows of the enemies petrified with fear. The last cut stopped almost flush with the floor, and the ringing of the blade echoed like a funeral gong. Behind Yan remained a mixture of bodies of those who had time to believe in their own invincibility. Hwa, holding her breath, quietly asked, Who are you really? She felt before her stood a completely different person. I am your warrior guardian, Dan Sabin. We will talk when the swords calm the rage, Yan replied, not removing his mask. Black Tear looked at him as if before him stood a master of the sword Dao who had hidden his true face and true essence with pine flame. Clenching the spear, he vowed to turn Yan's life into a real hell. It would even hurt to breathe there. Yan glanced at Hwa's hands and saw one of them was oozing blood, and the fingers trembled from the cut flesh. How did you manage to get hurt? Recklessly brave, he grumbled. Hold on to me before you cut yourself on your own wings. For Yan, now more important than any wound of his own was to protect the steadfast Hwa, and this desire burned in his chest hotter than the flame of his mask. His gaze slid over the girl's fingers, gripping the icy sword so tightly that the joints whitened as if they longed to become the blade themselves. Without hesitation, Yan grabbed her by the waist, tore her from the bloody circle, and spun her like a whirlwind so that no blade would touch the fabric of her dress. A moment and Hwa was pressed to his chest, feeling the heart of the warrior who promised to avenge every blow from the enemies. With one scorching strike, Yan broke through the beams and tiles, tearing a hole in the roof, and through it, both soared into the night sky like a double comet. Behind them, an iron rain hissed. Dozens of kunais flew in pursuit, but the pair was already cutting through the clouds, outpacing death in a soaring leap over the roofs. Yan's feet barely touched the cobblestones, and behind, the ridges of the tiles cracked. Hostile iron scraped the air in vain. Below, Black Tear tore out loud curses. The strategy, worked out to the smallest detail, crumbled like ash in a single moment. At his feet, a ferret tracker ran in circles, searching for a scent that melted between the slabs like a drop of blood in a mountain river. Enraged by the failure, the commander ordered the beast to find the fugitives in the shadows of the gorges there, where even the stone smells of night moisture. But the ferret climbed onto his shoulder, trembling and losing the scent trail. Yan erased the tracks with a hurricane of chi, leaving the hunters empty-handed. Thanks to a furious 50-kilometer dash, Yan and Hwa hid in a quiet inn courtyard where the scent was of boiled tea, not blood. All this happened under Zabai's nose, yet even in his domain, the spark of the Black Sun remained elusive, irritating the pursuers. For them, the Black Sun became a phantom laughing from beneath the hood of night, playing with everyone who called themselves a predator. Meanwhile, deep in a stone cave, another story was unfolding. A wounded warrior clenched a message capable of turning the fronts. His breath crumbled like gravel, and he struggled to croak an order, to deliver to the young leader words capable of changing the course of battles. Earlier, he had visited Mustachio to entrust him with a letter for the Murim Union, but now, bleeding, he could no longer take a step. With his last breath, he begged the messenger to depart immediately, so that his death would not become a wasted stain on the sand of the forgotten cave. The letter contained a warning: the Dragonstorm squad vigilantly watches the palace masters, and he himself cannot hold back the coming storm. Tell the advisor, the warrior whispered, the secret Sangan unit will wait no longer and will unleash blades by dawn. Inform the mentor, the secret Dragonstorm squad will wait no longer, the storm will come by dawn, the dying man whispered fiercely. In his hand flickered the plate of the heavenly dragon, the sacred symbol of the palace of the Lord of Demons, a seal that is respected and feared. Beware of Yulchan, he plays in the shadows, added a bloody smile, and the warrior's face darkened with pain. These were his last words. The heart lacked the strength to beat further, and a doomed silence swept through the body. Just before fading, the warrior whispered pleadingly, "Take me outside. I want to look at the endless sky one last time." In a moment, a new soul rose to the stars, leaving behind a sword and a trail of blood on the stone like a signature under his own life. The comrade holding his head shed a tear. In this world, friends and enemies change places, but honor says goodbye only once. Now before him one path, to reach the Murim Union and deliver the last message of the Sonin hero. His body was broken, lungs burning, and every step carried a vow to fulfill the will of the fallen friend. He saw only one goal, to fulfill the comrade's request even if it meant burning his own life to ashes. Meanwhile, Yan walked alongside Yi Hua, winding through unknown streets where the air smelled of steam and fresh rice. The girl confessed with enchantment. She had no idea where they were, but for some reason she strangely liked this place. Yan also laughed. They were both here for the first time, so they were exploring new neighborhoods like children at a fair under the night lanterns. "So it was you who pulled me out of the palace of Zabui." Suddenly a male voice sounded behind, heavy like a forged chain. It turned out that Khvi heard their conversation and now, torn between guesses, was interrogating about Yan's true role. "Who the hell are you?" he said grimly, not averting his burning gaze from the fiery mask. The news about the joint escape piqued Yi Khvi's curiosity. It turns out the Black Sun also belongs to the mysterious community. Yan raised his palm, interrupting the interrogation. "We'll discuss it later, now it's important to remain unnoticed." Khvi snorted. "Better think through your explanation well, because next time I'll ask without unnecessary courtesies." Above the peaks of Water Peak of the cult of Min, the sky shone cloudless, the weather almost perfect, but a storm of intrigues was already rumbling beneath it. The hum of city streets carried legends about the Black Sun. Everyone whispered bloody details to their neighbor as if they themselves had seen how the black light burns temples and reshapes destinies. Through this chaos, Yan, Yi Khva, and Khvi slid through the bazaar, catching every phrase, filtering truth from gossip like gold-bearing sand from a turbulent river of rumors. The rumors did not arise by themselves. Yan deliberately threw them into the crowd, forcing enemies to chase ghosts while he reshapes the faction to his advantage. Suddenly, a thin voice sounded overhead, and the three immediately stopped, feeling they were watched not only by adult eyes but also curious children's ones. On the roof, between the tiles, crawled a little girl with big eyes like a cat seeking adventures above the noisy streets. The leg slipped, the body plunged down, leaving in the air a frightened scream and a cloud of dust that melted under the sun. Khvi dashed forward like lightning and caught the child, placing her on her feet so gently, as if catching a feather, not a living being. The girl did not even flinch. She believed that the Black Sun would not let her fall, because she considered Khvi as reliable as the dawn's rays. Yan leaned down and quietly asked how many secrets she had already revealed. She whispered to Khvi too trustingly. The girl joyfully reported, "Yan killed 147 mercenaries of Zabui in less than 8 minutes, destroyed the palace, and is now looking for a friend." That's all she told. She explained her pursuit simply. Yan lost the plate of the heavenly dragon on the fire peak, so she decided to return the relic. Khvi was surprised when he heard the girl describe him as a brave hero, one who immediately won her heart and drew out all the secrets. Yan realized the intentions to help only worsened the situation. The enemies got new threads to pull. To the question about the plan, the girl answered, "The enemies are several hundred. They are scattered in a circle, so they do not know exactly where to look for the real prey." This gave a chance. The wide siege ring showed Zabui's fear, but at the same time forced them to move like shadows, leaving no sound or scent. The girl warned, "Zabui's palace is famous for ferret trackers. They can sniff out a drop of blood even in caves underground." The question about the stream of tears made her pale. The village was burned, all inhabitants died, and no one even knew that people had ever lived there. Only charred beams and broken stone remained like mute witnesses of a tragedy that silence buried deeper than a burial mound. Yana was seized by burning anger. These were the very believers he had torn from the traps of fanatics, and now their innocent souls reproached him from the ashes. The fury in his chest flared brighter than the mask with flames. His steps became sharp like thunder blades. Revenge was already aimed and inevitable. The little one stopped at the thought. In the stream of tears, she had seen Lady Danyi Hwu herself. The threads of events suddenly converged into a terrifying pattern. A click sounded in the girl's head. The meeting with Mr. Minbai was the key that unlocks the bloody doors of the tragedy. She remembered their brief conversation, Min Bai's cold smile, and the anxious premonition that then seemed trivial. Finally it dawned, only he could have given the order to destroy the settlement and cover the tracks, turning the stream of tears into darkness. The girl recalled how she pulled out that icy ornament from the ashes, the last evidence of the massacre. Fear flashed in her eyes. For such a toy, the palace of Zabe would now open a real hunt for all witnesses. Yan gently placed his hand on her crown. "Here our paths will part, little one," he said softly but firmly. The girl objected, but Yan only shook his head. His goal was to deal with the head of Zabe, not to drag children into war. He knew the mercenaries would not stop while their master was alive, so the master must fall first. Yan's fingers slid to the icy ornament. It chilled the skin, yet burned with anger in the heart, like a spark of icy flame. "I am going to kill Gu Yan Zhenya," he said calmly, as if discussing morning tea, not a bloody vendetta. The mercenaries scattered around, so the palace of Zabe is now almost defenseless. This distraction is the elder's scheme. Yan said goodbye and asked the girl, "Tell the master to safely escort Lady Danyi HWA home." For Yan, this was a sign. The fiery blades are already piercing the night. The black sun is coming to cut through the darkness. At that moment, Yi HWA ran up, flashing cold anger. "After Zabe, other palaces will hunt you." Yan smiled at the corner of his lips. He had a plan that turned every hunt into a memorial ritual for the hunters. The girl grabbed him by the collar, trying to hold him back like a storm holding thunder in the sky. Yan turned so quickly that the air screamed, and the lanterns trembled like lotuses in the wind. He didn't even have time to blink when her warm palms slid onto his neck, pulling him into a whirlpool of emotions hotter than the flame of a mask. Her lips touched his, a short but burning kiss that exploded like lightning, signaling their story had just crossed the line. Her kiss blossomed like the rarest flower in the world, filling breaths with the sweet nectar of spring. Hearts got tangled in the eternal garden that never withers, leaving souls captive to the scent of love. Palace of the Supporting Sword, called of Min, walls on which vows are forged sharper than steel. Some time passed, and Yi HWA, kneeling before the council, still did not understand what that mad kiss meant. Her father expected a clear explanation from her, one that would reveal the outlines of their future home. He needed to know who the mysterious Sabin was, the man in the fiery mask who appeared from Night Legends. The name Sabin, which Yang gave himself, did not fit into her previous knowledge, but do names matter to the heart? At farewell, she asked, "Defeat and return to the palace of the Supporting Sword." Then she said, "I will become your wife." Now before her father she had no words. She only knew that Sabin was the Black Sun, and the rest was still shrouded in mystery. The council pressed from all sides. How could she manage to break the engagement with the young leader and promise her hand to a stranger? Yi HWA firmly declared again, she would marry him even if thunder roared over the palace roofs. The commander boiled. "How dare you make such decisions?" No one was ready for her unwavering will. HWA did not understand how they could trample on her right to choose her own path and her own love. Will everyone really rejoice if she is sold like a commodity, just for the sake of new political marriages? Tears welled up in her eyes, and each drop burned with resentment that tore her dreams like a thin silk thread. Most likely, they even pity her. They are lost between cruel politics and the sincere pain of a daughter. But she felt something was wrong because her father remained icy, as if he did not see her tears or did not want to see them. Why does he have such a cold gaze? Could the clan's duty have once frozen his soft fatherly heart? Yet he ordered to deliver her to the small palace of Min. While the young leader is absent, the wedding is postponed and she remains there. The order seemed cruel, but no voice objected. With Yi Khvoya, they no longer intended to joke. Every step decides the fate of the clans. She shut herself off from the world and, swallowing her resentment, croaked that no one should even dare approach. No advice, no sympathetic hands. The hall exploded with her scream. "Why do you treat me this way?" The pain thundered louder than swords and shook even the icy walls. In the palace of Min on the Sun Peak, the echo of the storm quieted, but under the marble vault, new intrigues of the cult of Min were already ripening. At the long table sat two, the burly Hagun on the right and the cunning Sun on the left, like statues guarding the secrets of the corridors. They awaited news from Minbai, who swore to hunt down the enemy at all costs and bring victory on a silver platter. As soon as Min left the hall, he called them dirty old eccentrics and disdainfully snorted at their gray majesty. On the way, he reported to the giant that the palace of Zabai's people were already snooping around the abandoned Stream of Tears. The rude man was about to object but caught the coldness in Min Bai's voice and instantly apologized, so as not to die from his own curiosity. Rage clenched Min's fists, everything was going awry, and the world laughed at his attempts to keep the threads in his hands. Could it be that these fools decided to pour oil on the fire? He hissed, heating his own anger to a white heat. He ordered the vice-captain to take the people to a safe place before these old fools completely lost their minds. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded behind him. "You made a mistake, and I am deeply disappointed," and it pierced him like a dagger. Min began to make excuses. Supposedly, they would restart potion production, but the reply cut him off. "That is unnecessary now." The guest emphasized, "Assignments are not repeated twice to the same failure. The chance is lost once and for all." "Return the plate of the heavenly dragon," he ordered dryly, leaving no room for bargaining or mercy. Min Bai's hands trembled as he gripped the relic. The cold metal pierced his pride and confidence like a cave. He dreamed of never giving up the symbol of power, but fear buzzed in his pupils and broke his dignity like kindling. "Enjoy life while you can still breathe," the stranger threw, sprinkling poisonously sweet hope for tomorrow. Min fell to his knees, gasping convulsively for air, and begged for mercy. It slipped through his fingers like desert sand. "You are just a bug that is thrown away when it becomes unnecessary," the verdict sounded, and the ceiling seemed to fall on his shoulders. Forced to swallow his pride, Min Bai silently accepted the humiliation, because he knew the slightest protest would turn his life into an instant and very painful oblivion. Instead of complaints, he said that he could still be useful, a thin thread of hope with which he desperately sewed his own sentence to delay the execution. The predatory stranger gave him 3 last chances and demanded to prove his usefulness instantly, as if calling a lion to bite out a place in the pride. Min said, "In the tragedy of the Stream of Tears, the Black Sun and the young leader are involved." This was already known, but there were no other cards left up his sleeve. Dead lips whispered the name Ol Tessic, and he hoped that the bloody mark of the past would touch the new Lord of Shadows. Once Ol Tessic led the elite squad of the Lord of Demons, his very presence at the scene of the massacre smelled of conspiracy. These 2 words gave Min a tiny crack. The information worked, and the convoy's sentence was postponed until the new dawn. The drug business no longer warmed the helmsman. Min was ordered to go to Metal Peak, to the ancient hill, and help a secret ally there. The plate of the heavenly dragon was thrown to him like a bone to a dog, a bitter gesture that exposes the distance between master and dog in chains. Ta Min, smiling springily, picked up the relic from the ground, clutching it like a drowning man to a cracked log. The guest barely perceptibly advised to pass on to the emissaries. Let them stay safe until the heavenly festival. The night has not yet said its last word. Then he vanished behind the door, leaving behind a sharp smell of ice and uncompromising power. Min Bai had no idea that the same squad leader had already given him life twice, a debt growing like poisonous ivy. Cult Min, Water Peak, a bloody traveler limped along the cobblestones, leaving behind dark drops of memories. The man himself did not understand why he returned. It seemed that his mind slipped on a blade and fell into the abyss of madness. Brushing shoulders with a passerby, he caught a sinister hiss. Eyes on the back of the head, and the clatter of everyday life sharply brought him back to reality. The stranger looked closely and recognized the traveler. "You are the one who came from the east," and the ice of distrust instantly cracked. One yes turned them into accidental comrades, because in a city where everyone looks for a back for a knife, sincerity is valued above gold. A touch to the wrist showed the new acquaintance had no agenda, only pure curiosity. Perhaps such a person was exactly what he needed. Soon they were already sitting at a low table. Hot rice porridge smelled of coziness, and the blood on the shirt congealed under the steam. The guest cautiously inquired, what did he know about the Black Sun, the shadow that erases entire fortresses and leaves ashes instead of stories? "If he appears," whispered the passerby, "he will destroy everything to ashes." The words fell on the bowl of porridge like rusty nails. The narrator's face changed, soft features twisted into a predatory grimace, and a sinister shadow flickered in the pupils. The surrounding noise petrified. The random companion turned out to be trouble with a knife up his sleeve, not a friendly traveler. As if a snake's skin had shed, and beneath it peeked the true nature, cruel, cold, ready to bite for any chance to survive. It seemed the city itself held its breath. A new threat hung in the air, and the stranger's distorted face bloomed with a deadly smile. Against the backdrop of a calm evening, 2 men sat in front of a building and had a deep conversation about past and present events. Mo Yan Hwi could not find the answer to the main question: why did Yan Chagak save him, risking everything? After the battle they had survived, everyone was certain his body could not survive under any circumstances. Suddenly, notes of sadness trembled in Mo Yan Hwi's voice. Memories burst out without permission. Before death, he dreamed a strange dream. He saw his comrade, a true friend from the past squad. And now, staring into Yan Chagak's face, he understood with terrible clarity. This is not a dream, this is a memory from the depths of the soul. In the previous life, their squad consisted of fighters of different temperaments. Each looked out for himself, but in battle they became one whole. Having traveled a path soaked with the blood of enemies and comrades, they obtained a connection that neither time nor death could break. Returning to reality, Yan Chagak did not reveal the truth. He only recalled that as a young leader he had conflicts with the palace. And just then, when Mo Yan Hwi began to ponder, he decided he will still come in handy, so he took him along. Finally, it was time to act. Yan Chagak stood up and began to describe in detail the enemy they would meet that night, Gu Yan Ren. It was beneficial for both. Mo Yan Hwi would get a chance to take revenge, and Yan Chagak to take a step toward his own goal. Yan Chagak said coldly, "If the plan is not to your liking, then go alone." But Mo Yan Hwi confidently stood up and agreed to fight. Meanwhile, deep within the dark palace sat Gu Yan Ren, slowly twisting a knife in his hand and aloud analyzing recent troubling events. Half of his palace's forces were lost, but even he could not fathom who dared to challenge them. Next to him stood the captive warrior of the Federation, Du Zhang Su, boldly called Gu Yan Ren mad to his face, not realizing he had already touched his own death seal. The master of the palace slowly turned and with a hiss of rage whispered that the madman was not really him, but the fool who infiltrated the cult from the Federation side. In a restrained but dangerously pulsating voice, Gu Yan Ren questioned what exactly this self-proclaimed Elder Du was seeking in the domains where every step is paid for with blood. Suddenly, a wave of incredible energy surged from the depths of the palace. A series of explosions, like an opened volcano's crater, made the walls tremble and crumble with dust. Heavy doors burst outward, and in clouds of stone dust appeared two uninvited guests. Their aura swallowed the light and filled the space with a sense of doom. Yan Chagak and Mo Yan Hwi stepped forward, sparkling with power. Looking at the enemy, Mo Yan Hwi recalled the vow he returned to personally remove the head of Gu Yan Ren. In response, Gu Yan Ren's face bloomed with a mad smile. With sadistic pleasure he noted, the former rebel came himself, like a mouse into a carefully set trap. Yan Chagak spoke evenly to the palace master, who had long desired this meeting and regretted the previous visit was disrupted for reasons beyond his control. Hearing this, Gu Yan Ren paled and exhaled a question. Was this youth the legendary Black Sun? Cold fear cut his confidence in half. Mo Yan Hwi interrupted the dialogue, standing between ally and enemy. In the air hung a single question. Was Yan Chagak truly capable of killing Gu Yan Ren with his own hands? At the corners of the young leader's mouth flickered a mysterious smile. The time for talk was over. The wind of change had already risen, and no one could stop the storm raging in his very chest. Mo Yan Hwi's patience was cracking. Every heartbeat urged him forward. Hatred squeezed his chest with iron clamps ready to tear down barriers. Springing from his place, he shouted, "No storm will move further until the enemy lies fallen," and with this cry he ignited the spark of the inevitable battle. Without waiting for a signal, Mo Yan Hwi himself rushed at Gu Yan Ren. The latter met the attack with a wild smile, asking what power granted the rebel such furious strength. Wasting no breath on talk, Mo Yan Hwi cut in that it did not matter, and poured all his boiling rage into his strikes, making the very space tremble with their fury. Gu Yan Ren easily dodged each blow and mockingly said that without refined skills, brute force remains empty clatter, only echoes. His words came true. Mo Yan Hwi was inferior in technique, so the enemy effortlessly outplayed him with tactical feints and tricks. A mad gleam in Gu Yan Ren's eyes flared up when he assumed the unthinkable. Before him stood not just a man, but something beyond ordinary flesh. The unexpected phrase threw Mo Yan Hwi off rhythm, and the enemy immediately took advantage of the pause to seize the initiative. After a powerful blow to the chest, Gu Yan Ren threw the opponent back so hard that the floor beneath their feet cracked. Yan Chagak rushed to his comrade, but he solemnly waved him off, assuring that he was still standing. Meanwhile, the palace master gathered blood energy and pondered whether it was wise for the guests to appear on this very night. An evil smile flashed on his lips. The enemy's plan had cracked, and their dreams turned out to be a pathetic parody of true power. Exhaling sharply, Guyan Ren shot upward like a ghost, preparing to unleash a devastating strike from the heavens. Yan Chagak managed to warn his ally about the attack from above, but the words came too late. The dark silhouette was already falling like a meteor. The next moment, the madman grabbed Mo Yen Hwi and spun him in the air, mocking that their foolish plan would turn into an even more foolish death. Gathering energy in his palms, he threw the opponent back with an explosive push during the air around them. The maniac's gaze fixed on Yan Chagak. With sadistic curiosity, he asked if he already regretted his visit. Yan Chagak pronounced his name, but Guyan Ren interrupted, mockingly asked if he intended to beg for mercy, because there would be no mercy here. Smiling coldly, Yan Chagak advised him to be more cautious. At that moment, behind the master's back, Mo Yen Hwi flared up, carrying a stream of destructive power. Guyan Ren abruptly turned around and saw the enemy rushing at him, his eyes glowing with a white-hot gleam. Mo Yen Hwi struck with all his fury, but the palace master crossed his weapons and deflected the blast, admitting that it was not bad. He remarked with surprise that he was still standing after so many wounds and humiliations. Focusing, Guyan Ren declared that he had already deciphered the essence of the foreign life extension technique and knew how to break it. Flashing with a red aura, he charged his hands with blood power and struck directly in the chest, trying to cut down the enemy's life foundation. The attack was furious, but Mo Yen Hwi, relying on endurance and skill, absorbed the blow and did not fall. Yan Chagak noticed a glitch in his comrade's technique and mentally struck his head. It was time to awaken the true abilities of the Lord Demon. But now Mo Yen Hwi had no time to listen. He was repelling dozens of wild attacks, maintaining the rhythm of breathing and strikes. Experience told him the right tempo, and he responded to the enemy with a long barrage of sharp counterattacks, sparking from the swords. Grabbing a spare blade, he remembered his oath to kill Guyan Ren and vowed to fulfill it. The opponents clashed in a whirlwind of strikes, the hall filled with the echo of metal, yet none managed to gain the advantage. The fight dragged on. Although the upper hand was with Guyan Ren, Mo Yen Hwi held the defense and did not allow the line to be broken. The master of the palace dashed in a flanking attack and noted, "Such maneuvers are only possible with a colossal reserve of inner strength." Meanwhile, Yan Chagak stood aside and watched intently, as if waiting for the right moment for his deadly move. With another explosion of power, Guyan Ren pushed Mo Yen Hwi back and shifted his gaze to the main target, the legendary Black Sun, which still stood silently. Turning to Yan Chagak, Guyan Ren slyly asked something important, then immediately burst with aura and warned, instead of talking, he would gladly cut all the ties between them. Yan Chagak replied coldly, although such thoughts made him nauseous. Today he looked at the master of the palace with the same murderous desire. In a moment, the enemy was already behind him, taunting, "Why do your hands tremble?" And the sharpness of this lightning speed took the observer's breath away. Only now did Yan Chagak realize, Guyan Ren's movements go beyond human perception, a furious speed that tears space itself. Seeing that Mo Yen Hwi's request was fulfilled and waiting any longer was impossible, Yan Chagak stepped forward, preparing to enter the whirl of the duel. The master of the palace swung his weapon, but Yan released a blinding beam of energy that tore through the air and forced the enemy to go on the defense. Guyan Ren surged even faster, throwing down the gauntlet, "Can you catch such madness?" and immediately vanished among the hall's debris. The battle escalated to a new level. Every move became a deadly equation, and the price of a mistake was instant death. Yan could not keep the silhouette of the enemy with his eyes and, raging, admitted the obvious. This time speed was not on his side. He had to act unconventionally. He unfolded the technique, 10 imperial strikes, 3 palms of power woven into one moment, promised to tear apart any defense. To avoid missing, the energy spread on 2 fronts, covering the hall with the inevitable crossfire of the shockwave. The technique resembled a mad saber-toothed tiger tearing prey from the claws of the gods themselves. The roar of power shook the walls. Catching a tactical gap, Guyan Ren rushed forward to preempt the attack and strike first. The ceilings cracked, marble cascaded down, and the palace master spun with laughter, calling the imperial strikes pitifully slow. Yan Chagak seized control over the falling boulders and reminded, The promise to kill him was not made out of pride but for a significant reason, so he would fulfill it. The depths of the stone and beams of energy, like meteors, rushed toward the enemy who slipped between them like a shadow of evasion. Then Yan charged in a frontal attack, no traps, only raw power and skill against the madness of blood. But Gu Yanren cut through every surge of power and, slitting his own chest, let the blood flow, a spectacle that chilled even Yan inside. Before his eyes he became increasingly insane, destroying strikes and eagerly tilting his head, savoring every moment of this battle madness. Yan cautiously inquired if this was already his limit, and heard, "The master of the palace is only on the threshold of the true apogee of power." It was enough for Yan to recall the terrifying events of the past, when Gu Yanren began to rehearse, recognizing the ancient words, and rushed to destroy everything around with a furious wave. He snatched long knives from the ruins and, like a steel storm, charged straight at Yan Chagak, announcing a new series of relentless attacks. Each subsequent outburst of madness became even fiercer than the previous one, and even Yan's endurance wavered under this avalanche of rage. In response, he raised a colossal sphere of energy, enveloping himself with a shining barrier, but this did not slow Ren's pace. He kept attacking without pause. Noticing how the enemy wove a red energy net to bind movements, Yan awakened the art of the Lord Demon and broke the chains with an explosion of dark power. With a wave of black energy, he pierced the chain and thrust a destructive impulse into the opponent's body, throwing him beyond the edge of the shattered hall. Quickly jumping back, Gu Yanren realized this cannot continue and began ominously searching for a new way to crush the resistance. Fixing his gaze on Yan, he asked who he really was. Yan only smiled and replied that he himself was eager to learn the truth about the enemy. The master of the palace furrowed his brows and suggested, "Behind the mask of the Black Sun hides a very specific person, someone familiar to him from the past." But they were interrupted by the returned Mo Yen Hwi. Stepping between them, he declared that Gu Yanren was his personal enemy and the fight would now continue by his rules. Time was running out. Yan Chagak sternly reminded only minutes remained for victory, so the enemy must be defeated in just 2 strikes of the hourglass. Mo Yen Hwi nodded and, moving into attack, asked his friend if he was not afraid that new forces would break into the palace while they were determining the fate of the current battle. Returning to Yan, he asked him to keep silent about having already touched the highest art of the Demon Lord, so that it would remain their secret. Bursting forth with a new assault, Mo Yen Hwi rushed at his opponent, and for the first time caught the sharp scent of fear, one he had never felt from the mad tyrant before. But Gu Yanren only laughed. His cry echoed through the hall, and the blade rained blows, cutting through the air and making the stone tremble. It seemed he had torn the last boundaries of sanity. The laughter broke into a wild roar, and threats flickered before his eyes like blades in the millstones of a storm. Finally, one of the furious strikes worked. The blade cut through Mo Yen Hwi's body, carving his chest with a painful scar and shedding sparks of blood. Smiling with contempt, the tyrant hissed that it was worth smashing the enemy's head, and then no resurrection technique would save him. Seeing this, Yan transferred a stream of his own power to his ally. Mo Yen Hwi's aura flared many times brighter, covering the hall with a dark flame of retribution. The unexpected strengthening became a trap for the tyrant. A new energy ring squeezed him like iron embraces and did not allow him to catch his breath. Feeling the pressure, Gu Yanren smiled sinisterly. Now it was truly interesting who would fall first into the abyss of death, because the stakes had risen to the limit. Mo Yen Hwi felt the same load, and understanding that the truth reveals itself only a step from the abyss, decided to go even further. Wasting no time, he struck a series of sudden blows to the enemy's head, driving each shot of rage into the cracks of the mad tyrant's mask. Throwing the enemy aside, he remembered the comrades of the squad and swore, "This blood will be shed instead of the tears of those he once could not save." The tyrant disdainfully asked who was babbling about revenge, standing with both feet already on the threshold of his own death, and raised the blade. Mo Yen Hwi rushed forward again, understanding, every next move is pain, and yet he decided to fight as long as his heart beats. Gu Yanren roared that everything would be as he wished, and snatched a curved blade to cut even the very hope of the enemies. At the climactic moment, Mo Yen Hwi used Yan's technique. He clenched a core of energy and threw it straight into the heart of the madman. But the tyrant struck a counter blow and suddenly realized with horror. In Mo Yen Hy's chest there was no heart, only an emptiness that knows no pain. Gu Yan Ren chuckled, splattering the floor with blood, and fell like a doll with cut strings, still managing to remember old Ron. His body hit the stone with a dull thud, and above him, frozen in a victorious pose, was Mo Yen Hy. Extinguished the blade and gazed into the silence of triumph. Turning to Yan, he said he had avenged the squad, and asked if that was enough to atone for past sins. Seeing that his comrade was exhausted, Yan lifted him onto his back and carried the weight of his friend and the guilt that bound their fates. A quiet thanks escaped Mo Yen Hy's lips, and he remembered an old journey when Yan carried him through the dark night and blizzards just the same. Memories surged like a wave. He sharply turned his head and reminded that Yan still had not named his old name hidden behind a new mask. Mo Yen Hwi recalled Yan's funeral when the squad mourned the commander who went missing, and the darkness seemed bottomless. Those days became a continuous sorrow. Despite the burden of duties, he remembered his comrade every day, seeing light in the hopelessness of loss. Many years passed, but today in Yan's gaze he clearly saw that friend whose smile once ignited the hearts of the entire squad. With tears he admitted Yan saved him a second time, and he, blinded by pain, did not recognize the comrade who returned from oblivion. Yan at first pretended ignorance, but when Mo Yen Hwi embraced him through tears and whispered how much he missed him, his heart trembled under the weight of truth. At that moment Yan Chagak understood. Hiding any longer made no sense. The mask had already cracked, and the truth itself was knocking on the heart. With his head bowed, he admitted, all this had dragged on too long, and even in the midst of all the chaos, he madly missed his friend. Before leaving, a quiet voice reached his ears. Someone was calling him from behind, barely whispering through their last breath. Turning around, he froze. Before him lay the same tortured man he had seen before the battle began. The gaze of the dying man was familiar. Yan immediately recognized the warrior elder, once known in the Muram Federation. He hurried to him and heard a request to deliver an important message to the young leader before it was too late. With his last strength, the old man begged to beware of the symbol of the heavenly palace, the dragon plate that brings misfortune. Yan did not fully understand the meaning, but promised to deliver the message to himself because he is the leader. Feeling the pulse of energy, I was convinced. The man died and left behind a mystery that does not give peace. He had never heard of the heavenly palace, so if such a place does not exist, it is necessary to find out why it is feared. Mo Yen Hwi suggested first to get out. Picking up his comrade in his arms, Yan silently moved forward into the depths of the unknown. On the way, he warned there are still many palace warriors ahead, and each will stand in your way. He asked Mo Yen Hwi to hold on tighter and sharply took off like a shadow in the wind beyond the palace. In 1 minute, Yan broke through the entire guard, and as soon as the noise subsided, muttered that he was deadly tired of all this. He said, the time has come to put an end. There will be no more games, because patience has finally run out. Stretching out his hand, he began to form a giant sphere of energy that glowed like a second sun. It rushed straight into the palace. The explosion was catastrophic. It swept away even the dead bodies and turned the building to dust. The story shifts to Ye Yulchun, who announces, exactly 1 month remains until the great festival. A group of elders approached him. They eagerly awaited the upcoming events and had their own expectations. The most important of them advised Ye Yulchun to watch the young leader closely. He could cause a lot of trouble. Yulchun coldly replied that he remembers all the threats well and will destroy evil without hesitation if it crawls out of the shadows again. The first elder squinted. Is he as confident in his own strength as he tries to appear? In response, Ye Yulchun took out a plate with a dragon and showed it to old Charlie, a symbol that promises war. The elder was surprised. It took quite some time before he could find out who was behind the unrest on Heavenly Mountain. Ye Yulchun confidently declared that everything is now turning in his favor. He intends to change the very essence of the cult of the Bloody Demon. He boldly added that he will seize all the lands, revive the dynasty, and this will be the beginning of a new legend. The old man asked directly, is he really ready to risk everything for the emperor's throne? Yulchun replied that there is no choice left. The elders have lost control, and now only a few paths remain. Hearing the ambitions of the young generation, the old man only sighed, better not to interfere when history is making a new turn. Ye Yulchun turned away and said he takes these words as consent. From now on they act together, each in their own role. Barely glancing back, Ye Yulchun ordered the elders to stay aside. From now on he will decide his own fate without their interference. He was already walking when one of the elders warned, "It is better to be cautious when you walk a path woven only by your own decisions." Meanwhile, events again bring Yan Chagek and Mo Yen Khwi back to what happened. Yan recounts to his comrade what occurred in the forest. Returning to his friend, he inquired if there was news from other members of the squad, but the friend only sighed. He hadn't seen anyone for a long time. In response to the mention of Vivi, Mo Yen Khwi said that after Yan's death she returned to her clan and completely disappeared from the horizon. And then he added that immediately after Yan's demise everyone wondered if the demon cult was involved in his death. Yan denied it. He said he went to the Palace of Slaughter not for revenge, there were other reasons. But Mo Yen Khwi recalled, rumors circulated that an old man was involved in his death and this greatly troubled the squad. Yan got angry and declared, "That old man wasn't even nearby at those terrible moments, it's all fabrications." Mo Yen Khwi continued, after Yan's death he began to watch Tan Jegal, although everyone around only praised him. He admitted it was like madness, there was no evidence, but doubts did not leave. Yan agreed. Then Yan said that there was something important and led his friend through secret tunnels. Eventually they reached Tan Jegal himself. He warmly greeted Yan and looked at Mo Yen Khwi with a smile. Meanwhile, a great festival was approaching and anxiety already hung in the air. Everyone felt something was brewing in the cult. But Yan was impressed not by this, but by what he saw upon returning to his old palace. That place, once simple and modest, now shone with gold, was piled with gifts, and had grown new walls. Everything had changed beyond recognition. Yan shared his impressions with Jegal, but he assured, the reconstruction was still ongoing and this was only the beginning. Returning to Yan, the mentor inquired who the one standing behind was, and looked intently at Mo Yen Hwi. Yan briefly explained that before him was a resurrected comrade, returned thanks to a special technique. From now on, he would stay with them. Jegal, without lowering his gaze, questioned about the latest events in the Palace of Slaughter. The elder said that Yan's efforts had borne fruit, that palace could be forgotten for at least some time. However, he added that Gu Yan Ren's body had still not been found. Yan assured he was dead, no doubts remained. He recalled everything in detail. The enemy's chest was pierced through, and the skull cracked all the way to the core of his aura. This meant only one thing, the Palace of Slaughter had fallen, and only Ye Yulchen remained with all his might. He had already gotten rid of the elders. Tang Jegal described Ye Yulchen and warned, only true strength would be able to defeat him. But the conversation was broken by the unexpected appearance of the guard along with Khan Sisoa. She greeted Yan Chagek with joy. Yan admitted that their performance at the Council of Elders made a strong impression and sincerely thanked both. Jegal gladly reported that most problems have already been solved, so the progress is obvious. Yan did not immediately understand where the mentor was heading and laughed. Probably he meant the day when they will capture the entire Heavenly Mountain. Tang Jegal seriously stated that this would open the way to an alliance with the Federation. These words shocked not only Yan, but also Mo Yen Hwi. Mo Yen Hwi released a pulse of power from his heart and sharply declared that Tang Jegal had strayed onto the wrong path and was betraying the principles he once fought for himself. The guard stood beside the mentor and, full of determination, reminded. Yan Chagek revealed to them the true goals of the cult and will not allow discord to ruin the plan. Yan turned to his comrade and sternly ordered to stop the quarrels. Now is not the time to tear each other apart when the enemy is already moving in the shadows. With a hidden energetic whisper, he explained to Mo Yen Hwi, Tang Jegal is his old mentor who consciously chose the side of demons. Once Jegal left the Federation, broke with the past and joined the cult, swearing to follow the path of demons for the sake of his own idea of power. Yan sighed. How many times he tried to convince the old man, he only smiled and repeated again that humanity was already left behind. Turning to everyone, Yan asked what they knew about the mysterious Heavenly Palace. Khan Sisoa honestly admitted she had never even heard such a name. He blurted out loud, I Yulchen am connected to this place. There are too many traces and they all lead to him like threads in a spiderweb. Yan put forward a version. The scenario might repeat the scheme of Jason's lunar tribe, where resources became the key to power and to blood. Khan Sisoa added an important detail. I Yulchen plans large-scale trade through his palace, collecting money and increasing influence. Yan nodded. It turns out the enemy needs resources to grow ambitions and strengthen hidden chains of power. From the descriptions of Yulchen's actions, it became clear he lacks funds, and Sosoa's call hints he is secretly forming his own army. Tang Jegel suggested the disappearance of several groups of people is directly connected to these plans of accumulating power. Teschik immediately asked about the reliability. Jegel apologized for not informing earlier so as not to sow panic among allies. Yan pondered maybe the settlement leader is brewing forbidden substances to slip them to recruits and keep the army obedient. He declared it is time to start an immediate hunt for Yulchen and his followers before their shadow becomes a black curtain. Jegel nodded approvingly and joked that fate itself pushes them to this step and blesses the hand of justice. The plot shifts to Chang Semin, who with relief glanced at his newly built home and enjoyed the sweet fruits of cooperation. He strictly ordered the workers to be careful and respect every item. Order was the first step to prosperity. Rubbing his palms, Semin pondered how supporting the small palace had turned into a profitable investment and a new gateway of influence for him. But as soon as the guard and assistant appeared with a message about an urgent meeting with Yan Chagak, Semin's mood instantly faded. At first he was going to gather the guards, but then he heard the order to appear alone. That tone threw him off balance and ignited anger. What irritated Semin was not the format itself, but the fact that Yan, formerly lower in the hierarchy, allowed himself to give direct orders. As he left, Semin ordered the assistant, "If you hear an alarm, appear immediately, just save yourself, the rest can wait." But as soon as the old man disappeared from sight, the guard smiled. Neither he nor the workers would be put at risk because of his whims. At the same time, he ordered the loaders to repack all the belongings. Supposedly, the palace master did not want the treasures left unattended. It was better to transport them back while Semin's fate was still undecided, the integrity of the property above all. Meanwhile, Yan was compiling a set of rules for the people and entrusted Khan Sosoa to deliver it to those who were not at the meeting. He was laying the foundation of the new structure. Rulers stand at the head of the palace and Tang Jegel remains its first advisor. Next in the hierarchy was established a guard unit led by Teschik, the shield and sword of the future cult. Mo Yen Hwi also held the support ready at any moment to strengthen the new hierarchy and cover the rear for the cult. Meanwhile, Chan Semin entered the hall with a lackey. The latter dryly reported that he had delivered the master to the place and retreated into the shadows. Puzzled, Semin glanced around the gathering and choked with surprise. What kind of council was this, and why had he known nothing about it? He pointed a finger at familiar faces, bombarded them with questions, and demanded explanations how they ended up here and why they had been silent. On the throne at the back of the hall sat Yan Chagak, and coldly said that he saw no point in wasting time on stories for the uninformed. He showed a scroll with the new laws of the cult, where his name was inscribed. As the leader, Semin felt a chill in his chest. Filling his gaze with energy, Yan announced that he was glad to see the merchant here and right now in the midst of change. When Semin asked what was happening, Yan interrupted. "The truth lies before you. Open your eyes and understand for yourself." Semin raised a golden aura and declared that such a coup was unacceptable, but he categorically disagreed with the new balance of power. Yan warned if he unleashed his power, the consequences would be fatal. His calm words cut like a blade. Semin looked around. All present had already activated their streams and directed their tips straight at his heart. The lord of the trading court shouted, accusing Yan of a treacherous trap lubricated with deceitful words. Yan calmly reminded, "The merchant came voluntarily. Whining only irritates. The time of betrayal is over. The time to answer has come." He ordered Khan Sosoa to get rid of the stubborn guest. The girl's icy power flared up, and she moved like a breath of winter. Seaman rushed to Teschik, shouting for help, while he stood like a silent rock. Cold fear gripped the old heart. Realizing the hopelessness, the merchant shouted to Yan, "A common enemy and internal quarrel play into Yulchen's hands." Yan raised his hand and stopped Sosoa. Seaman caught the moment and offered help in eliminating Yulchen. The leader admitted the matter is complicated but mutually beneficial. The details need to be discussed. The future of both sides is at stake. Smiling and pulsating with aura, Yan noticed that Seaman seemed to possess extremely valuable information. The merchant caught the hint and asked what exactly the new cult master wanted to learn, the one ready to trade knowledge for life. Yan asked directly, "How much money have you already handed over to Yulchen and his clique?" After silence, Seaman admitted he ran small schemes that brought significant profits off the official books. And to evoke pity, he complained that Yulchen was robbing him, shamelessly pulling gold from under the nose of the trusting merchant. When he added proof, he explained that through the lunar tribe Yulchen blocked trade routes. This greatly surprised Yan. Yan inquired where the stolen funds disappeared. Seaman shrugged. He himself remains in the dark about the enemy's intentions. Then Yan ordered to seize him, and the old man screamed that he would obtain information if left alive. He warned his disappearance would be a signal for Yulchen to attack Yan next, and the risk would double. Chan Semin added the Court of Pleasures, second in wealth, would also be targeted, and this made Yan think. He emphasized Yulchen would stop at neither blood nor mountains of corpses for his own ambitions. Yan calmly asked, "What price do you demand for your services and information, old fox? Speak openly or remain silent forever." Chan Semin declared he asks for very little after the festival to restore his former trade routes and to give the small palace a share of the profits monthly. Yan Chagak sternly warned, one attempt to cheat the alliance and the merchant's life will be ended faster than he can recall his own sins. After that, a tough negotiation ensued. Every word sounded like a blade strike, and the air between Chan Semin and Yan crackled with distrust. The old man insisted he would concede only 40% of the income, otherwise the trade wheel would fall into the abyss. Yan demanded half and raised the stake by 10 for each refusal, until the shocked Semin agreed to 80. When the deal was sealed, Yan gestured to call Il Teshchik and ordered to escort the merchant out of the hall so he could cool down from the experienced blackmail. Khan Sisoa expressed a desire to bring Semin into the circle of trusted ones to utilize his network of connections and financial skill. Yan was surprised but admitted, though the old man is funny, the market senses better than many and can become a significant trump card. One of the servants supported the idea and added, "An alliance with the merchant will strengthen the economic foundation of the new rule." To Sisoa's delight, Yan, already leaving, agreed to try this option, thereby raising the fighting spirit of the entire hall. Standing on the threshold, he cast a grim look. The war will end only when he personally breaks Ye Yulchen and scatters the ashes of his ambitions. The servant recalled the problem of Dai Yewa, but Yan replied that he had other matters to resolve. There was no time for that. He realized the need for urgent training. The unfinished martial art was already gnawing at both body and mind with a hungry flame. Only perfect control over this power would allow him not to go mad during the inevitable battle with the new enemy. He soberly assessed the reality. Yulchen is many times more dangerous than the overthrown Gu Yan Ren and will demand utmost skill from him. So Yan declared, by the festival he will go into the demonic training corridor for an exhausting sprint of learning. Meanwhile, Dai Yewa learned that Yan had disappeared again, and in her heart flared anger mixed with resentment and confusion. The fighters of Harp Squad urged the girl to wait, assuring that Yan had extremely important matters, but their words fell on deaf ears. Yewa drew her sword and fiercely asked why they still protected the one who had caused her pain so many times. The guard ordered to lower the weapon, emphasizing that Yan probably has strong motives, and urged to trust the elder brother. He emphasized, listening to the elder is the path to wisdom, and his words echoed from the girl's icy despair. Yeva snapped that he is not her brother, only a step-sibling, and no feelings will make her justify Yan's cruelty. She threw humiliating words at the leader and called him a mad pervert, causing a chill to run down the listeners' spines. The guard exploded. Yan is a hero who performed a feat on Beauty Peak. To disgrace such a person is the greatest sin. The girl sharply retorted, to her he is the greatest fraud in the world, and her heart recognizes no other title. She announced her departure. The warriors tried to block the way with swords, but in Yeva's eyes burned unwavering determination. Dai Yeva warned, whoever stands in the way will meet a blade fused with the icy art of her clan. The words were confirmed by action. The blade flashed and icy energy drenched the walls with a frosty breath. The guards shuddered from the explosion of power and raised their shields, while the girl slipped between them like a phantom whirlwind. Gathering momentum, she broke through the wall and jumped outside, tearing across the roofs like a white shadow in the night darkness. Yeva slipped out of the sword palace like lightning, leaving the guards stunned and an icy trail of escape behind. No one even managed to raise the alarm. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dark room, an unknown strategist was examining a board with pieces representing key players in a bloody game. He pushed aside the figurine of Gu Yan Ren and sighed quietly. So many hopes were placed on that madman, and now only ashes remained of them. Removing the miniature of the elder, the stranger looked and firmly said, 3 remain on the field and the stakes have risen to the price of life itself. Turning the piece in his fingers, he felt the last hope for victory without universal chaos melting away. A white mask and silver hair hid the player's face. He lamented, "It all should have ended already, but there is still a chance to outplay fate." Sliding the pieces of Yan Chagak and Ye Yulchun like 2 comets, he prepared the stage for a clash capable of destroying half the sky. Time switched and we found ourselves in the Tea Empire, high in the mountains of Tibet, where the winds sing of ancient dynasties and new intrigues. On the throne sat Emperor Ibrahim when a guest entered the hall. Smiling, he recalled, quite some time had passed since their last meeting. This guest turned out to be the heir of the bloody palace, the son of Ye Yulchun. Behind him pressed a squad burdened with gifts and hidden intentions. Ibrahim looked at the youth's baggage and immediately understood. These guys want much more from the empire than just ceremonial courtesy. The heir announced. Jason proclaimed himself leader. The emperor laughed, saying it was a joke worthy of a fool who despises fate. He thought, if Jason is really that audacious, let him prepare to say goodbye to life, and sent scouts to verify the truth. The young man added that the cult leader would soon change and asked if the ruler would come to the ceremony. Ibrahim declined due to business. Instead, he promised to send precious gifts. The heir flinched, tensed, and asked to choose the gift himself. The emperor, filling the hall with an unusual aura, allowed, "Since you have traveled half the world, choose what you consider necessary." The boy hastily voiced his wish, to borrow the emperor's squad of assassins because ahead a sharp blade in the shadows might be needed. This request alarmed Ibrahim. He asked what kind of slaughter the young man intended to arrange to demand such dark services. While the emperor weighed the risks, the plot again shifted to Yan and Mo Yon Hwi. They were walking a hidden path in the mountains. Yan explained, "Now it is Mo Yon Hwi who must talk to one person, their paths and memories intertwined more tightly than chains." This person was Tang Jegal. Mo Yon Hwi sat opposite the mentor, initially silent, weighing every word. Raising his gaze, he spoke quietly, "You are the Black Crane, aren't you?" And the air between them thickened as before a storm. Jegal only snorted. "It's funny to come here and ask about the obvious when the world is falling apart from the other side." When asked if he remembered Mo Yon Hwi, the old man cut off. The name means nothing, and cold indifference flickered in his eyes. Then Mo Yon Hwi introduced himself as the former leader of the Blue Wind Squad and warned, "The Murim Alliance will not allow the cult to cut the world." Jegal waved off, saying that one is just Jan's puppet, and the game has long been ongoing on another chessboard where the stakes are much higher. Mo Yon Hwi admitted, maybe he really is a pawn, but he remembers who he was, so he will not allow his own honor to be erased from history. He burst out shouting, "Will the mentor be able to speak so boldly when the blood of the Federation shines in his hands?" After a pause, he asked, "Explain how a former pillar of the Federation ended up in the ranks of the cult. The answer could change everything." Jegal coldly threw out that it doesn't matter now, they stand against the Alliance. And Mo Yon Hwi stood up and declared, "It should not be so, and the battle is only beginning." Tang Jegal exploded with anger, saying the Alliance was helpless while his disciples rotted in the Palace of Slaughter, and meanwhile they held tournaments and drank tea. Mo Yon Hwi does not give up positions. Not all of Murim is like that. That is why the squad was created, to stop this madness before it is too late. He began to recall Jegal's past, how he once spread ideas of unity and protection from darkness. Looking straight into the eyes, Mo Yon Hwi admitted, it was because of Jegal that he joined the squad and embarked on the path of purification. Suddenly, Tang Jegal responded, saying he wants to give the former student one last piece of advice before their paths diverge forever. With a demonic aura, he proclaimed, "The destruction of the Alliance is one of the cult's main goals, and nothing will stop this storm." Now he added, Mo Yon Hwi is already part of this cult. Even if he does not realize it, there is no way back. In response, Mo Yon Hwi grabbed the old man, but Jegal only said, "They cannot be broken. Resistance is futile, for the darkness is already inside." The warrior released the mentor. He said he would not soil his hands, he still has honor, and turning around, he walked away. Only when he disappeared behind the door did Tang Jegal mutter hoarsely, now he recognized the boy, but it changes nothing. Meanwhile, Yan Chagak was walking a quiet path together with a servant, and the latter noticed, in these parts everything remained as it once was. Yan remembered how in childhood he often carried someone on his arms along this road, and this nostalgia burned painfully in his heart. But suddenly he stopped. On the wall flashed a familiar symbol, which he had once seen in battle on Beauty Peak. He recalled this pattern and froze in thought. How did it happen that it appeared here? As soon as they rolled up to the building, a man emerged from the door, the one Yan did not expect to see at all. The servant betrayed, and Yan was stunned. Before him stood the librarian, whom he had not seen for a long time. The librarian immediately spoke, saying he had heard about Yan's memory problems and apologized for his former silence. Yan asked if he was the master of this area. He replied that he only manages the Demon Lord's library and is not a fighter. But there is one who knows all the techniques, the ruler of the summit, the chief demon, whose power is more terrible than every record in these books. To the question of whether the librarian knows his father, he replied, "No, but once a letter was delivered asking to preserve a message." In the letter, the father asked Jan not to look for him. He set out on a journey to find a path to change in his own life. Later, Jan noticed strange patterns on the walls. The librarian explained it is an ancient sign that dates back to the times of myths. Then Jan said that he was heading to the heavenly library and asked through which gates to enter. It turned out the strongest of all are the gates of heaven, and only he and his father can pass through them. The librarian and the servant escorted Jan to the entrance and wished him luck in his search for truth. Jan began wandering between the shelves, rummaging through scrolls and books, but he still could not find what he was looking for. In the corridor, he noticed someone else, a figure flipping through old folios with an expression of deep concentration. It was the third elder Banya, holding a rare book and saying that he had been searching for it for a very long time. Seeing Jan, Banya greeted him joyfully. "Nice to see you again, especially after everything that happened." Hearing the elder's name, Jan remembered. It was Tang Jegal who asked him to find Banya because he is one of the wisest in the world. Approaching the elder, Jan Chagak politely asked if he could take one of the books that interested him. Smiling, Banya replied that he had always believed in him and would gladly help with the search because Yan is better than what people say about him. In response, Yan noted that the heat of this summer had exhausted him, so he was looking for ancient medical books to improve his health. Hearing these modest and gentle words, Yan began to understand why the elder was called the saint. His kindness was striking. Banya praised Yan's love of books and said that he himself never stops learning, because knowledge is also a form of power. He mentioned that he had to go to Fire Peak for treatment, but promised to visit later if Yan did not mind. But already at parting, the elder spoke joyfully how pleasant it was for him to see Chagak, but the latter stopped him for a moment. Yan asked if Banya knew anything about Western arts. He answered reservedly, without enthusiasm. Then Yan inquired to which art the holy dagger belonged, the one that has a special aura. The elder pondered. He did not recall anything certain, but admitted that he had one hypothesis about it. He advised studying the ancient art of lethality, and this advice literally stunned Yan. Banya explained that it is an ancient martial art created in old China by assassins but extremely effective. He delved into a long story about the origin of the style, so exhausting that Yan barely restrained his sighs. Having just waited for the monologue, Banya said goodbye and left, promising that he would meet the hero again. Yan noticed with relief he held no anger towards him, and that was already a big plus in this harsh world. Meanwhile, Banya himself began descending the mountain, immersed in deep thoughts about the events that had just occurred. Smiling and hiding his face under a hood, he thought about the possibility, whether Yan would truly master this art and whether he was not at all what he seemed. Stopping, he whispered to himself, if a fight is unavoidable, fight with honor, even against a stronger opponent. His assistant, wearing the same robe, asked if he was leaving the cult for good. Without turning, Banya replied, I have stood on one side for too long, it's time to switch to the other. Raising his aura, he ordered the assistant to step back, noting that he would start overthinking everything again. Touching his shoulder, he added, only the one who follows the order without doubts and without questions will survive. The assistant silently nodded and said he understood everything. Meanwhile, Banya disappeared around the corner, dissolving into the fog. And Yan, meanwhile, was leafing through old books and understood everything. The techniques he possessed were indeed powerful, but also too unstable. He remembered how he instinctively used them in battle, but could not recall exactly how everything had happened. And here I came across a book with the title of that art that Banya mentioned and felt relief and joy. Carefully reading, Yan understood. The pages were filled not with instructions but with questions about choice, actions, morality. It was about a legendary warrior who managed to master all the arts of the world and became almost unattainable. Settling into contemplation, Yan began to reproduce familiar techniques, comparing them with the advice from the book. At the same time, he honed spiritual practices, holding focus on one point for a long time, directing energy with maximum precision. The illusory arena flared up around Yan. He crafted phantom opponents to immediately test the power of the new technique. Imaginary fighters rushed forward, and Yan, armed only with 2 daggers, entered the rhythm of the duel, like a dance of shadows. He divided chi into 2 streams, pouring the maximum charge into each hand to control the blades with jeweler's precision. Only a few minutes and full control was achieved. The illusory enemies scattered in sparks, reflecting his victory. The room was silent, and the energy shield around Yan's body changed with light. Now he possessed both the shell and the technique itself. Understanding the success, Yan bowed to the invisible mentor who spoke through the pages of the ancient manuscript. The introduction said that this path lasts years, and yet Yan went through it alone, not having turned the last page yet. As soon as he took up the final line, a troubling feeling of inevitable disaster rang in his heart. The text described a soul mutilated by a demon unworthy of a peaceful life. The words cut deeper than a blade. Then again, the demonic sight was mentioned. It watched from the darkness. The symbols were the same as those Yan saw on Beauty Peak. Meanwhile, Ye Yulchen silently pondered, does the legendary Black Sun really exist, capable of overturning the balance of power? He called his assistant and sharply asked about the search in the Palace of Slaughter, demanding a concrete answer. The servant reported, Guyan Ren's body was not found, so the madman is still alive and hiding somewhere unknown. Yulchen acknowledged it is logical such a creature will survive even when the world is collapsing, so preparations must be made for a new strike. But whoever the Black Sun is, he will pay. Yulchen promised to personally tear the legend from the heavens. He ordered, depart for Water Peak, recover the lost funds, and send scouts to the secret hideout of the Palace of Slaughter. When the assistant left, Yulchen whispered, soon the blade will be at the Emperor's throat and the world will learn of a new ruler. Next, the story takes us to the city streets. A squad in black cloaks headed to the butcher's shop with coded orders. Their leader announced to the butcher, climb to the top of the tree, there the demon of slaughter will await with a new mission. In response, the butcher, maddened with joy, shouted that he was ready to gut anyone who stood against their bloody cause. Around the butcher quickly gathered comrades in arms. They growled happily that the order to act had finally come and they would be able to shed blood for the glory of the demon of slaughter. When the squad left the shop, the deputy whispered, what is this strange group in black cloaks? The general croaked in reply, this is an auxiliary company. Their leader is a cannibal, but on the battlefield such beastly fury is priceless. In the forest, Yeva thought angrily, the friends have gone mad. Just yesterday they cursed Yan, and now they are rushing to marry him as if he were salvation. Behind, a maid appeared and indignantly shouted. The lady had taken away her day off, driving her through the thickets. Yeva covered the girl's mouth. Quiet, they are hunting us. Her eyes blazed with determination. Turning back to her friend, she quickly asked where Yan was now. The trail ended on the old path. The maid shook her head and pondered, where could the elusive black gentleman have gone? While Yeva waited for an answer, the girl coquettishly asked what she thought about Yan. She replied that she was only interested in the mysterious Black Sun. The girl would not calm down. Are you really in love? And these cutting words stirred a storm of anger in Yeva. She raised her voice to a scream, and the maid only laughed and demanded an honest confession. The forest trembled with the echo. In Jehovah's memory, the conversation of Yan with Mo Yen Khwi surfaced suddenly. It became clear where he might be. She sharply turned to her friend and flashed her eyes. It seems I know his hideout. The maid was surprised, and Jehovah suggested setting out together, but she just grumbled that she was not in the mood for adventures today. We move on to the soldier who finally realized. He fled too hastily. Now the enemies can track his hideout. An adjutant ran in with news. The trade palace vanished and the water peak fell under the pressure of the bloody palace. The soldiers grumbled. They said it would have been better to leave the cult. We have become a living target, but the commander refused to flee. Then the assistant added, the other palaces abandoned them. Communication was cut off. Gold supplies confiscated. Shock and rage froze the commander. The world was collapsing, and he could not believe he was left with nothing. Suddenly, a disgusting laugh echoed from the darkness. The commander instantly commanded, to battle, perimeter full defense. The assistant's body exploded with bloody sparks as fighters of the Meat Clan emerged from the shadows, instantly closing the distance to the commander. The surviving soldiers rushed into attack and released rays of chi, but their power was absorbed by a black abyss. It dissolved right among the enemies. Then the warrior found himself surrounded by dozens of butchers, each with a rusty blade and a beastly gleam in their pupils, already ready to tear the prey apart. Understanding the trap, the commander cursed his own ignorance. It was precisely that which opened the gate to the weakened shelter for the enemies. The leader of the attackers coldly stated, "The defenders' spies worked poorly and left a breach through which blood now flows." The dark-haired leader asked why attack when the demon butcher already holds the title, and in response heard only a mocking snort. The butcher declared that his pack was terribly hungry and wanted to grab a bite before the next campaign as if it were an ordinary lunch. The commander assessed the chances, at most 30% for victory and only in an honest one-on-one duel, not in a meat grinder. The demon butcher jerked his hand and dozens of blades roared forward at the besieged squad, greedy for living flesh. The defenders raised barriers, but cold horror gripped their hearts. Today their refuge could turn into a mass grave. It was into this chaos that Dai Yewa burst, frozen in shock, and saw the sky shuddering from the gleam of blades and splashes of blood. She ordered the maid to hide in the bushes and tried herself to see who these madmen were, fighting in the middle of the forest. The maid whispered, "This is a slaughter between the Palace of Slaughter and the Meat Clan, a real fight without rules or mercy." Yewa asked who was in the greatest danger here and heard in response, "Lady, it is us with you." A chill ran down her spine. The demon butcher spotted the girls, licked his lips, and ordered to take them alive because fresh meat tastes best. Shocked, Yewa clarified whether these freaks really devour people. The servant nodded affirmatively and ordered to flee. And the fighters of the Palace of Slaughter rushed straight at them, and Yewa realized, from now on she was both the hunter and the prey at the same time. She recalled Yan's warning, the palace is hunting her, so escape was no longer an option. She had to stand her ground. Summoning her will, Yewa shouted that she would fight to her last breath to avoid disgrace before the black sun. She crashed into the crowd, covering her skin with icy chi, and each swing of her blade left an icy scar of death in the air. Realizing that the butchers were distracted by Yewa, the captain immediately understood. There was a chance to save the squad if the enemies could be forced to scatter their attention. But despite this spark of hope, the threatening shadow of the butcher demon did not disappear. He remained the main, deadly, dangerous opponent. Out of the corner of his eye, the commander saw subordinate number 12 caught in a ring of blades, and cold fear pierced his heart. The soldiers rushed from the rear and reported that the enemies did not feel pain. The captain immediately ordered to cut off heads to stop their frenzy. The butcher demon laughed loudly and asked, "Does the commander really think that a handful of mortals can defeat the freaks from the Meat Clan?" He mockingly roared that the commander had too high an opinion of himself because earlier he had capitulated before the small dogs. In an instant, he jumped up like a bloody meteor and was about to pierce the captain through with a single strike. He met the blade's splash with a barrier and the ground beneath his feet cracked. The shield held, though it creaked from the strain. In despair, the warrior realized the monster's strength was colossal, and it was already delirious, dreaming of giving his head to the dogs as food. At this critical moment, Dai Yewa fell from above, a spark of the blade in her hand. The butcher roared, shouting for her not to interfere in the dogs' duel. The girl, however, rushed into the attack. The captain could not understand why this stranger was fighting on their side, risking her life. But Yewa did not retreat. Icy blue flashes flew, and she harshly struck the butcher demon right in the face with her sword. From the force of the blow, he was thrown back. He got up, spat out teeth, and angrily gasped as soon as the dust fog hid his sight. Deciding it was a pathetic trick, he grabbed an axe and rushed forward, confident in his own invincibility. But from the gray mist behind, a silhouette with red eyes flashed. An invisible hunter sneaked up like a night phantom. It was the captain. He activated a hidden technique and thrust a strike of energy straight into the butcher's back, piercing flesh to the bone. The butcher demon howled, his body trembled with convulsions, and he could not believe he had let the deadly blow pass so easily. Falling to the ground, he choked with rage. The captain turned to Yewa and asked in surprise why it worked, risking death. She answered briefly, "From now on, he and his people owe her their lives. That is the price for her kindness." The commander exhaled, smiled, and nodded his head as if to say, "The deal is accepted. The debt of honor for the rescue has already been recorded." The captain, with a heart clenched by rage, resolutely approached the fallen butcher to deliver a merciful but final blow according to the laws of the slaughter palace. He raised the blade, for the code demanded finishing off the enemy, but suddenly danger pinched his fingers as if warning of something evil. The butcher's body twitched, the blade snapped forward and pierced the captain's shoulder through and through, spilling hot blood onto the cracked earth. The freak sprang to his feet and with 2 fingers blocked the captain's vital points, paralyzing him like a marionette without strings. Having immobilized his prey, the butcher shifted his gaze to Yeva, who stood ahead, and with a jackal-like smile asked her to not run from fate. He rushed at the girl swiftly like a spider to a fly, and the shadow of his claw loomed over her sword, devouring the remaining light. Yeva understood standing still meant death. She launched a counterattack, slashing with her blade like the icy tail of a comet. But the enemy, drunk on blood, rained blows without pause, looking back only to ensure the future feast. She miraculously held back the onslaught, but felt her strength melting like ice under the midday sun of a merciless desert. And then the butcher's scorching blade pierced the defense. An iron hand crushed the girl's throat, lifting her like a light doll. Squeezing her trachea, the monster savored her wheezes, admiring the fear in her pupils, which dimmed from lack of oxygen. The maid, trembling, understood. She could no longer watch further and dashed from the shelter, sparkling with determination. But the butcher waved her off, threw her aside like a splinter, and growled that he would start the feast, with Yeva savoring every word. Suddenly, the sky was pierced by a steel lightning bolt. A huge blade on a long chain stabbed the freak's torso and drowned out his warlike laughter. A wave of force destroyed the earth around. The chain rang like a funeral bell, announcing the end of the bloody banquet song. From the fog emerged the figure of a child with long hair, one-eyed, in a bandaged mask and with a demonic aura that extinguished any resistance. It was the resurrected Gu Yan Ren. Stopping, he whispered in a hoarse voice, asking who dared to pull him from the darkness on this very night. Meanwhile, Yan Chagak, immersed in an ancient folio, noticed notes in the margins from the previous owner of his body and codes of memories. Small facts formed a strange puzzle. The one everyone called a weak heir turned out to be a much deeper figure in the shadow game. He recalled secret mind control techniques used in the Palace of Pleasures without Han Sosoa's knowledge, and shuddered with suspicion. He also remembered the carved runes on the Peak of Beauty, the same symbols that flashed in his dreams like bloody godlings in the moonlight. If the predecessor was considered weak, how did he even reach the top? This question tore Yan sharper than a sword. Further memories of the Heavenly Summit. The Alliance people tried to say something, but their voices drowned in the whirlwind of events. Yan concluded that there was someone else standing between him and his father, and the suspicious shadow of Ye Yulchun fit perfectly into this puzzle. During interrogations, they said that someone was suppressing the heir's power and not letting it rise, and Yan increasingly suspected his own father of this. From numerous hints, one thing grew clear. From the beginning, the father was against his paths and intended to clip his wings while still in the bud. Hypotheses swirled in Yan's mind, and all led to the feeling of an inevitable clash with the past, which comes alive in blood and flame. Returning to the battle, the butchers were stunned, seeing the living Gu Yan Ren. Death itself had come to judge them. The group realized if the captain had fallen, they could not stand against this phantom. Fear melted into cries of escape. They scattered in all directions, while Gu Yan Ren stood motionless like a stone obelisk, and the bloody chain slowly swung in his hand. Gu Yan Ren did not allow the butchers to get away. The chain whirled above his head in a wide, deadly circle, and he mockingly remarked that they didn't even say goodbye. In a moment, the steel serpent exploded into rays, piercing the air and flesh. Red splashes trailed each strike, and the crowd of enemies fell before they could scream. Only their leader survived. Stumbling over dead bodies, he rushed into the thicket, raising prayers to gods he had never believed in. Gu Yan Ren still stood in place, thickening a bloody aura around him like fog. The ground beneath his foot groaned, and the fugitive trembled, while the demon's shadow grew like night. Yeva suddenly realized with alarm that she had imagined the power of this monster as terrible, but reality turned out to be scarier than her darkest thoughts. The wounded captain hoarsely ordered the girl to run while the monster was still entertained by the hunt and had not turned its gaze on them. She said that fleeing now was the fate of cowards, and pointed to the scattered fugitives who were abandoning their wounded to their fate. The demon, swinging the chain, slowly moved toward Yeva, scrutinizing whose child she was, for pride of an ancient lineage flickered in her eyes. Yeva declared that she had come alone and would leave alone, but the predatory laughter of Gu Yan Ren revealed he was not going to let the prey go. He thoughtfully wondered whether it was worth killing her immediately and reminded, after the annihilation of an entire village, a quick death would be a gift. The girl indignantly denied she had not slaughtered anyone and had come with the leader of the heavenly squad, capable of confirming her words. Too much lying for a mortal, the demon smiled. Then she proposed to swear by her father's name to prove her innocence. In response, a mad laughter sounded. Watching her despair was more interesting than listening to oaths. A thought flashed through Yeva's mind. Curiosity would save her life, but one icy no from the demon shattered the crumb of hope. She dropped to her knees and declared that she was surrendering so that he could kill her without effort. A servant behind her screamed in horror. The girl remembered her father. He would be wildly worried, and the demon grumbled she was pressing too hard on his conscience, which he did not have. He asked who, in her opinion, was behind all this if not herself. Yeva's eyes flashed with doubt and fear at the same time. She guessed in a trembling voice that behind this might stand the black sun which dwells on the summit of the peak. The demon was surprised by her ignorance. Gu Yan Ren noted that she seemed to understand nothing, and this ignorance only fueled his curiosity about the girl. Turning to his fighters, he dryly ordered, "Take Yewu and her maid alive. They will be needed when he deals with those pulling the strings." The elders peacefully sipped tea, but behind the calm conversation tension was already felt. The world was shaken by battles and intrigues. Among them, Banya leaned toward one of the oldest and asked how long he had been observing the current chaos. The old man sighed heavily. During his tenure, 3 uprisings had already thundered, and this was only a prologue to much greater storms. He added, "An excess of rulers triggers an avalanche of victims, and the bloody accounts will only multiply." He fixed his eyes intently on Banya's eyes, searching for signs of fate, and spoke of strange coincidences that foretold a great shift. He separately emphasized, "Palace clashes are just entertainment, while the real challenge hides in the mystery of the heavenly mountain and the great dragon. Whoever sits on the throne all will become the dragon's prey if they do not understand the scale of this threat." Banya admiringly noted the depth of his interlocutor's thoughts and inquired what conclusion he had ultimately reached. The old man said, "It is better to be the tail of the dragon than the head of the viper, then you live longer and see farther." Banya clapped his hands, approving the wisdom and experience that permeated every word of the interlocutor. Jokingly, he suggested choosing the elder as the new leader of the cult, but the elder immediately waved it off. Power did not attract him at all. "I glanced at Banya," he admitted. "He only dreams of eradicating clan quarrels from the body of the cult." Banya clarified whether the Council of Elders should be raised above the 9 palaces and saw that this was exactly what the wise interlocutor desired. Laughing, the saint acknowledged the idea as brilliant and assured that he was pleased to deal with such a person. Rising, he announced, the elder would take on clan reforms and he himself would take other fronts because there would be enough work for everyone. At farewell, the elder flared with an aura and swore he would lay down his own life to bring the plan into reality.